In the vast expanse of the universe, where civilizations flourish and the law of the jungle prevails, Luo Lan unexpectedly traverses into the world of Tunchi Shinkom, burdened by a profound vendetta. His home planet, Lanxing, has been reduced to cosmic ruins under the avaricious bombardment of the Luo Lan family. As the sole survivor of his civilization, he awakens in despair to the fateful power of the supreme legacy of the star-hunting god, Lan, from Xingqiang Tiedao. Armed with the ancient weapon, the Quexie Bao, he inherits 5 secret techniques of hunting: hatred pursuit, unraveling causality, locking onto enemies, divine arrow of slaughter, a 100-fold explosion, a guaranteed kill, absolute hit, causality strikes, the arrow never misses, infinite space-time traversal, distance becomes negligible. Hunting knows no bounds. Space-time confinement domain, I am the hunting ground, all is frozen. Beginning his journey at the planetary 9th tier, Luo Lan embarks on a stellar quest rooted in revenge and guided by the path of hunting. He battles in the arena of colossal axes, traverses the thunderous world and interdimensional realms, befriends Luo Feng, participates in the cosmic pinnacle genius battle, ventures into the chaos city, and comprehends the essence of time and space. On this treacherous path of slaughter, he is both a vengeful lone wolf and the heir of the star god, who governs causality. My arrows shall traverse time and space, piercing through causality, hunting down all foes until the ends of the starry sea. Chapter 1. The solitary shadow of the star ruins, the hunt begins. In the cold vacuum of the universe, one would expect eternal silence. Yet at this moment, the starry sky on the edge of the Hailongshan star domain is filled with the clamor of death, debris, and endless expanse of wreckage. Once a vibrant planet, Lanxing, resembling Earth in its environment, now lies in ruins, with shattered continental plates and frozen seas of lava, fragments of warships, remnants of urban structures, and various unidentifiable metals compose a desolate star ring circling the lifeless remnants of a once vibrant sun, slowly rotating. Amidst this vast star ruin, a faint life signal flickers like a candle in the wind, defiantly persisting. Luo Lan hovers behind a high-density rock fragment, using its shadow to evade potential detection. His battle armor is tattered, smeared with dark crimson blood, some of it his own, and more from his kin. His face, indistinguishable from that of an earthling, is now etched with fatigue and deep-seated hatred, his once bright eyes bloodshot, fixated on the small black dots slowly cruising in the distant starry sky. Those are the reconnaissance ships of the Luo Lan family. 7 days prior, an exploratory team from the Luo Lan family stumbled upon Lanxing and a rare cosmic mineral known as Lanxing. Greed swiftly overshadowed the tacit norms of interstellar civilization, and an unprovoked invasion erupted without warning. The strongest defenders of Lanxing were merely planetary 9th-tier warriors, as fragile as paper against the fleet of the Luo Lan family, which boasted cosmic-level powers. Resistance was valiant, yet utterly hopeless. Cities were razed to the ground by orbital cannon fire, and the defending fleet was obliterated within hours, billions of lives extinguished amidst their wails. Luo Lan, the most gifted warrior of the younger generation of Lanxing, reached planetary 9th tier by the age of 19, and with a modicum of understanding of the cosmos and extraordinary luck, he was swept away by a stray energy wave from a secondary cannon during the final defense of his home planet. Fortuitously ejected from the planet's gravitational field and plummeting into this wasteland, narrowly escaping with his life, that he is fortunate, yet profoundly unfortunate. Fortunate to be alive, unfortunate to possibly be the last survivor of the entire Lanxing civilization. Luo Lan, Luo Lan's teeth clenched, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping and instantly crystallizing into dark red ice in the vacuum. The terrified faces of his kin and the final moments of their beautiful blue planet shattering under cannon fire flooded his mind. Hatred, an overwhelming, consuming hatred. He despises the cruel greed of the Luo Lan family and loathes his own weakness. At that moment, an inexplicable sensation descended without warning. It did not emanate from the outside world, but originated from the depths of his soul. As if an ancient switch had been triggered by this extreme emotion, a torrent of justice and slaughter, imbued with an indescribable sense of precision, crashed through the dam of his consciousness. Buzz. Luo Lan felt as if his head might explode, as countless chaotic lights and fragments of information surged in. He beheld a figure, its form composed of the infinite blue-black cosmos, with a visage radiating a brilliant yet detached golden light. It wielded a longbow made of pure radiance, trailing a magnificent tail across the starry sea. eternally traversing, hunting at a speed beyond his comprehension. This was the ultimate embodiment of velocity, the essence of the hunt, detection of extreme revenge, and obsession aligned with hunting fate. Legacy Compatibility Assessment Passed. Binding of Legacy in progress. Binder, Luo Lan. Initiating infusement of planetary-level legacy secret technique. Hatred Pursuit. A cold, emotionless voice, imbued with supreme authority, resonated directly within the depths of his soul. Immediately, Luo Lan felt his mental strength expanding and sharpening in unprecedented ways. Previously, his planetary 9th-tier mental power could only scan a range of a few kilometers, and even then, it was vague. But now his perception radiated outward like invisible radar waves, rapidly expanding in all directions, 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. Within the scope of his perception, everything became astonishingly clear. Every crevice on the floating fragments of planets, every scratch on the hull of the distant Lanxing reconnaissance ship, even the faint gravitational flows in the far reaches of the starry sky, all intricately relayed to his mind. This perception was not a mere mental scan. It bore a sense of marking, instinctively and profoundly locking onto those reconnaissance ships and individuals emanating energy waves. From the Lanxing family, it was as if every enemy he had sensed would be rendered invisible nowhere, no matter where they fled. What is this? Luo Lan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. As a former 27-year-old youth from Earth, he had played Xingqiong Tiedao and recognized the fleeting image of the star-hunting god, Lan. He had also read Tunchi Shinko, aware of the extraordinary legacies and opportunities within this vast universe. Yet, he never anticipated awakening such a terrifying legacy amidst the ruin of his civilization and in the depths of despair. Is it due to this overwhelming hatred? Hunting. The path of revenge is indeed the ultimate hunt. Luo Lan instantaneously grasped this revelation, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. In despair, he saw a thorny path leading to the pinnacle of vengeance. As he began to master the ability of hatred pursuit, he sensed a peculiar space deep within his consciousness. This space was small, yet brimming with the same aura of slaughter as that of the star-hunting god. At the center of this space floated a bow. An ancient-looking bow, glimmering in dark gold, with its ends sharp as arrows. The bowstring shimmered with a condensed yet slightly trembling flow of light. It hung quietly, exuding a sharpness that stirred Luo Lan's very soul. Legacy weapon. Quexie, initial state, unlocked. It may evolve with the bearer's cultivation level. When not in use, it can be stored in the legacy space and summoned at will. Quexie. With a thought, the dark golden longbow materialized in his hand. It felt slightly heavy, and an instinctive sense of connection surged within him. As if this bow were an integral part of his being, he could sense the terrifying power contained within the bow, although with his current strength, he could hardly invoke even a billionth of it. Nevertheless, it undeniably served as the most formidable support for his future vengeance. Gently caressing the bow, the cold touch somewhat quelled the boiling hatred within him, transforming it into an unwavering resolve. With a flicker of thought, Quexie vanished in an instant, returning to the legacy space. Having acquired hatred's pursuit, Luo Lan's perceptive abilities surged dramatically, far exceeding 100-fold. He cautiously expanded his sensory range, avoiding the patrol routes of several reconnaissance ships, seeking an opportunity to escape this realm of death. Time slipped away in the silence of his flight, and after approximately 10 hours, Luo Lan, bolstered by his enhanced perception, discovered the relatively intact wreckage of a small spacecraft. Fortunately, while its energy core was damaged, the basic thrusters seemed to be barely operational. I must leave this place. The Lanxing family is likely to send reinforcements to thoroughly cleanse the battlefield. Without hesitation, Luo Lan stealthily infiltrated the spacecraft wreckage. Indeed, although the ship's intelligence system was severely damaged, after infusing it with his own primordial force, it managed to restore some functionality. Detecting authorized life signs. Lanxing registration code. Luo Lan. Permission confirmed. The intermittent electronic voice resounded. Initiate low power mode. Target. Exit the current star domain and seek coordinates of the nearest planet with a cosmic civilization. Luo Lan issued the command. He dared not set a specific destination, lest the Lanxing family predict his movements. Command confirmed. Calculating feasible flight path. Energy remaining 3. Expected to conduct one short-range space jump. That was sufficient. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Lan's eyes. He cast one last look at the ruins of his homeland that had buried everything he held dear, burying the heart-wrenching pain and boundless hatred deep within his heart. Lanxing. I, Luo Lan, hereby swear that as long as I draw breath, I shall uproot you in the name of hunting, and repay blood with blood. Buzz. The damaged small spacecraft emitted a faint blue light from its rear, struggling to break free from the wreckage, then suddenly jolted, executing its first and final short-range space jump, vanishing into the vast cosmic sea. Inside the ship, Luo Lan sat cross-legged, his consciousness diving within the planetary level of the 9th tier. Upon receiving the legacy of hunting, he developed an unprecedented affinity for the fundamental laws of the universe, particularly the laws of gold, which represented sharpness and slaughter, and the laws of wind, which represented speed, as well as the foundational laws of time and space that constitute the universe. These once obscure laws finally unveiled a corner of their mysterious veil before him. Train. Become stronger. Luo Lan clenched his fists. Hatred serves as fuel. The legacy of hunting is the engine. A future star hunter has embarked on his journey. Chapter 2. The Qiulong Lands. Initial display of talent. The sensation of spatial distortion brought about by the short-range space jump had not fully dissipated when Luo Lan piloted the precarious small spacecraft, careening out of the dark cosmos and returning to the normal starry sky. Before him lay a vast expanse that a life planet, significantly larger than Lanxing, displaying a deep green hue with the outlines of massive cities faintly visible on its surface, hung in the distant starry sky. Countless points of light traversed the planet's periphery. Various spacecraft ranging from personal ships, like Luo Lan's, to colossal transport ships and warships moved in an orderly manner along designated routes, showcasing a scene of bustling cosmic civilization. Further in the distance, a colossal and rugged black dragon statue loomed in the starry sky, emanating an intangible pressure that proclaimed the sovereignty of the Lanxing star domain. Qiulong Luo Lan gazed at the starship navigation screen, which automatically identified the planet's information, softly uttering the name. This was the nearest planet with a cosmic civilization near the coordinates he had randomly selected. Here, the influence of the Nuo Lan family should not be absolute, but I must exercise utmost caution. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened as he maneuvered the nearly depleted ship, following the received signals to a designated public landing platform on the planet's surface. He wore a specially designed warrior armor from Lanxing. Although its craftsmanship could not compare to major cosmic brands, it provided basic protection and temperature regulation, making it standard equipment for planetary-level warriors. The spacecraft trembled violently, but eventually landed safely at the 93rd public docking port of Qiulong. As the hatch opened, Luo Lan took a deep breath, feeling the solid ground beneath him. A fleeting sense of surreal relief washed over him, quickly replaced by deeper vigilance. He possessed no identification from the Lanxing Empire, nor any common currency. His only assets were his planetary-level 9th-tier strength, this slightly outdated armor, and the earth-shattering legacy of hunting along with the artifact Quexie in his mind. A burly man clad in black alloy armor approached, exuding a formidable presence, with a primordial force fluctuation unmistakably reaching approximately the 7th tier of stellar level. He was one of the port's management personnel, possessing sufficient strength to intimidate ordinary rogues. With a blank expression, he glanced at Luo Lan's dilapidated ship and stated matter-of-factly, "Docking fee is 10 Highlang coins per day. If less than a day, it will still be charged, as 1 day. Long-term parking is discounted. Additionally, I need to verify your identity information." Faced with the pressure of a stellar-level powerhouse, Luo Lan felt a shiver, but having experienced the destruction of his planet and the awakening of his legacy, his will had become as solid as rock. His face remained impassive, yet he allowed a hint of appropriate reverence towards the powerful to surface, respectfully articulating in fluent universal language, "Sir, my ship encountered space pirates in the cosmos, and I barely escaped that my identity chip and belongings were stolen. I am currently penniless. Might you grant me some leniency until I can contact my family or find a way to earn some money to pay?" The stellar-level man scrutinized Luo Lan. While the planetary-level 9th-tier strength was insignificant in his eyes, the youth's claim of encountering space pirates was not uncommon. Sensing the essence of someone who had endured life and death, he found it sincere and pointed towards a service hall at the port entrance. "If you lack funds, you might check the Cosmic Mercenary Guild or Giant Axe Combat Arena reception area there. They often have quick ways to earn money. As for the docking fee, I will give you 3 days. If you cannot pay by then, the ship will be confiscated as per regulations." "Thank you for your understanding, sir." Luo Lan bowed slightly, his demeanor humble. Necessary etiquette with a stellar-level individual could mitigate unnecessary troubles. Exiting the port, Luo Lan stepped into the city of Lanxing, towering skyscrapers, an array of strange transportation vehicles, and a myriad of races. The bizarre scene overwhelmed his senses. With the passive enhancement of hatred's pursuit, his mental acuity operated like an invisible radar, cautiously scanning the environment around him. He could distinctly perceive countless powerful presences hidden within this city. Stellar-level beings were abundant, and occasional sensations of cosmic-level pressure further solidified his resolve to quickly enhance his strength. Following the directions, Luo Lan arrived at the vast service hall. He directly bypassed the area designated for the Cosmic Mercenary Guild and made his way to the counter marked by a massive blood-red axe emblem, Giant Axe Combat Arena. Behind the counter sat a woman clad in a sleek black uniform, her features striking and cold, exuding an aura of stellar level 3. Without raising her gaze, she inquired, "What business do you wish to conduct?" "I wish to enroll in the life and death battle," Luo Lan replied, his voice serene yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. The cold beauty lifted her head, casting a surprised glance at Luo Lan. "You are at planetary level 9. The basic registration fee for the life and death battle is 1,000 Hei Long coins. Alternatively, you may opt for the advanced payment mode." "Advanced payment mode?" Luo Lan asked. "The battle arena will provide you with a sum of money in advance for emergencies. This amount must be repaid with the earnings from subsequent battles. If you perish in the first match, the debt is absolved. If you survive, a significant portion of the early earnings will be used to repay the debt. Choosing this option may result in facing stronger opponents," she explained. Luo Lan understood this was a tactic employed by the battle arena to stimulate competition, but he had no other choice. "I choose the advanced payment mode." "What is the maximum amount?" "At planetary level 9, you may advance up to 100,000 Hei Long coins. 100,000. "I will take it all," Luo Lan declared without hesitation. He required funds to procure nutritional fluids and other supplies. As for weapons, he focused his thoughts, sensing the dark golden longbow, Quexie, silently hovering in the inheritance space. According to the inheritance information, as a weapon once wielded by the hunter star god, even in its initial form, Quexie did not require physical arrows. It could directly condense energy arrows using its inherent power. Its might, speed, and characteristics far surpassed ordinary physical arrows, enhancing alongside the user's strength. This was one of the extraordinary aspects of its divine nature. The procedures were swiftly completed. Luo Lan received the initial identity token for the Great Axe Battle Arena and an anonymous bank card containing 100,000 Hei Long coins. His first life and death battle was scheduled for 24 hours later. Utilizing the funds, Luo Lan paid for docking fees and acquired essential nutritional fluids and basic potions. He refrained from purchasing any equipment, as this amount was insufficient, and his Quexie would not draw excessive attention. It was not uncommon for warriors in the cosmos to wield special energy weapons. In the relaxation room provided by the battle arena, Luo Lan adjusted his state and attempted to communicate with Quexie for the first time, practicing the condensation of arrows. Using his inherent power, extending his hand, he focused his thoughts on Quexie. He witnessed strands of pale golden energy swiftly converge on the bowstring, forming a solid light arrow that radiated a subtle yet sharp aura. With a mere thought, the light arrow dissipated silently. Truly marvelous, Luo Lan mused, feeling more assured about the impending battle. 24 hours later, at the Great Axe Battle Arena on Long Star, in the planetary level life and death battle arena. The vast circular combat arena buzzed with excitement, the air thick with fervor and bloodlust. Standing in the contestants' passage, Luo Lan gripped Quexie, his heart cold and calm. In the first life and death battle, the opponent is Blood Butcher Karu, at the peak of planetary level 9, skilled in wielding a giant axe, with 17 victories under his belt, and the newcomer, Hunter Luo Lan, at planetary level 9, making his debut. The announcer proclaimed loudly that as the gate opened, Luo Lan stepped into the arena. Opposite him, towering nearly 3 meters with rippling muscles, Karu brandished a massive axe, grinning menacingly. "Kid, you think you can find death with a strange bow? I'll cleave you and your bow to pieces." Luo Lan remained silent, merely lifting Quexie. With his right hand, he pretended to draw the bowstring, and within him, his inherent power surged, instantly forming a refined pale golden light arrow, its tip aimed directly at Karu. "Begin the match," Karu roared as he charged forward, the giant axe whirling madly. Luo Lan gracefully retreated, his movements concise and efficient, and released the arrow. Whoosh! The light arrow shot forth, its speed far exceeding that of ordinary arrows, tracing an uncanny arc and targeting the exposed vulnerability at Karu's knee joint as he charged. Karoo was taken aback, hastily altering his course. The light arrow grazed his leg armor, leaving a scorched mark. An energy arrow? He thought, astonished by its speed and density. Luo Lan's expression remained impassive, unleashing arrow after arrow. The light arrows, purely condensed from his inherent power, were expertly directed at Karoo from various angles. Not only were the arrows swift, but they also carried a penetrating sharpness that forced Karoo to fully wield his axe in defense, the clanging sounds incessant and sparks flying. Despite his brute strength, he was unable to close the distance and was entirely suppressed. Damn it, bastard. Karoo bellowed, executing his ultimate move, Earth Shatter Slash, as a massive shadow of the axe loomed overhead. Luo Lan's eyes flashed with determination, as hate pursuit instantaneously locked onto the point of most chaotic energy within the axe shadowed. He drew back the bow with all his might, the color of the light arrow deepening, its tip exuding an intense sharpness. Break! The light arrow shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, accurately striking the energy node. Boom! The axe shadow disintegrated. The light arrow's momentum slightly diminished, yet it still penetrated through Karoo's hurriedly raised axe, directly piercing his chest. Impossible, Karoo murmured, gazing down at the charred hole in his chest before collapsing to the ground. The audience erupted in astonishment. The arrow had achieved a precise kill. Hunter Luo Lan had risen to fame in a single battle. Luo Lan slowly lowered Quexie, the light arrow dissipating. With a thought, he returned the divine bow to the inheritance space. Casting a cold glance at his fallen opponent, he turned and departed. Chapter 3. The Name of the Hunter, Breaking Through the Bottleneck. Once one steps into the bloody grindstone of the planetary level section of the Great Axe Battle Arena, it is exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself easily. Especially for newcomers like Luo Lan, who lacked connections and urgently required resources and experience. His first victory over Blood Butcher Karoo yielded Luo Lan his first earnings, amounting to approximately 50,000 Hei Long coins after deducting the advance payment and the arena's share. This sum was sufficient for a planetary-level warrior to sustain daily training and expenses on Qiu Longstar for a time, but dreaming of purchasing rare resources was folly. Luo Lan chose not to rest on his laurels. He understood that gentle cultivation could not satiate his urgent desire for vengeance. Only under the extreme pressure of life and death could he fully unleash his potential and rapidly enhance his strength. Thus, the name Hunter Luo Lan began to frequently appear on the battle roster of the 19th Division. In the following month, Luo Lan participated in an astonishing 15 life and death battles. The frequency caught the attention of many seasoned combatants. He engaged in a relentless cycle of battling, healing, gaining insights, and battling again. The relaxation room provided by the battle arena became his temporary home, as the high-energy nutritional fluids and basic healing potions were consumed at an astonishing rate. Each battle deepened his mastery of hate pursuit and the utilization of Quexie. He faced opponents who were elusive and adept at assassination. In that battle, Luo Lan focused hate pursuit on subtle shifts in airflow and energy ripples, and at the moment the opponent approached, he released a cleverly arced light arrow that forced them out of the shadows, followed by a flurry of 3 arrows sealing off all escape routes. Ultimately securing victory, he faced heavily armored warriors with formidable defenses akin to fortresses. Their power armor was nearly impenetrable, rendering ordinary light arrows ineffective. Luo Lan utilized the penetrating advantage of the light arrows condensed from Quexie, concentrating energy into a single point for rapid-fire strikes, ultimately breaching their defenses. He even encountered opponents wielding long-range weapons with exceptional archery skills. It became a contest between archers. However, under the near-predictive perception of hate pursuit, every intention of his adversary seemed transparent. Luo Lan's arrows consistently struck first, disrupting their rhythm and culminating in a decisive shot that pierced through their body, securing victory. 15 battles, 15 victories. The fame of Hunter Luo Lan surged rapidly. His calm demeanor, as frigid as ice, along with his undefeated battle record, has become a topic of conversation among many spectators in the 19th District, eliciting both admiration and resentment from gamblers. Some refer to him as the Eye of Death, while others call him the Shadow Arrow. The intense life and death struggles not only significantly enhanced Luo Lan's combat experience and skills, but also relentlessly tapped into his latent potential. The affinity brought by the Hunt inheritance for the laws of gold, wind, time, and space quietly emerged during each extreme battle. The arrows of light he shot grew faster and more elusive, even hinting at the ability to penetrate space, representing the most rudimentary application of the space law. His grasp of timing was so precise that he could often deliver a lethal blow at the critical moment when his opponent was exhausted from previous efforts and yet to regain their strength, a subtle enhancement of his sense of the flow of time. Meanwhile, the sharpness and penetrating power of his light arrows increased day by day, reflecting a deepening comprehension of the laws of gold. Simultaneously, the continuous influx of high energy and the mental stimulation from life and death situations caused his planetary-level 9th-tier genetic force to become increasingly abundant and refined, reaching a point of saturation that he could distinctly sense an invisible barrier within him, obstructing the further qualitative change and expansion of his genetic force. That was the gateway to the stellar level. The bottleneck is loosening considerably. Perhaps after experiencing 1 or 2 more battles of sufficient intensity, I will naturally break through, Luo Lan mused in the resting room, feeling the surging genetic force within him. Once he breaks through to the stellar level, his power will undergo a transformative change, allowing him to practice the second secret technique of the inheritance, killing divine arrow. On this day, Luo Lan had just concluded his 16th battle. His opponent was a first-tier stellar-level warrior, a match arranged by the Duwu arena to increase excitement and challenge for the rising hunter. The battle was exceptionally grueling. The quality and quantity of stellar-level genetic force far exceeded that of planetary level, giving his opponent an overwhelming advantage in speed, strength, and defense. Luo Lan spent most of the time dodging and skirmishing, relying on hatred pursuit to exploit minute flaws in his opponent's techniques, using Zhu light arrows for harassment and counterattacks. He was once injured internally by the opponent's genetic force impact, facing perilous moments. Ultimately, he capitalized on his opponent's frustration from being unable to secure a victory, feigning a flaw to lure them in, and, at the most dangerous close range, concentrated all his genetic force to unleash an unprecedentedly solid light arrow, piercing through the unguarded throat, achieving a hard-won victory at the cost of injury. The rewards from this victory far surpassed previous ones, yet Luo Lan paid little attention to the monetary gain. What mattered more to him was that under such extreme pressure, the stellar-level bottleneck had become as thin as a cicada's wing, and the feeling of breakthrough was more intense than ever. Upon returning to the resting room, Luo Lan promptly paid the fee to enter the highest-level safe training room provided by the Duwu arena. It was perfectly quiet, ideal for a breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged, Luo Lan first consumed a healing potion to stabilize his injuries. He took a deep breath, directing his consciousness inward, and began guiding the surging genetic force toward that invisible barrier for a final assault. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming genetic force, under the unique lethal aura of the Hunt inheritance, struck fiercely against the bottleneck. Once, twice. With each collision, the barrier trembled violently, cracks spreading. Simultaneously, under the hatred pursuit state, Luo Lan's mental strength allowed him to see the ubiquitous delicate ripples in space, sensing the subtle differences in the flow of time around him, and capturing more clearly the golden light points, sharp and filled with a murderous aura, and the azure light points, swift and agile, that permeated the world. These insights acted as a catalyst, hastening the collapse of the bottleneck. Time slipped by, perhaps in an instant, or perhaps over several hours, with a crisp sound, audible only to Luo Lan. A shattering resonance echoed from deep within his soul. The barrier that had obstructed him for so long was completely shattered. In that moment, the genetic force within him underwent a qualitative leap, first-tier stellar level. Luo Lan abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with brilliance, and a powerful aura, far stronger than before, emanated from him, though it was contained by the walls of the training room. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within, a sense of unprecedented strength welling up. Finally, I have reached the stellar level. Luo Lan rose, stretching his limbs, as the sound of subtle pops echoed from within him. His injuries had healed significantly due to the life-level elevation brought by the breakthrough. With a thought, the dark golden Zhu Xie appeared in his hand. Having broken through to the stellar level, his connection with Zhu Xie became even tighter, and he sensed a hint of awakening within the bow's essence. He attempted to draw the bowstring, and a more solid, radiant light arrow instantly formed, the space around it slightly warping, its power evidently incomparable. At the stellar level, I can practice killing divine arrow. A fiery light flickered in Luo Lan's eyes. However, he did not immediately begin to cultivate the secret technique. Instead, Luo Lan exited the training room and promptly applied for a virtual universe network access account and a Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizenship through the channels of the giant Axe Duwu arena. After donning the consciousness connection helmet, Luo Lan found himself standing on an ancient street reminiscent of cities in Earth's Huaxia. Welcome to the virtual universe, Mr. Luo Lan. A small, palm-sized elf dressed in formal attire appeared on his shoulder, serving as his virtual assistant. You are currently located in the Qiulong City area of the Black Dragon Mountain Island virtual continent. Your expenditures in the virtual universe will be directly linked to your real-world bank account and settled in Black Dragon coins. Luo Lan surveyed this 100 simulated reality with awe. This is the virtual universe, a marvel of the human race. He did not rush to explore but first commanded his assistant retrieve the public information of the Norlansa family. Instantly, a plethora of information appeared before him. The Norlansa family, a cosmic-level family within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, led by the peak 9th-tier cosmic-level patriarch Norlansa. Family influence range. Key members. Recent developments. Gazing at the information and images of his enemies, Luo Lan's expression turned icy. The virtual universe would serve as an excellent tool for him to understand his foes and plan his path to revenge. At the same time, he noted the entrance to the internal platform of the giant Axe Duo arena in the virtual universe, where more advanced secret techniques and mentorship were available. What thrilled him even more was the promotional information about the peak genius battle at the entrance of the virtual universe company's official platform. This was a grand event for all stellar-level geniuses of the human race, hosted by the Virtual Universe Company, the ultimate shortcut to the strongest cultivation system for humanity, the peak genius battle. Luo Lan muttered, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. It was a stage to achieve fame and acquire the top resources of the human race. It was also his path to declare hunt to the Norlansa family and beyond, a journey to announce to the universe. With several years until the next genius battle, he must seize every moment to elevate himself. The stellar level was merely a new beginning. Chapter 4. The initial formation of Slaughter, the awakening of Kanglin's star. Breaking through to the stellar level was akin to opening a brand new door for Luo Lan. The leap in life level brought not only a tremendous increase in power, but also a profound shift in the way he perceives the world. The efficiency of absorbing cosmic energy far exceeded that of the planetary level. Within the secure training chambers provided by the Ju Fu Do Wu Chang, Luo Lan initially devoted several days to acclimating to his surging strength and heightened perception. Subsequently, he eagerly immersed himself in the understanding of the hunting legacy, embarking on the profound exploration of the Stellar Correspondence's secret technique, the slaughtering divine arrow. Within the realm of his consciousness, the ethereal visage of the hunting star god, corporealized from the cosmos and adorned with a golden visage, materialized once more. This time with clarity in its movements he observed as the deity drew back its luminous bow, starry trails erupting in a dazzling brilliance, indescribable, terrifying will coalesced upon the bowstring, transforming into an arrow seemingly capable of piercing through stars and annihilating all existence. The essence of this will was the ultimate intent of slaughter, a singular strike meant to ensure demise. Slaughtering divine arrow refines intent and primal force, unleashing a cataclysmic strike far exceeding the current realm. At the stellar level, it can unleash a hundredfold power. Luo Lan felt a jolt of astonishment. This indicated that at the stellar level 1, the full force of his strike could, in theory, rival that of an ordinary stellar level 9 peak warrior. What an extraordinary amplification. Of course, Luo Lan understood that given his current capabilities, such a terrifying surge would inevitably come with significant costs, likely serving as a desperate trump card. Not to be employed lightly, he held his breath and concentrated, beginning to practice the slaughtering divine arrow according to the guidance of the legacy. This process proved exceedingly arduous, requiring an exquisite mastery over his own strength and a profound comprehension of the essence of slaughter. At first, his primal force often dissipated uncontrollably upon reaching 2 or 3 dozen times its original magnitude, or his will failed to merge perfectly, resulting in an arrow that merely resembled its form, lacking the relentless aura of slaughter. Luo Lan remained undeterred, repeatedly failing and starting anew. With the aid of the heightened perception brought forth by hatred pursuit, he was able to discern every minute error in the flow of his primal force, continuously adjusting and optimizing. Time slipped away in the monotony of focused training. Approximately half a month passed in the real world, while within Luo Lan's intense concentration, it felt as though years had elapsed. At long last, on this day in the training chamber, Luo Lan stood solemnly, his case yet emanating a faint dark golden glow. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and the primal force surrounding him began to compress at a unique frequency. A chilling intent of slaughter enveloped the space, a sign of the highly concentrated will to annihilate. The bowstring was gradually drawn back, and an energy arrow, far more solid and radiating blinding golden light, began to take form. The space surrounding the arrow emitted a subtle hum, as if unable to bear the impending eruption of power. 10-fold, 20-fold, 50-fold, the fluctuations of primal force surged dramatically. Beads of sweat began to form on Luo Lan's forehead, his body trembling slightly. Maintaining such intense concentration was a significant burden for him. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes only intensified. 90-fold, 95-fold, 100-fold. At the instant the primal force coalesced to a critical point, a golden light erupted from Luo Lan's eyes. Slaughtering divine arrow, coalesce, whoosh. The golden light tore through the air, producing an extraordinarily sharp shriek. As the arrow passed, the sturdy alloy walls of the training chamber were marked by deep gashes from the dispersing airflow. Ultimately, the arrow struck fiercely against a target specifically designed to test the intensity of attacks. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated throughout the training chamber. The target, capable of withstanding ordinary attacks from stellar level 9 warriors, now bore a massive hole at its center, surrounded by a web of cracks, golden light swirling. As the destructive energy continued to corrode, that I have succeeded. Luo Lan exhaled deeply, his complexion slightly pale, having expended a significant portion of his primal force. Yet, gazing at the target's devastation, joy surged within him. The power of this arrow had undoubtedly reached the level of a stellar level 9 warrior. Although the consumption was immense and required preparation time, it was undoubtedly his strongest trump card thus far. I need to practice more, shortening the coalescence time and reducing primal force consumption, Luo Lan silently concluded. The preliminary mastery of the slaughtering divine arrow greatly enhanced his sense of security. During the intervals of practicing the secret technique, Luo Lan devoted nearly all his spare time to the virtual universe. The vastness and wonders of the virtual universe left him in awe that he expended a small amount of Heilong coins to browse various texts on the universal language, the characteristics of different races, the distribution of power within the Heilong Mountain Star domain, and even the Qianwu cosmic nation, that he focused on gathering publicly available lectures on the foundational insights of the four great laws: gold, wind, space, and time. While these were the most basic concepts, they held immeasurable value for someone like him, who was just beginning to engage with these laws. The high affinity brought by the hunting legacy made his understanding of these foundational principles significantly more efficient. He also accessed the virtual platform of the Jufu Do Wuchang. Here, he could view battle recordings from various corners of the human race within the Jufu Do Wuchang, including confrontations at the stellar, cosmic, and even domain lord levels. Though these required a fee to watch, Luo Lan focused on observing the battles of those who utilized bows or other ranged attacks, learning their techniques, movements, and combat awareness. While he possessed the legacy of secret techniques, fundamental combat training was equally significant. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant for information regarding the peak genius battle on the Virtual Universe company's platform. Although several years remained until the next event, promotional activities had already commenced, showcasing highlights and introductions of past geniuses that stirred his blood. Luo Lan understood that while he might be considered decent in the Heilong Mountain Star domain, he was still far from exceptional within the entirety of the Qianwu cosmic nation, or the human race at large. He needed further experience and opportunities. On this day, as Luo Lan exited the virtual universe, still savoring the thrilling moments of a stellar level 9 archer's duel, his light brain received a notification. Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, Apprentice Mercenary Assessment. Mission Location, Kanglan Star, Thunderworld. Mission Requirements, Stellar Level 1 to 9, must form teams independently, minimum of 3, or accept allocation to a team by the Mercenary Alliance. Mission Content, proceed to the Thunderworld to obtain the assessment tokens, Windhorn Stone and Unicorn Iron Rhinoceros Horn, and successfully survive to reach the assembly point. Risk warning. The Thunderworld is a low-risk domain lord world, yet unknown dangers persist. With a typical mortality rate exceeding 50 during the assessment, participants may engage in combat to seize tokens. Note: this assessment is directly hosted by the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Successful completion will grant the status of Apprentice Mercenary, along with various conveniences and opportunities within the Alliance. It is rumored that the Thunderworld has recently exhibited abnormal energy fluctuations. The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance? Apprentice Mercenary Assessment? Thunderworld? Luo Lan's heart stirred. He immediately searched for relevant information within the virtual universe. The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance is one of the 5 major powers of the human race, with influence spread throughout the cosmos. Becoming an accredited mercenary within this alliance signifies access to a broader platform of missions and resource channels, which is tremendously important for a solitary warrior. Moreover, the Domain Lord world is a realm created by Domain Lord-level warriors, often harboring the treasures and opportunities left behind by these formidable beings. High risk, high reward. A mortality rate exceeding 50. Yet it may also harbor opportunities. Luo Lan's eyes flickered that he needed to rapidly enhance his strength. While methodical training and battles in the Ju Fu Do Wuchang were effective, the allure of the Domain Lord world was far greater. More importantly, he recollected that in the original work of Tunxi Shinkom, Luo Feng had seemingly participated in a cosmic mercenary alliance assessment held on Lanxing, which subsequently led him into the Thunder World, and later into the realm within a realm where he acquired numerous fortuitous encounters. Lanxing. The timeline seems to align. Luo Lan contemplated within. This is an opportunity, a chance to attain great fortunes, and also a potential opportunity to encounter the protagonist of the original narrative ahead of time. Despite the inherent risks, can one truly hesitate on the path of exploration? I've made up my mind. A glimmer of determination flashed in Luo Lan's eyes. I shall participate in this mercenary assessment. He immediately registered for the assessment through the channels of the Jufu Daochichang. As this was a unified recruitment by the Mercenary Alliance, the scrutiny on backgrounds was not particularly stringent. Mere capability sufficed. Luo Lan opted for accepting a unified assignment to a team, as he was unfamiliar with other stellar-level warriors upon his arrival. Days later, Luo Lan boarded a spacecraft arranged by the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, departing from Lanxing and heading towards the assembly point for the assessment at Lanxing. As the spacecraft traversed the dark cosmos, Luo Lan stood before the porthole, gazing at the resplendent, distorted space beyond, filled with anticipation and vigilance. Thunderworld, here I come. Chapter 5. Thunderworld, Initial Radiance. Emerging from the dark cosmos, a colossal planet enveloped in faint electric light, formed by countless thunderclouds, came into view. Lanxing. Surrounding the planet, an array of spacecraft was docked, ranging from the rudimentary to the opulent, showcasing the immense influx of participants for this mercenary assessment. Following the guidance, Luo Lan descended into the designated area. As he stepped out of the cabin, a cacophony of mixed emotions, nervousness, excitement, and a hint of murderous intent washed over him. The plaza was teeming with tens of thousands of stellar-level warriors, diverse in race and varying in strength. Each individual bore sharp gazes, scrutinizing one another, rife with caution. Here, the next moment could very well reveal adversaries vying for tokens. According to the directions, Luo Lan arrived at the assembly point for teams awaiting assignment. Soon, a staff member clad in the uniform of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance summoned 4 stellar-level warriors, including himself, together. You 4 shall temporarily form Team 739, the staff member stated expressionlessly. This is your team's basic information card, which records the aura of your companions. The rules of the assessment are straightforward. Enter the Thunder World, collect tokens, and then converge at the designated point in Fenglei Xiagu as marked on the map. During this process, life and death are at your own risk, and the Alliance will not interfere with internal conflicts. Now, proceed to the teleportation point over there. Luo Lan quickly scanned his 3 temporary teammates. Point 1 was a towering figure, approximately 2.5 meters tall, with skin of a bluish-gray hue, covered in a tough dermis, and a single horn protruding from his forehead. His fierce aura marked him as a 5th-tier Duchio tribe warrior, named Basha. Another was a diminutive figure clad in tight-fitting leather armor, with a scorpion-tailed female from the Scorpion People tribe, a 4th-tier warrior named Dusi, whose flickering gaze exuded a chilling aura. The last was a young human male, resembling Luo Lan, a 3rd-tier warrior bearing a broad-bladed sword, appearing somewhat anxious, and introducing himself as Lonka. Humph, 2 low-tier warriors. Basha of the Duchio tribe scoffed openly, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Lan, a 1st-tier warrior, and Lonka, a 3rd-tier. Clearly, he was displeased with this temporary team arrangement. The scorpion woman, Dusi, licked her lips, ominously stating, "Big brother Basha, once inside, let's rely on our own abilities. Who knows who might perish first?" Her words caused Lonka's complexion to pale further. Luo Lan maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding the banter between the two. Through his hatred pursuit perception, he discerned that while Basha possessed formidable, yet somewhat chaotic energy, Dusi's aura was sinister and treacherous, while Lonka appeared to be the most ordinary stellar-level warrior, posing the least threat. In such a transient assembly, trust was non-existent. It was customary for members to part ways or even betray one another upon entering the Thunder World. For individuals, each with their own intentions, traversed through a teleportation point. Following a disorienting distortion of space, the scenery before them transformed dramatically. The sky was a perpetual dark purple, and streaks of silver lightning danced through the clouds, creating a thunderous cacophony that was deafening. The ground lay barren, strewn with charred rocks and bottomless fissures, while the air was thick with the potent essence of thunderous cosmic energy. Gravity was several times greater than that of the outside world, causing some discomfort to the newcomers. This realm was none other than the realm of the Lord of Worlds. The Thunder World. The map indicated that Fengjiao stones were predominantly located in the eastern Thunder Mountain range, while the single-horned iron rhinoceros could be found in the western desolate prairie. Which way should we go? Long Ku inquired, pulling out an information board and studying the map. Let us split up, Basha declared without hesitation. Gathering together to find the tokens is inefficient, and the target is too vast. Whoever collects the tokens first can head to Fenglei Gorge and seek their fortune. After stating this, he disregarded the others, choosing a direction and vanishing swiftly like a grayish-blue streak of light into the rugged stone forest. Ducei let out a cold laugh. That suits me just fine. Her figure flickered and then vanished without a trace. Only Luo Lan and Long Ku remained. Long Ku sighed wryly, glancing at Luo Lan. Brother Luo Lan, you see, I'm also accustomed to acting alone. Luo Lan responded nonchalantly, and before Long Ku could reply, he selected a direction different from Basha's and Ducei's, setting off with his own unique method of movement. He had no desire for burdens, nor did he wish to be encumbered or betrayed by teammates at crucial moments. Long Ku opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed helplessly before departing in solitude. Luo Lan moved swiftly across the desolate Thunderland, his form akin to lightning, deftly avoiding the occasional small bolts that struck from the sky. He activated his ability of vengeful pursuit to its utmost, extending his senses over an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. This was not solely for the purpose of locating Fengjiao stones and iron rhinoceroses, but also to detect potential dangers in advance, whether they be environmental lightning or other martial artists participating in the assessment. Their an energy response, faint yet pure. After about half a day's journey, Luo Lan suddenly halted, his senses honing in on a seemingly ordinary charred rock wall ahead. Cautiously, he approached and cleared away a thick layer of volcanic ash, discovering a narrow crevice at the base of the rock wall, from which pure thunderous energy emanated subtly. He manipulated the primal energy, carefully widening the crevice, and before him opened a small cave barely wide enough for a single person to pass. Deep within the cave lay 3 translucent stones, about the size of a fist, with subtle arcs of electricity swirling within. Fengjiao stones. Luo Lan's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated finding the assessment token so quickly, and even 3 of them. It seemed that the ability of vengeful pursuit was remarkably effective in locating specific energy items. He quickly collected the 3 Fengjiao stones. According to the assessment requirements, only 1 Fengjiao stone and 1 single horn of the iron rhinoceros were necessary. The extras could potentially be traded or used in case of emergencies. Just as Luo Lan gathered the Fengjiao stones and prepared to exit the cave, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp attacks struck without warning from outside the cave. A searing beam of primal energy, an icy blue ice spear, and a silent mental shockwave. An ambush. Alarm bells rang in Luo Lan's mind as he had already sensed the energy fluctuations and intense malice just before the attacks were launched. He swiftly retreated to the side. While the Quexie bow appeared in his hand, without a moment's hesitation, he released the bowstring. Bang, bang. 2 primal energy arrows accurately intercepted the energy beam and ice spear, exploding into 2 bursts of energy in midair. Meanwhile, the mental shockwave was automatically countered by a more refined mental force as it approached the perimeter of Luo Lan's consciousness. The mental defense granted by the secret technique of vengeful pursuit far exceeded the imagination of an ordinary stellar-level warrior. Quite capable. A voice from outside the cave exclaimed softly. Luo Lan dashed out of the cave, only to find 3 warriors surrounding him in a triangular formation. Leading them was a robust, red-skinned man of stellar level 6, wielding a flame battle knife. Beside him stood a blue-robed woman of stellar level 5, enveloped in an aura of cold. Lastly, a small, sallow man of stellar level 4, whose sinister gaze revealed him to be a mentalist. Kid, hand over the Fengjiao stones, and you can die a quick death. The red-skinned man sneered, clearly having been lying in wait nearby, utilizing some method to conceal their presence, just waiting for someone to find the tokens before launching their assault. Luo Lan's gaze turned icy, and his killing intent surged. He had just broken through to stellar level and needed practical combat to test his conventional combat power beyond the killing divine arrow. Without further ado, Luo Lan moved. His form became an illusion, his steps arcane, closing the distance in an instant, targeting the most threatening stellar level 6 brute. Simultaneously, the Quexie bowstring resonated again, launching several arrows that traced intricate arcs toward the blue-robed woman and the sallow man, forcing them to defend themselves. Seeking death, the red-skinned brute roared, unleashing a torrent of blade light from his flame knife. However, under the ultimate perception of vengeful pursuit, Luo Lan deftly evaded the blade's edge, and a short blade, formed from condensed primal energy, a basic melee technique included in the Huntress inheritance, appeared in his hand, thrusting toward the openings in the brute's attacks. His speed, reflexes, and timing were far beyond that of a stellar level 1. The short blade grazed the brute's arm, causing a spray of blood. How is this possible? The brute exclaimed, both shocked and furious. The other two were also thrown into disarray, as Luo Lan's precise and lethal arrows forced them to scramble in defense. These arrows not only traveled swiftly, but also possessed immense penetrating power and a disorienting effect. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Luo Lan, facing 3 opponents, relied on the foresight granted by vengeful pursuit and his combat awareness that surpassed his peers, managing to hold his ground without faltering. He alternated between ranged and close combat, flawlessly integrating archery with basic movement techniques and melee tactics, as if he were a machine born for battle. As the stalemate persisted, the red-skinned brute grew impatient. Altogether, let us use our ultimate moves to kill him. The 3 unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously. Flame blade waves, ice encasements, and mental spikes surged from 3 directions. A cold glint flashed in Luo Lan's eyes, realizing he could no longer delay. He retreated abruptly, while the Quexie bow shimmered with dark golden light, an ominous aura beginning to coalesce. I intended to use you for practice, but since you're eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. The killing divine arrow, amplified 100-fold. Though the cost was immense, it was perfect for establishing dominance and clearing obstacles. A golden arrow, refined to perfection, capable of tearing through souls, was loosed toward the red-skinned brute. No, the brute sensed the approach of death and screamed in terror. The golden light flashed and vanished. Boom! The brute, along with the rock wall behind him, was instantly obliterated into a massive crater, leaving no trace of his remains. The remaining blue-robed woman and sallow man were so frightened that they fled in panic. Luo Lan's complexion paled slightly as he gasped for breath, but did not pursue. He cast a cold glance at the direction of their escape and stowed away the Quexie. This single arrow would be enough to deter many who sought to cause trouble. He swiftly vacated the scene, searching for his next target, the Iron Rhinoceros. Through this battle, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength and a deeper appreciation for the brutality of the Thunder World. Chapter 6. Remote Aid to Luo Feng. Arrows deter the beasts. The expanse of the Thunder World was vast and desolate, under a dark purple sky where lightning serpents danced wildly. Luo Lan extended the ability of vengeful pursuit to its limits, covering an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. No powerful energy fluctuations or life signs could escape his scrutiny. He was cautiously moving along the edge of the desolate prairie, searching for a solitary iron rhinoceros. Suddenly, a violent and chaotic surge of energy emanated from an extreme distance, intermingled with the ferocious roars of beasts and faint sounds of force colliding. To the north, approximately 1,000 kilometers away, Luo Lan instantly discerned the direction and distance. Such a scale of battle likely indicated that the challengers had encountered a formidable beast horde in the Lanxing world, although he initially wished to disregard it. His instinctual hatred compelled him to hone in on a distinct perception, capturing 5 clear auras of martial artists amidst the tumultuous energy field. The strengths of these 5 auras varied, but 3 in particular caught Luo Lan's attention. One was as steady as the vast starry sky, another erupted like a sudden thunderclap, and the last, though merely at the initial stage of a stellar level, emanated a tenacious spirit, its mental fluctuations far exceeding that of its peers. Could this combination be? A thought flickered through Luo Lan's mind as he recalled descriptions from the original work, Tunchi Shinkong, driven by curiosity. He concealed himself behind a massive boulder at the edge of a highland, employing his keen eyesight, while his instinctual hatred relayed the distant scene with clarity. In the expanse before him, 5 colossal beings resembling small mountains, adorned with dark golden scales and flashing with singular, electrifying horns, were relentlessly besieging a small team of 5. among the 5 iron rhinoceroses, for were at the stellar level 7 and 8 stages, while the leader, exceptionally massive and exuding a fearsome aura, was none other than the stellar level 9 iron rhinoceros king. The besieged team was indeed the 5 individuals Luo Lan had surmised. Leading them was a black-haired youth, agile in form, wielding an unusual shuttling weapon composed of golden blades, dancing around like a swimming fish, expertly deflecting the lethal charges of the Iron Rhinoceros King. This youth was Luo Feng. Beside him, a figure with an aura as deep as an abyss held a spear, his technique flowing like an unending river, countering attacks from one side. On the other side, Lei Shun was laughing heartily, engaging in a fierce clash with one of the Iron Rhinoceroses. Meanwhile, 2 stellar level 9 servants bore the brunt of the frontal assaults. The martial artist Tai Nanha wielded a massive axe, while the mentalist Ao Gu manipulated a psychic weapon, enduring the primary onslaught from the remaining 2 high-tier Iron Rhinoceroses, safeguarding Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shun. Despite their efforts, faced with 5 high-tier beasts, particularly the relentless onslaught of the terrifying Rhinoceros King, the team found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Tai Nanha and Ao Gu bore injuries, while Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shun were barely holding on, relying on their formidable will to endure the perilous situation. Indeed, it was Luo Feng's team. It appeared they had run into a wall of misfortune. Luo Lan understood this clearly. Should he intervene? A moment's deliberation ensued. The Luo Lan clan was a potential common enemy. Luo Feng's future growth was crucial to the larger scheme. More importantly, to turn a blind eye to those in peril was not in his nature. Hunting also encompassed the recognition of indomitable will. Thus, he resolved to lend them a helping hand. Gradually, he raised his weapon, the Tsuxia, its dark golden bow cool to the touch, locking onto a stellar level 8 iron rhinoceros that was fiercely assaulting Hong's defensive perimeter. This beast's frenzied attacks posed immense pressure on Hong. For Luo Lan, a distance of 1,000 kilometers was but a trivial task, thanks to his acute perception. He held his breath, focusing intently as he infused the bow with energy, forming a highly condensed pale golden arrow upon the string. His mental power had firmly locked onto the target. With a swift release, the arrow soared, seemingly merging into the fabric of space, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. The arrow was silent until it approached its target, where concentrated energy triggered subtle ripples in the space around it. The stellar level 8 iron rhinoceros reared up, poised to trample Hong's spear shadow, completely unaware of the grim reaper's arrival. With a precise strike, the arrow pierced through the relatively vulnerable gap in its abdominal scales, unleashing a terrifying penetrating force and destructive energy that erupted within its body. A piercing howl echoed across the wasteland as the massive iron rhinoceros stiffened and collapsed. Its innards shattered, meeting instant demise. This sudden attack momentarily stunned both combatants. The Iron Rhinoceros King's assault hesitated, a flicker of astonishment passing through its crimson eyes. The 5 members of Luo Feng's team were equally astonished and elated. Someone had come to their aid. Hong was the first to react, the pressure lifting dramatically, his spear steadier. What a terrifying arrow! Where did it come from? Lei Shun surveyed the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Luo Feng, controlling the Duntian shuttle to fend off the Rhinoceros King's charge, cast a sharp gaze into the distance, dispersing his mental energy, yet found nothing either. He was struck with awe. Such power. Yet there was a marksman among the stellar level who could wield such skill. Having succeeded with his strike, Luo Lan did not hesitate. The bowstring thrummed again. The second arrow shot forth, this time targeting another stellar level 7 iron rhinoceros that was entangled with Tai Nanha. With a crack, accompanied by the distinct sound of bone shattering, the iron rhinoceros shrieked and collapsed, losing its balance in an instant. With 2 companions mysteriously slain, the remaining 3 iron rhinoceroses, particularly the Rhinoceros King, finally sensed fear. They were not devoid of intelligence and understood that an unseen, formidable hunter lurked in the shadows. The Rhinoceros King issued a low roar filled with reluctance and warning, casting a cautious glance at Luo Feng's team before warily retreating into the depths of the wilderness, taking an injured companion with it, vanishing from sight. The battlefield fell silent, leaving only 2 iron rhinoceros corpses and the heavy scent of blood. The 5 members of Luo Feng's team gathered, panting heavily, their faces a mixture of relief and confusion. Thank you for your timely intervention. Might I inquire if you would reveal yourself? Luo Feng bowed in the direction of the arrow's source, speaking aloud. Hong and Lei Shun remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Yet, only the howling wind and distant thunder responded. Moments later, Tai Nanha spoke gravely. Boss, the other party has already departed. They are certainly no ordinary individuals. We may encounter them again in the future. Luo Feng nodded, etching this kindness into his memory. He approached the corpse of the iron rhinoceros that had been shot through the abdomen, carefully examining the wound, his brow furrowing. A pure energy arrow. Penetrating to an extreme degree, it seems this Lei Ting world truly harbors hidden talents. 1,000 kilometers away, Luo Lan slowly lowered the Tsuxia, his breath steady. He watched from a distance as Luo Feng's team commenced collecting their spoils, knowing their crisis had passed. Turning, Luo Lan quietly departed to continue his own hunt. Chapter 7. The Seer and the Hoarding of Resources. Having gathered the assessment tokens, Luo Lan did not rush to exit the Lei Ting world. He understood well that true opportunities lay not in the mere titles of apprentice mercenaries, but in the impending unveiling of the treasure hidden within the realm of realms that would shake the entire Hei Longshan star domain. Guided by his perception, he sought a concealed chasm near the junction of the desolate grasslands and the thunderous mountain range, where he practiced his archery while patiently awaiting that historic moment. Time slipped by unnoticed. Approximately half a month after entering the Lei Ting world, Luo Lan abruptly opened his eyes. A subtle tremor, emanating from the essence of the world itself, was distinctly captured by his exceptionally keen instinctual hatred. Following this, a thunderous rumble echoed. The entire Lei Ting world convulsed violently. Dark purple storm clouds in the sky swirling frantically, while the earth cracked open into unfathomable chasms. An overwhelming, ancient pressure emanated from the depths of the void. Luo Lan burst forth from the chasm, gazing towards the source of the disturbance. In the distance, the sky appeared to be torn open like a curtain. As a massive vortex of lightning space, exceeding 100 kilometers in diameter, slowly took shape, behind which a shadowy landscape of mountains and rivers could be faintly discerned. The realm of realms had finally been unlocked. A glint of excitement flashed in Luo Lan's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he advanced. He accelerated to the utmost. Racing towards the entrance with fervor, he understood that every fraction of a second gained could mean seizing the advantage. Along the way, he witnessed countless challengers, similarly ensnared in madness, surging towards the entrance like a swarm of locusts. Chaos, shouts, and fierce competition erupted instantaneously on the path to opportunity. Luo Lan, undeterred by entanglements, navigated through the turmoil with his hatred-driven foresight, consistently maintaining his position among the leading ranks. Upon nearing the entrance, he found himself amidst a throng of thousands, all fixated on the still unstable spatial vortex, their gazes ablaze with fervor and greed. Among the crowd, Luo Lan spotted the figures of Luo Feng's team, their expressions grave. He refrained from approaching them, instead silently adjusting his position, poised to charge in at the first opportunity. The spatial turbulence gradually subsided. Charge! The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Luo Lan melded into the first wave of entrants, plunging headlong into the thunderous vortex. After a brief transition through time and space, his feet touched solid ground. A refreshing surge of energy enveloped him, revealing an expansive primordial forest and rolling mountains, starkly contrasting the desolation of the Thunder World. This was the inner realm created by the Lord of Kabuji. Luo Lan inhaled deeply. He did not flounder like a headless fly, but immediately recalled the crucial information from the original text. Treasures must be exchanged for thunderstones. Both thunderstones and cosmic crystals were nestled within specific mineral veins. He promptly activated his hatred-driven tracking ability. This time, his perception focused on scanning the unusual energy convergence points deep within the earth. The underbelly of the inner realm harbored abundant cosmic crystals, while thunderstones, as a unique energy crystallized resource, exhibited energy fluctuations that bore both similarities and distinct characteristics to cosmic crystals, allowing them to be effectively distinguished and located under the ultimate perception of hatred tracking. After a day of relentless searching and comparison, Luo Lan finally pinpointed an area deep beneath an ostensibly ordinary hilly terrain, where energy responses were uniquely concentrated. This was it. It contained high-purity cosmic crystals, alongside thunderstones. A thrill coursed through him as he discovered a concealed entrance and ventured underground. After winding through several kilometers, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A peculiar vein of mineral glittering with tricolored thunderous radiance interwoven with numerous crystalline structures, resplendent and imbued with pure cosmic energy. Buried deep within the earth, he began mining without hesitation. Possessing stellar-level power, he effortlessly shattered stone and earth. He first rapidly excavated the scattered, easily collectible cosmic crystals. These were a form of hard currency in the universe, indispensable for cultivation and future resource acquisition. Soon, His storage space brimmed with hundreds of cubic units of cosmic crystals. A considerable fortune. Next, he focused on collecting thunderstones. He understood that these seemingly unremarkable stones would be pivotal in the forthcoming competition. Utilizing his sensitivity to energy fluctuations, he efficiently identified and excavated the raw thunderstones. Just as he was immersed in his work, his hatred tracking suddenly alerted him to an elite team of over a dozen stellar-level 9th-tier warriors swiftly approaching. Clearly, they must possess some form of detection method, or they had fortuitously stumbled upon the anomaly of this location. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened. He ceased his actions and quietly concealed himself in the shadows of the mine. His weapon, Quexie, materializing soundlessly in his hand. After a brief silence, the cacophony of footsteps and conversations echoed at the entrance of the cave. Brother, the energy response is emanating from inside. It must be a rich mine. Haha, we're about to strike it rich. Let us hurry in. The footsteps drew near. Just as the leader, a stellar-level 9th-tier warrior, stepped into the main area of the mine, whoosh. A golden streak of light, faster than the mind could comprehend, seemed to transcend spatial distance, instantly piercing through his brow. An ambush. The group behind fell into disarray. Luo Lan's figure remained concealed. With his hatred tracking, he locked onto the position of each enemy within the cave. Their movements, and even the vulnerabilities in their energy flow were crystal clear. He moved like the wind, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in the narrow confines of the mine, and with every strike of Quexie, a stellar-level 9th-tier warrior fell to the ground. The precision of his attacks was chilling. In less than 10 breaths, the cave fell into silence once more. Luo Lan, expressionless, collected the storage items from these individuals and resumed his excavation. Days later, after amassing a substantial quantity of thunderstones and cosmic crystals in his storage space, he decisively departed from the mine, venturing deeper into the inner realm. He knew he must swiftly locate the intelligent life form, Lord Wu, and personally see the treasure list. Utilizing his sensitivity to energy convergence points, he soon sensed a fluctuation of intelligent life in the distance. That must be where Lord Wu resided. He accelerated towards it. Upon arrival, he beheld the ethereal figure of the white-bearded elder, Lord Wu, suspended in midair, having already announced the rules of the inner realm. A colossal projection of a treasure list, enumerating 312 items, shimmered in the sky, captivating the attention of countless early arrivals. Luo Lan immediately gazed upwards, his eyes swiftly scanning the names, descriptions, and required quantities of thunderstones for each treasure on the list. 5th-tier energy weapons, domain lord-level bloodline potions, life fruits. Each treasure dazzled the eye. His focus quickly zeroed in on several items particularly suited to him, and his mind began to race with calculations. The next step, concentrate thunderstones according to the exchange ratio, targeting those critical treasures. Luo Lan subtly retreated to the periphery of the crowd, formulating his exchange strategy. The true contest was only just beginning. In the core area of the mist-laden inner realm, beneath the spectral figure of the white-bearded elder, the immense treasure list glimmered enticingly. The names, effects, and required quantities of thunderstones for 312 items were clearly visible. Numerous early challengers congregated here, their voices rife with astonishment and greed. Hidden at the fringe of the crowd, Luo Lan swiftly scanned each line of information on the list. The first item, a crystal ball for the transmission of spatial secret techniques, triple account, required 3 million units of thunderstones, clearly a trap. The 9th item, life fruit, required 800,000 units of thunderstones to resurrect and promote plant life evolution. He recalled that Luo Feng's Mo Yun vine evolved to cosmic level thanks to it. His gaze ultimately settled on an entry near the top of the list. The 72nd item, a 5th-tier energy weapon, the Rift Hand Gloves, requiring 250,000 units of thunderstones. Description: upon wearing, it can condense energy arrows imbued with spatial cutting attributes. The arrows are intangible and exceedingly difficult to defend against, significantly enhancing the archer's sustained combat capability. This was the one. Luo Lan was resolute. The Rift Hand Gloves would solve his reliance on energy-congealed arrows and perfectly align with his Quexie bow and spatial law path. Although 250,000 units of thunderstones was not a trivial sum, it paled in comparison to the elite treasures that often required tens of millions. With some effort, it might be achievable. He needed to accumulate sufficient thunderstones. Without hesitation, Luo Lan turned and plunged back into the dense forest. Time was of the essence. He must gather as many resources as possible before the influx of 2 million stellar-level 9th-tier forces from the outside world. With his hatred tracking's keen perception of energy fluctuations, Luo Lan moved like an efficient vein locator, swiftly traversing the vast inner realm. He avoided known mineral points that had already been exposed and fiercely contested, seeking instead those buried deeper, with more subtle energy reactions. In a secluded crevice of a remote valley, he discovered another accompanying mineral point. This time, he encountered no small-scale harassment. However, he could sense that the atmosphere throughout the realm was gradually becoming tense and foreboding. Occasionally, massive psychic scans swept across the sky. And in the distance, there were brief yet intense sounds of raw energy collisions and anguished screams. It was evident that the early chaos was receding, and greater forces were beginning to clear the area, hunting solitary wanderers. Luo Lan remained focused and dedicated to his task, swiftly extracting large quantities of thunderstones and cosmic crystals into his storage space. He calculated his progress. At this rate, if he could locate a few more similar mining sites, gathering enough thunderstones to exchange for the rift gloves was not an impossibility. However, fortune did not continue to smile upon him. Just as he was about to finish mining this veins-rich area, a strong sense of crisis struck him like a bucket of ice water, transmitted through his instinctual hatred. It was not a scattering of adventurers, but rather 5 menacing, well-trained figures who, in a coordinated formation, silently sealed off the exit of the valley fissure. Clad in uniform battle armor, they bore the emblem of a roaring white tiger, signifying the Baihu Lu. Leading them was a stern-faced bald giant, exuding the unmistakable aura of a peak stellar level 9. His cold gaze swept over the mined pits within the valley and the solitary Luo Lan, his voice devoid of emotion. A solitary wanderer? To find this place, you have some skill. Hand over all your thunderstones and cosmic crystals. Join us, and serve us, and you may escape death. The other 4 stellar level 9 warriors simultaneously unleashed their formidable psychic pressure, locking onto Luo Lan. They were the elite reconnaissance team of Baihu Lu, tasked with gathering resources and eliminating unstable elements. Luo Lan slowly straightened, gripping the Quexie tightly in his hand. He understood that facing 5 harmoniously coordinated stellar level 9s conventional methods would lead to certain defeat, and even escape would be exceedingly difficult. Once ensnared, summoning more enemies would result in unimaginable consequences. There was no room for negotiation, only a fight to the death. Just as the bald giant expected Luo Lan to yield or attempt to negotiate, a momentary lapse of focus occurred, and Luo Lan moved. His figure seemed to meld with the wind, leaving a faint afterimage in place as his true self darted sideways at an astonishing speed, simultaneously drawing the string of the Quexie. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 faint golden energy arrows shot forth in a triangular formation, targeting the seemingly vacant area between them. These arrows accurately predicted the most probable escape routes as the adversaries instinctively tightened their encirclement, forcing the warriors on either side to halt and evade. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a minuscule gap appeared in the encirclement. Seeking death, the bald giant roared with fury, astonished that this stellar level 1 brat was so ungrateful. A massive axe materialized in his hand, cleaving toward Luo Lan. The axe's aura had yet to arrive, but the terrifying gale already stripped away a layer of ground. The other 4 quickly reacted, launching their attacks. Blades, swords, and psychic weapons surged toward Luo Lan from all directions, with no avenue for evasion. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Lan's eyes as his stellar-level psychic energy surged wildly, pouring into the Quexie. The dark golden bow erupted with blinding brilliance, unleashing a terrifying aura that seemed to freeze souls. Execution arrow. Luo Lan roared inwardly, channeling everything into this one shot. On the bowstring, an arrow imbued with the intent of a hunter instantly took form, the surrounding air warping as the space emitted a resonating hum of unbearable pressure. The arrow's tip pointed directly at the most formidable threat, the bald giant. In the moment Luo Lan charged his power, the bald giant sensed a lethal danger. It was a deathly aura he had only felt from cosmic-level powerhouses. Impossible. He was horrified, wanting to intervene, but it was already too late. A flash of golden light. There was no deafening explosion, only a sharp sound reminiscent of fabric being torn, causing one to wince. The arrow, condensed with the power of 100 stellar level 1s, effortlessly tore through the bald giant's axe aura and his psychic battle armor, piercing through his chest. The giant's forward momentum abruptly halted, his incredulous gaze dropping to the gaping hole the size of a bowl in his chest. He opened his mouth but could utter no sound, the light in his eyes dimming rapidly, and his massive body collapsed to the ground. One arrow, and the peak stellar level 9 was slain in an instant. Silence. A deathly silence. The attacks of the other four Baihu Lu warriors froze mid-air, their faces filled with sheer terror and disbelief. Their captain was killed by a stellar level 1 with a single arrow. Luo Lan's body swayed slightly. This shot had almost drained him of his psychic energy and focus. Yet, he took a deep breath, drawing the Quexie once more. Although its brilliance had dimmed significantly, the cold intent to kill still locked onto the remaining four. Flee or die? The four were utterly intimidated by Luo Lan's previous terrifying shot and dared not linger. They abandoned their captain's corpse and fled the valley like frightened dogs, vanishing into the horizon. Once he confirmed the enemies had retreated, Luo Lan exhaled deeply, a wave of weakness washing over him. He quickly retrieved the bald giant's storage device, unwilling to linger, and immediately dragged his weary body away from the valley at the fastest pace possible. Unbeknownst to him, the four fleeing warriors spread the news of a terrifying solitary archer capable of slaying stellar level 9s with a mysterious golden bow. In no time, the rumor of the golden bow hunter circulated among some of the early entrants into the realm, capturing the attention of certain interested parties. Through this battle, Luo Lan gained a profound awareness of the dangers within the realm. He found an extremely concealed cave, set up simple defenses, and began to fully recover his expended energy. He needed to gather the thunderstones swiftly and exchange them for the rift gloves before a greater storm descended, and then find a way to survive amidst the slaughter of 2 million stellar level 9 warriors. Chapter 9. The rift gloves in hand, the storm approaches. After fully restoring his strength, Luo Lan promptly counted the thunderstones acquired from the Baihu Lu squad and subsequent mining efforts. The total approached 280,000 units, slightly exceeding the 250,000 units required for the rift gloves, which relieved him. Not dawdling for a moment, he quietly returned to the core area of the realm, where the enormous white light projection of the intelligent being, Mist Lord, resided. The closer he got, the more he sensed the eerie tension in the atmosphere. The once relatively scattered crowd now subtly divided into several factions, each on guard. The air was thick with an oppressive sense of an impending storm. Luo Lan keenly noticed many gazes frequently darting toward a cleared area in the distance, where a group of warriors clad in uniform golden armor, bearing the emblem of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire on their chests, stood solemnly, surrounding an elegantly dressed woman in luxurious purple and gold mech, exuding an air of arrogance. Princess Brolin of the Nine. Luo Lan's heart sank as he immediately recognized her. This princess was ruthless, having nearly monopolized the exchange rights in the core area in the early stages with her C2 level laser guns and a large contingent of stellar level 9 warriors. He discreetly blended into the crowd, minimizing his presence as he swiftly approached Mist Lord's projection. Mist Lord, I wish to exchange for the 72nd treasure, the Rift Gloves. Luo Lan conveyed his thoughts while gesturing towards the storage device containing 250,000 thunderstones. The ethereal figure of an elderly man with a white beard, composed of white light, lazily cast a glance at Luo Lan. After confirming the accurate count of Lei Ting Shi, he waved his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, a shimmering light appeared, revealing a pair of gloves entirely cloaked in dark silver. Embedded on the back of the hand was an irregular spatial crystal, and arcane runes were engraved at the knuckles. The gloves floated before Luo Lan, known as the Liakong Shoutao. Suppressing his excitement, Luo Lan reached out to grasp them. The gloves felt icy and weightless, as if insubstantial. Upon a mere touch of his mental energy, he could sense the immense spatial power contained within. Resonating faintly with the Quexie bow, he immediately donned the gloves on his right hand, which adjusted to fit him perfectly. With a subtle mental command, the spatial crystal on the gloves glowed faintly, causing the surrounding spatial energy to converge, forming a translucent blue energy arrow with slightly distorted edges at his fingertips. Indeed, it was wondrous. Luo Lan silently praised the Liakong Shoutao. The arrows it conjured not only conserved his own original power, but also possessed a spatial cutting attribute, far surpassing the potency of ordinary energy arrows, making it a perfect complement to him. However, just as he successfully exchanged for the gloves and emerged, a cold and commanding female voice abruptly shattered the silence. Halt. You, the lone wanderer. All eyes instantly focused on Luo Lan. He beheld Princess Brolin, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, descending from above, her gaze imbued with an undeniable desire for control. Present the treasures you have acquired, and I may allow you to join the periphery of my Imperial Martial Corps, sparing you from death. Brolin's tone was calm, yet laced with an inherent superiority and decisiveness. Luo Lan's heart sank, realizing the worst had indeed come to pass. He slowly raised his head, meeting Brolin's gaze with tranquility. Your Highness, Treasures are bestowed upon those fated to possess them. This treasure is destined for me. Impudent, barked a head bodyguard beside Brolin. Your Highness's grace is not to be rejected. Seize him. Numerous stellar-grade 9th-tier bodyguards immediately unleashed overwhelming original power, charging toward Luo Lan like ferocious tigers pouncing on their prey, seeking death. A cold light flickered in Luo Lan's eyes. Since a peaceful resolution was unattainable, he would carve a bloody path. With a forward motion rather than retreat, he grasped at the air with his right hand adorned with the Liakong Shotao, and in an instant, a translucent blue energy arrow materialized, resting upon the string of the Quexie bow, which had appeared without notice. Whoosh! The arrow was released silently, as if merging into the fabric of space, its speed surpassing the limits of visual perception. The foremost stellar-grade 9th-tier bodyguard, his protective original power easily torn apart, found a gaping hole in his chest. His eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief before his body collapsed to the ground. One arrow, one kill, and in a manner entirely unforeseen by all. The trajectory of the arrow was nearly invisible, yet its power was terrifying. An uproar erupted throughout the crowd. Even a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Brolin's beautiful eyes. Liakong Shotao. He exchanged for the Liakong Shotao. Recognizing its value, the gazes directed at Luo Lan were now filled with greed and wariness. Altogether, he is but one. The head bodyguard, both alarmed and furious, commanded more guards to encircle him, while several mentalists transformed their psychic weapons into streams of light, blocking Luo Lan's escape. Luo Lan's expression grew grim, knowing he could not afford to be surrounded. He altered his footwork, applying his rudimentary understanding of spatial principles from his heritage to his movements, weaving through the dense attacks like a specter. Simultaneously, the string of the Quexie bow trembled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each spatial cutting arrow flew forth like death's invitation, accurately and efficiently targeting every enemy that dared to approach. Cries of agony resounded, and within mere breaths, 3 more stellar-grade 9th-tier bodyguards fell lifeless to the ground. Luo Lan fought while retreating, pushing toward the outskirts of the core area. Useless. Brolin's face darkened. She had not anticipated that this lone wanderer would prove so troublesome, especially with the newly acquired gloves, whose power exceeded expectations. Lock onto him with the laser gun. A uniquely designed C2 class laser gun, glowing with a dangerous red light, was swiftly raised by one of the bodyguards, aimed directly at Luo Lan. A wave of lethal danger enveloped Luo Lan in an instant. In a moment of dire urgency, Luo Lan fully activated his vengeful pursuit, keenly sensing the energy trajectory of the laser gun as it gathered power and the ominous signs of its impending discharge. At the very instant the gun's red light flared, he dodged with a split-second advance, simultaneously releasing an arrow toward the armed guard. Boom! A searing beam of light grazed past Luo Lan's body, transforming the rocky ground behind him into molten lava. Meanwhile, the arrow he shot was fiercely blocked by the head bodyguard. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Lan plummeted downward, akin to a meteor, into the dense and enigmatic ancient forest below, using the towering ancient trees and complex terrain as cover, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Chase him. He cannot have gone far. Notify all parties. Seal off this area. I want him trapped. Brolin's icy voice echoed above the forest, tinged with exasperation. A multitude of Imperial Martial Corps members, along with squads eager to curry favor with the 9th Princess, flooded into the forest like a cast net, commencing a thorough search. Deep within the forest, Luo Lan leaned against a colossal ancient tree entwined with lightning vines, breathing heavily. The Liakong Shotao on his hands radiated a subtle warmth. Glancing back toward the direction of his pursuers, his eyes turned cold. You wish to capture me? Let us see. In this realm within a realm, who is the hunter and who is the prey? He suppressed all traces of his presence, merging with the shadows of the forest, beginning to navigate this strange and perilous environment, evading the vast pursuing force. Thus commenced a grand hunt. Chapter 10, Turbulent Undercurrents. Twin stars shining together deep within the ancient forest. The light was dim, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying foliage and peculiar vegetation. Luo Lan nestled in a natural hollow formed by the roots of a massive tree, its bark a charred black, fully engaging in the breath-concealing techniques of his heritage. As if he were one with the shadows, he gently caressed the surface of the Liakong Shotao. The dark silver material emitted a faint glow within the dim environment, and the spatial crystal on the back of his hand pulsed like a breath, resonating with the Quexie bow deep within his consciousness. This resonance not only fortified the bond between the two, but subtly pointed toward a certain direction in the forest, as if something there was beckoning them. Was it an illusion, Or was there indeed something within this realm that was connected to the fate of the hunt? Luo Lan pondered silently. Yet he had no time for deep contemplation. His immediate priority was to restore the energy expended during the continuous battles and flight, and to familiarize himself with the capabilities of his new equipment. He retrieved a vial of high-energy nutrient solution and consumed it, feeling the warm flow spread within him, replenishing his drained original power. Simultaneously, his mental focus honed in on the Liakong Shotao, carefully examining the principles behind its energy arrow formation. Unlike merely using his own original power to condense light arrows, the Liakong Shotao functioned more like an efficient energy converter and amplifier. It actively absorbed energy from the surrounding space, compressing it through the crystal and runes on the back of the hand, shaping it and adding a sharp yet subtle spatial cutting property. This process consumed minimal original power from the user, primarily serving to guide and activate. With a slight mental impulse, a translucent blue energy arrow swiftly formed at his fingertips. He could feel that this arrow's stability and penetrating power far exceeded the light arrows he had previously conjured, and it was nearly silent upon release, exceedingly difficult to detect. Truly, it was a fifth-tier original weapon. Luo Lan felt a sense of satisfaction. With the acquisition of the Liakong Shotao, his capacity for sustained combat and stealth would undergo a profound transformation. He endeavored to continually condense arrows, adjusting their gathering speed and energy intensity, gradually becoming acquainted with the characteristics of this new weapon, just as he immersed himself in adaptation. The passive perception of Chohan Juesoa distinctly detected a plethora of life forces systematically advancing towards his concealed location in a fan-shaped formation. Among these, several presences were particularly formidable, evidently small leaders from the Huang Wutuan, elite members of the 9th tier of the stellar rank. They were hot on his trail. Luo Lan's gaze turned icy. Brulin harbored an intense hatred for this golden bow hunter who had publicly undermined her authority, vowing not to relent until he was captured. He meticulously sensed the gaps within the search party, akin to the most cunning of cheetahs, silently vacating his hiding spot, utilizing the dense foliage and intricate terrain to stealthily navigate deeper into the forest. The concealment afforded by the Liakong Shotao proved invaluable, as the spatial disturbances he created during movement were minimal, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection by mentalists. However, the numerical superiority of the Huang Wutuan was overwhelming, their search net progressively tightening around him, compressing his operational space. Twice, he narrowly avoided a direct encounter with the search team, relying solely on the advanced warning of Chohan Juesoa and his exceptional reflexes to evade disaster, even resorting to swiftly eliminating 2 isolated scouts to avoid revealing his whereabouts. The pressure mounted. Luo Lan realized that mere evasion would not suffice in the long run. He needed to devise a method to break the stalemate. Perhaps, the direction indicated by the resonance of the gloves and the Quexie gong was his only escape route. Just as he resolved to venture toward the resonant guidance, an enormous, unruly, and vibrant aura erupted from another direction of the forest, akin to a slumbering volcano suddenly awakening. The intensity of this presence surpassed the stellar level, reaching cosmic proportions. Following this was a cacophony of battle roars and the terrified cries and screams of countless individuals. Cosmic level. It was Mayuntung. That Mayuntung belonging to Luo Feng had evolved to cosmic level. Run. The originally orderly advance of the Huang Wutuan search party was instantaneously thrown into chaos. The oppressive force of cosmic magnitude weighed heavily upon each individual, shattering their resolve. The Golden Bow Hunter and the commands of the 9th Empress paled in comparison to the absolute power of the cosmic level. Many search teams instinctively halted their advance, even beginning to retreat, fearful of being ensnared by the terrifying tendrils of the cosmic Mayuntung. An opportunity. A glint of brilliance flashed in Luo Lan's eyes. This unforeseen turn of events was undoubtedly a fortuitous chance. Without hesitation, he seized the moment of disarray within the Huang Wutuan ranks, accelerating to his utmost speed and racing towards the depths of the forest indicated by the resonance of the Liakong Shotao and Quexie gong. Along the way, the scattered members of the Huang Wutuan were in a state of panic, utterly oblivious to his presence. Luo Lan didn't even need to engage. He effortlessly evaded them using his superior agility. He sensed that the deeper he ventured, the taller and more ancient the surrounding trees became, and the energy in the air grew increasingly vibrant, imbued with an ancient, profound essence. The resonance became ever clearer and more intense. Concurrently, the tumult of the cosmic level battle on the opposite side of the forest intensified, clearly indicating that Luo Feng's team was wreaking havoc, capturing nearly all attention within the realm. He focused his mind, no longer concerning himself with the distant conflict, directing all his attention to the unknown path ahead. He could sense that at the very heart of this forest lay not just a sanctuary from his pursuers, but perhaps a unique opportunity destined for him as a hunter. Chapter 11. The Trial of the Hunt. The initial formation of Wind Shadow the Resonance served as a compass guiding his direction. Following this subtle sensation, he discovered an ancient relic half buried in mud and vines within a marshy enclave at the deepest part of the ancient forest. It was an altar crafted from a certain dark blue-black metal, its style archaic and distinctly different from other constructions within the realm. The altar's surface was adorned with indistinct murals, faintly depicting celestial pursuits, stars, and arrows traversing the cosmos, exuding an air of profound antiquity. Most strikingly, at the center of the altar lay a fragmentary crystal, radiating an energy wave that resonated with the spatial crystal of the Liekong Shotao, yet more profound and majestic. This presence was unmistakably beyond the handiwork of the Kabu realm master. Luo Lan's heart stirred. The essence contained within this altar was older and purer, resonating deeply with the laws of speed and time, strongly resonating with his destined path as a hunter. He cautiously stepped onto the altar. The moment his feet touched the ground, an unexpected transformation occurred. The fragmentary crystal at the center of the altar suddenly illuminated, enveloping Luo Lan in a hazy beam of light. He felt his consciousness waver, and in the next instant, he found himself within an expanse of boundless, magnificent starry skies. Below his feet lay a resplendent river of stars, in the distance spiraled nebulas, and directly before him loomed an indescribably colossal blue-black phantasm, embodying the cosmos. With golden divine light for a visage, wielding a luminous bow, trailing an endless tail of starlight, quietly gazing upon him. The phantasm of the hunt star god Lan. Although he understood this was merely an echo of a phantasm, the overwhelming divine presence still sent shivers through Luo Lan's soul, as awe and a sense of kinship surged from the depths of his heritage. The voice of the later arrivals resonated coldly, vast and devoid of emotion, directly penetrating Luo Lan's soul. Subsequently, the surrounding celestial imagery began to shift. The first trial, Pursuit of Light. Luo Lan found himself standing upon a desolate meteor. In the unfathomable distance ahead, a single glimmer of light was retreating at a speed beyond comprehension. A directive emerged in his mind. There was no need to strike it, only to touch that point of light with the radiance of his arrow. This tested the utmost velocity and precision. Luo Lan focused intently, as both the Quexie Gong and Liekong Shotao resonated in unison. He summoned all his comprehension of the laws of space, infusing the concept of speed into the arrow. The bow arched to its full moon, and an arrow imbued with the lightness of wind and the essence of spatial traversal was released, seeming to engage in minute spatial leaps, its velocity sharply increasing, tracing a continuously flickering line against the backdrop of the dark cosmos. In pursuit of that receding point of light, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Luo Lan's mental energy was intensely concentrated, exerting every effort to maintain the arrow's trajectory and characteristics. He lost track of time, but just as he sensed his mental energy waning, the arrow's tip finally grazed the point of light, which was on the verge of disappearing beyond the cosmic horizon. The second trial, Breaking Barriers. Before him appeared 9 enormous floating shields, each composed of different energies: the dense metal, flowing weak water, twisted space, burning flames, radiant light, tumultuous thunder, and intangible mental barriers. The 9 shields overlapped, protecting a fluctuating target behind them. The rule was simple: 1 arrow to pierce through the 9 barriers and hit the target. This tested the utmost penetrating power and adaptability to varying defensive attributes. Luo Lan took a deep breath, with Chohan Juesua ignited to its peak. The energy structures of the 9 shields appeared vividly in his perception. He needed to discover the optimal path that could simultaneously penetrate all 9 barriers. The sharpness of the laws of gold, the cutting edge of the laws of space, and the slashing will of his hunting heritage fused together at that moment. In Luo Lan's eyes, only the invisible line of fate remained. The bowstring resonated, and an arrow, honed to perfection and shimmering with a blinding golden radiance, was released as if destined to do so. With a series of 9 faint sounds, almost indistinguishable from one another, the arrow struck with a cunning angle, piercing through the most vulnerable points of each shield, ultimately embedding itself squarely in the elusive bullseye. The second trial was passed. Although Luo Lan felt a wave of fatigue wash over his spirit, his will soared ever higher. In the third trial, known as Hunting Heart, the surrounding starry sky vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of fog. Within this mist, a cacophony of illusions emerged. the wails of his kin during the destruction of Lanxing, the derision from the Luo Lan mountain family, the curses uttered by adversaries on the battlefield before their demise, the seductive allure of power gained, and visions of a life of ease devoid of hatred, all converged to pierce his inner self. The rule was clear, amidst countless illusions. One must steadfastly identify the singular true evil. This was a trial of will, an inquiry into the essence of the hunt. For what purpose does one hunt? For what reason does one seek vengeance? Can belief waver? Can the goal become obscured? A multitude of discordant sounds assailed Luo Lan's consciousness, attempting to muddle his perception and shake his resolve. The harrowing scenes of Lanxing's annihilation, coupled with the searing hatred, threatened to engulf him. Yet, on the precipice of consciousness slipping away, a cold, pure will, existing solely for the eradication of sin, rose from the depths of his soul. This was the power of his destined path as a hunter. My path is the hunt. My arrow is for vanquishing evil. The grievances of Luo Lan Mountain shall not rest until retribution is achieved. All illusions, disperse before me. Luo Lan let out a roar that emanated from his very soul. And under the augmentation of his hunting will, the capability of vengeance underwent a wondrous transformation. It transcended mere perception of energy and life, directly locking onto the causal thread representing the source of sin and hatred, which lingered within the illusions. In an instant, the mist dissipated and the illusions shattered. Only a glaring, crimson mark of malevolence floated clearly in the void, akin to a lighthouse in the night. The third trial was passed. All three trials were surmounted. The vast starry sky and the ethereal figure of the hunting star god gradually faded away. Luo Lan's consciousness returned to his body, still standing upon the ancient altar. The fractured crystal at the altar's center dimmed significantly, as if drained of its power. Yet, an exceedingly pure energy, imbued with the principles of speed, penetration, and the essence of truth, surged rapidly into Luo Lan's being, merging with his primal force, spirit, and every fiber of his very bones. Simultaneously, an arcane stream of information regarding movement imprinted itself deep within his soul. Feng Dun. This was not merely an enhancement of speed. It was an exquisite technique for utilizing airflow, light refraction, and even the subtle ripples of space itself to conceal one's form and change position. Luo Lan settled into a cross-legged position, fully absorbing this immense boon. He sensed that his comprehension of the principles of wind and space had sharpened exponentially, and his primal force had directly ascended to the second stage of stellar level under the baptism of these principles. His mental acuity also grew increasingly refined, enhancing both the range and precision of his vengeful pursuits. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, the light within them now contained, yet his aura felt more profound. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, feeling as if his body had become weightless. With a mere thought, he merged with the wind, leaving behind nearly tangible afterimages upon the altar. Feng Dun was indeed a timely gift. A slight smile graced Luo Lan's lips. With this evasion technique, combined with the stealthy attacks of the Lair Kong Shu Tao, his ability to survive in the realm within realms would experience a qualitative leap. He turned his gaze toward the forest's edge, where the terrifying aura of the cosmic grade Mo Yun Tung had subsided, but a more chaotic and intense energy fluctuation spread like a plague. Clearly, the final melee had erupted in full force. It was time to emerge. Luo Lan's eyes sharpened. Were the remnants of the Luo Lan mountain family, and those seeking to claim his bounty prepared to face the hunt? His figure flickered, vanishing like smoke from the altar, leaving behind ancient ruins to silently witness the ever-changing tides of the realm within realms. Chapter 12. The God of Death in the Melee. Feng Kong, the realm within realms transformed into a battlefield, a tempest sweeping across every inch of land. Luo Lan, like a wraith, traversed the chaos, with the Lair Kong Drujian becoming the nightmare of all adversaries. At the heart of the turmoil, he and the protagonist encountered their first unofficial collaboration. The ancient relic of the altar was far behind, as Luo Lan's form melded into the peculiar state brought forth by Feng Dun. No longer merely running, he seemed to become a part of the forest itself, moving silently with the aid of airflow, light's refraction, and even the subtle folds of space. Each flicker left behind a near-real afterimage, while his true self was already hundreds of meters away. This mode of movement consumed far less primal force than a pure speed burst, yet offered greater concealment and confusion. The outer regions of the realm within realms had devolved into a hell on earth. The emergence of the cosmic grade Mo Yun Tung shattered the fragile equilibrium. Panic was followed by a frenzied scramble for resources. Various factions no longer held back, battling for the remaining treasures on their lists and the potential Lanxing amassed by their opponents. The Black Dragon Mountain Imperial Martial Corps, White Tiger Tower, Sanfu Mountain, Black Cloud Society, and countless smaller factions and teams were all driven into a frenzy of bloodshed. Cries of agony, the explosions of primal force colliding, and the shrieks of psychic weaponry slicing through the air echoed incessantly, with the rich scent of blood thickening until it nearly became tangible, tainting even the once pristine air of the realm within realms. The ground was littered with broken corpses, shattered weapons, and the scorched pits created by overwhelming force. Luo Lan, a calm observer, navigated the periphery of the battlefield. His vengeful pursuits were fully unleashed, akin to a precise radar scanning the energy fluctuations, life forces, and intense malevolence within a radius of several kilometers. He deliberately avoided the large-scale brawls involving hundreds of fighters, where the variables were too numerous, making entrapment perilous even for him. His targets lay among the smaller groups of adversaries engaged in combat or recently finished, now in weakened or lax states. Soon, a target appeared. A small squad of around 7 or 8 individuals, identifiable by their armor as belonging to the White Tiger Tower, had just ambushed a smaller team and were now excitedly scavenging the battlefield for spoils and the fallen Lanxing. Among them, 2 were injured and unstable, while the others were fatigued from the recent skirmish. Luo Lan concealed himself in the shadow of a towering tree, his gaze icy. The White Tiger Tower had dealings with the Luo Lan mountain family. He slowly raised the Quexie, his right hand adorned with the Lair Kong Shu Tao, its faint glow flickering. Without a sound, without a warning of energy fluctuations, a golden-hued energy arrow, like the sigh of death, traversed the distance of several kilometers, appearing at the back of a White Tiger Tower member who was bending down to retrieve a storage ring. A soft thud echoed as the arrow pierced flesh. The member's body stiffened before collapsing to the ground, a tiny red seeping from his forehead, his brain utterly obliterated. Enemy attack. Be careful. It's the archer. The remaining members of the White Tiger Tower were struck with panic, instantly retracting their formation and frantically scanning their surroundings for the source of the attack. Yet, they could not discern where the assault originated. Swish, swish. 2 more silent arrows shot forth from impossible angles, accurately piercing the throats of 2 warriors attempting to erect primal force shields. The arrows possessed such penetrating power that the shields shattered like bubbles upon contact. He is over there. A psychic master finally managed to capture a fleeting trace through the fluctuations of his telekinetic energy, pointing towards the general direction of Luo Lan's concealment. However, in that very instant, Luo Lan's figure vanished like a specter, only to reappear behind another massive boulder at their flank. The elusive nature of his wind shadow escape rendered his position unpredictable. The panicking members of the Baihu Tower frantically unleashed their attacks towards the previous direction. Yet their efforts proved utterly futile. The response came in the form of even more precise and lethal arrows. Each arrow emerged from blind spots or weak defenses, finding its mark without fail. In less than 20 seconds, this squad of 7 or 8 members from the Baihu Tower, including the Psychic Master, lay dead, their bodies cooling on the ground. Luo Lan's silhouette glided across the battlefield like wisps of smoke, swiftly collecting all valuable spoils, especially the Lei Tingshi they had just gathered, and then disappeared once more into the shadows of the rocks and trees, leaving no trace behind. In the ensuing hours, similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the battlefield within the realm within realm. Luo Lan transformed into the Grim Reaper of the night, hunting down those solitary, weak, or embroiled in internal strife among enemy squads. His attacks were swift, precise, and deadly, akin to the wind itself. The terrifying rumors of the Golden Bow Hunter grew more pronounced amidst the bloody chaos, even inciting a sense of panic to some extent. On one such hunt, Luo Lan's vengeful instincts detected a significant conflict. One side consisted of an elite detachment of the Imperial Martial Corps commanded by the 9th Princess Bolin, numbering over 20, who were besieging another squad. To Luo Lan's astonishment, the besieged squad comprised Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and their 2 servants. Clearly, Luo Feng's team was in dire straits. Despite their efforts to hold their ground through the residual power of the cosmic Mo Yun Vine and their coordinated teamwork, they faced overwhelming numbers and well-equipped elite forces from the Imperial Martial Corps, their defenses hanging by a thread. Tai Nanha and Ao Gu bore new injuries, and Luo Feng's hand controlling the escape sky shuttle trembled slightly. Luo Lan remained concealed at a distance, observing calmly. He had no intention of assisting immediately, for drawing too close to Luo Feng's team was not a prudent maneuver. Yet, the Imperial Martial Corps was a common foe, and diminishing their strength aligned with his interests. He fixed his sights on the commanding, decisive, 9th-tier stellar minor leader within the Imperial Martial Corps squad. This individual was the core of the team. Eliminating him would surely incite chaos. With a slight vibration of the bowstring, a sky-splitting arrow was silently released, tracing an uncanny arc as it circumvented several attacking members of the Imperial Martial Corps, aiming directly for the leader's temple. However, the leader, seemingly seasoned in battle, possessed an extraordinary instinct for danger. At the critical moment just before the arrow reached him, he abruptly tilted his head and sidestepped. The arrow grazed his helmet, leaving a deep gash on the sturdy headgear, the edges shimmering with spatial energy, rendering the cut as smooth as glass. The leader broke into a cold sweat, alarmed and enraged, shouting, "Be cautious! That hidden assailant is nearby." A slight stir emerged within the ranks of the Imperial Martial Corps. At that moment, Luo Feng, who had been under pressure, seized the fleeting opportunity with a glint in his eye. The escape sky shuttle erupted in a brilliant golden light, transforming into a golden dragon, hurtling towards the slightly staggered leader who was dodging the arrow with overwhelming speed. With a piercing sound, this time, the leader could not evade. The escape sky shuttle accurately pierced through his heart. With the leader's demise, chaos ensued among the Imperial Martial Corps detachment. Luo Feng's squad seized the moment to retaliate, instantly turning the tide of battle. From a distance, Luo Lan observed impassively, his evaluation of Luo Feng's decisiveness and ability to seize opportunities deepening. He refrained from further intervention, quietly retreating to continue his own hunt. This was not cooperation, but rather an unspoken understanding. Within this chaotic realm within realm, they fought their own battles. Yet in a certain sense, they shared the burden of pressure. As time passed, the lei tincture and cosmic crystals amassed in Luo Lan's storage space grew exponentially. He encountered several dangers, being cornered by small enemy groups, even having a psychic master skilled in tracking lock onto him. Yet he narrowly evaded them through the peculiarity of wind-shadow escape, turning the tables by luring pursuers into perilous grounds or leveraging the environment to counterattack. He sensed the instability of the space within the realm within realm, with subtle spatial fissures appearing in the peripheral zones. The spectral figure of Lord Wu became increasingly solid, seemingly preparing for something. Luo Lan gazed towards the core area, his eyes deep with contemplation. The final chaos and moment of escape were imminent, and he needed to plan his retreat carefully. In the core region of the realm within realm, chaos had gradually settled into a peculiar order. Large-scale skirmishes had diminished, but small-scale hunts and counter-hunts became more frequent and brutal. The surviving squads or individuals either aligned themselves with a major power or, like Luo Lan, relied on absolute strength and stealth to survive in this blood-soaked land. Luo Lan counted the wealth accumulated in his storage space. Following days of hunting, combined with the initial discovery of mineral veins, he had amassed a considerable number of lei tincture, far exceeding the cost required to exchange for the sky-splitting gloves. The cosmic crystals piled up like mountains, a sum substantial enough to make ordinary domain lords envious. It was time for the second exchange. Luo Lan understood that treasures must be converted into immediate combat power to face the impending greater crises. His objective was clear, first and foremost, to remedy his own defensive shortcomings. Returning once more beneath the colossal white light of Lord Wu, the atmosphere was even more tense than before. Various factions were sharply defined, eyeing each other warily. Yet a delicate balance seemed to have been achieved. None dared to strike first under Lord Wu's watchful gaze. Luo Lan's appearance drew considerable attention, rife with greed and scrutiny, yet more tinged with trepidation. The name of the Golden Bow Hunter had been forged with the blood of countless 9th-tier stellar beings. He disregarded their gazes and approached Lord Wu directly. The vast treasure list reappeared in his mind. Luo Lan swiftly bypassed the aggressive 5th-tier original force weapons. For his Juxia was a weapon of the hunting star god, with boundless potential, automatically unlocking its powers as his realm advanced, requiring no substitutes. What he needed were treasures that could preserve his life and enhance his survival capital. Soon, he pinpointed 2 items. Item 108, the 3rd-tier original force battlesuit, Shadow. Requires 80,000 lei tincture. Description: not only does it possess sufficient defense to withstand multiple attacks from ordinary cosmic-level 1st-tier warriors, but it also features stealth capabilities and adaptive camouflage to the environment, significantly enhancing survival ability and stealth. Item 96, Cosmic Level Gene Enhancer, Enhanced. Requires 120,000 lei tincture. Description: after use, it can significantly enhance genetic original force, with a certain probability of directly breaking through to cosmic level, particularly effective against those below 9th tier stellar level. Even if it does not result in an immediate breakthrough, it can greatly solidify the foundation and shorten the breakthrough time. This is it. Luo Lan made his decision. The 3rd tier original force battle suit would compensate for his shortcomings in defense and stealth, complementing the wind shadow escape. The cosmic level gene enhancer would pave the way for the future, being a stellar level being in the vast cosmos ultimately placed one at the bottom rung. Only by breaking through to cosmic level could he truly step into the threshold of strength and possess a modicum of self-preservation. Having paid 200,000 Lei Tingsure, the 2 treasures seamlessly appeared in Luo Lan's storage space through Lord Wu's means. He still had approximately 100,000 Lei Tingsure left in hand, a significant strategic resource. Upon the completion of the exchange, Luo Lan did not depart immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze towards a relatively secluded corner in the distance. There, Luo Feng's team was in the midst of recuperation. After enduring a series of fierce battles, fatigue was etched on the faces of the team members. Yet their eyes remained sharp and vigilant. Tai Nanhe and Ao Gu stood loyally at their sides, while Hong and Leishan were engaged in meditation. Luo Feng was inspecting the Duntian Suo with a focused demeanor. After a brief contemplation, Luo Lan approached them. His actions instantly aroused the caution of Luo Feng's team, prompting Tai Nanhe and Ao Gu to step forward, their primordial energy surging subtly. "Do you have any guidance for us, esteemed one?" Luo Feng inquired. Sheathing the Duntian Suo, his gaze calm as he regarded Luo Lan. He recognized him as the one who had previously assisted them by eliminating the horned iron rhinoceros from a distance, indirectly aiding them and subtly restraining the members of the Huang Wu Corps amidst the chaos. Luo Lan halted at a safe distance, indicating his lack of hostility. "Luo Feng," he directly addressed, "I wish to propose a transaction and request your assistance." A flicker of surprise flashed in Luo Feng's eyes as he gestured for Tai Nanhe and Ao Gu to remain calm. "Speak," he replied. "I possess 100,000 Fong of Thunderstones," Luo Lan stated plainly, "and for me, exchanging treasures holds little significance. I can transfer them to you in exchange for a promise." Luo Feng felt a jolt of astonishment. 100,000 Fong of Thunderstones were enough to procure a fine weapon or another precious treasure, a fortune in the current environment. He inquired composedly, "What promise do you seek?" "Assist me in gaining an introduction to join San Fu Shan," Luo Lan replied solemnly. "I am a solitary wanderer, adrift without roots. Once the realm within the realm concludes, the outside world will undoubtedly be filled with powerful figures from various factions. Without a background, venturing out with treasures would lead to certain doom." In that moment, Luo Feng comprehended Luo Lan's predicament and concerns. Was he not in a similar situation? Had it not been for Lord Mingyu's covert support, their circumstances would have been far more dire. A formidable lone archer joining San Fu Shan would indeed provide substantial aid. Furthermore, Luo Lan's prior actions had been a kindness towards them. "Just an introduction?" Luo Feng confirmed. "San Fu Shan has its protocols for recruiting strong individuals. I cannot guarantee success. All I need is an opportunity," Luo Lan nodded. "This 100,000 Fong of Thunderstones represents my sincerity and my hope to aid you in acquiring what you require, thus increasing our chances of survival." He subtly alluded to the enhancement of Luo Feng's team's strength benefiting them all. Luo Feng regarded Luo Lan with a deep gaze, appreciating his candor and resolve. After a moment's contemplation, he made his decision. "You have previously aided us. We shall proceed with this transaction. I will earnestly recommend you to Lord Mingyu. As for the outcome, that will depend on San Fu Shan's regulations and your own capabilities." "That is sufficient," Luo Lan replied decisively, handing over the storage device containing the 100,000 Fong of Thunderstones. Luo Feng received it, scanning it with his consciousness to confirm its authenticity, and he developed a deeper impression of Luo Lan's straightforwardness. Without further pleasantries, the transaction concluded, and Luo Lan turned to leave, vanishing from sight once more. He needed to find a secure location to swiftly refine the gene elixir and familiarize himself with the new primordial energy battlesuit. Luo Feng watched the direction in which Luo Lan had disappeared, his gaze profound. Hong approached him and murmured, "This individual is extraordinary, his strength unfathomable, especially his archery skills." "Indeed," Luo Feng nodded. "However, judging by his actions, he does not appear to be a nefarious character. More friends, more paths." He tightened his grip on the storage device. This additional resource of Thunderstones might prove vital at a crucial moment. Luo Lan located an abandoned mine and set up a perimeter. He first retrieved the 3rd-tier primordial energy battlesuit, Shadow. The suit felt icy to the touch, made from a material that was neither silk nor leather. presenting a deep gray hue that seemed to absorb surrounding light. After dripping blood to acknowledge ownership, the suit automatically enveloped his body, fitting perfectly and weighing almost nothing. With a thought, the suit's color began to shift subtly with the surrounding environment, its aura nearly completely restrained. Truly a remarkable item. Luo Lan nodded in satisfaction. With the shadow suit, his survival capabilities were significantly enhanced. Next, he extracted the cosmic-grade gene elixir. The elixir was sealed within a crystal vial, emanating a dreamlike azure glow, with star-like specks floating within. Without hesitation, he raised it to his lips and drank it down. As the elixir coursed down his throat, it transformed into a torrent of searing heat, flooding into his limbs and bones. The immense energy surged through his meridians, cells, and even his soul. Intense pain followed, as if his entire body were being torn apart and reassembled. Luo Lan focused his mind, activating the foundational techniques of the hunting legacy to guide this energy to strengthen himself. Under the effects of the elixir, his genetic primordial energy surged rapidly, assaulting the barrier towards the third-tier stellar level. In the core area of the realm within the realm, the atmosphere abruptly became exceedingly tense. The holographic image of the intelligent life form, Lord Wu, hovering in the air, no longer exhibited a lazy demeanor, but instead radiated a solemn pressure. His grand, cold voice resonated throughout the realm within the realm. All 312 treasures have been exchanged. The realm within the realm will permanently close in 1 hour. All who fail to evacuate in time will be annihilated along with this realm. Before his words faded, the massive white light hologram began to gradually dissipate. The ground of the realm within the realm trembled violently, and gaping black spatial rifts appeared in the sky, emitting a chilling, tearing sound, as if the entire world were heading towards its demise. It's closing. Run. In an instant, all fighting and contention ceased. The surviving thousands of stellar-level warriors, whether members of various factions or lone wolves, were consumed by a singular thought: escape. Escape from this world on the brink of destruction. The crowd surged like a frightened herd of animals, frantically rushing towards the direction of the realm within the realm's entrance as they remembered it. The scene spiraled into chaos, with individuals being knocked down, trampled, or swallowed by the suddenly expanding spatial rifts, cries of anguish echoing throughout. Upon hearing the announcement, Luo Lan activated Wind Shadow Escape, deftly maneuvering against the tide of chaos towards the corner where Luo Feng's team was regrouping. He needed to converge with Luo Feng amidst the turmoil. This was crucial for their safe exit. At this moment, Luo Feng's team had assembled and was preparing to dash towards the entrance. Upon seeing Luo Lan approach, Luo Feng immediately signaled for his teammates to wait. "Brother Luo Lan, the situation is dire. Let us be brief." Luo Feng spoke rapidly, simultaneously sharing a recording of a communication from Mingyu with Luo Lan. "Lord Mingyu has consented to your joining of San Fu Shan and has granted you the status of an external elite member, also associating you with the peripheral of the Virtual Universe Company. Once outside, reveal your identity and act alongside us." In the recording, Mingyu's voice held a note of admiration. "Jin Gong Hunter Luo Lan, to have made such a name for yourself within the realm. Even that brat Brolin has suffered at your hands. Impressive. I permit him to join the ranks of San Fu Shan, should he face inquiries upon exiting. He may invoke my name, Mingyu. This individual possesses considerable potential and should be included for observation and cultivation within the periphery of the Virtual Universe Company." Luo Lan felt a surge of certainty. This strategic move was indeed sound. With the identities of San Fu Shan and the periphery of the Virtual Universe Company, it was akin to acquiring a protective talisman. Let us proceed. Without further ado, Luo Lan seamlessly integrated into Luo Feng's formation. With Tai Nanhe and Ao Gu leading the way, Hong and Leishan flanking the sides, and Luo Feng in the center providing support, Luo Lan, utilizing his exceptional perception, took up the rear, remaining vigilant for any threats from behind. The team surged forward like a sharp arrow, slicing through the chaotic tide of escape. The hatred and pursuit driven to the utmost by Luo Lan not only provided early warnings of the spatial rifts and energy turbulence ahead, but also continuously scanned for any potential ambushes nearby. Indeed, several members of the Huangwu Tuan recognized Luo Lan and attempted to strike in the chaos. However, as their murderous intent arose, it was instantly perceived by Luo Lan. "Three behind on the left," he whispered sharply, not even glancing back as he deftly drew his bow. The Lair Kong Shou Tao emitted a faint glow, and 3 nearly transparent spatial arrows shot forth silently, weaving through the crowd and precisely embedding themselves in the throats of the 3 assailants, resulting in their immediate demise. The swiftness and accuracy of his strike left both Hong and Lanxing awestruck. Observing this, Luo Feng's assessment of Luo Lan escalated further. With such a formidable ally by their side, the pressure on the team to break through diminished significantly. The hour-long countdown seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, when the familiar yet increasingly unstable entrance to the vibrant spatial vortex appeared before them. The collapse of the realm behind had intensified, with large fragments of space peeling away like shattered mirrors, revealing the abyss of darkness. "Break through," commanded Luo Feng, and the team members erupted into action, transforming into streaks of light as they plunged into the distorted spatial passage. After an intense sensation of vertigo, they found their feet once again on the desolate ground of the Thunder World. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a suffocating and terrifying pressure descended upon them, akin to the weight of countless mountains. Under this oppressive force, even star-level warriors struggled to stand. In the sky of the Thunder World loomed figures whose auras were as vast as the abyss itself. Among them were the cold-faced royal from the Lanxing Empire in imperial robes, the blood-soaked and menacing ruler of Beilong City, the formidable Tianxin marshal of Sanfu Mountain wielding a giant axe, and a domain lord, enveloped in crackling lightning, as if the thunder god had descended. There were more than 20 domain lords and powerful rulers, their gazes sweeping over every survivor emerging from the realm, particularly lingering on those whose energy signatures were unusual, potentially harboring treasures. "All who have emerged from the realm remain in place for inspection," commanded a domain lord from the Lanxing Empire sternly, his voice resonating like thunder within the minds of all survivors. Many solitary wanderers or members of smaller factions turned pale with dread. In such a dire situation, even if they had gained something within the realm, it would be impossible to retain it. At that moment, Luo Feng stepped forward, braving the pressure of the domain lords, and proclaimed loudly, "This is the team under Lord Mingyu of Sanfu Mountain. This is Luo Lan, our newly appointed external elite, also listed as a peripheral member of the Virtual Universe Company. Everything we have acquired has been reported to Lord Mingyu." Almost simultaneously, a powerful consciousness swept over Luo Feng's team, focusing momentarily on Luo Lan. It was indeed Lord Mingyu, the domain lord from Sanfu Mountain, clad in dark blue armor. He cast a casual glance toward the several rulers of the Lanxing Empire, giving a slight nod. Instantly, the oppressive force weighing down on Luo Feng's team and Luo Lan diminished significantly. From the Lanxing Empire, the ruler Hagref, the grandfather of the 9th Princess Brolin, snorted coldly, his gaze lingering on Luo Lan with an unmistakable chill, yet he ultimately refrained from acting on the spot. Even the reputation of the Virtual Universe Company, albeit as a peripheral member, wielded a certain degree of deterrence, coupled with the protection of Sanfu Mountain, preventing him from making a direct move. "Humph, consider yourselves fortunate," Brolin remarked from a distance, her beautiful eyes filled with frost as she glared at the unscathed Luo Lan and Luo Feng. Yet she could only grit her teeth in restraint. Amidst the envious, jealous, or despairing gazes of the other survivors, Luo Feng's team, along with Luo Lan, was guided by the personnel from Sanfu Mountain towards a spacecraft marked with the Sanfu Mountain insignia, docked not far away. The moment they stepped onto the ship's gangway, Luo Lan turned back for a fleeting glance at the area still shrouded in terrifying pressure, as well as the members of the Norlansa family in the distance, who were watching them with resentful eyes, his heart remaining tense. He understood that this was merely a temporary safety. The identity of a peripheral member of the Virtual Universe Company was by no means an invincible shield. The true challenges would commence after leaving Kanglan Star. Nevertheless, he had successfully survived this storm within the realm and secured himself a ticket to a broader stage. The spacecraft's hatch gradually closed, momentarily isolating them from the clamor and peril of the outside world. Chapter 15. Dual domains formed. Storms will arise on Qiulong Star. In the exclusive training room of the Sanfu Mountain base, Luo Lan sat cross-legged with closed eyes, his original power circulating endlessly around him. His star-level third-tier cultivation was already stable, yet he was acutely aware that in this vast universe, a warrior's strength was determined not merely by the accumulation of original power. The life and death struggles within the realm, coupled with the baptism by ancient altar laws, had granted him a deeper understanding of the essence of power. His consciousness plunged within, as he sensed the affinity with the 4 great laws bestowed by his inheritance, akin to 4 guiding lamps illuminating his perception of the cosmic source. The sharpness and solidity of the law of gold, the agility and swiftness of the law of wind, the profundity and orderliness of the law of time, and the vastness and capriciousness of the law of space. All 4 distinct paths resonated within his heart. Comprehension of the laws must be approached progressively, Luo Lan recalled the information he had perused within the virtual universe network. Merely sensing the energy of heaven and earth was foundational. Consolidating one's own domain was the true first step onto the path of the laws. Crossing the threshold of the laws and grasping a fragment of their true essence was far beyond mere domains. He cast aside distractions, immersing his mind first in the insights of gold and wind. Vivid images of arrows slicing through the sky surfaced in his mind, recalling the subtlety of merging with airflow during the execution of Wind Shadow Escape. Gold embodies lethality, being both sharp and unyielding. Wind embodies fluidity, leaving no trace. With his thoughts intensely focused, the original power within him resonated in harmony. Gradually, it seemed as though countless nearly invisible golden rays began to manifest within the training room, filling the air with a chilling and sharp aura that sent shivers across the skin. Centered around Luo Lan, the space within several dozen meters became heavy and perilous, marking the nascent form of the gold domain. Though it was merely in its initial stage and limited in range, it was already capable of subtly influencing reality, enhancing the sharpness of gold-based attacks and repressing the movements of adversaries. Simultaneously, another entirely different force began to surge. The air within the room ceased to be tranquil, swirling silently around Luo Lan, bringing with it a sense of sharpness. His figure became blurred within the domain, as if he might dissolve into the wind at any moment. The wind domain had formed. Within the wind domain, Luo Lan's speed and agility would receive significant enhancement, further disrupting the enemy's perception. With the dual domains overlapping, the golden brilliance intertwined with the azure winds, causing the fluctuations of the laws within this area to become exceptionally active and dangerous. Luo Lan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. With a mere thought, he refrained from employing any dark techniques, instead using his hand as a blade to draw forth a hint of sharpness from the gold domain and slice through the air. Swoosh! A faint tearing sound resonated through the air, and on a nearby alloy stake designated for testing, a deep cut several inches deep appeared. This was merely the result of the natural sharpness emanating from the domain. The power of the domain was indeed profound. Luo Lan felt invigorated. Consolidating the domain represented a substantial step in his understanding and application of the gold and wind laws. Although he remained far from genuinely crossing the threshold of the laws and comprehending their deeper mysteries, he had already surpassed the vast majority of star-level warriors. In the virtual universe's slaughter arena, within the extreme challenge space, Luo Lan's figure materialized in a land of burning lava. His opponent was a colossal lava beast, towering 10 meters high, its dark red scales radiating a first-level cosmic original power wave. The beast roared, swinging its claws and unleashing a scorching wave towards Luo Lan. Its might astonishing. In the face of such a level disparity, Luo Lan remained calm. The realm of wind unfurled instantaneously, the figure retreating like a specter, effortlessly evading attacks. Concurrently, the realm of gold overlapped. As he drew his bow, the energy arrow condensed by the Lanxing suddenly enveloped in a layer of refined golden brilliance and accelerated azure currents. With a swift motion, the arrow was released, not in a direct line, but guided by the realm of wind, tracing an enigmatic arc that circumvented the hard scales of the colossal beast's front, targeting its relatively vulnerable underarm joints. In the fleeting moment before impact, the sharpness of the realm of gold was thoroughly unleashed. With a muffled thud, the arrow forcefully penetrated the scales and flesh of the magma beast, which boasted a hardness comparable to a third-tier energy weapon, only dissipating after delving deep within its form. Though it did not deliver a fatal blow, this arrow, imbued with the powers of both realms, inflicted substantial damage upon a cosmic-level opponent of the first tier. The magma beast, in agony, emitted a furious roar, its attacks growing increasingly frenzied. Yet, Luo Lan, employing the art of wind shadow and the dual realms, maneuvered through the land of lava, unleashing a continuous barrage of arrows, each striking precisely at the beast's weak points, the wounds accumulating incessantly. Thus commenced a protracted and fierce battle, with Luo Lan utilizing this arena as an optimal whetstone, continuously familiarizing himself with and deepening his mastery of the dual realms. In the virtual universe, at the Sanfu Mountain virtual base in the reception hall, Mingyu's virtual projection appeared in the main seat, exuding an aura of profound depth. Luo Lan stood respectfully, as Mingyu's gaze swept across. It seemed he could perceive the subtle changes in Luo Lan's reality. You handled the matters of the Jiazhongjie reasonably well. You understand how to leverage situations for self-preservation. And your archery has merit. Thank you, Lord Mingyu, Luo Lan bowed. The identity of an outer member of the virtual universe company has been successfully processed for you. Mingyu stated directly, the related permissions and obligations can be reviewed at your convenience. This identity serves as both a protective talisman and a form of restraint. Manage it wisely. Your path, ultimately, must be traversed by yourself. The younger generation understands and will not disappoint your expectations. Luo Lan replied earnestly. With this identity, his actions within the Heilong Mountain Star domain would become significantly more convenient, granting him access to more core resources. Departing from Mingyu, Luo Lan returned to his real residence on Lanxing, continuing to immerse himself in cultivation. The condensation of the dual realms marked an important milestone, necessitating continual consolidation and the endeavor to better integrate the realm's power into his archery and movement techniques. Most of his time was spent within the slaughterhouse of the virtual universe, battling various formidable virtual opponents to hone his skills. On one particular day, having just exited a thrilling virtual battle, preparing to rest momentarily, an announcement of grand magnitude resonated across every corner of the human domain, transmitted via the virtual universe network directly into his consciousness. The 1008th Cosmic Human Peak Genius Battle, hosted by the Virtual Universe Company, is now officially open for registration. All stellar-level humans are welcome to participate. The announcement elaborated on the competition rules, selection process, and the exhilarating rewards that stirred excitement in countless stellar-level geniuses throughout the entire Qian Wu cosmic nation. Luo Lan's eyes ignited with brilliant fervor, his battle intent ablaze like a raging fire. The stage he had been anticipating had finally arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately connected to the registration channel that congregated millions of talents through the virtual universe network. Are the myriad geniuses of the cosmos prepared to embrace the hunting arrow? Chapter 16. Preliminary Slaughter. The beginning of the Wind Hunt. 2 years later, the virtual universe established an independent space for the peak genius battle. It was divided into 100 world zones, each resembling an independent star suspended in the cosmos. Over 82 billion stellar-level participants registered from the Qian Wu cosmic nation, randomly allocated to these world zones, each accommodating over 2 billion individuals on average. This was a merciless elimination tournament. During these 2 years, Luo Lan exchanged the cosmic crystals acquired in the Zhejiang Jade for cultivation resources, successfully breaking through to the 9th tier of stellar level. Simultaneously, drawing from the inherited memories, his mastery over the realms became increasingly proficient, now reaching the 6th level of realms. According to the rules of the peak genius battle, upon entering the world zones, the virtual universe system would standardize all participants' physical attributes and mental powers to the 9th tier of stellar level to ensure fairness. The 13th world zone simulated an abandoned mechanical city environment, dotted with rusted steel skyscrapers, twisted metal pipelines, and numerous wrecks of flying machines. The slaughter erupted from the very first second. Luo Lan emerged in the shadow beneath a fractured overpass, immediately activating the concealment function of his shadow battle attire, suppressing his aura. At the same time, he employed the secret method of hate pursuit, expanding his mental perception to cover a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers around him. Within this perceptive range, countless life signals brimming with murderous intent became distinctly visible. This perceptual ability conferred an informational advantage amid the chaos of battle. In the 13th world zone, the number of participants, 224, 176, 411. Scoring rules, 1 point for killing an opponent, along with half of the opponent's points. The top 1001 would advance. Time limit, 30 days. The rules echoed in the minds of all participants. Over 2 billion individuals contending for 1001 advancement slots. From afar, the sounds of energy explosions, weapon clashes, and the anguished cries of the dying reverberated. Chaos and death cloaked the entire world zone. Luo Lan refrained from rushing into action, calmly analyzing the information within his perceptive range. The weaker auras rapidly dissipated, while the stronger ones actively hunted their surroundings. He also detected several unusually concealed, yet exceedingly dangerous presences, akin to venomous snakes lurking. The hate pursuit not only discerned locations, but also blurred the assessment of threat levels. The early chaos bore the greatest variability, prioritized stability, utilizing environmental and perceptual advantages to hunt solitary or engaged weaker opponents, accumulating initial points. Luo Lan formulated a clear strategy. Employing the secret method of wind-shadow escape and the concealment effects of his shadow battle attire, he traversed the steel ruins, avoiding the tumultuous energy fluctuations of the chaotic battle zones. On the first day, Luo Lan struck 3 times, each time targeting opponents who were engaged in combat, or had just concluded their battles. The arrows condensed by the Yer Kong Su Tao, under the dual enhancement of the realms of gold and wind, were silent yet swift. The opponents often did not have time to react before being struck down fatally by an arrow. His ranking steadily rose, yet remained inconspicuous amidst the vast pool of 8.2 billion. By the 5th day, Luo Lan's points steadily increased, his rank entering the top million. He encountered a trio from a minor faction, who were hunting solitary participants. Upon discovering Luo Lan, they promptly launched an attack. "Eliminate him," commanded the leader, wielding a war hammer that stirred a violent gust. Luo Lan unleashed the realm of wind, nimbly evading the encirclement. The realm of gold overlapped, the arrows gleaming ominously. 3 arrows shot forth in a triangular formation, their trajectories cunningly devised. One arrow targeted the leader during a moment of exertion, another disrupted the mental weapon of a second warrior, while the final arrow circumvented the front, aimed directly at the side of the third warrior's neck. Enhanced by the dual realms, the arrows possessed formidable speed and penetrating power. 2 team members fell instantly. The leader, aghast, recoiled a realm. 2 types. He turned to flee. Luo Lan pursued relentlessly, employing wind shadow escape to shadow him, the lightning arrows following in a ceaseless barrage. Ultimately, a more powerful arrow penetrated the energy defense, pinning the leader against a metallic wall. This battle significantly raised Luo Lan's points, propelling his rank into the top 500,000. He gained a clearer understanding of the immense boost to combat effectiveness provided by the realms under equal physical conditions. On the 10th day, while scanning a massive pipeline area, Luo Lan's hate pursuit captured an unusually potent aura that incited a primal urge to kill within his very soul. A young man clad in a sleek azure battle suit, wielding twin swords, effortlessly eliminates combatants within the conduit zone. His martial prowess is among the elite in this world, consistently ranking within the top 1,000 in points. However, what incites Luo Lan's murderous intent is not merely his strength, but a peculiar fluctuation in the young man's energy flow, reminiscent of the destructive Norlan family of the launching planet. Despite the other's attempts to conceal it, Luo Lan's acute perception of hatred's source immediately identifies him as a core prodigy groomed by the Norlan family. With a gaze as frigid as ice, memories of the shattered launching planet and the tragic demise of his kin flood Luo Lan's mind. The overwhelming hatred is suppressed, transformed into an icy calm, and his hunting instincts are fully awakened. He silently follows, scrutinizing the young man known as Luo Lan, observing his swordsmanship habits, movements, energy flow, and any potential flaws. Luo Lan, brimming with confidence and the arrogance of a powerful family scion, faces nearly no opposition, remaining oblivious to the fact that he has been marked. The opportunity arises when he flamboyantly dispatches a formidable foe, momentarily relaxing his focus, causing a subtle fluctuation in his protective energy. Luo Lan acts swiftly, unleashing his fatal arrow with unreserved force, merging the sharpness of the gold domain with the swiftness of the wind domain to their utmost limits. The sound of the bowstring reverberates as if tearing through the very fabric of the soul. An arrow, refined to perfection and entwined with golden and azure light, seemingly disregards the distance, materializing directly at Luo Lan's back. As it passes, the space ripples gently. This is a fusion of laws and arcane arts, imbued with the will to hunt and kill. Only at the moment the arrow is released does Luo Lan sense the imminent danger. Turning in horror as his eyes fill with dread, he desperately channels his energy, his twin swords erupting with dazzling light to block the attack, while his protective armor radiates brightly. Yet, it is too late. The arrow effortlessly rends through the barrier of sword light, penetrating the energy shield and plunging deeply into Luo Lan's chest. The terrifying intent to kill and the power of the laws explode within him. Luo Lan emits a chilling scream, his body catapulted away, crashing through several layers of metallic walls before coming to a halt. He collapses amidst the ruins, a grievous wound piercing his chest, his life force rapidly waning, teetering on the brink of death. The arcane arts and protective measures that had once brought him renown prove utterly useless against Luo Lan's meticulously planned arrow. Emerging from the shadows, Luo Lan, wielding the Quexie bow, coldly gazes upon the dying Luo Lan. The sea hunter Luo Lan. This is merely the beginning. Before his words fade, he draws back the bowstring once more, aiming at Luo Lan's head. The battle for vengeance for his kin begins in this 13th world zone, heralded by the near demise of a genius from the Norlan family. Chapter 17. Renowned across the star domain, the preliminary ends. The eyes of Luo Lan, filled with horror and unwillingness, extinguish entirely under Luo Lan's icy gaze as his virtual form dissipates. A surge of points floods into Luo Lan's ranking, propelling him like a rocket into the top 1,000 of the 13th world zone. The points gained from slaying a high-ranking genius far exceed those obtained from the slaughter of thousands of ordinary combatants. Almost simultaneously with Luo Feng No Lan's elimination, various factions observing the 13th world zone leaderboard, particularly intelligence agents from the Heilong Mountain Star domain, take note of this abrupt change. Luo Feng No Lan has been eliminated. Who did this? The Sea Hunter? Luo Lan. This name had not been heard before. To eliminate No Lan Feng so decisively marks Luo Lan as a dark horse. For the first time, Luo Lan's name truly enters the awareness of the powerful factions within the Heilong Mountain Star domain. Meanwhile, within the No Lan family, a wave of fury erupts as their carefully nurtured genius faces disgraceful elimination in the early stages of the preliminary rounds. They resolutely etch the name Luo Lan into their memories, filled with murderous intent. Within the world zone, Luo Lan feels no sense of triumph. He understands that while eliminating Luo Feng No Lan may have avenged his kin, it also exposes him to the scrutiny of even greater adversaries. Through his perception of hatred's pursuit, he distinctly senses several powerful presences, previously concealed, shifting in response to Luo Feng No Lan's defeat. Some become more cautious, while others lock onto his general direction with a mix of scrutiny and combat intent. Henceforth, he must tread with even greater caution. Taking a deep breath, Luo Lan melds once more into the shadows, utilizing the wind shadow escape to its fullest potential, combined with his shadow battle attire. He seamlessly integrates into the backdrop of this steel metropolis, swiftly vacating the perilous area. As the preliminary rounds progress into their later stages, competition intensifies. Those who remain are all seasoned and formidable individuals. Luo Lan's hunt becomes increasingly challenging as he encounters a variety of opponents. There are warriors skilled in mental illusions, weaving deceptive realms in silence, attempting to confound his senses. However, under the near-absolute perception of hatred's pursuit, most illusions dissolve like snow under sunlight, allowing Luo Lan to counterattack guided by the source of mental waves. He faces a tenacious turtle-style genius, armored and bearing a massive shield, channeling formidable energy to withstand Luo Lan's arrows. Against such opponents, Luo Lan maximizes the sharp characteristics of the gold domain, launching his piercing arrows like high-speed drill bits, relentlessly assaulting a single point, often breaching their defenses with a hint of spatial cutting force. Moreover, he encounters fellow ranged attackers, mentalists commanding a flurry of psychic weaponry, forming a dense net of firepower. Combat with these foes is the most perilous, relying on the precision of attacks, evasive maneuvers, and timing. In this moment, Luo Lan's hatred pursuit reveals a significant advantage, allowing him to anticipate the trajectories of numerous psychic projectiles. His splitting arrows, enhanced by both domains, frequently pierce through defenses, targeting the core. Continuous high-intensity battles refine Luo Lan's command of his own power. The synergy between the gold domain and the wind domain grows more harmonious, at times employing the gold domain's sharpness offensively, at other times utilizing the wind domain's speed to maneuver and seek opportunities. He even begins experimenting with integrating a basic understanding of spatial fluctuations into his arrows, rendering their trajectories more unpredictable. On the 25th day, Luo Lan encounters the most formidable opponent of the preliminary rounds, a genius named Yin Chong Amos from a significant star domain in the Qianwu Universe Nation. Standing nearly 3 meters tall and wielding a long spear engulfed in roaring flames, he possesses not only great strength, but has also mastered the fire domain, honing it to the 9th level, achieving an extraordinary command over flames, rendering his attacks ferociously violent. Amos ranks among the top 50 in the 13th world zone, a favored candidate for advancement. Upon spotting Luo Lan, his battle spirit ignites, and he launches a fierce assault. Boom! The flaming spear thrusts forth, transforming into a roaring fire dragon, melting metal and distorting air in its wake, exuding tremendous might. Luo Lan pushes the wind shadow escape to its limits, weaving through the searing fire domain, acutely sensing the overwhelming heat and annihilative essence of the flames. The splitting arrows strike the fire dragon but are diminished by the layers of the fiery domain, struggling to penetrate. Your arrows cannot withstand my flames. Amos bellows with laughter, his spear dancing amidst a sea of flames, effectively sealing off a vast expanse of Luo Lan's evasive space. Luo Lan's expression turns grave as he realizes he is facing a genuine adversary. The opponent's comprehension of the law of fire surpasses my own mastery in the domains of metal and wind. As he skillfully navigates through the fiery abyss, seeking a sliver of hope, He exerts every ounce of effort to activate the arcane technique of the slaughtering divine arrow, frantically channeling his power. The ultimate sharpness of metal, the unparalleled swiftness of wind, and the lethal determination to hunt down his enemies converge into his next arrow. Yamos sensed the terrifying energy locking onto him. With a furious roar, he unleashed the full might of the law of fire. The flames on his spear transformed from crimson to a deep red, the temperature surging once more as he executed his strongest move, the fiery dragon of heaven's incineration, a more refined and profound dark red fire dragon, capable of incinerating the void, lunged towards Luo Lan with astonishing speed. In that decisive moment, Luo Lan's arrow was released, the slaughtering divine arrow. He held nothing back, invoking this terrifying secret technique inherited from the celestial hunter. A seemingly unremarkable arrow, yet it encapsulated all of Luo Lan's current strength, will, and a hint of causal locking significance, was silently shot forth. It lacked flamboyant visual effects, embodying only the ultimate speed and the essence of destruction. The arrow collided with the dark red fire dragon in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint sound akin to fabric tearing. The fearsome fire dragon, infused with the essence of the law of fire, was cleaved in two by this arrow, as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter, instantaneously dissipating. The arrow maintained its momentum, piercing through Yamos's brow amidst his horrified and bewildered gaze. Yamos's figure froze in place, the brilliance in his eyes swiftly fading, before he transformed into specks of light and vanished. He was slain by a single arrow. This shot drained a significant amount of Luo Lan's mental energy. Yet he remained steadfast, his gaze still sharp. Following this battle, Luo Lan's points surged once again, propelling him into the top 20 of the 13th World District. The reputation of the Sea Hunter resonated throughout the entire district, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred nearly all from provoking him further. In the final 5 days, Luo Lan adopted a more cautious approach, primarily focusing on defense and ambushes to secure his ranking. Although a few unwitting challengers approached, none posed a genuine threat. When the bell tolled to mark the end of the 30th day, the entirety of the 13th World District fell into a momentary stillness. The preliminary rounds concluded. The final rankings of the 13th World District were established. Luo Lan gazed up at the colossal leaderboard that appeared in the sky. His name prominently displayed in the 19th position. He had succeeded. A sigh of relief escaped him, soon replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. The preliminary rounds were merely an appetizer. The true peak confrontation was about to unfold in the arena. As the World District closed, his figure gradually faded away. Chapter 18. Qianwu Arena, a selection of the best in the virtual universe, within the floating hall above Qianwu Continent. 100,001 talents emerged from the bloody preliminary rounds across 100 world districts. The atmosphere was tense. Those standing here were the elite among the stellar ranks, their energy palpable, the laws of the universe faintly discernible. Luo Lan stood amidst the crowd, feeling the powerful aura surrounding him. His gaze swept across, spotting Luo Feng, Rongjun, and others. Rongjun's aura was wild and striking, while Luo Feng appeared more reserved. Luo Lan approached and said, "Luo Feng, long time no see." "Indeed, long time no see, Luo Lan." "The arena matches are about to begin," Luo Feng replied calmly. "The rules will be announced shortly." Luo Lan nodded. First, the top 100 from the 100 world districts, totaling 100 individuals, would directly secure their final spots in the roster of 1,000 representatives for the Qianwu universe. The remaining 100,000 would compete for the final 900 slots. An ancient voice resonated throughout the hall, announcing that the competition would be divided into 2 phases. The first phase, 100,000 participants, divided into 1,000 zones, each containing 100 individuals, engaging in chaotic brawls. From each zone, the final 10 survivors on the battlefield would advance to the next phase, resulting in a total of 1,000 zones yielding 10 individuals, or 10,000 qualifiers. The second phase, this 10,000 would enter a round-robin elimination battle. The rules were elaborated as follows. 1. 10,000 individuals would pair off for the first round of battles, producing 5,000 victors, while 5,000 losers would enter the defeated group. 2. The 5,000 victors would continue to pair off for the second round of battles, yielding 2,500 victors, with 2,500 losers entering the defeated group. 3. In the third round of battles, 1,250 victors would emerge, with 1,250 losers entering the defeated group. 4. In the fourth round of battles, 625 victors would arise. These 625 would directly claim 625 of the 900 slots. 5. Hence, after 4 rounds, the total number of individuals in the defeated group would be 5,000, 2,500, 1,250, and 625, totaling 9,375. The 9,375 participants in the defeated group would then contend through additional rounds or alternative formats to determine the remaining slots of 900, 625, and 275. The rules were clear yet brutal. Consecutive victories would secure a slot, but any defeat in a single round would plunge one into the defeated group, where nearly 10,000 would vie for survival. A daunting challenge indeed. The first phase, the chaotic brawl, commenced with the teleportation. Brilliant lights flickered as the 100,000 talents were transported into 1,000 chaotic battle spaces. Luo Lan found himself in the 38th battle space. It was a colossal circular arena, exceeding 100 kilometers in diameter, yet still felt cramped for 100 stellar-grade 9th-level talents. Beyond the arena lay the boundless void. Kill. Almost instantaneously after the teleportation completed, the massacre began. Various energies clashed, and psychic weapons collided wildly. Everyone understood that only those who remained standing among the final 10 could advance. Luo Lan swiftly employed the technique of wind shadow escape, moving rapidly to avoid becoming a target of concentrated fire. The hunt for hatred was fully activated, allowing him to perceive the entire battlefield's dynamics. He refrained from initiating attacks, instead maneuvering along the edges of the battlefield. A genius wielding dual daggers spotted the isolated Luo Lan and charged towards him. The glimmering blades contained explosive energy of the law of fire. Luo Lan's eyes narrowed. Since evasion was futile, he would end it swiftly. He slightly angled his body to dodge the frontal strike while the evil bow materialized in his hand, unleashing a rift arrow infused with the powers of both metal and wind. With a swift thud, the arrow raced ahead, slipping through the gap created by the dagger wielder's attack, and precisely embedded itself in his throat. The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief as his body gradually dissipated. A single strike, a swift kill. This immediately alerted several nearby geniuses. A trio exchanged glances, silently coordinating to encircle Luo Lan, evidently intent on eliminating this significant threat. Luo Lan snorted coldly. The domain of wind expanded instantly, accelerating his speed, while the domain of metal empowered his arrows. He fought while retreating, targeting the weaknesses in the trio's coordination and predicting their movements. With a whoosh, 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 the arrows whistled through the air, each forcing the opponents into a state of panic. Luo Lan's figure darted through the domain with remarkable agility, preventing the trio from forming an effective encirclement. Instead, he seized an opportunity, shooting an arrow that pierced through one assailant's protective energy, eliminating him from the fray. The remaining two, now filled with trepidation, hesitated in their assault. Luo Lan would not let this chance slip away. The bowstring quivered as 2 arrows flew toward them. One individual attempted to block, only to be sent reeling back, blood spurting from his mouth, while the other, caught off guard, was struck through the shoulder, gravely wounding him and rendering him incapable of further combat. Having resolved this minor inconvenience, Luo Lan continued to navigate the battlefield. The chaos on the arena was exceedingly fierce, with numbers dwindling rapidly, 80, 60, 40, 30. Luo Lan, with his extraordinary perception and agile movements, consistently evaded encirclement while seizing opportunities to eliminate his adversaries with ruthless efficiency. His sky-rending arrows, bolstered by dual domains, possessed immense power, rarely met by even the most formidable of opponents at the 9th tier of stellar rank. As the combatants dwindled to a mere 12 or 13, the battle entered its most brutal phase. Every individual was driven to madness by bloodlust. Luo Lan faced a formidable foe, a mentalist who had comprehended the domain of Earth. His defenses were robust, wielding 9 shields and a long spear, seamlessly blending offense and defense. After a prolonged struggle, Luo Lan ultimately resorted to the technique of the execution divine arrow, piercing through the shield's defenses to achieve a hard-fought victory. At last, when the 10th survivor emerged, the remaining talents were isolated by an invisible force. The chaos in Area 38 concluded, and the qualifiers were announced. Luo Lan, Hei Longshan Empire. The notification chimed, and Luo Lan exhaled in relief. He had successfully passed the first stage, securing his place among the 10,000. Upon returning to the Hall of Consciousness, he discovered that Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and others had already advanced with ease. What lay ahead would be a rigorous trial of absolute strength and enduring combat prowess in the elimination rounds. 10,000 would contend for 625 slots across 4 rounds of combat, leaving no room for error. Luo Lan stood in his preparation zone, regulating his breath. He sensed the tension permeating the surrounding space. Every one of the 10,000 talents was a remarkable figure, and the forthcoming battles would be a clash of raw power. The first round commenced, and the matchups were completed. Instantly, the 10,000 talents were paired off and transported to 5,000 independent arenas. Luo Lan's first opponent was a tall female warrior wielding dual daggers, her movements enigmatic and imbued with the chilling essence of the ice domain. Her attacks were dense and rapid, transforming into frigid torrents that could freeze all in their path. As the battle began, she approached Luo Lan with an ethereal grace, her daggers tracing icy arcs that restricted his mobility. Luo Lan executed the wind shadow escape, maneuvering within the confined arena while unleashing a barrage of sky-rending arrows, only to have them deflected or neutralized by her fluid movements. Although his speed was commendable, his strikes lacked the necessary potency. The woman smirked, her dual daggers suddenly radiating an intense chill, instantly freezing the arena floor and severely hampering Luo Lan's movements. Realizing he faced a tenacious adversary, Luo Lan ceased holding back. The sharp aura of the gold domain erupted forth, enhancing the brilliance of his arrows and amplifying their penetrative power. Simultaneously, he maximized his hate-seeking ability. Anticipating the flowing trajectory of her attacks, he found his opportunity. Luo Lan detected a fleeting hesitation during her movement transition and unleashed an execution divine arrow with the swiftness of lightning, tearing through the icy air and striking true at her heart. The woman's expression shifted as she crossed her daggers to block. The impact resonated with a thunderous clang, sending her reeling, blood spilling from her lips as she gazed at Luo Lan in astonishment. She had not anticipated such terrifying explosive strength from him. Seizing the momentum, Luo Lan relentlessly pursued, ultimately cornering her with a series of relentless arrows and claiming victory. Returning to the preparation zone after the first round, Luo Lan felt no elation. Instead, he grew even more vigilant. If the first battle proved so arduous, the subsequent opponents would only be stronger. After a brief respite, the pairings for the second round commenced. Luo Lan's next opponent was a genius from a powerful star domain known as Leia, who wielded a hammer crackling with lightning. His attacks were ferociously violent, and his speed was astonishing. Upon entering the arena, the entire space was enveloped in blinding lightning, with countless electric serpents rampaging. Die! Leia roared, his hammer descending with the force of 1,000 pounds of thunder upon Luo Lan. The speed was so extreme that Luo Lan's wind shadow escape struggled to evade entirely, forcing him to narrowly dodge the vital points and suffer from the residual shockwave, leaving his body momentarily paralyzed. Such formidable mastery of the lightning domain. The speed and power far surpassed the previous round. Luo Lan's heart sank as he found himself in a desperate struggle. He could only rely on his predictive hate-seeking ability and wind shadow escape to keep dodging, while his sky-rending arrows diminished in efficacy amidst the tempest of lightning, failing to inflict substantial damage. Pressure enveloped Luo Lan as Leia's onslaught resembled a torrential storm, offering no respite. His original energy dwindled rapidly, and he bore several charred wounds. I cannot afford to lose. A fierce conviction fueled Luo Lan. Under this overwhelming pressure, insights from his hunting legacy surged forth, understanding the indomitable essence of the gold principle and the elusive nature of the wind principle, colliding and merging with unprecedented velocity. The arrows he released transformed, no longer mere energy entities, but began to exude an essence of principles, their trajectories becoming increasingly cunning, and their penetrative power gradually enhancing. His movements also aligned more closely with the essence of wind, weaving through the lightning. Leia sensed the shift in Luo Lan and intensified his assault. Desperate struggle. Just as Leia concentrated his entire being into a devastating strike of lightning, Luo Lan's mental will, internal energy, and comprehension of both the gold and wind principles broke through a critical threshold under the duress of life and death. An intangible wave emanated from Luo Lan, enveloping him in a soft golden radiance and azure winds. The world before his eyes sharpened, revealing the flow of energy and the trajectories of principles as if they were within reach. He had broken through. At this critical juncture of the second round of elimination, Luo Lan fully transcended the barrier, genuinely stepping into the threshold of the gold and wind source principles. This was the power of crossing into the realm of principles. A clarity enveloped Luo Lan's mind as he gazed at the surging lightning ahead, slowly raising his bow. An arrow that appeared unremarkable coalesced on the bowstring. Yet the sharpness and swiftness contained within it struck fear into Leia's heart. Whoosh! The arrow flew silently, seemingly defying the distance of space. piercing through the chaotic lightning storm and striking the hammer in Lei Ya's grasp with a resounding crack. The formidable third-tier energy weapon shattered into fragments. The arrow continued its momentum, grazing Lei Ya's shoulder and tearing away flesh. Lei Ya stood frozen in disbelief. The previous arrow had been unleashed before he could react, the essence of principles overwhelming him entirely. I have lost, Lei Ya uttered bitterly as his form gradually dissipated. Luo Lan emerged victorious in the second round, achieving this triumph following a breakthrough at the precipice of the battle. The ensuing battles of the third and fourth rounds became significantly easier for Luo Lan, who had now crossed into the thresholds of two principles. His arrows surged with newfound power, and his movements became even more unpredictable. Although his opponents were strong, they found it challenging to retaliate against him under the pressure of his dual principle mastery. He advanced with relentless momentum, winning 4 consecutive matches and securing a position among the top 625, thereby earning the right to represent the Qianwu Universe Nation in the finals. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, as in the original narrative, faced defeat against the wild man Rong Jun, entering the losers bracket, where he subsequently triumphed through a series of victories to earn his place in the cosmic finals. A phantom appeared. The Qianwu Universe Nation arena competition concluded. The list of the top 1,000 was finalized. Congratulations to you all. The voice of the phantom resonated through the void, urging everyone to prepare for the cosmic finals awaiting them. Luo Lan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with indomitable spirit. This was merely the beginning. His ambition was to reach the ultimate pinnacle of the grand cosmic genius battle. The brilliance of his hunting legacy would undoubtedly illuminate the vast expanse of the starry sky. Chapter 19. Trial Space. Clash of the Seven Towers in the vast expanse of the grand continent specifically established by the virtual universe. 1,008 palatial structures, each with its own distinct style, hovered in the sky, representing 1,008 cosmic nations. Within the hall of the Qianwu universe, 1,000 talented individuals who had successfully advanced gathered, their auras fierce, eyes sharp, and the fluctuation of laws subtly emanating around them. Luo Lan stood amidst the crowd, feeling an unprecedented mix of pressure and excitement. His gaze swept across the assembly and landed on Luo Feng, who was engaged in conversation with the wild-haired, untamed Rong Jun. Rong Jun's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke. I have my sights set on the second place overall ranking. His eyes burned with ambition as he looked towards the Noah universe. I admit, Bolin is a monster. However, I, Rong Jun, am determined to secure the second position. Luo Feng, you are impressive as well. Luo Lan, I have heard of your strength. I hope to have a duel with you. His straightforwardness was endearing. Certainly. Luo Lan replied with a smile. Just as the geniuses were exchanging words, an overwhelming, soul-chilling pressure suddenly enveloped the skies above the continent and the 1,008 halls. Every one of the million talents felt a jolt of fear, involuntarily falling silent and gazing upwards. In the starry sky, a figure clad in a blue battle robe, with a handsome face resembling a sculpture and surrounded by 9 ethereal sword silhouettes, materialized out of thin air. His gaze was serene, yet it seemed to encompass the profound truths of the universe's creation and destruction. He was none other than the super entity sent by the Virtual Universe Company, the Nine-Sword Sovereign. Young ones, the Nine-Sword Sovereign's voice was gentle, yet resonated clearly in the ears of every genius, carrying a power that penetrated the soul. Welcome to the finals of the Cosmic Human Pinnacle Genius Battle. A profound silence fell upon the million talents in the void. The Nine-Sword Sovereign continued. The first round of the finals will take place in the trial space. There are 7 trial towers, each with 7 levels. With a wave of his hand, a massive screen appeared, displaying the detailed rules. You over 1 million will enter the trial space simultaneously, starting from the first trial tower, advancing layer by layer. The more layers you conquer, the higher your score, completing all 7 trial towers, totaling 49 levels. The conditions for passing are either to eliminate all adversaries or survive for 10 days. Death will result in the termination of that trial tower, recording your final score. The Nine-Sword Sovereign's gaze swept over the million talents, and his tone suddenly turned grave. The final rankings will be determined by total scores. The top 100, from 1st to 100th place, will be directly absorbed as core members by my Virtual Universe Company, granting 100 coveted spots. These words resonated like a stone cast into a lake, stirring a low murmur among the crowd. The top 100 would advance directly. The rankings from 101st to 7,300th will engage in a contest for the remaining 900 spots. As for those ranked 7301 and below, they shall be eliminated. The rules were stark and merciless. Among the million talents, ultimately, Only 1,000 would enter the core echelon of the virtual universe company. Now, the teleportation begins. As the 9-sword sovereign's voice faded, the figures of the million talents were simultaneously enveloped in a radiant light of teleportation. After a brief shift through time and space, Luo Lan found himself on a vast grassland. On the distant horizon stood an imposing, towering dark red giant tower, exuding an ancient and bloody aura. This was the first trial tower. First level, 10,000 ferocious beasts, blood-furred mammoths. Eliminate all or survive for 10 days to enter the second level. Death means termination. The cold notification echoed. The ground trembled, and a tidal wave of ferocious beasts surged forth. Thousands of mammoths, each the size of a small hill, cloaked in blood-red fur and with menacing tusks, charged with a star-level 9th-tier ferocity. Take the initiative. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened as he raised his bow. Crossing into the realm of gold and wind laws, he felt a renewed mastery over his power. With a mere thought, the sharpness of gold and the swiftness of wind flowed seamlessly. Whoosh! The first arrow soared, entwined with faint golden law threads, piercing through the skull of the first mammoth. The essence of gold erupting and extinguishing its vitality, the arrow's force continuing to penetrate 3 more before stopping. The threshold of law transformed the essence of his power. Luo Lan moved like the wind, employing the wind shadow escape, gliding effortlessly among the herd. His arrows struck true, targeting the eyes and ears of the beasts with astonishing efficiency. Occasionally, a mammoth charged close, but the tip of his bow, imbued with golden light, effortlessly tore through its thick hide. The agility afforded by the wind allowed him to maneuver with ease. In less than a day, all the mammoths were vanquished. Luo Lan stepped into the second level. Second level, 10,000 demon beasts, 9-headed python. The notification rang again. The scene transformed into a dark swamp, where countless 9-headed giant pythons lurked, their eyes glimmering with cunning malice. The demon beasts possessed high intelligence, unlike the reckless ferocity of mere beasts. The snakes hissed, spewing venom, ice, and flames, with their tails sweeping in perfect coordination. Luo Lan felt the pressure mount, realizing his arrows needed to be more cunning. Hate tracking allowed him to sense the source of murderous intent, narrowly evading the thick streams of venom. He aimed for the junction of the snake heads, a golden radiance flaring, and with a single shot, severed multiple heads. The battle was fierce, and after a day of struggle, he cleared the level. Third level, 1,000 metallic beings, the Duoluo clan warriors. In the metallic hall, 1,000 silver-like warriors stood in formation, their defenses formidable and attacks synchronized. Luo Lan focused, channeling the ultimate sharpness of the gold laws, the arrowhead's golden brilliance condensed to a needle. Thud! At last, he broke through their defenses, piercing through their core. This level tested penetration power, and it took him 2 days to conquer. Fourth level, 1,000 cosmic exotic life forms, flying hound. On a cliff where wild winds howled, 1,000 flying hounds with bat-like wings and sharp claws swooped in with astonishing speed, their sonic waves disorienting. Luo Lan unleashed his wind domain, utilizing air currents to maneuver, his arrows chasing the wind and lightning, targeting their wing roots. The flying hounds attacked fiercely, and Luo Lan exchanged injuries for victories, passing after 2 days. Fifth level, 100 mechanical puppets. In the steel hall, 100 humanoid puppets glowed ominously, their arms transforming into cannons, weaving a net of death with energy beams. Luo Lan pushed the wind shadow escape to its limits, dancing through the gaps of light, counterattacking through programming flaws. The gold laws shattered their armor. And after 2 days of grueling combat, the puppets lay in ruins. Sixth level, 10 starry beasts, Song. In the vast starry sky, 10 mountain-sized beasts known as Song roared, their scales heavy, and their law attacks formidable. Luo Lan's expression turned grave as he unleashed the destruction divine arrow for the first time with full power. Merging the laws of gold and wind, an arrow transformed into a rainbow, tearing through the starry void, piercing the skull of a giant beast. Each song required a decisive kill, and Luo Lan expended tremendous energy, conquering it after 3 days. Seventh level, 1 insectoid mother nest. In a sinister lair, the mother nest writhed, and countless insectoid warriors surged forth, their claws sharp as blades. Luo Lan rained arrows down, the insect corpses piling high. Utilizing his precise archery and the agility of wind shadow escape, he navigated through the sea of insects, ultimately locating the core of the mother nest. Delivering a single arrow that determined the outcome, the first trial tower was cleared. Outside, the immortal ones murmured, This youth's application of the laws is becoming increasingly adept. His resolve is steadfast. Though he may not match Luo Lan, he is indeed a worthy candidate. Without pausing, Luo Lan pressed on, conquering the second and third trial towers in rapid succession. The enemy numbers and strength multiplied, with each layer presenting fierce battles. By the fourth trial tower, the pressure intensified. The first level blood-furred mammoths boasted even greater speed and attack power. Luo Lan fought valiantly, every arrow finding its mark. The second level was teeming with 34 royal nine-headed python serpents, their intelligence heightened, their combined assault fearsome. Luo Lan, driven by vengeance and foresight, unleashed a flurry of divine arrows, pushing through with great difficulty. In the void, the immortal reflected, the fourth tower is a watershed. For this young man to reach this point is no small feat. Let us see if he can transcend his limits. Upon reaching the fifth level of the fourth tower, he faced 100 mechanical puppets, their energy cannons unleashing devastation. Luo Lan's agile movements allowed him to evade and counterattack, utilizing arrows that pierced through defenses. However, the effectiveness of his golden arrows was halved, and he barely managed to advance. At the sixth level, he encountered 10 azure beasts, each requiring his utmost effort to confront with divine arrows. Luo Lan's energy was nearly depleted, yet he persevered through sheer willpower and ultimately succeeded. In the seventh level, the Zerg Queen's nest transformed into a battleground of evolving tactics. After a prolonged struggle, Luo Lan discovered a flaw and struck decisively, achieving victory. He had conquered the fourth trial tower. The moment his consciousness returned, Luo Lan immediately plunged into the fifth trial tower. The first level presented an overwhelming number of adversaries, all royal blood-furred mammoths. Despite unleashing a barrage of divine arrows, swift kills were elusive, and he engaged in a prolonged skirmish before annihilating them completely. At the second level, he faced numerous imperial nine-headed pythons, their toxic miasma enveloping the arena. Luo Lan utilized his domain of wind to dispel the toxins, unleashing golden arrows to pierce their scales. Advancing with great difficulty, the third level featured 1,000 formidable Tua Luo warriors, their defenses impenetrable, their combined formations exuding tremendous pressure. Luo Lan ascended his comprehension of the laws to their zenith, his arrows tracing the subtle intricacies of spatial phenomena, ultimately overcoming them. In the fourth level, he confronted 1,000 flying hounds, their speed surpassing visual perception. Luo Lan, guided by vengeance and intuition, anticipated their movements, trading blows and ultimately emerging victorious. At this juncture, the rankings revealed that Luo Lan was far ahead, having reached the seventh tower, while Rongjun and Luo Feng were in the latter stages of the fifth tower. An immortal commented, "Luo Lan possesses remarkable resilience. His application of the laws has become increasingly adept, yet his foundation remains a weakness." In the fifth tower's fifth level, he faced 100 enhanced mechanical puppets. The threat they posed was unprecedented. Their dual arms transformed into colossal cannons, each strike capable of annihilating a star-level peak. Luo Lan employed Wind Shadow to evade, maximizing his dual domains and divine arrows to their limits, maneuvering to locate their energy cores. The battle was harrowing, with every dodge executed in the nick of time. Ultimately, Luo Lan seized an opportunity during their recharge, channeling all his comprehension of the laws and will into a few arrows that pierced the core, thus passing the fifth level. However, at the seventh level of the fifth tower, Luo Lan approached his limits. Despite his tenacious spirit and masterful application of the laws, the overwhelming consumption of energy prevented him from advancing further. His final score was the seventh level of the fifth tower, securing the 18th position overall. Upon returning to the resting space, Luo Lan gasped for breath, yet he felt satisfied with his performance. He glanced at the rankings. First place, Luo Lan, first level of the seventh tower. Third place, Luo Feng, first level of the sixth tower. 16th place, Rongjun, seventh level of the fifth tower. 18th place, Luo Lan, seventh level of the fifth tower. The top 100 would advance directly. Luo Lan clenched his fist, filled with exuberance. He had succeeded. With his 18th position, he stepped into the core of the virtual universe company. The voice of the nine-sword master echoed through the void. The trials are concluded. Those in the top 100, follow me. A new journey thus commenced. Chapter 20. The Domain of Secrets. A new beginning with the rankings of the trial towers established. The destinies of 1,000,000 prodigies were now determined. The nine-sword master surveyed the top 100 talents. His voice calm, yet imbued with supreme authority. Those ranked in the top 100, follow me to the side to observe the battles. The remaining 7. 200 will engage in a brutal one-on-one elimination round to vie for the final 900 spots. Luo Lan, Luo Feng, Rongjun, and other talents in the top 100 were drawn by an unseen force to a special observation platform. Below, on the vast arena, 200 prodigies prepared to engage in fierce duels, with victors advancing and the vanquished concluding their journey in this talent battle. Those who had traversed the first 4 trial towers and ranked in the top 300 were all formidable, and now, for the precious core member slots. They would spare no effort. The battles erupted instantaneously, various domains of laws illuminating the arena, with mystical techniques clashing violently. The top 100 prodigies, intensely focused, analyzed the potential strengths of future allies or adversaries. Luo Lan meticulously observed, noting the presence of exceptional talents among them, some merely hindered by misfortune or lack of accumulation, preventing their direct advancement. He witnessed an array of unique applications of laws and combat techniques, deepening his understanding of the diversity among the talents of the human race in the cosmos. As the lengthy arena matches concluded, the final 900 slots were confirmed. Thus, the Virtual Universe Company's current talent battle birthed 1,000 core members. The atmosphere among the 1,000 elite prodigies was charged with palpable tension. Many, deemed to possess the strength of the top 10 or 20, or who believed themselves to be among the best, quietly scrutinized one another, their gazes filled with appraisal, comparison, and spirited ambition. Luo Lan felt several pairs of eyes upon him, some filled with curiosity, others with acknowledgement, and a subtle hint of challenge. The competition ahead would undoubtedly grow more intense. Congratulations to you all. The ethereal voice resonated in the minds of the 1,000 individuals. As the figure of the 9-sword master, clad in green battle robes with scaled armor, appeared before them. You are the most exceptional of the 1,008 cosmic nations within the entire human race of the cosmos. The 9-sword master's gaze swept over each prodigy, carrying a note of approval. Our Virtual Universe Company will devote itself to nurturing you. If anyone desires to decline joining the Virtual Universe Company, now is the time to speak. Silence enveloped the arena. No one uttered a word. Who among them would relinquish such an extraordinary opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of strength? Very well, the 9-sword master nodded slightly, proceeding to announce the crucial distribution of rewards. Among you 1,000, those ranked from 101 to 1,000 will receive a bonus of 10 Hunyuan units. The opportunity to enter the initial universe for enlightenment, and to join the core end-time secret realm of my Virtual Universe Company. As his words echoed, many among the lower-ranked 900 prodigies displayed expressions of delight. Although the end-time secret realm was the lowest tier of the core layer, it was still the starting point coveted by countless talents, offering resources far exceeding those of the outside world. For those ranked from 11 to 100, the 9-sword master's voice continued to resonate. You will each receive a bonus of 100 Hunyuan units, the opportunity to enter the initial universe for enlightenment, and to join the core heavenly secret realm of my Virtual Universe Company. Luo Lan felt a stirring in his heart. A bonus of 100 Hunyuan units was a sum substantial enough to entice even ordinary immortals. For those ranked from 3 to 10, you will receive a bonus of 1,000 Hunyuan units, the opportunity to enter the initial universe for enlightenment, and to join the core primordial secret realm of my Virtual Universe Company. For the top 2, the 9-sword master's gaze lingered on Bolin for a moment. You will receive a bonus of 10,000 Hunyuan units, the opportunity to enter the initial universe for enlightenment, and to join the core primal secret realm of my Virtual Universe Company. The mention of the primal secret realm elicited a wave of suppressed astonishment from the crowd below. This was the highest tier secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company's core layer, typically admitting only one individual per session. The degree of resource allocation was beyond imagination. The 9-sword master seemed to perceive the crowd's astonishment, explaining, under normal circumstances, the primal secret realm only admits one individual per session. However, due to the exceptional caliber of this cohort, the highest echelons of the Virtual Universe Company have conferred 2 slots for entry into the primal secret realm for your session. This declaration sparked further waves of excitement. 2 slots for the primal secret realm underscored the company's regard for this cohort of prodigies. The announcement of rewards has concluded, and the vast disparity in resources and the categorization of secret realms have distinctly delineated the future hierarchies among the multitude. However, this has not dampened the spirits of the talented. Rather, it has ignited an even stronger ambition. The esteemed Zhou Jianzun raised his voice, declaring that the time for martial contests has arrived to ultimately determine the rightful claimants to the Tian Di Mi Jing, Tai Chu Mi Jing, and the Yuan Shi Mi Jing. The rules were instantaneously conveyed to everyone through the virtual universe system. 1. Stage 1. Determining the Tian Di Mi Jing. The top 100 geniuses from the trial tower will form one faction. From the 900 talented individuals who have just advanced through 3 rounds of eliminations. The virtual universe system will select the finest 100 based on their comprehensive performances, such as Huan Mo Jelly Shi, Ka Peng Te, etc. These 200 individuals will engage in one-on-one battles. The victorious 100 will qualify to enter the Tian Di Mi Jing, while the defeated 100, along with the remaining 800 geniuses who did not participate in this round, will all be relegated to the Mo Shi Mi Jing. 2. Stage 2. Determining the Tai Chu Mi Jing, among the 100 winners from the previous stage. The virtual universe system will again assess their performances and select the top 20. These 20 will compete in one-on-one battles to determine the top 10. The top 10 will gain the qualification to enter the Tai Chu Mi Jing. 3. Stage 3. Determining the Yuan Shi Mi Jing. Finally, the top 10 will engage in internal contests to select the first and second placements, who will then enter the Yuan Shi Mi Jing. With the rules announced, the atmosphere in the square was instantly charged with fervor. This signifies that even the top 100 geniuses from the trial tower could miss the opportunity for the Tian Di Mi Jing should they falter in the arena. Conversely, those initially ranked lower may still leap to greatness should they triumph over formidable adversaries. The arena battles have commenced. Stage 1. 200 compete for 100. Vying for the qualification to the Tian Di Mi Jing. Luo Lan, ranked 18th in the trial tower, faced his first opponent, a mentalist from the Noah Universe country, wielding 9 blades as delicate as gossamer, with an attack trajectory that was both intricate and elusive. As the battle commenced, his opponent unleashed a formidable illusion, attempting to ensnare Luo Lan's perception. However, with Luo Lan's unwavering will, having already crossed the threshold of the laws and an acute insight into the essence of energy born from his hatred, the illusion shattered like soap bubbles in sunlight. Luo Lan did not even need to move. He simply raised his hand and let loose an arrow. Swoosh! The piercing arrow struck first, precisely targeting the core node connecting the 9 blades of energy, instantly disrupting his opponent's rhythm of attack. Following swiftly, the second arrow was aimed at the opponent's corporeal form. The mentalist's face turned pale with horror. It was too late to evade, and the arrow pierced through his heart. Luo Lan advanced effortlessly into the top 100, successfully securing a place in the Tian Di Mi Jing. This round of combat was exceptionally intense. Many top-ranking geniuses from the trial tower found themselves unexpectedly defeated by rising challengers, cast into the Mo Shi Mi Jing in despair. Meanwhile, elite figures such as Rong Jun and Luo Feng crushed their opponents without a doubt. Huan Mo Jelly Shi and others also showcased astonishing prowess, advancing successfully. Stage 2. 20 compete for 10, vying for the qualification to the Tai Chu Mi Jing. The list of the top 20 selected by the virtual universe system was announced, featuring Luo Lan, Bo Lan, Rong Jun, Luo Feng, and others ranking high in the trial tower, along with Jelly Shi, who had triumphed through elimination rounds. Every individual on this list was a true top-tier genius, each possessing their unique strengths. Luo Lan's opponent in this round was a burly man named Tai Ta Long Su from the Ju Fu Universe country. This individual possessed innate strength, combining the laws of earth with power, boasting formidable defenses as he wielded a giant axe with the might to reshape the world. As the battle commenced, Long Su launched a fierce assault, the giant axe radiating a heavy golden hue with each strike, attempting to suppress Luo Lan with overwhelming force. Luo Lan executed the wind shadow escape to perfection, leaving behind trails of afterimages on the arena as he evaded the direct onslaught. The piercing arrows struck against Long Su's earthy protective barrier, creating violent ripples, yet failing to breach it instantly. Ha! Long Su laughed maniacally, intensifying his assault. Luo Lan's gaze remained calm. While evading, he searched for a weakness. His ability to pursue hatred operated at full capacity, analyzing the patterns of his opponent's energy flow. He discovered that after each of Long Su's powerful slashes, the protective barrier would momentarily stagnate around his abdomen. Now was the time. In a moment when Long Su's old strength had been exhausted and new power had yet to manifest, Luo Lan swiftly distanced himself, drawing his bow like a full moon. The sharpness of the gold laws and the swiftness of the wind laws were pushed to their utmost limits, as an arrow imbued with astonishing power was released. The slaying divine arrow transformed into a golden blue streak, moving at unparalleled speed, precisely seizing the fleeting vulnerability. Instantly penetrating Long Su's protective barrier, and striking forcefully against the side of his battle axe. Bang! A deafening roar echoed. Lanxing felt an irresistible force surge forth. His grip shattered, nearly losing his axe, as he staggered backward, the protective barrier collapsing. Before he could regain his balance, Luo Lan's second arrow had already pierced through his forehead. I concede, Lanxing gasped for breath. Luo Lan had successfully advanced into the top 10, securing his qualification for the Tai Chu Mi Jing. Meanwhile, victories were determined across other arenas. Bo Lan, Rong Jun, Luo Feng, and other strong contenders triumphed over their opponents. The final list of the top 10 comprised Bo Lan, Luo Lan, Long Yun, Luo Feng, Wu Ka, Rong Jun, Xian Shui, Ai Chun, Jiang Mo, and Lanxi Luo. While the original character O Pa Te La was ultimately eliminated, bringing a definitive conclusion. These 10 individuals have ascended to the pinnacle of this generation's genius battle among trillions of stellar-level prodigies. The ethereal form of Jiao Jianzun reappeared above the square, his gaze sweeping over these 10 most outstanding geniuses and all those below who were observing with rapt attention. Excellent. Jiao Jianzun's voice resonated far and wide. The top 10 has been established. You 10 have secured your qualifications to enter the Tai Chu Mi Jing. A chorus of envy and admiration erupted from the crowd. The Tai Chu Mi Jing. It is a realm coveted by countless geniuses. Jiao Jianzun paused momentarily, his gaze deepening, and his voice carried an electrifying undertone. However, the ultimate peak has yet to be determined. The 2 slots for the Yuan Shi Mi Jing will be drawn from among you 10. Tomorrow, the final ranking battle will take place. This will determine the ultimate ranking of this genius battle and who will qualify to step into the highest sanctuary of our virtual universe company, the Yuan Shi Mi Jing. Today's battle concludes here. With that, the azure light dissipated. The top 10 geniuses exchanged glances, and the air crackled with invisible sparks. The top 10 is merely a new beginning. Tomorrow will herald the true showdown. Chapter 21, The Laws of Space. The pinnacle confrontation with the list of the 10 contenders for the Tai Chu Mi Jing finalized. Luo Lan and the others simultaneously felt both elation and pressure. Returning to the resting area arranged by the Virtual Universe Company, the other geniuses exhibited excitement, while some reviewed their battles. Luo Lan, however, headed directly to the meditation chamber. He closed the door, isolating himself from the external sounds. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes, replaying the scenes of his earlier combat in his mind. Every detail of the final battle, the transitions between offense and defense, the shifts in spatial trajectories, and the movement paths of his opponent, were continuously dissected and recombined. Space is not void. Luo Lan silently contemplated, immersing his consciousness in the essence of space. That sensation felt akin to nearing a certain truth, tantalizingly close to grasping it. He recalled how, during the battle, he instinctively sensed the spatial fluctuations preceding an attack, how he adjusted his steps to maneuver within a minuscule range. It was not merely speed, it felt more like a fusion. In the depths of consciousness, there appeared to be a door, intricately engraved with esoteric symbols, embodying one of the fundamental laws of the universe, the law of space. Previously, he could only gaze upon it from afar, feeling its grandeur. However, after enduring a series of intense battles, particularly against prodigious talents who approached the laws, numerous insights and inspirations converged, relentlessly assaulting this door. A subtle hum resonated in his mind as Luo Lan concentrated all his mental energy, guiding every realization to form a singular force directed at the door. A faint crack echoed. The door did not fully open, but a narrow crevice was pried ajar. Instantly, a refreshing and translucent sensation permeated his entire being and soul. He perceived it. The once uniform and plain space now revealed minute textures and layers. He could vaguely sense the fluctuations of the surrounding space, akin to ripples across water. With a mere thought, he felt he could better merge with these ripples, minimizing resistance to movement, and even preliminarily influence the fluctuations. This was the law of space. Although it was merely a nascent comprehension, he was still far from true mastery. Yet this step was pivotal. It indicated the trajectory of Luo Lan's future, pointing towards the apex of power within the universe. His movements and attacks would now commence to embody the intricate essence of the law of space, transcending mere imitation or reliance on brute strength. The breakthrough process felt protracted, though it lasted but a moment. Luo Lan opened his eyes, a fleeting silver vortex shimmering within their depths, endowing him with a more profound demeanor. He swung his arm, sensing the surrounding space had become somewhat viscous, a natural phenomenon following the initial perception of the essence of space. Having now grasped the 3 great laws, What might seem excessive to others posed no issue for him due to his inheritance. One day's time was sufficient for him to solidify this newfound realm. Luo Lan found tranquility within, closing his eyes once more to meticulously experience and reinforce this breakthrough. The virtual cosmic system arranged with precision. After an entire day, a grand announcement resonated throughout the observation space, attended by all gifted individuals and immortals. The Pinnacle Genius Battle. The grand finals for the top 5 and the contest for the original Secret Realm slots was about to commence. The top 10 participants, ranked by their previous victories, would engage in head-to-head duels. The victors would advance into the top 5, earning the right to contend for the original Secret Realm slots. The screen displayed the names of the 10 contestants alongside their victory times. The rules were straightforward. The fastest victor, Luo Lan, would face the slowest, Rongjun. The second fastest, Luo Lan, would duel the second slowest, Long Yun. The third fastest, Qian Shui, would combat the third slowest, Luo Feng. The fourth fastest, Jiang Mo, would face the fourth slowest, Ai Chun, and the fifth fastest, Lanxing Luo, would take on the fifth slowest, Wu Ka. As the matchups were announced, the observing talents engaged in animated discussions. Luo Lan versus Rongjun. Could Rongjun's combat style withstand Luo Lan's spatial illusions? Luo Lan versus Long Yun. Long Yun's earthy defenses, combined with the fundamental laws of space, were formidable. It would be interesting to see how Luo Lan would unravel them. Qian Shui versus Luo Feng. A duel between mentalists. Jiang Mo against the radiant swordsman Ai Chun. A clash of sword techniques, bound to be riveting. Lanxing Luo against Wu Ka, both formidable contenders. The first bout was the focal battle between the deathly precise Luo Lan and the wild Rongjun. Rongjun remained untamed, unleashing his earth-splitting blade technique. With yellowish blade light seemingly poised to cleave the arena, the heavy domain of the earth law pressuring the space into solidity. His strength was acknowledged, marking him as a contender for the second position. Yet, Luo Lan, facing this strike, maintained an icy demeanor. He did not even draw his sword. Instead, he moved. In an instant, 1,000 white-clad Luo Lans appeared upon the stage. Each was vividly alive, exuding a fierce sword intent that surrounded Rongjun. This was a spatial illusion. Not mere afterimages, but illusory forms imbued with offensive capability. Rongjun's blade light shattered dozens of illusions, yet even more Luo Lans attacked from all sides. Their sword light dense. Rongjun roared, his blade technique ferocious, defenses tight, while he attempted to discern Luo Lan's true form. His domain's efficacy waned before the spatial illusion. The law of space was overwhelmingly potent. The watching talents held their breath. Rongjun's blade technique was domineering and powerful, yet under the onslaught of thousands of illusions, he appeared reactive. Luo Lan's true form moved like a specter amid the illusions, each strike precise, forcing Rongjun to retreat continuously. Ultimately, Luo Lan's true form seemingly teleported behind Rongjun, thrusting his sword forth, the space appearing to slice open a narrow seam. Rongjun, realizing the peril, attempted to block with his blade, but the sword intent, imbued with the power of spatial cutting, had already penetrated his being. Blood spewed forth as Rongjun was sent crashing to the ground. Luo Lan triumphed with a clean and decisive display of superiority. In the second match, Qian Shui faced Luo Feng. Qian Shui, a girl of cool demeanor, waved her hand, summoning nearby mental energy weapons that radiated a cerulean light, transforming into countless tendrils and water blades, surging towards Luo Feng in an attempt to bind and sever him. She did not rely on brute force, but instead constructed a field of control. Luo Feng remained composed, a dark golden staff rising behind him, disassembling and reconfiguring into golden small swords, nimbly weaving through to sever the tendrils and shatter the water blades. The golden illusionary swords clashed with the cerulean mental waves, causing energy to scatter. Luo Feng, your divine weapon is impressive, yet insufficient. Qian Shui's voice remained frosty as she intensified her mental output, transforming the arena into a deep sea, increasing the pressure. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened, as the core of the dark golden staff emanated light, invoking the first level of the divine sword technique. 9 solidified golden illusionary swords materialized, tearing through the cerulean waves, puncturing towards Qian Shui's true form. Her mental defenses crumbled before the illusionary swords, leading to her eventual dissolution. Luo Feng emerged victorious. In the third match, the roving hero Luo Lan confronted Long Yun. Long Yun, wielding a massive shield, stood steadfast, bellowing, Earth Fortress. Combining Earth with the fundamental laws of space, he formed a yellowish light barrier around him. rendering the space viscous and his defenses extraordinarily robust. Luo Lan floated midair, an ancient longbow in hand, its malevolent aura radiating a ghostly glow. Let us see. He did not immediately draw his bow, but instead moved, integrating the wind-shadow escape technique with his nascent understanding of the law of space. Gliding through space to create distance, shifting positions, and seeking the optimal angle for a shot. Ineffective. Long Yun's shield remained steadfast, unmoving. Sky-rending arrow. Luo Lan's focus sharpened as he drew his bow. Mental energy and primal force converged, forming a phantom arrow infused with the power of the nascent law of space. With the bow fully drawn, the arrow was released. Its trajectory blurred, as if it leaped across portions of space, directly appearing before Long Yun's Earth Fortress. The arrow, imbued with spatial cutting power, scraped against the yellowish light barrier, producing a piercing sound. Although it did not penetrate entirely, it created a fissure that rippled outward. What? Long Yun's expression shifted as he realized the arrow's penetrating power exceeded his expectations and bore spatial attributes. He hastily activated the law to repair his defense. Yet Luo Lan would not grant him the opportunity. His figure left behind afterimages in space as he unleashed a barrage of arrows, each imbued with spatial fluctuations, relentlessly assaulting the same location on the barrier. Each arrow expanded the fissure. Slaughtering divine arrow. Luo Lan employed a secret technique, concentrating his mental energy, releasing the final arrow adorned with spatial distortion patterns upon its surface. This arrow was swift, seemingly transcending spatial distance. Long Yun's Earth Fortress shattered. The residual force of the arrow penetrated his brow. Luo Lan claimed victory. In the fourth match, Jiang Mo faced Ai Chen. Ai Chen wielded his light sword, his technique as swift as lightning. Jiang Mo's swordplay remained composed. The two engaged in a dazzling exchange of sword light. Ultimately, Ai Chen, leveraging his superior speed and the ferocity of the light law, narrowly triumphed over Jiang Mo. Ai Chen emerged victorious. In the fifth match, Lanxing Luo clashed with Wu Ka. The barbaric Prince Wu Ka unleashed a frenzied assault. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Ultimately, Wu Ka's greater strength overwhelmed Lanxing Luo. Wu Ka emerged victorious. The top five were established: Luo Lan, Luo Feng, Ai Chen, and Wu Ka. The cycle of battles commenced, with the five engaging in round-robin duels to determine the final rankings. The first match, highly anticipated, was the pinnacle showdown, Luo Lan against Luo Lan. Upon the stage, the two prodigies faced each other. Luo Lan remained indifferent, while Luo Lan exuded a profound aura. Your understanding of spatial laws is merely nascent. Luo Lan's voice was frigid, yet it compelled me to draw my sword. With a deep breath, Luo Lan gripped his bow, entering a state of combat. The battle commenced. As Luo Lan moved, thousands of phantoms emerged, sword energies crisscrossing while his true self remained concealed. Luo Lan's pupils contracted, his nascent comprehension of spatial perception fully engaged, his form darting like a specter amidst the gaps of the phantoms, while the bowstring vibrated incessantly. The arrows whizzed through the air, targeting the points where spatial fluctuations were most pronounced, striving to unveil and disrupt Luo Lan's true form. Luo Lan's true self flickered, his sword light seemingly traversing dimensions, striking at Luo Lan from unimaginable angles. Luo Lan executed the Fengying Dune technique to its utmost, deftly evading danger time and again while retaliating with arrows. The clash between the two transformed into a contest of the application and counter-application of spatial laws. Arrows and sword lights colliding and vanishing within the warped fabric of space. The atmosphere was tense, and the spectators held their breath. However, Luo Lan's mastery of the laws was profound, his phantoms and spatial manipulation executed with finesse. Ultimately, a sword light materialized directly from the void, breaching Luo Lan's arrow barrier and striking his forehead. Luo Lan had failed. Yet, despite the defeat, he emerged with honor. This battle deepened Luo Lan's understanding of spatial laws. Luo Lan subsequently triumphed over Luo Feng, Ai Chen, and Wu Ka, achieving a flawless record and securing first place. The pivotal battle between Luo Lan and Luo Feng would determine the second and third rankings. Caution. Luo Feng's gaze was keen, his divine weapon hovering before him. Come, let me witness the prowess of your divine weapon. Luo Lan drew his bow to its fullest. Luo Feng initiated the attack first, unleashing the 9 swords of illusion from various angles to assail Luo Lan. In a dance of evasion, Luo Lan's arrows found their mark, intercepting the golden phantom swords with precise explosions. Suddenly, Luo Feng altered his strategy. condensing a simplified version of the sky-piercing technique into a golden sword beam that shot forth with incredible speed. Excellent. Luo Lan activated his secret technique, the slaughtering divine arrow. A meticulously crafted arrow met the oncoming assault, its tip warping the very fabric of space. A thunderous roar echoed as the shockwave rippled outward, forcing both combatants to retreat. Luo Feng, stepping upon the dark cloud shuttle, rapidly closed the distance, seeking to limit Luo Lan's archery advantage. However, Luo Lan was resolute, employing the Fenging Dune technique to maintain distance while unleashing a storm of arrows, obstructing Luo Feng's advance. Relying on his formidable will and the agility of his divine weapon, Luo Feng adeptly dodged and parried, searching for an opportunity to close in. The battle was fiercely contested. Ultimately, Luo Lan gained the upper hand by amalgamating the laws of gold, wind, and space into the slaughtering divine arrow, which seemingly vanished mid-flight. Circumventing Luo Feng's frontal defenses and securing victory, Luo Lan emerged triumphant. Following this, Luo Lan achieved successive victories over Wu Ka and Ai Chen, concluding with a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Ranking second, Luo Feng defeated Wu Ka and Ai Chen, but succumbed to Bo Lan and Luo Lan. Securing third place, Wu Ka triumphed over Ai Chen, ranking fourth, while Ai Chen finished in fifth with 4 defeats. The final rankings of the Cosmic Genius Battle were thus established. First, Bo Lan, Yuanshi Secret Realm. Second, Luo Lan, Yuanshi Secret Realm. Third, Luo Feng, Taichu Secret Realm. Fourth, Wu Ka, Taichu Secret Realm. Fifth, Ai Chen, Taichu Secret Realm. Sixth, Long Yun, Taichu Secret Realm. Seventh, Rong Jun, Taichu Secret Realm. Eighth, Qian Shui, Taichu Secret Realm. Ninth, Jiang Mo, Taichu Secret Realm. 10th, Lanxing Luo, Taichu Secret Realm. The Cosmic Genius Battle has concluded, yet the journey towards becoming a formidable warrior has merely commenced. The core sanctum of the Virtual Universe Company will soon unveil its doors to them. Chapter 22, Ranking Rewards, Arrows of Revenge. In the Central Plaza, the aftershocks of the Genius Battle had yet to fully dissipate, yet the apex competition had concluded, with the final rankings established. The 9 Sword Sovereigns and 1,008 immortal beings vanished from the void, their forms blurring as abruptly as they had appeared. What remained were 1,000 elite geniuses, each experiencing a myriad of emotions, amidst the plaza suffused with excitement, disappointment, yearning, and melancholy. Please, everyone, do not leave just yet. A staff member clad in the uniform of the Virtual Universe Company spoke clearly, announcing the need to discuss further arrangements regarding your transportation to our headquarters across the universe. Moments later, in the second-floor conference room of Central Plaza Restaurant No. 2, Luo Lan, Luo Feng, and 1,000 newly minted core members gathered according to their respective Cosmic Nation sectors. The conference room was spacious and bright, characterized by a minimalist yet technologically sophisticated design. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ma Na, a man, towering at approximately 6 feet 7 inches, adorned with peculiar markings on his neck and a friendly demeanor, stood at the front of the conference room, emanating a calm yet reliable aura. As the Virtual Universe Company is arranging vessels to transport you across numerous cosmic nations, please write down your precise planetary addresses on the papers before you to facilitate our subsequent arrangements, ensuring that no genius is overlooked. Luo Lan picked up the paper and pen before him, pondering briefly before inscribing his current location: Qian Wuyu Zhougua, He Longshan Xingyu, Inhi Shi, Qiu Longxing. This was the first stronghold he had established since departing from the Lanxing ruins, the only place he could currently refer to as a temporary residence. As he penned this address, a sense of belonging eluded him, overshadowed by nostalgia and resentment for the ruins that had once been his home. A brief announcement from Ma Na captured everyone's attention. Smiling, his voice gentle yet efficient, he conveyed that the rewards for the top 1,000 participants in the Genius Battle were being distributed, and after the meeting concludes, everyone could return to reality to verify their accounts. A murmur of excitement and chatter erupted from the audience, regardless of whether it was 10, 100, or even more astonishing sums of 1,000 or 10,000 mixed yuan units. For a stellar-level being, it was a fortune capable of altering one's destiny, redeemable for countless precious cultivation resources. Luo Lan felt a ripple of emotion within. As the second-place winner, he had secured a reward of 10,000 mixed yuan units and the privilege to enter the Yuanshi Secret Realm. This substantial wealth would greatly assist him on his future cultivation journey. For now, you may disperse, Ma Na continued, scanning the faces of the young geniuses before him. Shortly, Our virtual universe company will send out specialized emails via the virtual universe network, providing you with an accurate schedule for your transport. Please ensure you are prepared at the locations you have written down, maintaining open lines of communication, and refrain from undertaking any long-distance cosmic travel to prevent our inability to locate you upon arrival. He paused, a knowing smile gracing his face. Thus, take this time to spend with your family and friends. Soon, you will embark on a long and exciting journey, leaving your hometown for the company headquarters for deeper cultivation. As his words settled, the lively conference room grew significantly quieter. The notion of leaving home for an extended period evoked complex emotions among the geniuses, a mix of anticipation for the future and reluctance for the familiar surroundings. Subsequently, figures began to blur and fade from the conference room, each opting to return their consciousness to reality to address the myriad affairs following the conclusion of the genius battle. On Lanxing, within a tranquil estate under the auspices of Sanfu Mountain, Luo Lan's consciousness returned to his body, his eyes slowly opening. He immediately connected to the virtual universe network to check his bank account. Upon seeing the astonishing figure of 10,000 mixed yuan units peacefully resting in his account, even his seasoned heart, forged through life and death experiences, inhaled sharply. This resource was sufficient for him to acquire many previously unattainable secret techniques, weapons, and technologies. Suddenly, his virtual screen flickered, indicating a new email had arrived. Opening his inbox, he found a message awaiting him. Luo Lan, congratulations on becoming an official member of the Yuanshi secret realm. The virtual universe company has arranged various training programs for the younger generation, starting from the cosmic level. Therefore, your primary goal is to ascend to the cosmic level. The company will invest in valuable resources to enhance the physical capabilities of each core member, elevate their primordial energy and mental strength, enabling them to progress from the 1st to the 9th level in a short span, achieving a state of saturation in their physical forms. As for the leap in life genes and the qualitative breakthrough, it requires each core member to strive for personal advancement. The company will not permit core members to squander time accumulating energy. All core members should dedicate their time to enhancing combat prowess, comprehending the fundamental laws, and studying secret techniques. Additionally, you will receive a gift of 20,000 points from the company, which you can use to purchase any item from the treasure list, provided you have sufficient points. Indeed, it is time for a breakthrough, he whispered to himself, his eyes ignited with the flames of vengeance. He delved into his inner self, sensing the pinnacle of the stellar level 9th tier, brimming with the genetic primordial energy. Without hesitation, he utilized the channels of the virtual universe company to procure the most suitable top-tier nutrient pod and gene optimization fluid for his current situation. Aimed at breaking through to the cosmic level, the immense nutrient pod, filled with a faintly blue mysterious liquid, was transported to the safest quiet room in the manor. Luo Lan shed his garments and reclined within, the cool and vibrant liquid enveloping his entire body in an instant. He activated the foundational methods of the Xuanlia inheritance, guiding the exceptionally pure energy into his limbs and bones. The transition from stellar to cosmic level represents a monumental leap in the hierarchy of life. His soul consciousness would also undergo a baptism and expansion. With the aid of premier resources and the guidance of the Xuanlia inheritance, Luo Lan's breakthrough process was extraordinarily smooth. The vast energy surged through his meridians, nourishing his cells and crystallizing his primordial energy core. After an indeterminate period, as if everything was falling into place, the 9 stars within him diminished in size, merging together, while their density and mass surged geometrically. A sense of power, far more immense and pure than that of the stellar level, coursed through his entire being. Cosmic Level 1. At the very moment he successfully broke through and transitioned to a higher life tier, the Xuanlia inheritance deep within his consciousness was once again activated. The ethereal visage of the star deity, embodying the cosmos and glistening with golden light, appeared even clearer. A more profound torrent of information, intricately tied to the fundamental cosmic rules, surged into Luo Lan's soul. The cosmic level has been attained, fulfilling the conditions to unlock the cosmic level secret technique. Absolute hit, causal strike. Cosmic level, attacks are guaranteed to hit, but can be defended against or blocked, requiring a corresponding expenditure of energy or a higher realm of comprehension of the laws or special means to achieve. This represents the initial manifestation of causality, locking the causal line between the target and the attack, disregarding conventional physical distance and trajectory obstacles, ensuring that once the arrow is loosed, it will inevitably reach its target. Absolute hit. Luo Lan's heart trembled with astonishment. Even at the cosmic level, where it merely guarantees a hit but can still be defended against, this is astonishingly formidable. It implies that his arrows will no longer entertain the concept of deviation. Once unleashed, they are bound to arrive at their destination. Coupled with the previously acquired Zaiskong gloves and the Zhulu Shunjian secret technique, this is akin to a tiger gaining wings. He eagerly began to grasp the subtleties of this absolute hit. This technique is the most rudimentary and straightforward application of the laws of causality, involving the invisible connection between the existence of the target and the act of attack. In his perception, once he mentally locks onto a target, an almost imperceptible yet immensely resilient line appears between them, along which his arrows will travel, disregarding the vast majority of conventional obstacles, directly reaching their destination. Incredibly, Luo Lan was immersed in the profundities of the laws, simultaneously filled with newfound confidence for the future. The absolute hit at the level of the Realm Master would be even more terrifying, impervious to conventional countermeasures. That would be a true weapon of mass destruction. Having familiarized himself with his new powers and the secret techniques he had just acquired, Luo Lan slowly rose from the nutrient pod. Feeling the overwhelming power contained within his cosmic-level body, he clenched his fists, a chilling glint in his eyes. Luo Lan Mountain. He murmured the name etched in his memory. Through the recollections of his past life and the intelligence privileges of the Virtual Universe Company, he swiftly confirmed a piece of news. Just as he knew from the original narrative, Luo Lan Mountain, upon sensing a grave threat, decisively ordered the dispersal of the important members of the Luo Lan Mountain family to protect the core of the family, breaking into smaller units to hide. As for Luo Lan Mountain himself, he had ventured to the outer battlefield. Had this been before, Luo Lan might have had to exert considerable effort to track him down. But now, a cold smile crept across Luo Lan's face. He departed from Lanxing, boarding a ship to traverse the cosmos multiple times, ultimately arriving at a desolate region on the outskirts of the Lanxing star domain, devoid of any signs of life, a deathly star system scarcely recorded in interstellar coordinates. Here, only cold rocky planets and eternal silence prevailed, making it an ideal location for certain tests. Choosing a dead planet entirely cloaked in dark red and riddled with craters as his landing point, Luo Lan hovered atop the highest crater. He inhaled the near vacuum, frigid air, slowly raising the Quexie in his hand. His mental focus delved deep into his soul, activating the secret techniques belonging to the Xuanlia inheritance one by one. Hatred Pursuit. The passive perception ability awakened during his planetary level had undergone a monumental transformation as he ascended to the cosmic level, both in range and precision. He meticulously filtered out irrelevant information, locking his perception's core onto the causal malevolence intricately linked to the Luo Lan Mountain bloodline, the techniques, and his own overwhelming hatred. Vividly crimson, sinuous causal lines, steeped in a potent aura of sin, were swiftly pinpointed and highlighted within the boundless star map of perception. They spread across the Lanxing star domain and even further afield, some converging, some dispersing, some faint, others glaring. Not a single core member of the Luo Lan Mountain family could escape. Among them, the most robust and crimson line meandered, ultimately pointing to a remote trade star route's transit station, far from the core of the Lanxing star domain, where Luo Lan Mountain himself, disguised as an ordinary caravan guard, lay hidden. His belief in a flawless concealment was rendered futile under the scrutiny of the hatred pursuit tracing the source of causality. I have found you. Luo Lan's voice was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. The cosmic primordial energy within him began to operate at an unprecedented speed, surging into the Quexie divine bow in his hands. The dark golden bow seemed to come alive, radiating a mysterious luster, its bowstring emitting a subtle yet chilling hum. Zhulu Shunjian. At the stellar level, this represented 100-fold power amplification. At the cosmic level, it was 1,000-fold. This was the most formidable attack he could unleash at present, equivalent to a full-force strike at the first tier of the Domain Master. Combined with the Zaiskong gloves and his own comprehension of the laws of gold, wind, and space, the terrifying energy coalesced, compressed upon the bowstring, forming an arrow imbued with destructive golden radiance, its tip causing the very fabric of space to slightly collapse and distort. Simultaneously, the cosmic-level secret technique, Absolute Hit, which he had just comprehended, was activated. His mental strength followed the countless scarlet causal lines marked by the hatred pursuit, linking the inevitable hit of the arrow to the act of releasing the bowstring, like the most skilled craftsman forging an unbreakable bond. An ethereal wave of laws enveloped the arrow, as if at that moment, It transcended the ordinary realm of energy attacks, manifesting as an embodiment of certain cosmic rules. The target: all members of the Luo Lan mountain family, burdened with the sins of the annihilation of Lanxing, as locked onto by the hatred pursuit, including that which is concealed in the distant star realms, the seemingly secure Luo Lan Shan. Luo Lan's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, his bow drawn taut like a full moon, directing his arrow into the abyss of the starry sky. There lay not merely a specific target, but the convergence point of all causal lines, the very essence of the hunting will. In the name of the hunt, let justice be served. Annihilate. He released the bowstring. A humming sound resonated, devoid of a deafening explosion, instead echoing a deep and dignified resonance that seemed to emanate from the very origin of the universe. The golden arrow, infused with 1,000-fold cosmic power and entwined with the waves of causality, did not soar towards any conventional distant realm. Rather, it seemed to merge directly into the void, branching along countless invisible causal lines, manifesting thousands of subtle, space-defying destructive energies. Far and wide, scattered across the cosmos, members of the Luo Lan Shan family were present. Some were deliberating the future in secret bases, others disguised as ordinary individuals living on planets, while others traversed the stars aboard spaceships. Luo Lan Shan himself was savoring wine alone in a C9 class spaceship at a remote transfer station, his eyes darkly plotting his journey to the battlefield beyond the realm. In that fleeting moment, without warning, regardless of whether in hidden chambers, in crowds, within spaceship compartments, or in the corners of bars, all marked members of the Luo Lan Shan family, including Luo Lan Shan himself, found a subtle golden light point appearing at their foreheads, hearts, or energy cores. In the next instant, terrifyingly destructive energy erupted violently from within that light point, like the collapse of a supernova. No, Luo Lan Shan barely had time to let out a half-voiced scream of terror and despair. His cosmic-grade 9th-tier force shield disintegrated as easily as paper, and in an instant. His entire being, along with the C9 class spaceship he had taken refuge in, was utterly vaporized, annihilated without a trace. The same scene unfolded simultaneously in various corners of the universe. In the blink of an eye, all core members of the Luo Lan Shan family, relentlessly pursued and precisely locked onto by Luo Lan's hatred, regardless of their location or how deeply they hid, whether they were stellar level or cosmic level in strength, were obliterated under the divine arrow of retribution descending along the causal lines, their forms extinguished. On the desolate planet, Luo Lan slowly lowered the weapon in his hand. His complexion was slightly pale, for invoking such extensive causal locking and amplifying the divine arrow's power 1,000-fold was a tremendous burden on both his spirit and force. Yet he could distinctly feel that through the perception of hatred, those originally glaring crimson marks of malicious causality were extinguishing one by one. As if blown out by the wind, completely and permanently, a complex array of emotions surged within him. The great vengeance had been avenged, but the anticipated ecstasy was absent, replaced only by a profound sense of relief, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted, accompanied by a hint of emptiness. The vendetta for Lanxing had been fulfilled. Yet the path of the hunt was far from over. He gazed into the starry sky, towards the direction of the Virtual Universe Company's universal headquarters. Where would the next target be? His figure flickered and vanished from the summit of the crater, returning to Lanxing, awaiting the arrival of the company's transfer spaceship. A new journey was about to unfold on a broader stage. Chapter 23, Yuxiang Mountain Dwelling. Chaos City Outlook. The Luo Lan Shan family, once illustrious within the realm of Heilong Shan, having a cosmic-level ancestor at its helm, was nearly obliterated overnight. And this news rapidly swept through the intelligence network of the Heilong Shan Empire, making headlines in cosmic news. Titles included, Mysterious Power Descends, Luo Lan Shan Family Annihilated. Is it revenge or divine punishment? Cosmic-level family collapses overnight. The reports detailed the extermination incident. Dozens of core members of the Luo Lan Shan family, dispersed throughout the Heilong Shan realm and beyond, including the cosmic-level 9th-tier ancestor Luo Lan Shan himself, were instantaneously vaporized by an internal golden energy. Regardless of whether they were in heavily guarded chambers, bustling planetary cities, or aboard spaceships traversing the dark universe, leaving no trace of resistance or clues to the assailants. The method was brutal, the scope vast, and the precision astonishing. In the virtual universe, at the Heilong Shan Islands Jiuxing 1 community, Luo Feng was seated in his study, browsing through recent cosmic news in preparation for his imminent journey to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Upon reading the report on the annihilation of the Luo Lan family, his pupils contracted, and the hand holding the virtual wine cup paused. The Luo Lan family was entirely dead? A tumultuous wave surged within Luo Feng. He vividly recalled the formidable threat this family posed to Earth, as well as the figure of the golden bow hunter Luo Lan, who harbored a deep-seated vendetta against them. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it the result of Luo Lan's unfathomable archery skills? He understood the intensity of Luo Lan's hatred for the Luo Lan family and sensed that the power he wielded was extraordinary. Yet could he truly execute such a precise, thorough annihilation that spanned across star realms? He comprehended that regardless of whether Luo Lan was the perpetrator, the demise of the Luo Lan family was now an established fact, which was fortuitous for Earth. He closed the news page, redirecting his focus to the new journey that lay ahead. In the real world, on Lanxing, Luo Lan had also seen this news. His expression calm, as if he had merely encountered an ordinary piece of information unrelated to him. With vengeance served. The immense stone that had weighed upon his heart for so long was finally lifted, leaving behind a purer, more resolute commitment to his path. The journey of the hunt would not cease with the end of revenge. Rather, this was merely the conclusion of one phase, marking the true beginning of a vast expedition. Days later, the transfer spaceship arranged by the Virtual Universe Company arrived punctually at Lanxing. A warship shaped like a long sword, approximately 600 meters in length, 100 meters in width, and nearly 100 meters in thickness, hovered in the starry expanse, its exterior a deep black, exuding an aura of time-honored gravitas and restrained pressure. This was the F-class spaceship dispatched by the Virtual Universe Company. The front hatch of the spaceship slid open, and a group of figures emerged. At the forefront was a powerful member of the ape tribe clad in black battle attire, his rugged features adorned with a lightning-shaped insignia. His eyes flashing with thunder as he resonated with the cosmic primal laws, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. This was a lord recognized by the laws of thunder. Following this lord were over 10 domain lords, forming a cosmic-level escort team, each exuding a fierce presence. Greetings, Your Highness. I am Tai Yun, a member of the core echelon of the Virtual Universe Company. The ape lord's voice rumbled with a metallic resonance. On behalf of the company, I have come to escort you to the Universal Headquarters. Very well, Luo Lan replied, stepping aboard the F-class spaceship under the guidance of these formidable beings. The interior space of the spaceship was far more expansive than its exterior suggested, employing spatial folding technology. The wide corridors were illuminated by soft, radiant energy. Your Highness, the journey is long. You may rest here or connect your consciousness to the virtual universe. I will notify you before we arrive at the headquarters. Tai Yun led Luo Feng to the most comfortable and luxurious lounge within the ship. Thank you, Tai Yun. Luo Lan expressed his gratitude with a nod. The lounge was spacious and elegantly decorated, featuring a dedicated training area, an entertainment zone, and scenic windows simulating various natural environments. The attendants were intelligent robots providing service. Luo Lan wasted no time and directly accessed the virtual universe, establishing a consciousness connection. The virtual universe is a unique dimension. Luo Lan's figure emerged, standing on solid ground surrounded by swirling mists. He found himself atop a colossal floating peak. This majestic mountain, with a diameter comparable to that of an ordinary planet in reality, was enveloped by clouds that only lingered around its midsection. Gazing upward, he beheld numerous palaces, castles, and estates constructed in various architectural styles, stretching to the horizon. Occasionally, figures radiating powerful auras soared through the sky, accompanied by extraordinary beasts and flying apparatuses. This place is the core realm of the Virtual Universe Company, Yuxiangshan, spanning approximately 890,000 kilometers in diameter. It is a dimension designated for core members and serves as their primary activity hub within the virtual universe. A stream of information flooded into Luo Lan's mind, providing a basic introduction to Yuxiangshan. Yuxiangshan is divided into 5 main regions. 1. The Primitive Zone, the most prestigious area, housing only the most exceptional talents from past generations or those who have ascended through the ages. The number of members in this zone is scarce, maintaining around 120 individuals. Each member possesses a territory spanning over 1,000 kilometers in diameter, equipped with comprehensive facilities and top-tier service personnel. 2. The Taichu Zone, the second most esteemed zone, comprising approximately 1,000 members, with benefits and resources just below those of the Primitive Zone. 3. The Tiandi Zone, home to around 10,000 members. 4. The End Time Zone, a vast region with over 10 million members, serving as the foundation of the core layer, albeit with the lowest concentration of resources. 5. The public zone, the commercial, entertainment, and communication center of Yuxiangshan, accessible to all core members. Here, goods and delicacies from the myriad corners of the 1008 cosmic nations can be found, along with arenas for the talents to engage in contests. With a thought, Luo Lan utilized his core member privileges to teleport directly to the entrance of his estate. The grand gates of the manor, ancient and imposing, bore the emblem of the Virtual Universe Company along with the characters for Primitive. Before the entrance stood dozens of impeccably uniformed attendants of various races, emanating an extraordinary aura, awaiting respectfully. "Welcome, Your Highness Luo Lan." The foremost of them, an elderly gentleman with a calm demeanor resembling an old steward, stepped forward and bowed. The others followed suit in unison. These individuals were the guards assigned to members of the Primitive Zone by the Virtual Universe Company. "Your Highness, I am your steward and protector. You may call me Abu," the old steward said with reverence. "Your estate covers a total area of 200 square kilometers, featuring a training ground, meditation room, entertainment center, and a library, among other facilities. Should you have any requests, feel free to command me at any time. As a member of the Primitive Secret Realm, your guard detail consists of myself, an immortal military chief, along with 10 realm masters and 100 domain masters. We are stationed here in the virtual universe, and in reality, we are equally committed to your protection, ready to follow your every command." Under Abu's guidance, Luo Lan stepped into his estate. The interior was adorned with pavilions, lakes, and serene landscapes, creating an ambience of tranquility and beauty. At the heart of the estate stood a villa, simplistic yet imbued with an ancient charm, destined to be his long-term residence in the virtual universe. Upon entering the study of the villa, Luo Lan immediately connected to the treasury of the Virtual Universe Company through his exclusive privileges as a Primitive Zone member. A detailed list of treasures appeared in his consciousness, meticulously categorized: secret methods, weapons, rare materials, life fruits, and technological armaments, encompassing a vast array of items, many of which were scarce resources unattainable in the Qian Wu Cosmic Nation, all offered at a 30% discount. Luo Lan had already devised a plan and swiftly began to filter through and purchase. 1. Battle armor. The third-tier original force battle suit, Shadow, was sufficient at the stellar level but inadequate for future needs. He selected a 5th-tier original force battle armor named Star Skeleton, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding multiple attacks from ordinary realm masters, while also retaining functions of concealment and environmental adaptation, even mitigating soul attacks, costing him 15 Hun Yuan. 2. Auxiliary plant life. He opted for the Demon Cloud Vine, a versatile entity capable of defense and binding foes, with high growth potential. He directly acquired a Domain Master-level Demon Cloud Vine, along with various precious resources to nurture it to the peak of the Realm Master level, totaling 85 Hun Yuan. In reality, an F-class spaceship, under the command of the Tai Yun Realm Master, traversed the cosmos repeatedly, advancing towards the Virtual Universe Company's universal headquarters at speeds far surpassing ordinary vessels. The journey was lengthy, and Luo Lan devoted most of his time to cultivation, delving into the profound intricacies of absolute accuracy and honing his archery skills. During this period, he also connected with Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Wu Ka, and other acquaintances residing in Yuxiangshan via the Virtual Universe Network, planning to gather at the headquarters upon arrival. 3 years later, an announcement resonated through the spaceship's intercom. "Attention, everyone. This is Tai Yun Realm Master. We are nearing the universal headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. Prepare to exit the Dark Universe." The spaceship trembled as it left the Dark Universe. Instantly, a magnificent starry sky unfolded before everyone's eyes. In the distance, an immense supercontinent loomed, seemingly obscuring the entire starry expanse. The continent boasted undulating mountains and sprawling rivers, with massive lakes and oceans visible. Surrounding the continent were thousands of stars of various colors, radiating energy, orbiting in complex trajectories, forming an enormous celestial formation. Further away, swirling nebulae and countless twinkling stars adorned the continent, bestowing upon it a mythical aura. This was one of the sacred sites of the human race. The universal headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, one of the 5 great powers. It's enormous. Luo Lan was awestruck by the sight. The scale of this continent far exceeded any naturally formed celestial body, even surpassing many star systems in size. As the spaceship approached the continent, the overwhelming pressure and ancient aura emanating from it became increasingly palpable. Tai Yun's voice carried a tone of pride and solemnity. "Ahead lies the company headquarters continent. Soon, Your Highness Luo Lan will enter the initial universe, one of the company's greatest treasures and the true starting point of your journey toward becoming a formidable being. Tai Yun led Luo Lan into an oval-shaped hall, simultaneously handing over the items he had purchased. Upon entering, Luo Lan was met with a warm welcome from numerous individuals. Greetings, Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Wu Ka, Long Yun. Luo Lan smiled and greeted them. After approximately 6 hours, all 1,000 individuals had gathered. Everyone, please follow me. Intoned the venerable Jujin Zun, enveloped in a simple white robe, his voice raspy. The aura he emanated sent chills through the hearts of the 1,000 young talents. Akin to ordinary people encountering a fearsome serpent. As Jujin Zun exited the hall, he unleashed a powerful, irresistible force that enveloped the 1,000 young individuals. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, flying for several minutes until they arrived at a peculiar spaceship parked on the lawn, where they were finally released. Luo Lan exhaled in relief. The oppressive chill had indeed been disconcerting, and the surrounding talents shared his sentiment. Everyone, please board the spaceship, Jujin Zun said coldly. Luo Lan gazed at the vessel, a G-class fusion immortal-grade lifeform spaceship. Once all were aboard, the fish-like spaceship flicked its tail fin and vanished from sight. The vessel navigated toward a massive, swirling vortex passage, the surrounding space entirely distorted. This vortex emitted a disquieting resonance of laws, as if connecting to another universe. The entrance to the initial universe. All held their breath. The spacecraft steadily glided into the vast vortex. A sensation of temporal and spatial transformation enveloped them, as if they had penetrated a membrane. The originally resplendent starry sky vanished, replaced by a dim and chaotic realm. Suddenly, the countenance of 1,000 prodigies turned pale, and Luo Lan felt a sharp pain in his head. Yet, drawing upon the formidable mental fortitude bestowed by his pursuit of vengeance, he remained immune to the influence. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the discomfort dissipated. However, many lay on the ground, their faces ashen, struggling to recover. We have now entered the primordial universe, remarked the Jiujin Zunzhou with a sidelong glance at Luo Lan, a smile gracing his lips. Activate the external simulation of 100. The sky was a dark crimson, with peculiar fissures suspended high above, their edges shimmering with iridescent light, revealing glimpses of an even more profound and chaotic space, filled with countless gray airstreams. Enormous, intricately inscribed jade stones floated like mountains within this chaotic realm. The air was thick with an ancient and profound essence of the foundational laws. Here, whether it was the lower-level laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light, or the higher-level laws of time and space, their fluctuations were 100-fold clearer than in the original universe. Is this the primordial universe? It feels so peculiar and delightful. The laws and their vibrations are remarkably distinct. The prodigies exclaimed in awe, greedily absorbing the clear laws surrounding them. Luo Lan, too, was profoundly shaken. He felt as though his soul had emerged from murky waters into a crystalline spring, his perception of the laws of gold, wind, and the nascent laws of time and space becoming unprecedentedly clear and accessible. The high affinity from his hunting lineage had been magnified here. Chaos City is the training base for entering the primordial universe, the Jiujin Zun stated solemnly. This is the treasure of our human race, governed by the esteemed city lord. You shall spend the most precious 30 years of your lives here. Within the city, there are 52 chaos monuments. The voice of the Jiujin Zunja resonated in the ears of every prodigy. Each chaos monument contains a complete inheritance system leading to the path of peak power, a crystallization of the wisdom of countless ancestors of our human race. Choosing the chaos monument that suits you is the core of your training in Chaos City. Of course, I hope you will still be alive after 30 years. The gigantic fish-shaped spacecraft hovered above an ancient city, its belly opening, and the 1,000 prodigies flew out. Subsequently, the hatch closed, and the fish swished its tail, vanishing into the distance. The city walls were mottled, bearing the marks of time, its style distinct from the outside world. The very sanctuary of cultivation for the human race, Chaos City. From afar, a streak of black light approached. Greetings, I am the envoy of Chaos City. A deep voice resonated as a black-robed man adorned with green scales flew in, halting with a smile. This city is called Chaos City, its existence predating most of the cosmic nations you know. It is jointly managed by the Virtual Universe Company, the Giant Axe Combat Arena, the Universe First Bank, the Universe Galaxy Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Silence. The 1,000 prodigies gazed at the envoy of Chaos City. "Follow me," the envoy said with a smile as he descended. The 1,000 individuals descended from the sky, landing on the ample streets of Chaos City, wide enough for dozens to walk side by side. Luo Lan moved through the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the legendary city, feeling the vast essence emanating from the 52 chaos monuments. His path of hunting pursued the ultimate speed, precise strikes, and causal lock, intertwining with the laws of wind, space, time, and gold. Which chaos monument is most suited for my path of hunting? Luo Lan's heart brimmed with anticipation. Should he choose the cosmic chaos monument that merges the laws of time and space, or the hunt wind chaos monument that combines the laws of gold and wind? Perhaps the 9-universe chaos monument chosen by Luo Feng? Or could there be other chaos monuments more aligned with his hunting destiny? His gaze sharpened and became resolute. Regardless of the choice, these 30 years in the primordial universe would mark a crucial leap in his hunting journey. Chapter 24. The Selection of the Chaos Monument. A glimpse into time and space. Chaos City, ancient and solemn, treading upon the smooth stone slabs polished over countless millennia. The 1,000 prodigies felt the air filled with a clarity and vibrancy of foundational law fluctuations far surpassing that of the original universe, their hearts surging with excitement and reverence. The city seemed like a slumbering ancient titan, each breath exhaling the secrets of the universe's essence. Flanking the streets stood uniform buildings, each adorned with different numbered plaques, silently standing as countless guardian sentinels. Many rooftops harbored figures seated in meditation, surrounded by intense law fluctuations, some even manifesting visible strands of law, whether blindingly golden, or flowing like gentle breezes, or warping space, or suffused with the essence of time. These were stronger beings who had arrived earlier to cultivate in Chaos City, some of whom invoked awe. Immersed in their insights, they paid no heed to the new prodigies passing below, seemingly merged with the ancient city itself. Under the guidance of the black-robed envoy, the crowd traversed the wide streets towards the central edifice, the city lord's mansion, the most imposing structure radiating a tremulous aura. From afar, a grand and imposing building came into view, not particularly ornate, yet imbued with a weightiness derived from the accumulation of time and power, as if it were the very cornerstone and core of Chaos City. The most striking feature was the plaque hanging above the main entrance, inscribed with 3 colossal characters, City Lord's Mansion. Merely gazing upon those 3 characters invoked an indescribable allure. The inscription seemed not carved upon a plaque, but imprinted in the void, containing its own realm, embodying the principles of universal creation and destruction. Luo Lan found his gaze irresistibly drawn to it, feeling as if his consciousness transformed into a gentle stream, destined to be absorbed into the vast cosmic space within those characters. A sensation of ethereal lightness and disorientation washed over him, nearly leading him to lose himself within. The creator of Chaos City, the one who left this inscription, is among the true pinnacle existences of our human race. The black-robed envoy spoke with profound reverence, his realm beyond our comprehension. These 3 characters embody a fragment of his will. Gazing too long could lead to the collapse of the soul for the weak. A solemnity enveloped the crowd, fostering greater awe for Chaos City and the enigmatic city lord. Although the distance appeared short, it took them a considerable time to traverse it. Even with their prodigious speed, they took several minutes to finally reach the massive gate of the city lord's mansion. Up close, the mansion exuded an even more magnificent aura, flanked by guards clad in standard black robes, standing silently with depths akin to the sea. At a glance, the entire city lord's mansion is frequently graced by messengers clad in black robes, and occasionally, one can catch sight of immortal beings emanating a powerful aura of laws, or exuding a sanguine malevolence. The realm masters traverse the city lord's mansion, each in a hurried manner, yet imbued with a solemnity akin to pilgrimage. Huandongqing is the sole city within the primordial universe. The black-robed messenger stands at the grand entrance, smiling as he introduces the newcomers, his voice resonating clearly in everyone's ears. In Huandongqing, there exist 3 treasures. He extends a finger skyward, gesturing around him. The first treasure is the cosmic laws of operation, perceptible to your naked eyes. The crowd gazes upward at the dark red sky, adorned with countless fissures through which multicolored lights flow, feeling the palpable fluctuations of various fundamental laws in the air, nodding in understanding. Here, the comprehension of laws surpasses that of the outside world. The messenger's tone deepens as he points toward the depths of the city lord's mansion. The second treasure is the 52 chaos monuments. His gaze sweeps over the assembly, carrying an admonition. The third treasure, Located beyond the city is the peculiar beings known as chaos true spirits, born from the swirling chaotic energies. You may also refer to them as chaos beasts, but for now, you shall not encounter them. In due time, you will come to know. The crowd follows the black-robed messenger into the city lord's mansion. Inside, the corridors are expansive, with occasional ancient carvings on the walls that exude a subtle ambience. Soon, they arrive at an open corridor. This corridor is immensely vast, with walls seemingly crafted from jade, radiating a hazy brilliance. Along both sides of the corridor hang enormous paintings. In total, there are 52 paintings adorning the walls. The black-robed messenger's voice booms. Each painting corresponds to a chaos monument. You shall first observe these paintings. While they pale in comparison to the actual chaos monuments, they will grant you insight into the essence and style of each one. Then, make your choice. Remember, you have but one opportunity to comprehend the chaos monuments, with each individual's time for understanding limited to 7 days. Your choices are of paramount importance, as they will shape your futures. Now, commence your observations. You have half an hour. No sooner had he spoken than 1,000 prodigies dispersed like a tide, rushing toward the paintings on either side of the corridor. Each person held their breath in concentration, their gazes fervently fixed upon the paintings imbued with boundless profundities. Luo Lan inhaled deeply and approached the nearest painting. The first painting depicted a colossal axe seemingly poised to cleave the cosmos. The blade, ancient in appearance, radiated a tyrannical will to sever all and obliterate myriad laws. Fixing his gaze upon it, he felt as though he could hear the resounding echo of creation and destruction, sensing the relentless momentum and sheer force within the essence. Beneath the painting was inscribed the universal language, Giant Axe Chaos Monument. Next to it was a brief introduction. Embodies the creator's unyielding and unparalleled will, emphasizing the fusion of space, earth, and metal. Luo Lan could sense the terrifying power contained within, as well as a particular application of the law of space, resonating somewhat with his own pursuit of slaughter, yet skewing more towards absolute force and material destruction, diverging from his focus on speed, precision, and the core of causality. He noted his feelings and moved on to the next painting. The subsequent painting revealed a nebulous, ever-spiraling vortex of stars. Upon closer inspection, it appeared composed of countless intricate temporal and spatial patterns, encapsulating the entire process of the universe's birth, evolution, and demise, with time and space interwoven, indistinguishable from one another. An overwhelming, ancient, all-encompassing essence enveloped him. Universe Chaos Monument. The introduction read, analyzes the essence of cosmic time and space, primarily focusing on the laws of space, with time laws as a complement, boundless in profundity. Luo Lan's gaze was instantly captivated. Time and space. This is precisely the core domain he must delve into in his future pursuits as a hunter. The absolute accuracy at the level of cosmic respect will strike from the terminus of time or emerge within the core of the enemy's divine body. This universe chaos monument directly addresses the essence of time and space, aligning perfectly with the ultimate direction of his inheritance. He suppressed the impulse to choose immediately and continued to observe. Next, he encountered the painting of the Nine Universes Chaos Monument. It depicted a complex, three-dimensional structure formed by 9 peculiar raindrops, each representing a unique spatial mystery. The convergence of the 9 universes seemed to dissect the structure of cosmic space layer by layer, from the most fundamental spatial fluctuations to spatial confinement, annihilation, and even more profound concepts such as instantaneous movement and spatial control, with a clear and progressive structure. This was the path chosen by Luo Feng, the path of the laws of space. Space, indeed powerful, but my journey encompasses more than just space, Luo Lan mused. Hunting requires speed, wind, space, penetration, metal, and targeting, time, causality. Although the 9 Universes Chaos Monument is admirable, it appears to lack a comprehensive integration of time and other laws. He pressed on. The painting of the Heart Scar Chaos Monument displayed a myriad of knife marks, varying in depth, totaling 10,081. Each mark conveyed a distinct sensation. Some were sharp, others weighty, some mysterious, and others seemingly aimed straight at the soul. It emphasizes the fusion of mental will with laws, blending the tangible with the intangible. This resonated partially with his own path of hunting driven by hatred and unwavering resolve, yet it leaned more towards the integration of heart and metal, seemingly shallow in its engagement with time and space. The Dragon's Walk Chaos Monument depicted a mysterious behemoth, coiling and spiraling, exuding a sense of life force. It elucidated the path of life genes and the eruption of power, pursuing the ultimate might of the physical body. This did not conflict with Luo Lan's identity as a warrior, but it did not align with the core focus of his inheritance. The painting of the Time Chaos Monument was the most enigmatic, resembling an endless river that could be severed and reversed at any point, with the shadows of the past, present, and future intermingling, concentrating on the laws of time and analyzing the mysteries of time. The significance of the laws of time is beyond question, yet it is overly singular and difficult to master. The Matriarch Chaos Monument leaned towards energy control and material structuring, intricate and subtle, more aligned with the path of spiritual manipulators. He examined each painting, absorbing the diverse essences, whether domineering, ethereal, sharp, or weighty. The Wind Shadow Chaos Monument pursued ultimate speed and concealment, aligning perfectly with his wind laws and wind shadow escape. The Vast Ocean Chaos Monument merged water and space. Exhibiting strong control, the Thunderous Chaos Monument combined the speed of thunder with the flow of time. Each Chaos Monument represented a grand avenue to strength. Yet, Luo Lan remained steadfast in his fundamental inheritance as a hunting star god. The path he must tread is one centered on hunting, commanding various laws. Speed, penetration, accuracy, time and space, these are key. Ultimately, his steps halted once more before the painting of the Universe Chaos Monument. The swirling, time-space essence-infused nebula seemed to resonate with a deeper connection to the hunting imprint within his soul. He envisioned the star god's ethereal figure wielding a luminous bow, traversing superluminal speeds and crossing causality in such a temporal backdrop. Time and space serve as the vessel, the stage, and the weapon. Luo Lan understood the Universe Chaos Monument, by dissecting the essence of cosmic time and space, could aid him in comprehending the backdrop and rules governing the act of hunting. Grasping time and space would enable his arrows to fly faster, become more unstoppable, and strike more precisely, whether through the speed of wind or the penetration of metal. All must ultimately operate within the framework of time and space. With this as the foundation, commanding other laws would be the most fitting choice for his path of hunting. He no longer hesitated, his gaze resolute. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. The time for choice has arrived. The voice of the black-robed envoy reverberated. Now, reveal your choices. Once determined, they cannot be altered. I choose the Jiu Fu Huan Dong Bei, Rong Jun declared with a booming voice, brimming with confidence. I select the Jiu Yu Huan Dong Bei, Luo Feng stated calmly. Muzu Huan Dong Bei, Qian Shui uttered softly. Jiu Fu Huan Dong Bei. Uka grinned widely. One by one, the prodigies announced their choices. When it was Luo Lan's turn, he spoke clearly and resolutely. I choose the Yuzhou Huan Dong Bei, the black-robed envoy. Upon hearing this, cast a deep gaze at Luo Lan, a flicker of subtle surprise flashing in his eyes, yet he said nothing further, merely nodding and recording it down. The Yuzhou Huan Dong Bei, as a chaotic monument that encompasses the supreme laws of both time and space, is notoriously difficult to access, with relatively few geniuses opting for it, and none achieving significant success. However, he understood that those who made such a choice were either arrogantly ignorant, possessed absolute confidence in themselves, or their path was indeed profoundly aligned with the monument. Observing Luo Lan's composed and resolute gaze, it was evident he belonged to the latter category. Excellent. Those who have chosen the Yuzhou Huan Dong Bei, follow me, the black-robed envoy beckoned, indicating Luo Lan and a dozen others, leading them to a fork in the corridor's depths. The other prodigies, who had selected different chaotic monuments, were similarly guided by various envoys in different directions. After traversing several heavily guarded corridors, they arrived before a massive bronze door. The door was adorned with intricate carvings resembling the nebula vortex depicted on the Yuzhou Huan Dong Bei, albeit more complex and vivid, as if it were gently swirling. Sitting cross-legged at the entrance was an elderly man with a white beard and ancient features. His eyes were closed, and his aura was as still as withered wood. Yet Luo Lan's relentless pursuit of vengeance could faintly sense the vast power contained within him, akin to the boundless cosmos. Lord Condali, the black-robed envoy respectfully saluted the gatekeeper. These are the newcomers for this session, selecting the Yuzhou Huan Dong Bei for enlightenment. The gatekeeper, Condali, slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to contain two miniature universes, unfathomably profound. He scanned over Luo Lan and the other prodigies, nodding slightly. You are aware of the rules? You will have 7 days for enlightenment. Once inside, find your positions to sit in meditation and reflect, without disturbing others or damaging the chaotic monument. When time is up, exit at once. Yes, the group responded respectfully. The heavy bronze door silently slid open, releasing a more intense and clearer aura of temporal and spatial laws that invigorated their spirits. Enter, the black-robed envoy urged. Luo Lan and the others suppressed their excitement and stepped through the doorway in succession. Beyond the door lay an immensely vast hall, shrouded in dimness. Save for a towering stone tablet standing in the center, 100 meters high, entirely black and radiating a hazy starlight. That was the very essence of the Yuzhou Huandong Bei. Merely gazing at the outline of the tablet, Luo Lan felt as if his soul had been momentarily immobilized. The monument transcended mere imagery. It was a tangible, supreme treasure embodying the complete essence of the laws of time and space. It stood there quietly, yet seemed to encapsulate the entirety of the universe's temporal and spatial dimensions. The surface of the tablet bore a singular image, intricately inscribed with countless complex, flowing, and ever-changing mystical patterns. These patterns were not static. They continuously evolved, combined, and depicted the layers of spatial structure, the passage of time, its acceleration, reversal, and even stagnation, as well as the myriad incredible phenomena arising from the intertwining of time and space. Luo Lan did not hesitate. He immediately sought a position close to the tablet. Sitting cross-legged with his gaze entirely fixed upon it, his consciousness plunging into its depths. Boom. It was as if the cosmic explosion echoed within his mind. As he concentrated on observing the flowing mystical patterns on the tablet, a torrent of information, insights, and temporal spatial visions surged into his consciousness like a breached dam. The fluctuations of temporal and spatial laws were magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold, directly impacting his soul. He seemed to perceive the essence of space, not as emptiness, but as a composition of countless minute strings or layers, comprehending why his arrows, after melding with spatial insights, could fly faster and follow more intricate trajectories. The many mysteries of Feng Duan were validated and elevated at this moment, granting him a novel understanding of how to utilize spatial fluctuations for more efficient movement and concealment. He also glimpsed the flow of time, which was not uniform. Under certain laws, it could be accelerated, delayed, or even partially reversed, though he could not manipulate it now. This expansive understanding illuminated the dreadful possibility of striking from the end of time. His subtle intuition for seizing the right moment in battle found part of its source here. Rooted in a subconscious perception of the variations in the flow of time, his consciousness flowed with the mystical patterns on the tablet, as if becoming a speck of dust adrift in the vast river of time and space, occasionally experiencing the distortions of spatial folding, the swiftness of accelerated time, and the eternal stillness of time stagnation. The affinity fostered by the hunting legacy towards the laws of time and space was activated to its zenith. He resembled a sponge, parched for eons, fervently absorbing the temporal and spatial essence emanating from the Yuzhou Huandong Bei. The sharpness of the law of gold found a more powerful vessel against the backdrop of time and space. As vague notions began to sprout on how to merge the penetrating properties of gold with spatial slicing and temporal acceleration to forge even more terrifying attacks. The swiftness of the law of wind resonated wondrously with spatial traversing and temporal acceleration. The 7 days passed swiftly amidst such profound insights. Luo Lan completely lost track of time, oblivious to the world outside, his entire being immersed in the vast mysteries of time and space. He grasped the foundational temporal and spatial enigmas elucidated by the Yuzhou Huandong Bei, achieving a preliminary yet exceedingly solid understanding. The gains from these 7 days far surpassed the total of his past several years of exploration. He felt as though he had taken a truly solid first step on the path of temporal and spatial laws, no longer relying solely on instinct and affinity, but beginning to comprehend its intrinsic principles and patterns. Come out. An invisible force roused Luo Lan's consciousness from its deep contemplation. He opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of a nebula vortex flashing within them, his aura seeming more subdued yet imbued with an ineffable depth. He cast a final glance at the still-standing monument, radiating boundless mysteries, his heart filled with reluctance. Time is up. Exit now. The voice of the gatekeeper, Condé Li, echoed within the hall, leaving no room for dispute. Luo Lan and the other prodigies, with mixed emotions, quickly rose and turned to exit the hall that had transformed him. The bronze door slowly closed behind them, sealing off the intoxicating waves of temporal and spatial laws. Just as Luo Lan and the others prepared to depart, Condé Li called out to them. Wait a moment. Since this is your first time entering the cultivation chamber, I remind you to first seek a residence for your next 30 years of cultivation. Afterwards, you shall enter the virtual universe and apply to access the Tongtian Bridge. As for what the Tongtian Bridge is, You will understand once you enter the virtual universe network and access it. The Guardian, Condé Li, smiled. Seeing that the Guardian had said no more, Luo Lan and the others could only bow and leave. Upon exiting the city lord's mansion, Luo Lan clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with a sharp brilliance. 30 years in Chaos City, the path of hunting will lay the most solid foundation here. He was filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 25. The Trial of the Bridge to Heaven. Temporal and spatial hunter. Upon departing the city lord's mansion, Luo Lan did not hastily select a residence. He understood that the 30 years spent in Huandongqing would be pivotal in establishing a strong foundation for a formidable warrior. Thus, a favorable beginning was of utmost importance. Standing at the center of the street, he closed his eyes slightly, allowing his formidable mental strength, driven by the secret method of hatred pursuit, to spread like an invisible tide in all directions, conducting a comprehensive search. This was not a quest to locate enemies, but rather to sense those unclaimed cultivation abodes with pale white doors. More crucially, he sought to perceive whether the rooftops of these abodes bore the remnants of insights left behind by generations of cultivators. Huandongqing had existed for eons, and countless predecessors had cultivated within its bounds. Their casual inscriptions might contain unique insights into the laws, serving as invaluable guidance for future generations. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. While observing the operation of laws in the primordial universe is indeed significant, drawing upon the wisdom of predecessors to select the correct direction and thought process can undoubtedly yield greater efficiency. His perception acted as the most precise sieve, swiftly sweeping over one building after another. Most residences with deep gray doors were likely overshadowed by new insights, their rooftop inscriptions rendered obsolete. Meanwhile, many vacant abodes with pale white doors were either completely barren or bore faint and chaotic traces of inscriptions of little value. Luo Lan's objective was clear: to find those unique inscriptions associated with the laws of time and space, whose essence was relatively distinct. The core of his hunting journey revolved around wind, gold, space, and time, while the Yuzhou Huandong Bei directly addressed the essence of time and space. He sought traces that could inspire him in these two realms. His mental strength, akin to invisible antennae, meticulously discerned the surroundings. After approximately half an hour, his perception locked onto a small building with pale white doors at the end of a relatively secluded street near the city wall. The location was advantageous, providing a clearer view of the colorful spatial rifts flowing in the sky. Most compelling to Luo Lan were the unique traces of inscriptions he sensed on its rooftop, one resonating with a peculiar rhythm of spatial folding, while another subtly conveyed the sensation of time's passage. Although they were merely remnants of fragmented thoughts, they perfectly aligned with his current needs. This was the place. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Luo Lan's eyes as he immediately proceeded. When he placed his hand upon the pale white door, it shimmered momentarily before transforming to a deep gray hue, signifying that the place was owned. A stream of information regarding the basic details and usage of the abode surged into his mind. Pushing open the deep gray door, he entered a space that was simple yet fully functional. He made his way directly to the rooftop, where his gaze first fell upon the inscriptions that had captured his attention. These appeared to be haphazard marks or a few peculiar symbols, deeply etched into the stone rooftop, still clear after the passage of time, emanating a gentle resonance of the laws. For the next 30 years, this would be my starting point. A sense of stability and anticipation blossomed within Luo Lan. He sat cross-legged, and his gaze was drawn to the dark red sky of the primordial universe, filled with cracks, as the clear vibrations of the laws enveloped him like a gentle stream. Rather than immediately immersing himself in observing the operation of the cosmic laws, he first scrutinized and contemplated the inscriptions left by predecessors on the rooftop, drawing inspiration from them. He then combined these insights with the revelations from the Yuzhou Huandong Bei, paving the way for his subsequent cultivation. He closed his eyes, directing his consciousness inward, striving to fully digest the knowledge acquired over the past 7 days from the Yuzhou Huandong Bei. In his mind, the countless flowing and ephemeral secret patterns from the Yuzhou Huandong Bei re-emerged, though not as vivid and direct as during live observation. Yet the understanding of the essence of time and space was deeply imprinted upon his soul. He savored the layered texture of space, attempting to integrate this understanding into the application of Feng Duan. Previously, his movements relied heavily on the swiftness of the wind laws and the manipulation of airflow and light. Now, he endeavored to align with the textures of space itself, allowing his movements to resonate more harmoniously with the fluctuations of space, even utilizing spatial curvature for more efficient changes in direction and acceleration. Simultaneously, He meticulously experienced the subtle differences in the passage of time, although he was far from being able to influence the flow of time. This awareness sharpened his precision in seizing opportunities during combat. He simulated the moment an arrow was released, contemplating how to harness that fleeting perception of time's velocity to induce a sudden acceleration or delay in the arrow's trajectory, thereby unsettling the enemy's judgment. The sharpness of the gold laws also began to merge with his nascent understanding of spatial cutting. With a slight shift of his intention, a strand of primal force coalesced at his fingertips, not merely pursuing sharpness, but attempting to imbue the edges of this primal force with a subtle sense of spatial distortion to enhance its penetrative capacity. This profound level of insight and extrapolation demanded immense mental fortitude, yet the rewards were equally substantial. He became fully immersed in the ocean of laws, losing track of time. Whenever hunger struck, he consumed an energy pill. When thirst arose, he drank the clear water prepared in the quiet room. Huindongqing did not experience the cycle of day and night. Instead, eternal twilight and the clarity of the laws reigned supreme. He remained in this meditative state for a full 4 days. Upon finally opening his eyes, Luo Lan's gaze gleamed with brilliance, and subtle ripples of space danced around him before settling. He carefully assessed his comprehension of the Yuzhou Huindong Bei, realizing he had progressed from a score of 313 to 391, though a mere increase of 0.78 in the context of the supreme legacy of the Huindong Bei. Every increment was invaluable, signifying a deeper understanding of the essence of time and space. It was time to venture into the virtual universe and explore the bridge to heaven. With a flicker of thought, Luo Lan connected his consciousness to the virtual universe network. In the virtual universe, at Yuxiangshan, within the primordial zone, Luo Lan's figure materialized in his study. The intelligent light brain in the study immediately projected a screen displaying unread emails from the virtual universe company. Upon opening one, he found a detailed introduction to the bridge to heaven. The bridge to heaven was created for the 52 chaos tablets. Those who comprehend the same chaos tablet would traverse the same bridge to heaven. The bridge to heaven corresponding to the Yuzhou Huindong Bei was called the Cosmic Bridge to Heaven and was immensely lengthy, comprising 30 layers. The further one advanced, the higher their comprehension of the Yuzhou Huindong Bei and the stronger their power. For each layer traversed, one would gain an opportunity to comprehend the chaos tablet. This was the sole pathway to acquiring such opportunities. The email further elaborated on the points reward system: 100 points for clearing the first layer, 200 points for the second layer, and 400 points for the third layer. The rewards doubled successively, leading to 800 points, 1,600 points, and 3,200 points. What excited Luo Lan most was a special reward rule for newcomers who had just entered Huindongqing. For these young geniuses, the virtual universe company had established a special incentive. Any traversal of the bridge to heaven within 30 years in Huindongqing would yield a tenfold reward. Tenfold. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Luo Lan's eyes. This meant that if he cleared the first layer, he would earn 1,000 points. This was undoubtedly a substantial fortune, enough to exchange for numerous precious resources in the treasure vault. Without hesitation, Luo Lan commanded his entry into the bridge to heaven. In an instant, the fabric of time and space shifted. He found himself at the center of a vast ocean, with a beautiful island beneath his feet. At the edge of the island lay a long bridge that stretched to the ends of the earth. On one side was the island, while the other was shrouded in white mist, obscuring the destination. In front of the bridge stood a stone monument inscribed with the characters for Yuzhou. Beside the monument stood a masked figure clad in black robes. "I am the guardian of the Tongtian Bridge." Baffin, the guardian, spoke gently. The Yuzhou Tongtian Bridge comprises 30 levels. Currently, it is unoccupied. You may proceed. "Yes, guardian," Luo Lan nodded. His gaze directed towards the long bridge that stretched into the depths of the mist. His fighting spirit ignited. He took a step forward, setting foot on the first level of the Yuzhou Tongtian Bridge. The bridge extended into the fog, as if leading to another realm. He advanced swiftly and soon reached the end of the first level. Before him loomed a colossal meteorite, several kilometers in diameter, from which a deep voice emerged. "Choose your opponent: warrior, spirit master controller, or spirit master illusionist. Defeat one to progress to the next level." "Warrior," Luo Lan replied without hesitation, for he was indeed a warrior, and archery was his foundation. Suddenly, a fragment of the meteorite broke away and fell before him, transforming into a warrior clad in silver battle attire, wearing a mask and wielding what appeared to be an ordinary longsword. Yet, Luo Lan sensed that the figure emanated a profound essence based on the first level of the Yuzhou Chaos Tablet, embodying the laws of space and time. "Attack!" The Guardian's voice turned icy. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened. His weapon, the Laikong, materialized in his hand, the Laikong gloves shimmering faintly. He did not hesitate to launch his assault. The realms of wind and gold unfolded simultaneously, his form drifting like the wind as he drew his bowstring taut. Whoosh! An arrow, imbued with the dual powers of the gold and wind realms, and infused with a hint of nascent spatial comprehension, shot forth silently, darting through space, as if leaping, and instantly appeared before the Guardian. The Guardian casually swept his longsword, and the tip of the blade seemed to disturb the fabric of space, creating subtle ripples. Ding! The arrow was accurately deflected by the longsword, its force skillfully diverted by a spatial technique, striking the bridge's surface and creating a small crater. Mastery of spatial intricacies? Luo Lan's heart jolted. The Guardian's command over the first-level spatial laws of the Yuzhou Chaos Tablet was exquisite, far beyond his novice comprehension. The Guardian, having redirected the arrow, moved as if merging with space, his speed abruptly increasing. The longsword sliced through the air with a lethal intent, aimed directly at Luo Lan. His trajectory was equally distorted, making it difficult to predict. Luo Lan unleashed Feng Dun to its utmost, combining it with his newly grasped spatial alignment technique, narrowly evading the sword's edge. Simultaneously, he released a flurry of Laikong arrows like a tempest, attempting to obstruct the Guardian's movements. However, the Guardian's mastery of space was evidently superior. His swordsmanship always managed to evoke minimal spatial fluctuations, either deflecting arrows or distorting his own position, causing Luo Lan's attacks to consistently miss their mark. Their battle unfolded as if within a continuously twisting and folding corridor, where every nuance of spatial understanding was critical. Luo Lan found himself in a grueling struggle. He poured every ounce of energy into Qingqi pursuit, striving to predict the Guardian's spatially nuanced attacks while infusing all his insights from the past 4 days into his archery and movement. His arrows grew increasingly erratic, appearing at times from the left, at times descending from above, their penetrating power enhanced by the essence of spatial cutting. Finally, after dozens of exchanges, Luo Lan seized an opportunity when the Guardian, having exhausted his previous strength, displayed a momentary disruption in spatial fluctuations. He coalesced the sharpness of gold, the swiftness of wind, and the essence of spatial penetration into a single arrow, with the intent to annihilate. He released a condensed gold-green arrow that seemed to truly tear through the ephemeral barriers of space, surpassing the speed of all previous arrows, instantly penetrating the Guardian's hastily erected sword defense and driving deep into his chest. The Guardian's body froze before dissipating into mist. First level cleared. A voice announced, Luo Lan, congratulations on passing the first level of the Yuzhou Tantian Bridge. Do you wish to continue to the second level? Continue. Luo Lan steadied his turbulent original force, his gaze resolute as he regarded the second level. Having just gained insights, his momentum surged. He sprinted along the bridge and soon arrived at the end of the second level. Once again, a meteorite awaited with the same choice. Warrior, Luo Lan declared firmly. Another Guardian in silver armor appeared, his aura considerably more potent than that of the first level, enveloped in deeper waves of spatial law. The battle erupted instantaneously. The second-level Guardian's control over space far surpassed that of the first level. His movements transcended mere integration with space. He seemed capable of short-range spatial flickering, and his swordsmanship became even more formidable, each strike bearing the sharpness to slice through space, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of Luo Lan's Feng Dun and placing him in peril. Luo Lan exerted every effort, unleashing the insights he had just gained from the first level along with all his abilities. The Zhulu Xinjian was activated once more, unleashing a 1,000-fold cosmic power. However, the second-level Guardian's manipulation of space had reached an entirely different echelon. His figure blurred, appearing to exist simultaneously at multiple spatial points. Luo Lan's arrows, containing an inevitability of causality yet still defensible, were met with a masterful layered spatial defense from the Guardian. Too fast. The disparity in spatial application is overwhelming. Luo Lan's heart raced in shock. He shot his most formidable arrows, their trajectories unpredictable and their might astonishing, yet still, they were all neutralized by the Guardian. Ultimately, a beam of sword light, seemingly birthed from the void, disregarded Luo Lan's dodges and defenses, striking him squarely on the forehead. His consciousness faded, and the next moment, he found himself back in the virtual cosmic study. I have failed. Luo Lan sat at his desk, reflecting on the battle he had just endured. The formidable strength of the second-level Guardian made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and those geniuses who had thoroughly comprehended the first 2 levels of the Yuzhou Chaos Tablet. It was a deeper understanding and application of the laws of space. He glanced at the screen, receiving the results of his attempt at the Tongtian Bridge. Luo Lan. You have passed the first level of the Yuzhou Tongtian Bridge, but failed the second. You have earned 100 points, with a 10-fold reward for newcomers, totaling 1,000 points. You have gained 1 opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Tablet. Simultaneously, he noted the achievements of others. Bo Lan had successfully passed both the first and second levels in succession, earning 2 chances to comprehend. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and Wu Ka had all failed to clear the first level. Bo Lan is indeed formidable. Luo Lan felt no discouragement. Rather, his fighting spirit surged. He understood that Bo Lan possessed exceptional talent in the domain of spatial laws, having laid a solid foundation long before. Having just begun his journey with the Yuzhou Chaos Tablet 7 days prior, successfully clearing the first level was quite commendable. As his consciousness returned to reality, Luo Lan did not immediately rush back to the City Lord's mansion to comprehend the Chaos Tablet. He was well aware that the insights gained from the recent battles, particularly from his encounter with the second-level Guardian, required time to settle and digest. He returned to his tranquil meditation spot on the rooftop and once again closed his eyes, replaying the Guardian's exquisite techniques of spatial flickering and layered defense in his mind. The hunting legacy had endowed him with an extraordinary affinity for the laws of space and time, proving immensely beneficial at this moment. What might take ordinary talents a considerable amount of time to comprehend regarding spatial transformations became exceptionally clear to him. He could vaguely trace the patterns of those spatial trajectories, as if following the tracks left by a hunter pursuing its prey. This unique perceptual ability allowed him to gain a more intuitive and rapid understanding of the corresponding spatial intricacies within the Yuzhou Chaos Tablet. He integrated these new insights with his archery skills, deducing ways to enable his arrows to traverse spatial obstacles to a certain extent or to utilize spatial layering to enhance defense. Concurrently, he recognized that his comprehension of temporal laws lagged behind. Despite a high affinity, the intricacies of spatio-temporal integration within the Yuzhou Huanluan Bay were far more complex, necessitating a greater investment of energy. This process of digesting his insights consumed 3 days. Although his overall understanding of the Huanluan Bay did not immediately soar, his grasp of the portions he had mastered became significantly more solid, allowing for more fluid application. One must not squander the opportunity for enlightenment. After feeling he had assimilated the spoils of battle, Luo Lan rose once more to visit the Lord's manor. Armed with the certificate from passing the first layer, he encountered the gatekeeper, Lord Candeli, once again, securing a second chance to enter the training chamber of the Yuzhou Huanluan Bay. The vast hall remained unchanged, with the towering stone steel still in place. This time, Luo Lan arrived with clear objectives and inquiries. He focused intently on the secret patterns inscribed on the steel, which elucidated the deeper mysteries of spatial flickering, layering, and cutting, as well as the complex structure of how the flow rate of time interacts with spatial changes. He replayed in his mind the process of battling the second-layer Guardian and the new thoughts he had during his digesting phase, constantly contrasting them with the secret patterns on the steel, seeking to identify the gaps in his understanding and the principles employed by his opponent. The affinity for spatio-temporal matters gleaned from the hunting legacy allowed him to more easily capture the flowing rhythms of time and space within the secret patterns, grasping their intrinsic laws. Over the course of 7 days of contemplation, he was more focused than during his first experience, yielding greater rewards. Many previously vague notions crystallized, leading to a deeper understanding of spatial laws and an initial grasp of the connections to temporal laws. Upon awakening once more, he sensed a significant enhancement in his overall understanding of the Yuzhou Huanluan Bay. Returning to his training abode, Luo Lan entered a state of seclusion again, dedicating himself entirely to assimilating the gains from this second round of insights. He continuously integrated his newfound understanding with his hunting legacy, persistently refining his archery and movement techniques. In his mind, the ethereal figure wielding the luminous bow appeared clearer, its trajectory through the sea of stars seemingly resonating with certain spatio-temporal mysteries expounded upon in the Yuzhou Huanluan Bay. This period of seclusion lasted longer, extending to a full 21 days. When he opened his eyes once more, his aura was more harmonious and contained, and his perception of time and space had sharpened considerably. He estimated that his comprehension of the Yuzhou Huanluan Bay had risen from approximately 391 to around 555. The deeper the understanding, the more challenging it became. But this improvement was already a monumental leap, largely credited to the high affinity bestowed by the hunting legacy. Insights from the Huan Bei required practical experience and further contemplation to solidify. Luo Lan rose, stretching his limbs as the cosmic energy surged within him. Remaining within the city for extended periods was not a viable strategy. It was time to venture outside and explore. The nature of the Huan show remained a mystery. A flicker of curiosity and the spirit of a hunter sparkled in his eyes. Outside the Chaos City, the being's birth from chaotic currents might serve as the prime test of his month-long, arduous training. Chapter 26, Hunting Beyond the City. The true spirit of chaos Luo Lan concluded his 21 days of profound seclusion on the terrace of his training abode. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of fragmented golden brilliance and swirling azure traces flickered within his gaze, while deeper still lay an almost imperceptible silver sheen, seemingly capable of reflecting the subtle creases of space. His understanding of the Huan Bei had solidified at around 555, and his mastery over the essence of spatial laws had become more adept, rendering his wind shadow evasion technique even more elusive. Engaging solely in solitary practice was ultimately mere theoretical exercise. Luo Lan rose to his full height, feeling the surging energy within and the increasingly lucid rhythms of law within his soul. It was time to venture outside the city and encounter those so-called Huan show. He descended from the terrace, pushed open the deep gray door, and stepped into the eternally silent streets of the Chaos City. In the sky, beneath a dark red backdrop, enormous spatial fissures continued to cascade with iridescent streams, vividly exhibiting the mysteries of the universe's fundamental laws at work. Along the streets, many figures of diligent practitioners remained atop the small rooftops, resembling timeless sculptures. Based on prior information received and brief exchanges with other prodigies, Luo Lan had developed a basic understanding of the Huan show outside the Chaos City. They also learned that, during this brief interval, several fellow prodigies had met unfortunate ends while hunting these chaotic beasts, adding a layer of grimness to this sanctuary of cultivation. These extraordinary beings, birthed directly from chaotic currents, exhibited various forms and strengths, yet they possessed no intelligence, only the primal instinct to hunt. Upon slaying them, a special energy form known as the true spirit of chaos would disperse, which, when absorbed, could directly enhance the practitioner's soul origin, sharpening their sensitivity to the fundamental laws of the universe. For practitioners below the immortal realm, this was a coveted treasure. The Virtual Universe Company established rules for this. First, immortal deities are prohibited from engaging with the Huan show. Second, the Huan show are classified into 3 zones. Inner layer, the closest to Chaos City, within approximately 2,000 kilometers of the city walls, inhabited entirely by cosmic-level Huan show. Middle layer, spanning from 2,000 to 10,000 kilometers from the city walls, home to domain Lord-level Huan show. Outer layer, beyond 10,000 kilometers, populated by World Lord-level Huan show. Moreover, domain Lord-level practitioners are restricted to hunting in the middle layer, forbidden from the inner layer, while World Lord-level practitioners may only hunt in the outer layer, prohibited from entering the inner and middle layers. This serves both to protect the weaker and to challenge the stronger. Third, the strength of the Huan show primarily resides within the cosmic-level realm. Should any immortal-level Huan show be detected, the Chaos City would dispatch powerful beings to eliminate it immediately. Currently, Luo Lan's realm was merely the first stage of the cosmic level. According to the rules, he could only operate within the inner layer. My goal is the cosmic-level Huan show of the inner layer. First, I shall familiarize myself with their characteristics and acquire the true spirit of chaos to enhance my soul origin. A glimmer of the hunter's spirit shone in Luo Lan's eyes. The path of the hunt begins with each step taken. He moved along the street, heading straight toward the outskirts of the Chaos City. The closer he approached the city walls, the more he could feel an invisible, vast pressure, a powerful energy shield enveloping the entire Chaos City, isolating the interior from the exterior, safeguarding the practitioners within. Passing through a massive gate passage, the scenery before him opened up dramatically, yet it bore an air of primordial desolation and danger. Outside the city lay desolation. Against the profound backdrop of the primordial universe, everything presented a somber hue, as if shrouded by some interstellar dust capable of consuming light. In the distance, nebulas and celestial bodies floated, their irregular shapes twisting, dissolving, and reconstituting under the influence of gravity, emanating a subtly eternal shimmer of change. The air was no longer filled with the clear, gentle law fluctuations of the city. Instead, it was saturated with a more violent, chaotic essence. Yet closer to the primal chaos, these gray currents flowed like sentient mist, drifting and swirling through the heavens and earth, occasionally coalescing into various bizarre and ephemeral forms. To his sight, he could discern some indistinct silhouettes gliding in the distance. Luo Lan restrained his aura, cautiously delving deeper into the inner layer. After traveling several hundred kilometers, he utilized his heightened perception to lock onto a solitary Huanluanshou. The chaotic beast resembled an enlarged cheetah, its entire body cloaked in dark purple scales, with a tail akin to a flickering whiplash of lightning. It was bent over, gnawing at a peculiar mineral that emitted a faint energy. Luo Lan attempted to perceive its realm using ordinary mental power, only to find his efforts swallowed into the abyss. The chaotic currents swirling around the beast seemed to distort and interfere with his mental probing, rendering any accurate assessment of its level impossible. The ineffectiveness of ordinary mental probing weighed heavily on Luo Lan's heart, prompting him to quietly activate the secret technique of hatred pursuit. This ability, originating from the hunting star deity, transcended mere energy detection, focusing instead on sensing threats and causality. In an instant, a clear wave of chaotic malevolence and menace emanated from the beast, glaringly evident like a flame in the dark. By gauging the intensity of this threat, Luo Lan swiftly concluded that the danger level was moderate, making it a viable target for hunting. With a resolute thought, he activated the concealment feature of his shadow battle garb to its maximum, his aura nearly entirely retracted. Utilizing the art of wind shadow escape to deftly manipulate the currents in space, he approached the cheetah-like chaotic beast silently. As he closed the distance to several kilometers, he halted behind a twisted rock pillar, slowly raising his weapon, Quexie. The void-shattering gloves on his right hand glimmered faintly as strands of spatial energy spontaneously coalesced. Instead of employing the slaughtering divine arrow, he resolved to test his recent training with conventional archery. The bowstring trembled slightly, and a nearly transparent void-shattering arrow took shape in an instant. This arrow not only embodied the sharpness of the law of gold and the swiftness of the law of wind, but also integrated his nascent understanding of spatial slicing, causing a slight distortion at its tip that emanated a chilling sharpness. With a whispering whoosh, the arrow was released, soundlessly merging into the spatial layers, only to materialize beside the beast's temple the next moment. The arrow, imbued with the power of spatial slicing, penetrated the seemingly hard dark purple scales without hindrance. Driving through its temple, a cataclysmic force erupted within its skull. The chaotic beast barely had time to emit a brief and mournful roar before its massive frame stiffened and collapsed, its life force dissipating instantaneously. Above its carcass, a pure, pale gray orb emerged, swirling with countless subtle law-like patterns, gradually revealing itself and emitting a wave that resonated with a comforting yearning for Luo Lan, a true spirit of chaos. A single strike had secured victory. The void-shattering arrow, combined with spatial slicing, indeed showcased astonishing penetration power against opponents of the same tier. Luo Lan felt a surge of determination. He swiftly advanced, drawing upon his will to absorb that orb of true spirit of chaos. In an instant, a refreshing wave of pure energy surged into his sea of consciousness, nourishing his soul's essence. He sensed his thoughts becoming clearer, and his sensitivity to the fluctuations of the laws of gold, wind, time, and space in the surrounding environment sharpened ever so slightly. Though the enhancement was minuscule, it accumulated into a significant improvement, yielding tangible results. Excellent progress. Savoring the subtle shifts within his soul, Luo Lan felt a swell of satisfaction. He quickly departed the area to evade attracting more chaotic beasts with the scent of blood. Having triumphed in his initial battle, Luo Lan brimmed with confidence. He began to cautiously traverse the inner regions, employing hatred pursuit to detect threats, specifically targeting solitary or smaller groups of less formidable chaotic beasts for elimination. His archery skills grew increasingly refined through practical application, and his command over the laws of space became more adept. However, the wilderness of Chaos City was not devoid of other hunters. Just as he successfully felled a third chaotic beast resembling a giant python and prepared to absorb its true spirit of chaos, a piercing warning from hatred pursuit suddenly surged forth. An intense sense of threat, imbued with swiftness, surged from behind him at high speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Lan instinctively executed wind shadow escape, his form resembling a will-o-wisp caught in the wind, merging seamlessly with the fluctuations of space as he darted several meters to the side. With a whoosh, a blurred azure shadow streaked past his previous position, the razor-sharp winds it generated carving a bottomless chasm into the ground. It was a chaotic beast, resembling a mantis, just over a meter long. with a streamlined azure golden body and forelimbs akin to two sharp, curved blades. Its speed was astonishing, and its aura exuded a palpable danger. Such swiftness. Luo Lan felt a chill run down his spine. Had it not been for the early warning from hatred pursuit and the intricacies of wind-shadow escape, that previous strike could have severely injured him. Failing to land a hit, the mantis-like chaotic beast executed an uncanny aerial maneuver, its compound eyes locking onto Luo Lan as it transformed into a streak of azure lightning, lunging at him once more. The speed exceeded all chaotic beasts he had encountered before. Luo Lan's gaze hardened, instantly entering a combat stance. He knew all too well that against such a speed-oriented adversary, ranged archery could prove limiting at close quarters. His feet danced rapidly, fully unleashing wind-shadow escape, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he evaded the mantis chaotic beast's relentless onslaught. The mantis chaotic beast's dual blades formed a curtain of azure light, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, occasionally cleaving into rock with ease as if it were slicing through tofu. Its speed was overwhelming, even with his agile techniques. Luo Lan felt immense pressure, narrowly dodging fatal strikes, yet sustaining several hits. I cannot match its speed. Luo Lan's mind raced. He had to restrain it. In a moment of perilous evasion, he unleashed both the law of gold and the law of wind simultaneously. The sharp golden radiance and chaotic currents created a fleeting moment of stasis in the mantis chaotic beast's movements. Now, Luo Lan realized that Quexie had been drawn back without him noticing. The primal energy within him surged forth, merging the swiftness of the law of wind, the sharpness of the law of gold, the slicing nature of the law of space, and the instantaneous essence of the law of time into the arrow's tip. He aimed at the flaw exposed by the interference of the domains and loosed the arrow. The slaughtering divine arrow, a slender golden beam, honed to perfection, seemed to pierce through the barriers of space, arriving before the mantis chaotic beast's relatively vulnerable neck joint. With a thud, the terrifying penetration power and spatial slicing properties of the golden beam detonated instantaneously. The mantis chaotic beast's forward momentum abruptly halted, cracks forming in its azure golden carapace from the neck, rapidly spreading throughout its body, culminating in an explosive burst of countless fragments that scattered, leaving only a denser orb of true spirit of chaos behind. Luo Lan exhaled lightly, beads of sweat forming at his brow. This incredibly swift chaotic beast had posed considerable trouble, enlightening him to the diversity of chaotic beasts and the necessity of vigilance. He collected the orb of true spirit of chaos, feeling a renewed sense of comfort and nourishment ripple through his soul's essence, as if the fatigue from the battle had been substantially alleviated. After a series of encounters and ambushes, Luo Lan felt richly rewarded, yet recognized the need for digestion. He made no further delays, employing his techniques to swiftly return to Chaos City. Upon reaching his cultivation quarters, he promptly seated himself in meditation, intent on thoroughly reflecting on the changes brought by absorbing the true spirit of chaos, while summarizing the combat experiences he had just undergone. This true spirit of chaos is indeed extraordinary. Luo Lan marveled inwardly. He could distinctly sense that his soul's essence had grown slightly since departing the city. Although the increase was modest, it represented a genuine enhancement in essence. Even more exhilarating was the clarity with which he now perceived the fundamental laws of the universe surrounding him. The once elusive essence of the law of gold, the fluidity of the law of wind, and the subtle fluctuations of the law of space now seemed remarkably more accessible and apparent. Even the profoundly enigmatic vibrations of the law of time appeared easier for him to discern. The soul is fundamental. A powerful soul naturally enhances comprehension, rendering the perception of laws increasingly lucid. This chaotic true spirit is truly a treasure tailor-made for cultivators. Excitement sparkled in Luo Lan's eyes. Simultaneously, he contemplated the matter of his equipment. He was still utilizing the ordinary C9 class spacecraft he had acquired on Lanxing. While it sufficed for traversing the inner realms of the Qianwu universe, it would be woefully inadequate for exploring cosmic mysteries or undertaking perilous missions in the future. Luo Lan mused that once he departed from Chaos City, he must redeem his points for a more advanced vessel, at least an E-class or even an F-class. However, given the precious nature of points, prioritizing the enhancement of his own strength was paramount, putting the plan for purchasing a spacecraft on hold. Luo Lan once again immersed himself in the analysis of combat and the insights into the laws. His battle with the mantis chaotic beast had granted him a fresh understanding of the wind-shadow escape at peak speed, as well as further thoughts on the combination of the laws of gold and space for close-quarters breakthroughs. After several days of rest and contemplation, Feeling his condition restored to its peak, and sensing a slight refinement in his understanding of the laws under the influence of the chaotic true spirit, Luo Lan left his abode once more, heading towards the city gate. The hunt continued. The path to becoming stronger knows no end. Chapter 27. True Spirit Tempering. Breaking through the heavens as time flowed on, within Chaos City, where ages seemed to stand still, only the eternal dim sky and the distinctly manifest cosmic laws accompanied the passage of nearly a year. Throughout this year, Luo Lan's life had been orderly and fulfilling. He resembled an indefatigable hunter, frequently traversing between Chaos City and the desolate inner regions outside the city. With a keen perception of threats fueled by vengeance and the ethereal agility of the wind shadow escape combined with spatial awareness, he excelled in hunting chaotic beasts. With increasing proficiency, he could often eliminate the beasts from an unexpected angle with remarkable piercing power before they even initiated their attacks. Each hunt was accompanied by the absorption of pure chaotic true spirit, whose refreshing energy continuously nourished the essence of his soul, subtly yet significantly enhancing it. His soul gradually and steadfastly grew stronger through each absorption. His thoughts became increasingly agile, and his perception of the fundamental cosmic laws became clearer. The sharpness of the law of gold, the swiftness of the law of wind, the fluctuations of the law of space, and the flow of the law of time, all these once required deep focus to capture now felt remarkably closer and easier for him to comprehend. The heightened affinity brought by the hunting legacy, nourished by the chaotic true spirit, reached its zenith. He resembled a sponge with an innate capacity for absorption, soaking in the ocean of laws and greedily drawing forth nutrients. However, as time progressed, Luo Lan astutely noticed that his rate of comprehension of the universe chaotic tablet had begun to noticeably slow after reaching a certain level. The initial rapid advancement gradually faded, replaced by a sensation of being ensnared in fog, making progress feel arduous. He dedicated considerable time to observing the rifts in the sky, deciphering the engravings of predecessors before him, and repeatedly recalling the secret patterns of the chaotic tablet, yet his gains dwindled. Thanks to the nourishment of the chaotic true spirit and his own efforts, his understanding of the universe chaotic tablet had risen from 505 to approximately 787. This speed was remarkably fast for an ordinary genius, but Luo Lan was acutely aware that the path of hunting was long and perilous. The universe vast and filled with formidable beings, he needed to grow at a more accelerated pace. His self-exploration proved to be inefficient. Standing on the rooftop, gazing at the dark red sky, his brow furrowed. The profound mysteries contained within the universe chaotic tablet's essence of time and space were boundless. And relying solely on his own exploration made it difficult to break through many critical junctures. He needed to leverage the wisdom of predecessors to find a clearer path. Without further hesitation, he connected to the virtual universe network. At Yuxiang Mountain, in the study of the original district's manor, Luo Lan's figure appeared, immediately connecting to the repository system of the virtual universe company. A vast light screen unfurled, presenting a dazzling array of treasures. He directly filtered for secret methods and input the keywords, Universe Chaotic Tablet, Analysis, Auxiliary Comprehension. Instantly, dozens of related secret method summaries emerged. These methods were created by powerful figures from the virtual universe company across generations, aimed at assisting later practitioners in gaining a clearer understanding of the mysteries of the chaotic tablet based on their own insights. The levels of these secret methods varied, as did the depth and focus of their analyses, resulting in a wide disparity in prices. Luo Lan browsed attentively. He sought a method that could solidify his foundation, illuminate the path for his next 13 levels of cultivation, and was suitable for his current realm and financial capacity. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a secret method titled Preliminary Understanding of Temporal and Spatial Threads. Preliminary Understanding of Temporal and Spatial Threads Fragment, authored by Master Mo Tong Wang, systematically analyzes the first 1332 contents of the universe chaotic tablet. This method dissects the complex temporal and spatial secret patterns contained within the chaotic tablet into 10,800 fundamental thread nodes, elucidating their interconnections and operational principles, aiming to aid cultivators in constructing a clear cognitive framework for temporal and spatial laws, thus laying a solid foundation. Redemption requires 2,542 points. Original price at 70, Taichu at 80, Kinney at 90, end of the world at full price. This is it. A glimmer of joy crossed Luo Lan's eyes. The preliminary understanding of temporal and spatial threads perfectly addressed the bottleneck area he urgently needed to overcome, focusing on the construction of a foundational framework, precisely aligning with his needs. Although the price of 1780 points was substantial, it was undoubtedly worthwhile to invest in such a crucial area. He chose to redeem it without hesitation. Transaction successful. 1780 points deducted, balance 19,220 points. Please wait. Someone will soon deliver the secret method. A series of prompt messages appeared on the screen. In the virtual universe, at Yuxiang Mountain, in the original district's manor, the steward Abu delivered the secret method. As soon as the secret method was in hand, Luo Lan eagerly began to comprehend its contents. Instantly, a vast stream of information surged into the depths of his consciousness. Countless profound insights regarding the laws of time and space. A meticulous breakdown of the first 1332 contents of the universe chaotic tablet, and a detailed exposition of the 10,800 fundamental thread nodes flooded into his soul like a refreshing downpour. Luo Lan immediately fell into a deep state of seclusion. He ravenously digested the content of the preliminary understanding of temporal and spatial threads. So that is how it is. Space is not merely distorted through brute force, but rather resonates through guiding the spatial nodes themselves. The perception differences in the flow of time stem from varying sensitivities in capturing the temporal threads. The combination of the law of Gold's penetration and the law of space's cutting hinges on discovering the point of resonance between material structure and spatial structure. The myriad fogs that had long troubled him melted away swiftly under the illumination of the preliminary understanding of temporal and spatial threads, akin to ice and snow dissolving in sunlight. Many techniques he had previously employed instinctively and with strong affinity now found their theoretical basis and optimization direction. He felt as though he were an apprentice who had only ever imitated others, suddenly receiving the blueprints and principles from a master, instantly grasping the meaning and essence behind each stroke. This systematic learning, in conjunction with the insights from his hunting legacy, produced a remarkable chemical reaction. The inheritance has bestowed upon him a lofty perspective and a unique methodology, while the secret arts have laid down a solid staircase leading to greater heights. This time of seclusion consumed Luo Lan a full 2 months. When he finally opened his eyes again, his aura was harmonious and restrained. And within the subtle movements of his gaze, one could perceive the fleeting intricacies of time and space. His comprehension of the Yuzhou Hundan Bay had soared from 787 to 1078, guided by the insights of Shirkong Miloachujia and his own diligent assimilation. This marked a qualitative leap. It was time to challenge the celestial bridge once more. Luo Lan felt the surging power within him and a deeper understanding of the laws of time and space, his confidence soaring. During this year of focused breakthroughs, his contemporaries, too, had not been idle. In the 4th month of entering Hundan City, the wild man Rong Jun was the first to make a move, successfully crossing the first layer of the celestial bridge, earning the opportunity to comprehend the great acts of the Hundan Bay, showcasing his formidable potential. By the beginning of the 12th month, the most noteworthy Grim Reaper, Luo Lan, demonstrated his terrifying talent once again, breezing through 2 layers in one go, forcefully passing the 3rd layer of the celestial bridge. The news sent ripples through the ranks of 1,000 prodigies. Luo Lan's talent in the laws of space indeed surpassed that of his peers. Additionally, the illusionist Quexie, who had been eliminated by Luo Feng, also crossed the 1st layer of the celestial bridge at the same moment. Soon after, at the end of the 12th month, 2 pieces of news arrived almost simultaneously. Luo Feng had successfully crossed the 1st layer of the celestial bridge. As a mentalist, he too had made rapid advancements in the application of the divine weapon and the understanding of fundamental laws. The other piece of news was even more explosive. Luo Lan, who had also chosen the Yuzhou Hundan Bay, followed closely behind, crossing 2 layers in succession, triumphantly passing the 3rd layer of the celestial bridge. Luo Lan had also passed the 3rd layer. He was on par with Luo Lan. My goodness, is Luo Lan truly that powerful? It seems that those who can attain the original secret realm are indeed extraordinary individuals. The first 3 layers of the celestial bridge are no easy feat, particularly the 3rd layer, which demands a profound understanding of space. Within Hundan City, countless prodigies were in uproar. Luo Lan, this dark horse, exceeded many people's expectations with his speed. His ability to match Luo Lan in passing the 3rd layer undoubtedly attested to his supreme strength and potential. In a special dimension of the virtual universe, the great being known as the Nine-Sword Sovereign, enveloped in azure currents, was engaged in silent meditation. Suddenly, a respectful voice echoed through a special channel. Sovereign, the little fellows in this year's genius battle have been cultivating in Hundan City for nearly a year, with several of them standing out. Besides Luo Lan, who has already passed the 3rd layer, just now, the one named Luo Lan has also successfully crossed the 3rd layer of the celestial bridge. The reporter was none other than the immortal resident of Hundan City, King Longyu, tasked with observing the performance of prodigies. The nine-sword sovereign slowly opened his eyes, and within them flickered countless sword shadows. His indifferent voice resonated. Luo Lan? The one who chose the Yuzhou Hundan Bay and possesses remarkable archery skills? Indeed, replied King Longyu respectfully. This child practices diligently, frequently venturing outside the city to hunt chaotic beasts, resulting in significant soul enhancement. It seems he has encountered other opportunities, grasping the laws of time and space with remarkable speed. His ability to cross 2 layers in succession reflects his astonishing rate of progress. The nine-sword sovereign nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and closed his eyes once more. However, King Longyu understood that the sovereign had already committed the name Luo Lan to memory. On the celestial bridge's dimension, upon an island, the guardian Beifan regarded Luo Lan, who had just emerged from the celestial bridge, a smile evident beneath his mask. Luo Lan, congratulations. You and Bolin have both passed the 3rd layer, and according to the rules, you are both eligible to attend the lectures of the masters. The Virtual Universe Company has assigned a master to each Hundan Bay, and you, belonging to the Yuzhou Hundan Bay lineage, naturally belong to the Cosmic Sect. Relevant information has been sent to your inbox. Thank you, Guardian. Luo Lan bowed, his consciousness returning to the virtual universe. In his study, Luo Lan opened the newly received email. Lectures by masters? He meticulously read through the rules, noting that each master was a king-level immortal with profound expertise in the Yuzhou Hundan Bay. Their teachings represented an unparalleled opportunity for individuals like him. The email contained a passage stating that those who could pass the 18th layer of the celestial bridge were the true elite among the cosmic human race. Existing at the master level among immortals, they could directly obtain permanent residency qualifications in Hundan City and establish their own sects within, teaching and guiding disciples, thus earning respect. Furthermore, any cultivator who passed the 3rd layer of the celestial bridge could attend lectures. They could choose to listen to any master. However, if one wished to become a disciple of a particular master, it was necessary to attend the first lecture under that master's tutelage as a sign of respect and subsequently request to be accepted as a disciple. If the master agreed, that would signify successful initiation. It was imperative to remember that unless one had no intention of becoming a disciple, they must attend the first lecture under the desired master's guidance as a form of respect. Of course, he also understood the profound significance of attending the first lecture. Luo Lan fell into deep contemplation. Becoming a disciple, especially of a powerful teacher in the early stages of cultivation, was undoubtedly crucial. A good teacher could illuminate the path, prevent detours, and provide resources, serving as a tremendous aid on the road to becoming a strong practitioner. Although the core layer of the Virtual Universe Company was rich in resources, the difference between having guidance and lacking it was monumental. There were several masters within the Cosmic Sect, each specializing in different aspects. The choice of master would directly influence his future developmental trajectory. My foundation lies in the inheritance of hunting, pursuing the utmost speed, penetration, precision, and causal locking. Time and space serve as both vessel and weapon, but the essence is the hunting itself. Luo Lan carefully analyzed his needs. I require a teacher who can understand and guide me in my cultivation of the laws of time and space, yet one who will ideally not overly interfere with the core secrets of my own inheritance, or whose path could complement my hunting journey. Several public profiles of masters from the Cosmic Sect surfaced in his mind. King Yanqing, who fused the fire law with time and space, excelling in direct assaults. King Wuhuan, who specialized in time and space illusions and concealment, employing cunning techniques. And King Gengwu. Just as Luo Lan weighed his options, grappling with indecision, he was unaware that this rapidly rising dark horse had also caught the attention of a formidable master within the Cosmic Sect. In the virtual universe, within a grand estate on Thunder Island, a man clad in ancient dark gold battle armor, with a majestic physique and a countenance as rugged as ancient rock, sat upon a throne. He exuded no powerful aura, yet seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding starry expanse, for he was the sovereign of this celestial realm. He was none other than one of the foremost masters of the Cosmic Sect, King Gengwu. A streak of light darted into the temple, transforming into a silver-robed realm master, who respectfully bowed. Master, the latest news. That little fellow named Luo Lan from this year's Genius Battle has just passed the 3rd layer of the celestial bridge. He is progressing in line with Bolin. King Gengwu slowly opened his eyes, revealing peculiar dual pupils. One contained boundless space, while the other reflected the river of time. His voice was deep, resonating with a metallic timbre. Luo Lan, the one whose arrow trajectories contain a hint of spatial profundity, and who possesses unwavering will. Precisely. He chose the Yuzhou Hundan Bay, practicing diligently and progressing rapidly. Here is the combat footage of him on the Celestial Bridge. The silver-robed realm master waved his hand, and a virtual image of Luo Lan battling the Guardian at the third layer of the Celestial Bridge materialized. In the imagery, Luo Lan's figure danced gracefully, arrows striking with the speed of lightning, skillfully merging the velocity of the wind, the sharpness of gold, and the initial spatial slicing into a singular temporal perception. Ultimately, he narrowly defeated the Guardian with a shot that encapsulated various insights from the laws of existence through a variant technique of his lethal divine arrow. The king of Ganwu observed quietly, a subtle glimmer of appreciation flickering in his unusual pupils. His path was distinctly unique. It was not merely a mastery of time and space, nor a simplistic physical assault, but rather a refined hunting technique honed for an ultimate purpose. The king of Ganwu spoke slowly, his foundation solid, his will as unyielding as iron. What was rare was his innate affinity and distinctive intuitive application of time and space. He was a promising talent. What does the teacher imply? The silver-robed realm master inquired tentatively. The choice made during the first lecture was paramount. The king of Ganwu's gaze seemed to pierce through the virtual cosmos, observing the young figure deep in thought. Let us see what this young one chooses. If he is willing, I, from the Ganwu lineage, shall not hesitate to offer guidance. As his words fell, silence returned to the temple, with countless starlights swirling around him. The king of Ganwu's attention had already shifted to the lecture hall of the cosmic school within the virtual universe. He felt a flicker of interest towards this young man named Luo Lan. In Chaos City, within his training abode, Luo Lan inhaled deeply, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. He had meticulously compared the publicly available information from several masters and conducted analyses based on his circumstances. The path of the Flame Star King leaned towards explosive power, which diverged slightly from my precise hunting. The Misty Phantom King was enigmatic and unfathomable, not aligning with my nature. A spark of realization ignited in Luo Lan's eyes. It is him, the king of Ganwu. His path seems most capable of encompassing and guiding my hunting journey. No longer hesitating, he sent a request to attend the next public lecture of the king of Ganwu through the virtual universe system. The next moment, the request was instantly approved. A notification emerged. Luo Lan, you have successfully reserved a spot for the lecture by the king of Ganwu. The class will take place in 12 hours at the Ganwu Hall in the Cosmic School area of the Master Temple in Chaos City. As he read this message, a sense of certainty filled Luo Lan's heart, accompanied by a flicker of anticipation. I hope my choice pleases the king of Ganwu. What insights will the Master's lecture yield? He sat cross-legged, adjusting his state, ready to embrace the crucial lecture from the master in 12 hours. Chapter 28. The teaching of Ganwu and 30 days of deep cultivation. The choice to take on a mentor is a pivotal step on the path of cultivation. A powerful teacher can not only provide direction in times of confusion, but also offer invaluable resources and protection. For Luo Lan, navigating the vast expanse of the virtual universe accompanied solely through self-exploration and inheritance could allow for progress, but having a distinguished mentor would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency, especially after he opted for the exceedingly challenging Cosmic Chaos Monument. 12 hours later, in Chaos City, at the Master Temple, this grand architectural complex, located at the side of the Lord's residence, exuded an ancient and solemn style, with each hall corresponding to a particular chaos monument, representing different cultivation schools within the virtual universe company. Following the guidance, Luo Lan arrived at the area designated for the cosmic school, locating the bronze hall inscribed with the characters Ganwu. The hall doors swung open, revealing an interior space far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Employing advanced spatial technology, the hall was circular, with a white jade platform at its center, surrounded by tiers of raised cushions. At this moment, hundreds of practitioners sat in silence, their varying breaths emanating sharpness, with subtle fluctuations of laws enveloping them. Luo Lan's arrival attracted some attention. His cosmic level, first-tier cultivation, was the lowest here, yet managing to breach the third layer at this juncture indicated exceptional potential. Many recognized him as the second place from the current genius battle, their gazes filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and even a hint of barely perceptible competition. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Luo Lan chose a seat towards the back, closed his eyes, and prepared to await the commencement of the lecture. Moments later, an invisible pressure enveloped the hall, not oppressive, yet seemingly freezing the entire space. All practitioners instantly restrained their breaths, their expressions turning respectful. A towering figure silently appeared atop the white jade platform. Clad in ancient dark golden armor, His visage resembled that of unchanging rock, rugged and dignified. Most striking were his extraordinary eyes. One appeared to contain layers upon layers of endless space, drawing the observer into a trance, while the other seemed to quietly flow with the river of time, exuding the weight of ages. It was none other than the esteemed master of the cosmic school, the king of Ganwu. He emitted no overwhelming energy waves. Yet simply standing there, he seemed to merge with the surrounding time and space, embodying the very essence of the laws. This lecture would span 3 days, focusing on the foundational temporal structure of the cosmic chaos monument and its practical applications. The king of Ganwu's voice resonated deeply, imbued with a metallic clarity that reverberated within the souls of all present. He offered no superfluous pleasantries, diving straight into the core topics. With a wave of his hand, he conjured countless clear law secret patterns that flowed from his fingertips. These patterns were not static, but naturally combined and evolved in the air, creating a miniature, ever-changing model of cosmic spacetime. Time and space serve as the foundation upon which all things are born. However, the application of laws is not about forceful distortion. It is about following the natural course, seeking the nodes within their connections. The king of Ganwu's voice seemed to contain a peculiar magic. He elucidated not specific secret techniques, but rather the essential principles of time and space encapsulated within the cosmic chaos monument, along with how to apply these principles in actual combat, defense, and movement techniques. He meticulously dissected the sensing and resonance techniques of spatial nodes, illustrating how to evoke maximum spatial effects with minimal force, whether for evasive maneuvers or penetrating attacks. He elaborated on the subtle distinctions in perceiving the flow of time and how to leverage these nuances in battle to seize opportunities and even anticipate opponents' actions. Even more remarkably, he adeptly integrated lower-tier laws such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light into the framework of time and space for amplification and transformation. Articulating these concepts in an accessible manner, Luo Lan listened with rapt attention. The king of Ganwu's explanations corroborated the foundation he had laid in initial understanding of time-space vortex. Yet they were even more profound and systematic. Many techniques he had previously employed instinctively through his hunting legacy now became crystal clear, especially when the king of Ganwu mentioned the method of transmitting and amplifying the sharp qualities of the metal laws through specific spatial node resonance, creating an effect that could pierce through anything. This was an ideal theoretical foundation tailored for his split-sky arrows and lethal divine arrows. The path of hunting was also encapsulated within these insights. On the 3rd day, as the lecture approached its conclusion, the king of Ganwu's gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep in Luo Lan's direction. His voice remained calm and precise, born from an anticipation of temporal trajectories. His penetrative insight stemmed from an understanding of the weak points within material and spatial nodes, and his speed was derived from resonance with the time-space vortex. Fixating on the arrow of hatred is less fruitful than understanding the principles of hunting. These words echoed like thunder in Luo Lan's mind. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the imposing figure atop the platform, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. The king of Ganwu seemed to have glimpsed a fragment of his essence. At the very least, he accurately pinpointed the core of his power, driven by the hatred of hunting. Furthermore, he provided a higher-level direction, from the techniques born of hatred to an elevated comprehension and mastery of the very laws of hunting. In that instant, Luo Lan felt no more hesitation. This king of Ganwu was undoubtedly the most suitable teacher for him at this stage. The 3-day discourse has finally concluded. As the figure of Gungwu Wang ceased his narration and the enigmatic patterns of law dissipated around him, he showed no inclination to engage in questions or clarifications. His form shimmered slightly, poised to depart. "Teacher." Just as the audience was enveloped in reflection and preparing to leave, a voice resonated. Luo Lan, defying the dispersing crowd, swiftly approached the bayou platform. Before the multitude of astonished and perplexed gazes, he resolutely knelt, bowing 3 times towards the fading specter of Gungwu Wang. Disciple Luo Lan, having listened to the teacher's teachings over the past 3 days, feels as though the clouds have parted to reveal the sun and has gained immeasurable insights. His voice, clear and resolute, echoed within the now quiet hall. "Though I am but a dull disciple, I yearn for the path of time and space as expounded by the teacher, and I earnestly request to be accepted as your pupil. I vow to diligently practice, honor the teacher, and never bring disgrace to your esteemed name." His actions left the remaining cultivators in the hall momentarily speechless. The fading specter of Gungwu Wang solidified slightly, his extraordinary gaze piercing through to Luo Lan, as if discerning his very essence. The hall fell into a profound silence. every soul awaiting Gung Wu Wang's response. After a brief pause, Gung Wu Wang spoke slowly, his voice retaining its calm demeanor, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the 37th disciple of Gung Wu Wang. I hope you pursue your training diligently and do not squander the favor of time and space. Thank you, teacher. Luo Lan's heart soared with joy as he respectfully bowed once more. This signifies his formal initiation under Gung Wu Wang, providing him with a steadfast support and guidance. The news of his successful apprenticeship spread like wildfire. In a restaurant within the public area of Yuxiang Mountain in the virtual cosmos, Luo Lan, Luo Feng, Rongjun, and Uka, among other talented individuals, gathered together. Congratulations, Luo Lan. Luo Feng raised his glass, genuinely delighted for Luo Lan, for having entered the fold of Gung Wu Wang, ensuring a smoother path ahead. Haha, Luo Lan, you sly fellow, making such a significant stir without a word. Uka exclaimed, clapping Luo Lan on the shoulder. That is Gung Wu Wang we're talking about. You better look out for us from now on. Rong Jun chimed in with a grin. Gung Wu Wang holds a prestigious position within the cosmic sects, excelling in the integration of offense and defense. His path both illustrious and righteous. Luo Lan, your choice to apprentice under him will undoubtedly refine your foundation. A splendid decision. Luo Lan smiled as he clinked glasses with his companions. It is a fortuitous coincidence, indeed, as well as the teacher's favor. Let us all strive together. The next 30 years in Chaos City will be crucial for laying our foundations. The atmosphere was vibrant, everyone nodding in agreement. They understood that becoming a disciple was merely the beginning. The true disparities would gradually unveil themselves over the protracted years of cultivation ahead. Simultaneously, within the higher echelons of the virtual cosmos company, some immortal beings monitoring the current crop of prodigies took note of Luo Lan's choice of mentor. Gung Wu. He has made a wise selection, one remarked. Gung Wu's path is stable and sound, emphasizing a strong foundation. Precisely what this young fellow needs to temper his potential impatience inherited from his legacy. The Jiao Jianzun Zhu, having received reports from his subordinates, nodded slightly. He had been observing Luo Lan, a dark horse exhibiting remarkable potential, and deemed it advantageous for him to apprentice under a suitable mentor. Luo Lan has chosen Gung Wu, murmured an immortal shrouded in mist within another temple. That is agreeable. The path of the Yuzhou Hundun Bay is fraught with difficulty, with Gung Wu guiding him. He will certainly avoid many detours in the early stages. However, simultaneously treading the paths of time and space is perilous. As the immortal noted, many high-ranking individuals admired Luo Lan's talent, yet harbored reservations regarding his selection of the Yuzhou Hundun Bay. Historically, those who sought to comprehend both time and space simultaneously often faltered midway, with only a scant few achieving royal status, let alone ascending to higher realms. In the eyes of cosmic sovereigns, although Luo Lan's current display was impressive, their long lifespans had exposed them to an abundance of similar talents who ultimately faded into obscurity. Hence, despite Luo Lan exhibiting top-tier potential, no cosmic sovereign had yet stepped forward to take him as a disciple. To them, Luo Lan required further observation to demonstrate his ability to traverse this arduous journey. Following his apprenticeship, Luo Lan's cultivation journey entered a new phase. He first seized the opportunity to explore the Yuzhou Hundun Bay. With the initial enlightenment and excitement following his apprenticeship, he re-entered the vast hall. This time, his experience in observing the Hundun Bay was markedly different. Guided by Gung Wu Wang's 3-day discourse, the flowing patterns upon the stone tablet seemed to come alive, revealing numerous previously overlooked details and connections, leading him to a new understanding of the temporal and spatial framework. After 7 days of contemplation, Luo Lan returned to his residence, promptly entering seclusion to assimilate his insights. He correlated the gains from this exploration with Gung Wu Wang's teachings, resolving many of his uncertainties while new, deeper questions emerged. Through the virtual Cosmos network, he respectfully sent a query to Gung Wu Wang. The teacher responded succinctly, illuminating the critical points and clearing Luo Lan's confusion. Having digested the insights from his first exploration and received guidance from his teacher, Luo Lan then entered a prolonged period of introspection, integrating his realizations into his being. Once he felt adequately prepared, he activated his second opportunity for exploration. In this second venture into the Hundun Bay Hall, Luo Lan's mindset was considerably steadier, and his objectives more defined. He focused on observing the areas of the stone tablet that correlated with Gung Wu Wang's guidance and his previous questions. Building upon the foundation laid by his teacher's insights, the outcome of this exploration was exceptional. Many of the complex aspects unraveled, leading to a significant leap in his understanding of the temporal and spatial structures, particularly their integration with material energy attacks, surpassing the 13th level of comprehension regarding the Yuzhou Hundun Bei. Upon concluding this exploration, Luo Lan once again entered seclusion, striving to absorb the wealth of knowledge he had gained and organize his new inquiries for further consultation with Gengwu Wang. He received yet another round of refined and profound guidance from his teacher, with 2 explorations, 2 consultations, and 2 periods of deep assimilation. Luo Lan's foundation was increasingly solidified under the indirect guidance of Gengwu Wang. The years in Chaos City swiftly passed as Luo Lan immersed himself in rigorous training. He regularly ventured outside the city to hunt chaos beasts. Initially, the effects of the chaos true spirit were remarkably pronounced. Each instance of absorption manifested a clear enhancement of his soul's essence and clarity of law comprehension. However, as the quantity of absorption increased, the efficacy of the chaos true spirit began to diminish, transitioning from significant boosts to more subtle nourishment. Nonetheless, the cumulative effect of nearly 30 years of consistent absorption vastly elevated his soul's foundation, ensuring a substantial enhancement of his comprehension. In the second year of Chaos City, following Rongjun, the Prince of Mankostar, Uka, and the siblings Qianshui and Jiang Imo, among others, successively traversed the first layer of the Tongtian Bridge. The rising talent Gusi Luo also passed through the first layer that year, garnering a modest degree of attention. By the third year in Chaos City, talents from the Tiandi district and the Apocalypse district began to pass through the first layer of the Tongtian Bridge in droves, with over 800 survivors gradually showcasing their potential to stand out among billions of stellar beings. At the end of the fourth year in Chaos City, the last of the talents crossed the first layer. In the same year, Rongjun displayed his formidable talent, successfully navigating the second layer of the Tongtian Bridge. In the seventh year of Chaos City, Tao also passed through the second layer. In the eighth year, Gusi Luo, Long Yun, and Huan Mo Jelly, all exceptional talents, nearly simultaneously traversed the second layer. In the ninth year of Chaos City, Uka and Qianshui also succeeded in breaking through the second layer. Amidst this rising tide of competition, Luo Lan maintained his own rhythm. He regularly attended Gengwu Wang's lectures, each time garnering new insights, while the teacher occasionally offered personal guidance. In the ninth year of Chaos City, Luo Lan felt that he had accumulated enough strength to challenge the Tongtian Bridge once more. This time, with a deeper comprehension of the Yuzhou Hundun Bei, particularly the exquisite integration of the laws of time, space, gold, and wind, he advanced with unstoppable momentum, successfully breaching the fourth layer. Upon his passage, his understanding of the Hundun Bei reached approximately 1444. The news spread, causing a stir once again. Achieving the fourth layer in the ninth year surpassed everyone else, even outpacing many past prodigies, marking him as a genius of 100,000 epochs. However, the competition among geniuses never ceased. In the 10th year of Chaos City, Bolin and Luo Feng demonstrated terrifying strength. Mid-year, the Grim Reaper Bolin took the lead, forcefully breaking through the fourth layer of the Tongtian Bridge. His grasp of the laws of space and time reached a profound level. By the year's end, the composed and diligent Luo Feng, after a decade of steady cultivation, unleashed his potential, mastering the divine weapons used to such an extent that he consecutively passed through 2 layers, triumphantly clearing the third layer of the Tongtian Bridge. He thus became the third genius to achieve such a feat after Bolin and Luo Lan. In the same year, Luo Feng became a disciple of the true Yin King. In the 13th year, Rongjun passed through the third layer of the Tongtian Bridge, closely trailing the first tier. Time and cultivation is unyielding, and the 30-year limit of Chaos City had already surpassed the halfway mark. The disparities among the geniuses gradually became apparent through the sediment of time. Luo Lan did not relent in the slightest due to his temporary lead. The hatred from his hunts drove him, while his thirst for power sustained him. He was acutely aware of Bolin's terrifying talent in the laws of space and recognized Luo Feng's incredible, unyielding potential. He utilized his points to exchange for the subsequent parts of Shikong Maijiao Chujia and some secret methods to refine his soul and enhance his perception, continuing his arduous training. By the end of the 18th year in Chaos City, after nearly a decade of accumulation and numerous insights into the Hundun Bei, Luo Lan successfully passed through the 5th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. His comprehension of the Yuzhou Hundun Bei had reached approximately 1778, leaving his contemporaries far behind. His slaughtering divine arrow became more powerful and its trajectory increasingly elusive, as he even began to experiment with infusing a hint of time acceleration into the arrow's initial speed. making it so swift that it exceeded soul perception at the moment of release. In the 19th year, Luo Feng delivered yet another surprise, successfully breaching the 4th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. His rate of progress was astonishing. On the very day Luo Feng passed the 4th layer, as if ignited by competitive spirit, Luo immediately headed to the Tongtian Bridge and with undeniable strength, ferociously broke through the 5th layer. He once again distanced himself from all others except for Luo Lan. In the 21st year, Wuka passed through the 3rd layer. In the 25th year, Long Yun and Jai Lisi also cleared the 3rd layer. By the 28th year, Qian Shui passed through the 3rd layer. As time flowed, the 30-year limit of Chaos City finally approached its end. In the final 2 years, Luo Lan devoted nearly all his time to the ultimate sprint. He felt that his comprehension of the Yuzhou Handan Bay had nearly touched the threshold of the 6th layer. In the last month before departing, he utilized his insight opportunity to re-enter the grand hall that had altered his fate. Facing the 100-meter stone tablet, the insights gathered over 30 years replayed in his mind like a film. The initial naivete, the enlightenment after becoming a disciple, the tempering through countless battles, and the profound understanding of the temporal and spatial connections culminated in a burst of inspiration under extreme focus that fused together. The legacy of the hunts, nurtured by the Handan Bay, seemed to become clearer as the trajectories of celestial hunting subtly intertwined with the mysteries of time and space. Upon exiting the training chamber of the Handan Bay, a fleeting vision of the birth and demise of the universe flickered in his eyes. His overall comprehension of the Yuzhou Handan Bay finally broke through to the critical threshold of 21. Without a moment's pause, he directly connected to the virtual universe and entered the realm of the Tongtian Bridge. The 6th layer of the cosmic Tongtian Bridge. Here I come. Luo Lan's gaze was sharp as an arrow, stepping onto the long bridge extending into the depths of the mist. The guardian of the 6th layer had undergone a qualitative leap in strength, reaching a new height in the manipulation of time and space. Nonetheless, the accumulation of Luo Lan over these 30 years was exceedingly formidable. He perfectly integrated his understanding of the 4 great laws, gold, wind, space, and time, within the framework of the Yuzhou Handan Bay, with the will of the hunt at its core, into his archery. This battle was earth-shattering. The Guardian's spatial blockade was nearly perfect, and the flow of time was unpredictable. Yet Luo Lan's arrows seemed capable of penetrating all obstacles, their trajectories transcending mere visual and spiritual perception, imbued with an essence akin to predetermined causation, always striking the Guardian's weak points from the most unimaginable angles. Ultimately, Luo Lan unleashed a near-perfect slaughtering divine arrow, fused with insights from the 4 great laws, tearing apart the Guardian's final defenses and successfully defeating them. The 6th layer of the cosmic Tongtian Bridge passed. When the Guardian Beifan announced the result, the news swept through Chaos City and even reached the upper echelons of the virtual universe company like a tempest. The 6th layer. Luo Lan had passed the 6th layer. My heavens, he had only cultivated for 30 years. He was truly a monster. To what extent had his comprehension of the laws of time and space in the 6th layer of the Yuzhou Handan Bay reached? Friends like Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and Wuka felt immense pressure amidst their astonishment, while also rejoicing for Luo Lan. At the same time, Luo Feng delivered yet another surprise, triumphantly breaching the 5th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. His rate of progress was astounding, having caught up to Luo Lan in the virtual universe on Thunder Island. Within the temple of the eternal martial king, the towering figure sat majestically upon the throne, as the silver-robed realm master reported respectfully below, Master. Luo Lan's Jr. just passed through the 6th layer of the cosmic Tongtian Bridge. A faint arc appeared on the eternally steadfast face of the eternal martial king, reminiscent of snow beginning to melt. 30 years, the 6th layer. A solid foundation, unwavering will, and excellent comprehension. Very good. He smiled. Yes, Master. The silver-robed realm master felt a tremor in his heart, realizing that the master had further recognized Luo Lan. In Chaos City, at Luo Lan's cultivation residence, he stood on the terrace, gazing at the dark red sky and the spatial rifts he had grown accustomed to over 30 years, filled with myriad emotions. After 30 years of seclusion, he had transformed from a youth newly entering the cosmic level, burdened with deep-seated enmity, into a formidable being with a certain understanding of the laws of time and space, truly embarking on the path of the hunt. The 30 years in Chaos City were nearing their end. Luo Lan murmured to himself, feeling the profound resonance of the laws within his soul, now infinitely clearer. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, glimpsing the vast, boundless cosmic starry sky. The Luo Lan mountain family had perished, but the path of the hunt was everlasting. The tasks of the virtual universe company, and even the extraterrestrial battlefield, and the broader cosmic expanse awaited my arrival. A new journey was about to unfold in the more magnificent starry seas. Chapter 29. Departing the city for secrets, a new journey begins. Time flows like water, quietly passing by. The 30-year limit of Chaos City, like the fine sand in an hourglass, had nearly run out. Luo Lan sat cross-legged on the terrace of his residence. A faint golden glow and invisible ripples of space intertwining around him. He had just concluded a deep meditation, validating the insights he gained from the Yuzhou Hundun Bay with the teachings of the eternal martial king regarding the path of time and space. Feeling his understanding of the laws deepen once more. Nearly 30 years of arduous cultivation, coupled with the continuous nourishment of the Hundun true spirit and the meticulous guidance of his master, had brought about a transformative change in his strength. At that moment, the virtual universe access device beside him vibrated gently, indicating the arrival of a new email. Luo Lan, upon connecting his consciousness, opened his email, only to find a message from the formidable Jin Wuwang. The content was succinct and straightforward. Luo Lan, the 30-year period is drawing to a close, and you are about to depart from Hundun City. Before your departure, I invite you to meet at the Jinwu Hall on Thunder Island in the virtual universe. The signature bore the unmistakable seal of Jin Wuwang, emanating an air of undeniable authority. Luo Lan felt a stir within him and, without hesitation, plunged his consciousness into the virtual universe. In the virtual universe, Thunder Island served as a gathering place for the immortals among the core members of the virtual universe company. Far grander and more mysterious than Yuxiang Mountain, the island floated amidst endless chaotic energy flows, adorned with palatial structures of various architectural styles, each representing a powerful immortal and exuding a palpable pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Following the directions, Luo Lan was transported to an area shrouded in dark golden energy. Before him stood a colossal temple, crafted entirely from a dark golden metal, its ancient style towering like a mountain. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the characters Jin Wu, written with a fluidity that seemed to contain the might to suppress time and space. Merely standing outside the temple, Luo Lan felt his soul and primal force momentarily stagnate, as if bound by an invisible force field. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he stepped inside. The interior of the temple was vast and profound, with a ceiling that soared high, resembling an expanse of starry sky. The walls were etched with flowing temporal and spatial runes, silently conveying the mysteries of the universe. At the deepest part of the temple, on a dark golden throne, sat the imposing figure of Jin Wuwang in tranquil repose. Compared to his presence during the sermons in Hundun City, Jin Wuwang here exuded an even more profound and expansive aura, as though he were one with Thunder Island and this segment of the virtual universe. His extraordinary dual pupils slowly opened, fixing their gaze upon Luo Lan, making him feel as if his very essence was laid bare, causing a tremor in his soul. Disciple Luo Lan, I pay my respects to my teacher. Luo Lan bowed deeply in reverence. Jin Wuwang's deep voice resonated within the vast temple, carrying a metallic timbre. As the 30 years approached their end, your performance in Hundun City has been commendable. A flicker of joy surged within Luo Lan, yet he maintained his respect. It is all thanks to your guidance, teacher. The 30 years in Hundun City have been a golden period for laying the foundation. Once you depart, you will no longer have the privilege of observing the essence of the Hundun monument at any time, nor will you be able to perceive the clear workings of the primordial universe's laws. Jin Wuwang spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet laced with admonition. The path ahead will rely more on your own ventures and insights. I understand, Luo Lan replied earnestly. The Hundun monument is filled with infinite mysteries, and the road ahead is long. After leaving the city, should you wish to continue your understanding, you may purchase an imprint edition of the Hundun monument from the treasury of the Virtual Universe Company. Jin Wuwang continued. Though this imprint version pales in comparison to the essence of the Hundun monument, and its contained meanings will gradually appear shallow as your realm rises, making repeated contemplation impossible, it will serve as a reference for your current needs. With a wave of his hand, a luminous screen appeared before Luo Lan, clearly listing the details of the imprint edition of the Hundun monument. Imprint edition of the Hundun monument, 10 volumes in total. Volume 1 corresponds to the first 3 sections of the Hundun monument, requiring 500 points. Volume 2 corresponds to the first 10 sections, requiring 5,000 points. Volume 3 corresponds to the first 30 sections, requiring 50,000 points. Volume 9 contains deeper analyses of meanings, requiring 50 billion points. The complete set of 10 volumes, including Volume 10, requires 500 billion points. Gazing at the dizzying array of zeros, Luo Lan couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. The price was simply staggering. Even the points he currently possessed were only sufficient to purchase Volume 3. No wonder the Virtual Universe Company encouraged prodigies to traverse the Sky Bridge and undertake cultivation tasks to earn points. Without points, one could hardly afford the inheritance. You have passed the 6th level of the Sky Bridge, and your comprehension of the Hun Monument should exceed 20. Volume 3 is the most practical for you at this moment. Jin Wuwang seemed to see through Luo Lan's thoughts and stated directly, points are resources for cultivation, best utilized where they will yield the most value. Yes, teacher, I will exchange for Volume 3 shortly, Luo Lan replied respectfully. Jin Wuwang nodded slightly, and then his tone grew more serious. You are my disciple of Jin Wu, and also a core member of the original secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company. As your talents become evident, you will inevitably attract the attention of foreign races. The universe is vast, filled with peril. The assassination of our human geniuses by foreign races is not uncommon. His gaze was piercing as he looked at Luo Lan. Remember, if you encounter an insurmountable enemy outside, especially if it is a direct assassination by an immortal of a foreign race, and you find yourself in a situation of certain death, immediately call for assistance through the Virtual Universe Network. My communication code has been authorized for you. But remember, do not misuse it unless your life is at stake. The path of the strong requires you to carve your own way through thorns. An invisible stream of information surged into Luo Lan's mind. The urgent contact code of Jin Wuwang. It felt as though a protective talisman had been bestowed upon him, though he hoped never to need it. It filled Luo Lan with warmth and a sense of security. This was his teacher's safeguard. Thank you, teacher. I will certainly remember and strive to cultivate diligently. Living up to your expectations. Luo Lan bowed deeply once more. Go forth. The original secret realm is truly the starting point for you to spread your wings. Jin Wuwang waved his hand, and his figure gradually became blurred, eventually vanishing from sight. The temple returned to silence, with only the temporal and spatial runes on the walls continuing their silent dance. Luo Lan stood in place, reflecting on his teacher's words, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future and a resolute fighting spirit. He bowed once more before withdrawing his consciousness from the virtual universe. In reality, at his residence in Hundun City, Luo Lan opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him and a deeper understanding of the laws of time and space. With 8 days remaining before his departure from Hundun City, he wasted no time and immediately set off for the city lord's mansion. Utilizing his privileges gained from passing the 6th level of the Sky Bridge, he re-entered the familiar training chamber where the Hundun Monument stood. 7 days swiftly passed. When Luo Lan was once again awakened from his profound insights, he found his understanding of the Hundun Monument to be even more thorough and complete, with many previously obscure points now clearly connected. Although the overall percentage of comprehension did not rise significantly, his foundation had become more solid, and application had become much more intuitive. It is time to depart. Taking one last look at the monument filled with boundless mysteries, Luo Lan resolutely turned and exited the training chamber. Upon returning to his residence and tidying up briefly, he received a gathering notification from the Virtual Universe Company. At the entrance of Hundun City, 3 spacecraft of distinct styles hovered silently, awaiting their respective passengers. In the conference hall, a woman in a silver robe stood at the podium, her voice clear as it resonated throughout the hall. Original District Member Bo Lan and Luo Lan. You are to proceed to the original secret realm. You shall wait here for the revered one to accompany you. Members of the Taichu District. You will proceed that way to board the Rockray spacecraft resembling a meteor. Members of the Tiandi District, you will take the 2nd spacecraft, the purplish-red one. Members of the Mo Shur District, you will board the largest and darkest spacecraft among the 3. As she spoke, she pointed towards the 3 spacecraft that had already descended outside the transparent glass. Now, you may embark. With a resounding roar, over 800 young individuals sprang to their feet. The hall erupted with a chorus of farewells. Friends exchanged parting words, while Luo Lan and Bo Lan remained in the conference hall, watching the others depart. A multitude of individuals streamed toward the exit, naturally forming 3 distinct lines as they approached their respective spacecraft bound for the realms of their secretive domains. The familiar sensation of shifting time and space enveloped them. And when the spaceship stabilized once more, the vista outside revealed the grandeur of the normal celestial cosmos. Glancing back, the enormous vortex, with its surrounding space completely distorted, gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing from perception. Thus, the 30-year saga of Huan Daoqing drew to a close, culminating in the destination, Yuan Shimijing. The detached voice of Jian Zuin resonated within the cabin. The spaceship re-entered the dark universe, embarking on an extensive journey. After several tens of days, as the time for interstellar traversal approached, the ship's intelligence system issued a notification. All gathered in the grand hall, peering through the virtual view to gaze upon the exterior. Suddenly, the spaceship jolted violently, breaking free from the dark universe. The sight that unfolded before them rendered Luo Lan breathless. Was this truly the Yuan Shimijing? In the distance, the starry expanse revealed not a singular planet or continent as imagined, but an immensely vast, resplendent, and dreamlike stellar domain. Countless vibrant spheres, radiating with a powerful essence of life, dotted the profound cosmic tapestry like pearls. Enormous nebulae swirled like delicate veils, refracting ethereal halos of light. Rivers of pure energy meandered through the cosmos, exuding a warm and sacred aura. Even more astonishing, at the heart of the stellar domain, floated 9 colossal supreme planets. These were not mere stars, but super-celestial bodies suitable for habitation, each far surpassing ordinary stars in size, their surfaces faintly revealing the outlines of mountains, rivers, continents, and oceans, all protected by layers of intricate and complex patterning that resembled the laws of the universe. Akin to 9 monarchs guarding an even more mysterious area shrouded in chaotic energies. The dense primordial cosmic energy nearly coalesced into substance, flowing through the starry sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. Occasionally, one could glimpse bizarre celestial beasts, measuring thousands of meters in length, frolicking in the energy rivers, alongside massive fleets bearing the insignia of virtual cosmic companies patrolling the expanse. Various unheard-of cosmic wonders, such as floating waterfalls, rivers of reversed time, and eternally burning icy flames, appeared as commonplace sights here. Majestic, boundless, enigmatic, and bountiful. This was the highest secret realm of the core layer of the virtual cosmic company, the Yuan Shimijing. Rather than merely a secret realm, it was a super-cosmic nation, meticulously controlled and transformed, unique to the virtual cosmic company. Such beauty. Luo Lan's heart surged with excitement. In comparison, the Lanxing he once inhabited, even the core of Qianwuyuzhou, appeared dull and lifeless. This was the true cradle of the powerful, the gathering place of the universe's favored. The spaceship approached one of the 9 supreme planets, traversing through layers of energy shields and fortified interstellar fortresses, eventually landing on a private helipad situated atop a grand palace complex suspended above a sea of clouds. Luo Lan, your residence has been arranged. Please follow the guiding robot. Came the voice of Jian Zuinjia, and with that, his figure vanished from sight. Assigned to the Wuchenda Lu, Luo Lan followed a sleek silver robot toward his designated palace. His abode was a vast estate, exuding a rustic charm interlaced with futuristic elements, known as Xuanlandian. The estate boasted pavilions, training grounds, meditation chambers, ecological gardens, and more. Upon entering the main hall, a familiar figure approached him. It was Abu, his steward and head of security from the Yuxiangshan original zone of the virtual cosmos. Behind Abu trailed 10 guardians, each emanating the powerful aura of pinnacle realm masters, accompanied by over 100 staff members from various races. Greetings, my lord. Abu bowed respectfully, a warm smile gracing his face. Welcome to the Yuan Shimijing, Wuchenda Lu No. 7 estate. Your security team and attendants are all in place. I am your steward and the captain of your guards, Abu Minghe, the eternal commander, at your service. Thank you for your hard work. Luo Lan acknowledged with a nod. Guided by Abu, Luo Lan familiarized himself with his new home. Subsequently, he entered his meditation room. Within the serene confines, he immediately connected to the virtual cosmic network and accessed the treasury. Without hesitation, he sought the imprint of the Yuzhou Huandao Bei, paying 50,000 points for the 3rd volume. A flash of light revealed a tome, neither gold nor jade, cool to the touch, its cover engraved with intricate time and space patterns. As his consciousness delved into the book, while it lacked the overwhelming impact of witnessing the actual Huandao Bei, the clearly documented patterns and fundamental insights within greatly aided in solidifying and recalling the understanding he had developed over the previous 30 years. Next, he perused the spaceships available. The C9 class vessel he previously used was no longer sufficient for his needs. He set his sights on a sleek, pitch-black E9 class mechanical spaceship, the Xuanhao, resembling a phantom of the night. This spacecraft boasted incredible speed, a formidable defense system, and commendable offensive capabilities, adequate to face interstellar dangers at the Realm Master level. Originally priced at 10,000 points, he acquired it for 7,000 points, thanks to the 30 discount afforded to members of the Yuan Shimijing. Purchase successful. The Yingshuan Hao E9 class mechanical spaceship has been registered in your name and is available for immediate retrieval. Observing his account balance decrease to 24,220 points, Luo Lan felt no remorse. Points were meant to enhance strength. Subsequently, he applied for the nutrient solution provided by the virtual cosmic company for core members, designed to elevate them from cosmic level 1 to level 9. This resource was offered free of charge to save core members time and energy accumulation, allowing them to focus on comprehending the laws and enhancing their combat abilities. After completing these transactions, Luo Lan accessed the training task system available to core members. A vast light screen unfolded, displaying a variety of training tasks with varying degrees of danger. Clear danger classifications accompanied them: safety level, 0 fatality; ordinary level, 10 fatality; difficult level, 20 fatality; dangerous level, 50 fatality; and desperate level, 90 fatality. These tasks spanned human territories and various cosmic secret realms. Completing them not only yielded point rewards, but also provided excellent opportunities for experience. Luo Lan's gaze swept over the task titles: Long Yuan, Jiuyojin Moyu, and Shu Kong Suoya. Upon reading the descriptions of the training worlds, his eyes sharpened with resolve. The foundation laid in Huan Dao Qing had equipped him well. It was time to venture into broader horizons and hone his skills in the crucible of true danger and conflict. First, he would adapt to the power of cosmic level 9 before setting out. Clenching his fists, the flames of challenge ignited in his eyes. The path of the hunter would once again set sail from this Yuan Shimijing. Chapter 30, Mastering Abilities. The journey begins in the abyss. In the exclusive training arena of Xuanlandian, located within the Yuan Shimijing, Luo Lan sat cross-legged at the center of the training ground. His primordial energy flowing like a gentle river, following the profound pathways delineated in the third volume of Initial Understanding of Time and Space Threads. This energy nourished his body, which had just been enhanced by the nutrient chamber, now reaching the pinnacle of cosmic level 9. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the brilliance within them subdued, as he felt the vast primordial energy within him far surpassing anything he had experienced before. The transition from stellar to cosmic level represented a leap in life, while the progression from cosmic level 1 to 9 signified the culmination of quantitative accumulation. Now, this accumulation had been achieved, sparing him considerable effort and allowing him to devote all his energy to comprehending the laws and enhancing his combat prowess. At cosmic level 9, his strength had increased exponentially, far exceeding his previous capabilities. Luo Lan clenched his fists. Now, wielding the Zhulu Xinjian, he could unleash a power that might reach 1/10 of a realm lord's strength, magnified 1,000-fold. With a mere thought, the air before him rippled gently, and the ancient yet wicked longbow materialized silently. Its dark, golden body shimmered with a restrained luster, seemingly intertwined with his very bloodline. As his cultivation progressed, this companion weapon of the Xing Shun had unlocked some of its latent powers. The bow had become more resilient, with enhanced efficiency in channeling primal and mental energy, thus increasing the speed and potency of the arrows it fired. The bowstring appeared intangible, yet it harbored a sharpness capable of slicing through space. Simultaneously, the void-shattering gloves on his right hand glimmered faintly, resonating increasingly with the fundamental laws of space. This fifth-tier primal weapon, acquired from the realm within a realm, significantly amplified spatial attribute attacks and concealed energy fluctuations, making it an excellent aid for precise hunting. His star skeleton fifth-tier primal armor, deep in hue like a black hole that devours light, fitted perfectly to his body, offering formidable protection capable of withstanding numerous attacks from ordinary realm lords. Its adaptive environmental features and ability to conceal his presence had already proven invaluable during the previous hunt of the Chaos Beast. Delving into his inner world, he observed a massive dark purple vine, gracefully undulating and emanating a powerful life force, which was the Mo Yun Tung he had nurtured with 85 points. After significant resource investment, this vine had reached the peak of the 9th tier at the domain lord level, poised to break through to the realm lord level with the right opportunity. With its protection, his defenses, bindings, and attacks would be greatly enhanced. The newly acquired E9 class mechanical spaceship, the Ying Shun, resembled a cold assassin of the night, quietly docked in the corner of his inner world. Its streamlined hull hinted at astonishing speed, while its robust defense and offensive systems were more than adequate to handle most unforeseen circumstances in cosmic adventures. Finally, His gaze fell deep into the ocean of consciousness. There, a faceless shadow stood still, embodied in hues of blue and black, with a golden divine light for a face, holding a luminous bow and trailing starry rays. This was the legacy mark of the Xing Shenlan, the very source of all his power. The inheritance endowed him with affinities to the four fundamental laws: wind, gold, time, and space, which he now perceived with remarkable clarity. After 30 years in Chaos City, especially under the guidance of the Universe Chaos Monument and his teacher, the King of Eternal Martial Arts, his understanding of these four laws had reached unprecedented heights. The law of wind. Having crossed the threshold of the law, his comprehension stood at approximately 29. It was primarily applied to the wind shadow escape technique, dramatically increasing his speed and allowing him to merge with the airflow, rendering him elusive and unpredictable. The law of gold. Also having crossed the threshold, his understanding was around 27, granting his attacks unparalleled sharpness and penetration, forming the core of the void-shattering arrows and Zhulu Xinjian. The law of space. With comprehension at approximately 23, he had begun to grasp spatial fluctuations and node structures, enabling slight distortions and alignments of spatial trajectories, enhancing the peculiarity of his movements and arrow paths. He had conceptualized teleportation, though mastery was still distant. The law of time. Crossing the threshold, comprehension was at approximately 19, allowing him to perceive subtle differences in the flow of time, thereby enabling better timing in combat. And he had begun to incorporate a hint of accelerated time intent into the initial speed phase of his arrows. Moreover, the secret arts from the Xing Shen legacy provided him with the confidence to traverse the cosmos. The first secret art bestowed at the planetary level, hate tracking, allowed him to sense energy, life, and malice within a radius of several million kilometers at the universe level, passively pinpointing the degree of threat and tracing causal origins. This was an unparalleled tool for both hunting and counter-hunting. The second secret art from the stellar level, Zhulu Shunjian, offered a thousand-fold enhancement of cosmic strength, condensing all his primal energy, will, and law comprehension into a single arrow, powerful enough to threaten a domain lord, his most potent direct attack method. The third secret art at the cosmic level, Absolute Hit, initially manifested causal power, ensuring that once the arrow was released, it would inevitably reach its target, disregarding conventional physical distances and obstacles. However, at this stage, arrows could still be deflected or negated by formidable defenses, intricate blocks, or higher-level law techniques. Understanding of the laws required practical honing, and the application of secret arts necessitated life and death tempering. Luo Lan murmured to himself, gazing into the void ahead, as if he could see the perilous, vast task world before him. After 30 years of seclusion in Chaos City, it was time to test his accomplishments. Connecting his consciousness, he entered the core members training mission system. A vast light screen unfolded once more, presenting a dense list of tasks, accompanied by alarming mortality rates. His gaze skipped over the safe and ordinary levels, pausing briefly at the difficult level before locking directly onto the dangerous and desperate tasks. Dangerous level, mortality rate 50. Desperate level, mortality rate 90. Luo Lan's eyes remained calm, devoid of fear, replaced instead by a rational analysis. He possessed numerous trump cards, yet for his first mission, it was unwise to directly challenge the desperate level. The dangerous level was indeed suitable as a sharpening stone. His finger glided over the light screen, filtering through the dangerous level tasks. A parade of bizarre and perilous secret realm names flashed by: Longtan, Juyo Hai, and Shukong Suya. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a task titled Itai Wei Yuan. Dangerous level task, Itai Wei Yuan, mortality rate, 8378, scene description. An extraordinary secret realm existing in the interstice between conventional cosmic space and dark cosmos. It lacks the concepts of up, down, left, or right, resembling a constantly shifting labyrinth formed by countless dimensional membranes and spatial folds. Core area, dimension corridor, a passage connecting perspectives from different dimensions, where one can observe countless facets of the same entity, including projections along its timeline. Spaceships cannot navigate here. Mirror Lake, a tranquil energy lake that reflects the intruder's image and state across other possible dimensions, serving as a peculiar venue for understanding oneself in relation to others. Collapse Singularity, the most perilous area in the secret realm, where high-dimensional structures are highly unstable, with the potential to collapse back to lower dimensions at any moment, crushing all existence within its range into lower dimensions. Secret realm beings, dimensional beasts, capable of freely traversing between different dimensions. Their forms are unstable and highly dangerous. The higher their level, the greater their intelligence. They excel at camouflage, capable of transforming into any shape and even mimicking energy fluctuations and life signatures. Secret Realm Value 1. High-dimensional perception. Long-term cultivation can foster perception and adaptability to high-dimensional spaces, laying the groundwork for comprehending higher-level spatial laws in the future. 2. Experience of dimensional impact. Confronting the threat of collapse singularities directly, experiencing the terror of dimensional impacts, and contemplating defensive countermeasures. 3. Dimensional shards. Crystals containing high-dimensional informational structures, collected from the edges of collapse singularities or dimensional storms. They can be used to comprehend the essence of space or to forge treasures imbued with spatial folding and dimensional jumping properties. Task requirements. Basic task. Dimension Walker. Successfully navigate the dimension corridor to find and reach a designated coordinate point and document the findings. Mirror analysis. Successfully discern which reflection belongs to the self in the main universe before the mirror lake, and record a notable characteristic of the self in other dimensions. Shard acquisition. Successfully collect one-dimensional shard from a dimensional storm. Total reward for basic tasks, 20,000 points. Advanced task. Singularity edge. Record the complete collapse pattern of the collapse singularity 3 times at its active edge. Acquisition of fragments. Successfully collected 10-dimensional fragments from a dimensional storm. The total reward for the advancement task is 150,000 points. The mortality rate of the dimensional beast 8378 flickered in the eyes of Luo Lan with a hint of fervor. This ether-dimensional abyss is practically a tailor-made arena for him, with an inherent affinity for the laws of space and a foundational framework established by the Universe Chaos Tablet. His cultivation in this realm is bound to yield extraordinary results. Moreover, the elusive and adeptly disguised dimensional beasts serve as the ultimate test of his limits in perception driven by vengeance and his instinct for hunting. This is it. Without further hesitation, Luo Lan lightly tapped his finger and accepted the ether-dimensional abyss task. Task acceptance successful. Danger level ether-dimensional abyss. Please arrive at the task assembly point, the dimensional abyss transfer station, within 1 year. A notification chime resonated. After accepting the task, Luo Lan did not embark immediately. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of danger-level tasks. The mortality rate of 8,378 was no mere exaggeration, and thorough preparation was the key to survival. He first utilized the virtual universe network to search for a wealth of publicly available information on the ether-dimensional abyss and the fragments of insight left by previous explorers. He focused on understanding the common attack methods of dimensional beasts, their disguising characteristics, and some known traps and patterns associated with the dimensional corridor and mirror lake. Subsequently, he checked and replenished the necessary supplies. 1 force potion, mental recovery potion. He purchased a sufficient quantity of top-tier E-grade potions to ensure sustained combat capability. 2 detection instruments. Although he possessed the vengeance pursuit ability, an additional layer of technological detection was more prudent. He acquired a high-precision energy life detector, which could be remarkably effective in identifying disguised dimensional beasts, costing him 2 mixed yuan units. 3 special item dimensional stabilization anchor, specifically exchanged for the etheric environment of the abyss. This treasure could temporarily stabilize chaotic dimensional fluctuations within a limited range, resisting minor dimensional pulls and potentially saving his life during a dimensional storm or in the corridor. It was not inexpensive, costing 500 mixed yuan units. 3 days later, everything was ready. Standing on the private landing pad of the Xuanlan Palace, Luo Lan donned a profound star skeleton battle suit, exuding a restrained aura. His steward, Abu, accompanied by 10 realm master guards, respectfully saw him off. Your Highness, this journey is perilous. Please exercise utmost caution. Abu bowed, his tone laden with concern. If needed, you may contact us through the virtual universe at any time. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Luo Lan nodded, his gaze sweeping over his guard team. This force was assigned by the virtual universe company, yet he understood that the success of cultivation tasks relied primarily on himself. The guard team typically only ensured the safety of the base and could not be relied upon. With a thought, the sleek, jet-black ship, Shadow Falcon, materialized before him, its streamlined form resembling a specter of the night. The cabin door slid open silently. Without further ado, Luo Lan stepped into the vessel. Destination, Dimensional Abyss Transfer Station. Command confirmed. Target, Dimensional Abyss Transfer Station, initiating cosmic traversal. The Shadow Falcon trembled slightly and transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the atmosphere of Wuchen continent and entering the vast starry expanse. The ships soon blurred, directly entering the dark universe, racing towards the task assembly point. Inside the ship's lounge, Luo Lan closed his eyes to rest, adjusting his state. He mentally reviewed the data on the ether dimensional abyss, simulating various scenarios he might encounter, and strategizing how to maximize the application of his own laws and secret techniques in such an extraordinary environment. The dimensional beasts are unaware of my vengeance pursuit. Can they see through your most ingenious disguises? A cold smile curved the corners of Luo Lan's lips, a manifestation of the excitement a hunter feels in the face of challenge. The collapse of singularities and dimensional strikes could serve to deepen his understanding of the essence of space. Ether dimensional abyss, I hope you do not disappoint me. As the ship sped through the dark universe, traversing one star system after another, it headed towards the perilous location with a mortality rate of 8,378. Chapter 31, Dimensional Corridor. Temporal Mirage. Traveling through the dark universe is a solitary and protracted journey. The vibrant, twisted light bands of space rapidly receded outside the ship, resembling an endless tunnel of flowing light. Aboard the newly exchanged E9 grade mechanical ship, Shadow Falcon, and guided by precise coordinates provided by the Virtual Universe Company, Luo Lan sped towards the assembly point of the Ether Dimensional Abyss task. The performance of the Shadow Falcon was exceptional, far surpassing that of his previous C9 grade vessel, excelling in speed, stability, and stealth capabilities. Within the cabin, Luo Lan spent most of his time meticulously pondering the content of the third volume of the Universe Chaos Tablet and the insights imparted by his teacher, the Eternal Martial King, regarding the framework of time and space. He dared not relax in the face of the impending danger-level task. The mortality rate of 8,378 was both a pressure and a motivation. Months later, the ship's intelligence systems notification sound roused Luo Lan from his deep meditation. Approaching target area. Preparing for cosmic traversal. The ship trembled slightly, emerging from the dark universe and returning to normal starry skies. The external view was activated. Yet what unfolded before Luo Lan's eyes caused him to pause. This was not the bustling star domain or the entrance to an extraordinary secret realm he had envisioned, but rather an extremely desolate and nearly void expanse of space. In the distance, only a few dim, aging red giants emitted a feeble glow, while farther away lay an abyss of darkness, with starlight pitifully sparse. The cosmic energy was also so thin as to be nearly non-existent, resembling a forgotten cosmic graveyard. At the center of this void, suspended, was an inconspicuous man-made celestial body, approximately 100 kilometers in diameter. It possessed an irregular polyhedral structure, devoid of any windows or apparent entrances, only marked by a few regularly spaced signal lights emitting faint energy fluctuations akin to solitary fireflies in the dark. This was the Dimensional Abyss Transfer Station, in stark contrast to the grandeur of Chaos City and the splendid abundance of the primitive secret realm. This transfer station appeared exceptionally austere, understated, and even somewhat oppressive. Identity confirmed for the Dimensional Abyss Transfer Station. Shadow Falcon, please follow the guiding signal and dock at landing pad 73. A cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed through the public channel. A slender beam of energy emerged from a facet of the transfer station, directing the Shadow Falcon. The ship followed the beam, approaching the silver-gray celestial body, where a section of the surface silently slid open, revealing a passage just large enough for the vessel to enter. Once inside, the rear door swiftly closed. The internal space of the landing pad was limited, illuminated by cold white lights, with 3 other vessels of varying styles already docked. One was covered in biological scales, resembling a living entity, while another was a sleek, elegantly designed mechanical ship shimmering with a watery blue glow. Those who came to undertake danger-level tasks were undoubtedly talented individuals or seasoned realm masters with considerable confidence in their own abilities, representing diverse races. Luo Lan stowed the Shadow Falcon and stepped onto the cold metallic floor of the landing pad. A staff member, clad in the standard uniform of the Virtual Universe Company, yet with a facial expression as rigid as metal, approached him. It was evident that he was not human, but rather a type of intelligent automaton. Your Highness, your identity has been confirmed. Here is the token and basic information package for entry into the Ether Dimensional Abyss. The intelligent automaton handed over a black token, neither metal nor wood, intricately engraved with complex spatial runes, along with a storage chip the size of a fingernail. The entrance lies within the core area of the transfer station. Holding this token will activate the spatial passage. Please be reminded that the internal environment of the Abyss is extremely unique. The detection and communication devices provided by the company will encounter significant interference, potentially even failure. Wishing you good fortune. The staff member's tone was devoid of emotion. And after delivering his message, he turned and resumed his program tasks. Luo Lan took the command token and chip, his consciousness scanning the chip, which contained detailed notes regarding the 3 core regions of Wei Yuan, as well as spatial beacon information for the designated coordinates. However, there was no map for such a dimensionally chaotic area, for traditional maps held no significance here. He had no intention of engaging with the other pioneers and directly proceeded towards the indicated core area. After traversing several desolate corridors, he arrived at a vast circular hall. At the center of the hall was a constantly rotating vortex, emanating a disconcerting spatial fluctuation. Surrounding the vortex were dozens of recesses that matched the shape of the command token in his hand. At that moment, a towering figure, over 4 meters tall with skin akin to granite, inserted a similar token into one of the recesses. With a hum, a flash of light enveloped the vortex, and the figure vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Luo Lan approached an unoccupied recess and embedded the black token. Verification complete. Transmission target, the outer buffer zone of the ether Wei Yuan. Please prepare, as the transmission process may induce a slight temporal and spatial distortion. A cold notification echoed in his ears. In the next instant, a powerful force of tearing gripped his entire being, the surrounding scenery twisting, elongating, and transforming into bizarre colors, as if he had been thrust into a rapidly spinning kaleidoscope. Even with his Cosmos-level 9th-tier physical strength and stable soul, he felt a wave of dizziness and discomfort, far more intense than any previous experience of cosmic traversal. Time lost its meaning. Perhaps it was a mere moment or an eternity before the tearing force suddenly ceased. His feet touched solid ground once more, and the slight dizziness swiftly dissipated. Luo Lan immediately steadied himself, warily surveying his surroundings. He found himself standing in an indescribably peculiar realm, the Dimension Corridor. There was neither sky nor earth, nor even a clear sense of direction. The concepts of up, down, left, and right became blurred here. Before him lay a labyrinth of countless twisted, folded, and ever-changing passages. These passages were not solid. They resembled luminous strands of energy or space itself coalescing, exhibiting a translucent quality, with vibrant colors flowing within. Some passages extended straight, others spiraled, while some intertwined and knotted, defying the geometric laws of common understanding. Most astonishingly, on the walls of these passages, or indeed anywhere in this space, countless facets of the same object could be observed. Luo Lan's gaze fell upon a floating, irregular stone. Yet, in his left field of vision, the rock appeared as a smooth sphere to the right. It manifested as a spiky polyhedron. From above, it seemed to slowly dissolve into liquid, and from below, it appeared to sprout new branches like a plant. Countless forms and states presented themselves simultaneously to his perception, as if the stone's existence in the past, future, and all potentialities had been compressed into a single point in time and space. Not only the stone, but he also glimpsed vague, fleeting shadows of creatures, exhibiting peculiar shapes. Perhaps these were projections of dimensional beasts viewed from other perspectives. This was the Dimension Corridor, a passage connecting different dimensional viewpoints. A chill ran through Luo Lan, as the hatred and pursuit embedded deep within his soul activated his passive abilities, attempting to sift through the chaotic flow of information. The impact of this environment on perception was immense. Had it not been for the refinement of his soul through inheritance, and his understanding of the laws of time and space, he might have instantly lost his way, even descending into madness. He promptly activated the high-precision energy life detector purchased with 2 mixed yuan units. A translucent screen appeared before his left eye, as countless data streams rapidly refreshed, attempting to scan the surrounding environment. However, the results displayed on the screen were filled with garbled text and static, the signal highly unstable, only vaguely detecting anomalous energy flows within a few kilometers radius, unable to effectively identify any specific life signs or energy sources. Technological instruments were greatly suppressed here. Indeed, the interference was severe. Luo Lan was not surprised. He relied more on his innate perception. The affinity for space bestowed by his hunting inheritance allowed him to slightly adapt to the chaos, barely discerning which spatial fluctuations were relatively stable and which areas posed danger. The designated coordinate beacon information had been etched into his mind. Yet in this dimension corridor, conventional directional perception was utterly ineffective. He retrieved the antiquated bronze compass issued by the company. The compass needle did not point north or south, but rather formed a complex 3-dimensional marker, which at that moment was spinning wildly without any direction. It appeared he must enter within a 10,000-kilometer radius of the coordinates for it to become functional. Luo Lan understood. In this endless dimensional maze, searching for a specific point was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With no other choice, he relied on his intuition and subtle sensitivity to spatial fluctuations, selecting a seemingly straight passage with less dense spatial folds, a corridor of vibrant light, and cautiously flew into it. He dared not increase his speed too much. Here, moving too swiftly could easily plunge him into an unknown dimensional crevice or perilous temporal turbulence. Utilizing the Feng Dun technique was particularly exhausting, requiring constant adjustments to synchronize with the ever-changing spatial patterns, consuming far more energy than usual. Time in the dimension corridor seemed to lose its standard. Luo Lan could only estimate the passage of time through his biological clock and soul perception. Days passed, 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. During these days, he was like a solitary traveler, weaving through the bizarre maze of dimensions. Apart from the constantly shifting projections of objects and the flowing multicolored energy, there was nothing but emptiness. He encountered no substantial entities, discovered no resources, and did not even encounter a single-dimensional beast, the most common danger mentioned in the information. This absolute silence and void instead engendered a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the entire dimension corridor were a vast trap, waiting for prey to wander in. He dared not relax in the slightest. The hatred pursuit maintained its maximum range of passive perception, vigilant against any potential threats. On the 13th day, the bronze compass, which had remained unresponsive in his hand, suddenly trembled violently, as if an invisible hand had stirred it, abruptly halting and steadfastly pointing in a direction to his left front. The three-dimensional marker stabilized, revealing a clear distance, 9,872 kilometers. There was a signal. Luo Lan's spirits lifted, the oppressive weight of aimless searching over the past days lifted. He immediately adjusted his course and accelerated toward the indicated direction. In order to reach his destination more swiftly, he even employed the techniques of Feng Dun that fused spatial insights, his form flickering within the twisted passage, each flicker precisely aligning with relatively stable spatial nodes, dramatically increasing his speed. However, just as he had flown several thousand kilometers, drawing ever closer to the target coordinates, a flicker of anticipation surged within him. The bronze compass in his hand suddenly emitted a faint crackling sound, the once steady needle drooping as if it had lost its power, spiraling into chaotic motion once more. The three-dimensional marker instantly disintegrated and vanished. What was happening? Luo Lan abruptly halted, his brows furrowed in concern. He examined the compass closely. Infusing it with a hint of primal energy, the instrument itself showed no signs of damage and was full of energy. Was it experiencing intense dimensional interference? Or had the coordinate point itself shifted or changed? He attempted to proceed in the direction etched in his memory, yet the compass remained unresponsive. He expanded his perception, fueled by hatred and pursuit, but the surrounding area remained shrouded in desolation, a labyrinth of countless dimensional projections, devoid of any anomalous energy sources or spatial nodes that matched the coordinates. Resigned, he found himself once more ensnared in a fruitless search. The sensation of hope arising only to be abruptly extinguished was far more vexing than the inability to find anything at all. He suppressed the tumult within, maintaining the composure befitting a hunter, and chose a direction to glide slowly, all the while attuning himself to the minutiae of the surrounding spatial changes. Time slipped away. Perhaps only a few hours had passed, or perhaps an entire day. Suddenly, without warning, the wall of the shimmering channel ahead, awash in blue and silver light, began to ripple violently like water. Luo Lan instantly grew vigilant, the Quexie bow materializing in his hand as his energy surged, ready for any eventuality. However, the anticipated attack or dimensional beast did not manifest. The undulating wall resembled a vast mirror, with the scenes behind it shifting rapidly, blurring, and ultimately coming to a complete halt. In the next moment, Luo Lan was enveloped by an irresistible force of spatial displacement. The scene of the dimensional corridor shattered before him like broken glass, vanishing into nothingness. A wave of intense dizziness swept over him, even more disorienting than when he had first entered. When his vision and perception regained clarity, he found himself astonished to be no longer amidst the bizarre dimensional corridor. Before him lay a vibrant, even magnificent, forest of wonders. Towering trees, reaching heights of several thousand meters, obscured the sky, their crowns a dreamlike shade of purple-blue, with leaves as transparent as crystal, refracting a gentle light of unknown origin. The ground was adorned with various ferns and peculiar flowers, all emitting a soft glow. while the air was thick with a rich vitality and a faint, unfamiliar sweetness. In the distance, he could even hear the prolonged calls of unknown creatures. Where was this place? Luo Lan was utterly bewildered. According to the data, beyond the dimensional corridor should lie the Mirror Lake. How could he have suddenly arrived in such a primal forest? Were there inaccuracies in the company's data? Or had he inadvertently triggered some unknown teleportation mechanism? Just as his thoughts whirled and he struggled to comprehend the situation, a piercing, heat-laden crimson energy beam shot forth from the thick foliage of a nearby giant tree, aimed directly at his chest. The strike was swift and angled, yet its energy density was not particularly high, resembling more of a probing attack. Luo Lan, though startled, remained composed. In the instant the energy beam neared him, his body felt weightless as he swayed slightly with the wind, instinctively executing Feng Dun, allowing the beam to graze the edge of his battle attire and embed itself silently into the ground behind him, creating a bottomless pit. His gaze turned icy, sharp as an arrow, as he swiftly pivoted towards the source of the attack. Simultaneously, the hatred pursuit ability deep within his soul functioned like a finely tuned radar, instantly locking onto and perceiving the concealed presence. However, this revelation caused a heavy weight to settle in Luo Lan's heart. A domain master of the 9th rank. Moreover, the energy was exceptionally pure and robust, far from an ordinary domain master. He observed the branches of the giant tree quiver, and a figure gradually materialized. Clad in a well-fitted dark red energy battle suit, the individual had a balanced physique and an ordinary countenance, appearing no different from a typical young human in the universe, even sporting a subtle, somewhat frivolous smile. In his hand, he toyed with a palm-sized square device that flickered with green data streams. The young man's gaze fell upon Luo Lan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, particularly lingering on the Quexie bow in his hand and the deep, starry energy armor he wore, before raising an eyebrow and speaking in a tone that carried an air of casualness mixed with subtle scrutiny. Hey, which team are you part of? What are you doing here alone in this patrol zone? Where are your teammates? His tone was so natural, as if Luo Lan was expected to be one of them, merely having lost his way. Luo Lan's pupils constricted slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. Had the other mistaken him for a companion? In this strange, suddenly manifested forest, a human of domain master rank? He gripped the Quexie bow tightly, his mind sharpened, as the instincts of a hunter alerted him to an extraordinary danger. This forest, this individual, were undoubtedly far from simple. Chapter 32. Temporal Projections. The enigma of the mirror abyss, the crimson energy beam skimmed past the edge of the starry armor, causing no substantial harm. Yet it acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening Luo Lan from his momentary daze caused by the abrupt environmental shift. His energy flowed instinctively, the essence of Feng Dun blossoming within him as he entered a heightened state of vigilance. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto the direction of the attack. Simultaneously, the passive operation of his hatred pursuit secret technique relayed the details of the concealed presence back to him, a domain master of the 9th rank. The energy was pure and powerful, imbued with a refinement born of rigorous training and battlefield experience, far beyond what ordinary domain masters, reliant on resources or less conventional paths, could achieve. Even more disconcerting for Luo Lan was the fact that this presence was composed and bore distinct human life characteristics, starkly contrasting with the chaotic and violent essence of dimensional beasts he was familiar with. Furthermore, although the other had launched an attack, the intensity of the energy beam felt more like a warning or a probe, lacking the intent to kill. Just as Luo Lan's mind raced, weighing whether to retaliate immediately or retreat to observe, the branches of the immense purple-blue tree, which obscured half the sky, trembled slightly, and a figure emerged like a specter. Appearing silently, it was a young man clad in a well-tailored, exquisitely crafted dark red energy suit. He possessed a balanced physique, and while his face could be deemed ordinary, easily overlooked in a crowd, his eyes sparkled with a certain intensity, hinting at a long-standing leadership quality. A faint, almost imperceptible, frivolous smile graced his lips as he casually toyed with a palm-sized device, its surface streaming with complex green data. The recent attack, which could have severely injured an ordinary cosmic being, seemed merely a trivial jest to him. The young man's gaze landed on Luo Lan, scrutinizing him thoroughly, particularly lingering on the ancient yet restrained Quexie longbow in his hand and the deep, light-absorbing starry 5th rank energy armor he wore. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a raised eyebrow and a tone that combined casualness with an air of superiority as he directly asked, "Hey, which team are you part of? What are you doing here alone in this patrol zone? Where are your teammates?" His tone was exceedingly natural, as if Luo Lan were expected to be one of their number, merely having lost his way or inadvertently violating some patrol protocol to find himself in this place where he should not be. Luo Lan's pupils contracted slightly, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Had the other mistaken him for a companion? In this suddenly appeared forest, which contradicted the documentation, a human of domain master rank spoke with such familiarity? This was utterly bizarre. The Virtual Universe Company's data on the ether dimensional abyss had never mentioned the existence of such a vibrant forest beyond the dimensional corridor, let alone a structured human force patrolling and stationed there. He tightened his grip on the weapon, Quexie, feeling the chilling touch that momentarily calmed his restless heart. The instincts of a hunter alerted him to an unusual aura of danger in the forest, and the sudden appearance of this individual was far from simple. Yet, understanding that the opponent's strength surpassed his own, a direct confrontation was ill-advised. In that fleeting moment, Luo Lan suppressed the tumult within him, striving to maintain an expression of a newcomer tinged with a hint of nervousness and confusion. He slightly bowed and replied in a tone that aimed to be respectful yet measured, "Esteemed sir, I have just arrived and have not yet joined a team." He intentionally blurred the meaning of "just arrived," which could refer to either being newly transported to this area or merely assigned here. The young man clad in dark red battle attire, Ming Shi, reined in his previously flippant smile, his voice becoming flat yet imbued with undeniable pressure. He extended his free hand, palm open, clearly indicating for Luo Lan to present his identification. A sense of dread gripped Luo Lan. Identification? What proof could he possibly provide that conformed to the regulations of this place? Would the status of a core member of the Virtual Universe Company hold any validity here? If his status as an outsider were revealed, would it provoke an immediate attack? In an instant, countless thoughts collided in his mind. A forced breakout? The success rate against a domain lord of the 9th tier was far too low. Fabricating an identity. The other party clearly had means of verification, which posed a significant risk. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Luo Lan's peripheral vision caught a detail on Ming Shi's dark red uniform, the insignia on his left chest, unassuming yet unmistakably familiar. It was a simplified cosmic emblem delineated by countless stellar lines, the very symbol of the Virtual Universe Company. Although the insignia's design differed slightly from what he knew, appearing more ancient and minimalist, the core imagery and unique essence were unmistakable to Luo Lan. Were individuals from the Virtual Universe Company present here, responsible for patrolling? A bold thought flashed through Luo Lan's mind like a bolt of lightning. No longer hesitating, he focused his thoughts, summoning the black medallion inscribed with spatial sigils, which the intelligent puppet had given him upon entering the ether abyss. He tossed the medallion forward while secretly channeling his pursuit of hatred, attuning himself to the slightest emotional and energetic fluctuations from Ming Shi. Should the other party exhibit any hostility, he would not hesitate to unleash a perfect shot and the god-slaying arrow, knowing that even against a domain lord, he could still put up a fight. Ming Shi accepted the medallion, lightly stroking it with his fingers, his keen eyes narrowing slightly, as if sensing something. The square device in his hand scanned the medallion. Moments later, he casually tossed the medallion back to Luo Lan, his demeanor returning to its previous casualness, now laced with a hint of understanding. It appeared that the individual sent directly from above had assessed Luo Lan, muttering something under his breath, his tone low. He seemed to attribute Luo Lan's notably unusual equipment and solitary state to some unique background or experience. Then, "Follow me," Ming Shi commanded without further inquiry. Turning to glide in a stream of dark red light towards a specific direction in the forest, seemingly confident that Luo Lan would follow. Luo Lan silently exhaled, knowing he had temporarily evaded danger. He dared not be negligent, immediately employing the wind shadow escape technique to adjust the fluctuations of his original power, cautiously trailing behind Ming Shi while maintaining a respectful yet vigilant distance. He refrained from inquiring about their destination, recognizing that in such a bizarre environment, excessive words could lead to missteps. Observation and silence was the wisest choice. Ming Shi appeared uninterested in conversation, merely stating without turning back, "You may call me Ming Shi." "Yes, Master Ming Shi," Luo Lan replied respectfully, ensuring to commit the name to memory. They soared through the air at remarkable speed, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. The forest was far more expansive than he had imagined, revealing extraordinary flora and landscapes previously unheard of. In some areas, energy shimmered like mist, nurturing flowers of light that sang spontaneously. In others, a faint gray fog hung thickly. Even Luo Lan's pursuit of hatred felt sluggish when probing within. Occasionally, he glimpsed enormous, fearsome beasts lurking among distant mountains, radiating an aura at least of domain lord caliber, yet they seemed to regard Ming Shi's presence with trepidation. Keeping their distance, Luo Lan silently committed every detail to memory, increasingly convinced that this place was extraordinary. After flying approximately several tens of millions of kilometers, Luo Lan, a universe-level 9th tier, began to sense the expenditure of his original power when the scenery ahead suddenly opened up. Beyond the forest's edge lay an immeasurably vast plain, where an imposing, magnificent metallic city with a sci-fi aesthetic loomed like a colossal primordial beast, towering between heaven and earth. This city spanned several 100,000 kilometers. Constructed entirely from an unknown dark silver metal, its walls soaring into the clouds, shimmering with a wave-like energy sheen. Countless intricate sigils flickered across the walls as if alive. Enormous energy towers pierced the sky like swords, their summits aglow with pulsating energy orbs. Swarms of small flying vessels traversed the skies above the city in orderly fashion, following designated paths. At the city's entrance stood warriors clad in standardized battle armor, exuding a fierce aura as they scrutinized the flow of incoming and outgoing individuals. Though busy, they emanated a sense of ironclad discipline. Gazing across the city, the streets were crisscrossed, filled with buildings of various styles, bustling with life. It was a scene of prosperity, predominantly populated by humans. Occasionally, other races could be seen, yet they seemed to have seamlessly integrated into this societal framework. Was this a stronghold? Luo Lan felt a surge of astonishment. Judging by its scale, defensive capabilities, and population, it was far more than a temporary encampment. It resembled a well-established frontline war fortress. Ming Shi guided Luo Lan directly to a designated entrance passage of the city. The guarding warriors clearly recognized Ming Shi upon seeing him. They offered a simple salute without obstruction. Ming Shi led Luo Lan to a registration desk beside the entrance, addressing a female staff member responsible for records, a newcomer. Yet to be assigned to a team, please register his information. The female staff member glanced at Luo Lan, her gaze calm and unruffled, as if accustomed to such occurrences. She produced a tablet-like device, gesturing for Luo Lan to place his hand upon it. Following her instructions, he complied, and the device illuminated, scanning his palm and body. While a faint psychic energy attempted to probe into his consciousness, seemingly assessing his soul waves and life signatures, Luo Lan remained vigilant, instinctively invoking the secret technique of the hunter's legacy to safeguard his soul's essence, revealing only the relatively pure soul aura befitting a universe-level 9th tier. The device flickered several times, displaying a series of codes and symbols that Luo Lan struggled to comprehend, ultimately coalescing into a newly generated temporary identification code. The staff member recorded this information before handing Luo Lan an antique-style identification token resembling a military plaque, embossed with the identification code and some basic information, as well as the insignia of the Virtual Universe Company. All right, the information has been entered into the Strongholds database. You are temporarily classified as a mobile personnel, awaiting subsequent assignment, the staff member stated matter-of-factly. Upon completion of the registration, Ming Shi informed Luo Lan, "This is my Virtual Universe number, 360-9487. At this stronghold number 336. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, feel free to attempt to contact me." He recited a long string of numbers, his tone remaining flat. Once he finished, he did not wait for Luo Lan's response and transformed into a streak of light, soaring directly into the depths of the city, vanishing in an instant. Luo Lan clutched the identity token, still bearing a hint of coldness, gazing at the direction where Ming Shi had disappeared, his brow furrowing slightly. The other party's demeanor seemed to offer assistance, yet it carried a sense of detachment and routine, as if merely fulfilling a bureaucratic obligation. He did not immediately wander into the city's interior, but instead sought a relatively quiet corner, ostensibly familiarizing himself with the surroundings, while his consciousness swiftly connected to the Virtual Universe network. In the Virtual Universe, in the original district of Yuxiangshan, Luo Lan's figure appeared and promptly accessed the friend request interface, inputting the lengthy number 360-9487 provided by Ming Shi. The Virtual Universe system responded with remarkable speed. However, the notification that popped up on the screen caused Luo Lan's blood to seemingly freeze. Query failed. The number does not exist or has been destroyed. Does not exist or has been destroyed. Luo Lan's heart sank heavily, a chill racing up his spine. He immediately activated his advanced permissions as a member of the original secret realm to conduct a deeper search. Permission confirmed. Searching historical database and related information. This time, the system provided more information. Number 360-9487. Registered identity, Ming Shi. Status, confirmed deceased. Last activity record, Mirror Abyss War, Outpost 336, Captain of Squad 937. Time of death, Cosmic Calendar. Location of death, Mirror Abyss Battlefield, Liatong Gorge area. Cause of death, during a purge mission. Ambushed by a horde led by the high-level dimensional beast Qianyan Huanshi and perished in battle. Gazing at the cold and unequivocal text on the screen, Luo Lan felt a wave of icy terror surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Every hair on his body stood on end at that moment. Ming Shi was already dead. One of the Ming Shi who had just brought him to this city calmly instructed him to register his information and even left contact details. An illusion? The disguise of a dimensional beast? Or a description he had seen earlier in the dimensional corridor, like a thunderclap resonating in his mind, revealing that here, one could witness countless facets of the same entity, including projections along its timeline. Projections along the timeline. Luo Lan suddenly raised his head, peering through the window of the virtual universe study, as if he could see that vibrant yet eerily bizarre forest, along with the grand and cold sci-fi city. A chilling hypothesis materialized in his mind. The place he currently occupied was not a genuine forest or outpost. It was highly likely that he still resided within the realm of the dimensional corridor, or rather, had trespassed into an exceptionally unique area. Everything visible here, including Ming Shi, the city, and all its inhabitants, were not real entities but projections of a past time-space captured, solidified, and cast forth by the powers of dimensions. Thus, Ming Shi could see him and even engage in limited interaction, for within the rules of this projection, Ming Shi was alive, and his behavioral logic might still be anchored in some pattern from his life. Consequently, the virtual universe number became invalid, for the true Ming Shi had long since perished on the battlefield. The black token could be recognized perhaps due to the spatial secret patterns it contained, resonating with certain foundational rules of this projected area, mistakenly perceived as some form of token. All of this was merely an extreme manifestation of the bizarre characteristics of the dimensional corridor. He had not departed from the dimensional corridor, but had delved deeper into a more complex and perilous historical projection, or rather, fragments of time-space. Having unraveled this understanding, Luo Lan found a sense of calm amidst the chaos. Fear stems from the unknown. Once a portion of the fog is lifted, the remainder is merely a matter of how to respond. He immediately utilized his core member privileges within the virtual universe to search for information on the Mirror Abyss War and the Lake of Singularity. Information regarding the Mirror Abyss War was scarce, seemingly intentionally obscured or restricted by permissions. He could only uncover some basic details. The Mirror Abyss War was a prolonged and high-intensity conflict between the virtual universe company and a dimensional beast force, known as the Lake of Singularity. The war spanned an extensive duration and was marked by extreme severity, with both sides investing considerable power. Moreover, the Etherway Yuan secret realm seemed intricately linked to the Mirror Abyss battlefield of that era, perhaps even a part or derivative of it. As for the Lake of Singularity, the information was even scarcer, merely mentioning it as a powerful force among dimensional beasts, endowed with high intelligence and unique dimensional technology, and as humanity's primary adversary in the Mirror Abyss War. However, further details, such as the specific causes of the war, the eventual outcomes, and comparisons of high-level combat powers, remained inaccessible with his current permissions. Exiting the virtual universe, his consciousness returned to the peculiar corner of the forest. Luo Lan gazed at the cold identity token in his hand and the bustling, seemingly tangible steel city in the distance, his expression growing exceedingly grave. He understood his predicament. He had become ensnared in a projection of war. The inhabitants here might merely function as programs operating under predetermined rules. Yet the dangers present were, by no means, illusory. If the projections of those dimensional beasts attacked him, the resulting harm could very well be real. Moreover, who could guarantee that no genuine, living dimensional beasts had infiltrated this projected area? The immediate priority was to devise a way to escape this time-space projection and return to the authentic dimensional corridor to continue seeking the path to the Lake of Reflection. Yet, how could he extricate himself? Forceful attacks? Setting aside whether he could dismantle this time axis-involved projection, triggering uncontrollable consequences or alarming any genuine dangers that might lurk within the projection could lead to dire outcomes. Searching for the boundaries or core of this projected area. Perhaps there lay dimensional nodes sustaining the projection, and destroying them could facilitate his exit. Or perhaps waiting. Would this projection dissipate like a mirage after a certain duration? Luo Lan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. The calm of the hunter regained control. He glanced at the city once more, then at the identity token in his hand, which might contain clues, and a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. He could not afford to remain passive. He must actively explore and seek opportunities for escape. Rising to his feet, he hung the identity token around his neck, resembling a true new recruit reporting for duty, and stepped forward into the time-space projection city, filled with uncertainty and danger. Chapter 33, Temporal Erosion, Shadows of the Cracked Pupil. Clutching the icy identity token, Luo Lan traversed the majestic yet eerie steel city. The streets were broad enough to accommodate dozens of large machines moving in parallel. On either side stood sharply angular metallic structures, exuding a cold, hard style imbued with the essence of utilitarian warfare. The streets bustled with people clad in various types of standard and non-standard battle armor, exuding a fierce aura and hurrying along their paths. Occasionally, other races could be glimpsed, yet they seemed to have fully integrated into the operational framework of this system. Everything appeared so authentic, brimming with vitality and order. The sounds of vendors calling out, conversations, metal clashing, and the distant shouts and energy clashes from the training grounds intertwined to create a vivid tapestry of a frontline outpost. Yet, Luo Lan's heart felt as though it had plunged into an ice cellar, devoid of warmth. He understood that all of this was an illusion, a mirage cast by temporal projection. These seemingly vibrant lives had likely turned to cosmic dust long ago during the brutal Mirror Abyss War. He moved like a specter across this familiar yet alien terrain. The identity badge affixed to his chest seemed to grant him a fundamental passage right. No guards approached to interrogate him, yet the sidelong glances from passing warriors bore an air of scrutiny. Luo Lan did not hasten to seek an escape route. Instead, he assumed the demeanor of the most patient of hunters, meticulously observing the stronghold designated as Base 336. He sought information, striving to comprehend the operational rules of this projected world. He made his way to the central area of the stronghold, where an imposing task issuance and personnel allocation center loomed. The architectural style mirrored that of other locations, cold and efficient. Massive screens displayed scrolling task information, primarily concerning the extermination of dimensional beasts in specific areas, patrolling defense lines, and repairing energy nodes. Personnel queued orderly to accept tasks. Luo Lan mingled within the crowd, silently absorbing the conversations around him. The third patrol zone encountered another incursion of minor dimensional beasts yesterday. Those damn creatures are becoming increasingly cunning. Word is that the Rift Canyon has been unstable lately, with abnormal energy readings. Something big might emerge. Be cautious, don't let them disguise themselves and slip in. The last time fragments of information filtered into Luo Lan's ears, resonating with the historical shards he had gathered. The Mirror Abyss War. The conflict between the Virtual Universe Corporation and the dimensional beasts of the Lake of Singularity was brutal. The beasts excelled at camouflage. All of this corroborated his suspicions. He attempted to approach an unused information inquiry terminal, bringing his identity badge close to the sensor. Identity verification successful. Flowing personnel, Luo Lan. The screen displayed his basic information along with a message. Please proceed to the third allocation center for squad assignment. More assignments? Luo Lan furrowed his brow. The rules of this projected world appeared remarkably refined. He followed the instructions to the counter marked as the third allocation center. Behind the counter sat a stern-faced woman clad in the formal attire of the Virtual Universe Corporation, her gaze fixed on the screen as she operated it with mechanical precision. Name, number, Luo Lan. He presented his identity badge. The woman scanned the badge with a device, and the screen flickered rapidly. After a moment, she lifted her head, casting a fleeting glance at Luo Lan, her eyes momentarily glinting with an unusual flash reminiscent of swift data streams, but it quickly vanished. She returned the badge along with an electronic directive. Assignment complete. Assigned to Legion 7, Squad 937. Squad Leader, Ming Shi. Proceed immediately to Camp 7 for equipment allocation and await further task instructions. Her voice was devoid of inflection. Squad 937. Squad Leader Ming Shi. Luo Lan's fingers stiffened slightly as he accepted the directive and badge. Despite his prior expectations, the appearance of this designation alongside a name he had just encountered in such an official manner sent a chill racing up his spine. He forced himself to quell the tumult within, maintaining a composed demeanor as he accepted the instructions and turned to depart. Upon exiting the allocation center, he instinctively rubbed the identity badge against his chest. At that moment, his gaze sharpened. The emblem of the Virtual Universe Corporation, which he had previously confirmed, appeared to have subtle differences from his understanding, though its core remained consistent. Now its lines and details seemed more archaic and simplistic. It was aligning with the insignia style he had observed throughout the stronghold, emblematic of this projected world. This was no mere illusion. This world, this temporal projection, was not a static, lifeless image. It was dynamic, subtly adjusting, attempting to integrate him, this foreign entity, into its own logical framework, either correcting or assimilating him. The warning bells of cognitive contamination rang loudly in Luo Lan's mind. This was more bizarre and perilous than he had anticipated. The longer he lingered here, the more he interacted with this world, would his very existence also be gradually altered, ultimately leading him to become lost within this historical projection, merely a casualty statistic? He inhaled deeply, the calmness of his hunting instincts overwhelming the sudden surge of anxiety. He needed to find a way out swiftly, yet before that, he required further understanding and must confront the task at hand. Following the directive, he arrived at Camp 7 located on the western side of the stronghold. The atmosphere here was markedly more austere. The barracks were uniformly aligned, and he could see squads engaged in combat training on the grounds. Bursts of energy colliding in flashes of light. He located the quarters for Squad 937. Upon entering the stronghold, he found a spacious interior where a dozen or so team members were either seated or standing, seemingly resting. As Luo Lan, the unfamiliar newcomer, stepped inside, all eyes instantly focused on him. These team members were uniformly of the 9th-tier cosmic level, exuding a formidable aura with sharp gazes and the hardened demeanor of seasoned veterans. They wore standardized dark gray combat armor, each bearing the insignia of the Virtual Universe Corporation alongside the number 937. A robust man, marked by a scar across his face, rose and inquired in a deep voice, "Newcomer? Which section?" Luo Lan presented the electronic directive and identity badge. Luo Lan, recently assigned. The man glanced at the directive, nodded, and his expression softened slightly. "I'm the deputy leader, Barton. The squad leader just went out to inspect the defense line. Have a seat and familiarize yourself with the environment." Barton gestured to an empty metal bunk. "We just returned from a rest period. A new task should be arriving shortly. This cursed place never lacks for battles." The other team members returned to their affairs, some cleaning their weapons, others resting with closed eyes, occasionally engaging in hushed conversations. The atmosphere felt heavy and somewhat oppressive, lacking the vibrancy it outwardly suggested. Luo Lan quietly sat on the vacant bunk, placing his few personal items, essentially just the identity badge and the electronic directive, down. He appeared to be acclimatizing to the surroundings, yet his senses, attuned to the pursuit of vengeance, enveloped the entire barracks like a finely tuned radar, capturing every detail, every fluctuation of energy, every whisper. "Energy supplies have been delayed again. What are those logistics people doing? I heard dimensional activity has intensified near the Rift Eye Canyon. Team 3 suffered significant losses there last time. The squad leader seems burdened with worries lately. Of course, who could be at ease with patrol duties in the Rift Eye Canyon? Let us hope this next mission isn't as unfortunate." The murmured discussions predominantly revolved around supplies, assignments, and the Rift Eye Canyon. The frequency of that name echoed heavily, imbued with a sense of oppression and anxiety. Luo Lan's heart sank further. The Rift Eye Canyon was the final site of demise in Ming Shi's fragmented memories. The high-tier dimensional beast, the thousand-faced phantom, all pointed towards that fated conclusion. Just then, the barracks door swung open, and a figure entered, Ming Shi, clad in dark red battle attire. His expression retained a hint of casual nonchalance. Yet Luo Lan keenly perceived a flicker of profound gravity hidden beneath the surface. "Squad leader." The team members rose to greet him. Ming Shi waved dismissively, his gaze landing on Luo Lan, eyebrows raised. "Oh, a newcomer has arrived? Quick on the uptake." He approached Luo Lan, appraising him before tossing a metallic wristband his way. "This is your basic equipment. The standard battle armor, weapon, and communicator are all inside. Familiarize yourself quickly and integrate into the squad." Luo Lan caught the wristband, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned a set of standard C-class energy battle attire, a C-class energy blade, and some basic supplies within. The quality was quite ordinary, far inferior to his Xinghai and Quexie, yet in this projected world, it seemed to be the standard configuration. "Understood, squad leader." Luo Lan replied calmly. Ming Shi nodded slightly, opting not to elaborate further. He approached the tactical board nearby, scrutinizing the map marked with outpost locations. His fingers unconsciously tapped the area of Laitong Gorge, lost in contemplation. For the next few hours, Luo Lan silently familiarized himself with the standard equipment while extending his perception of hatred to the area beyond the barracks. He noticed that a faint scratch on the outer wall had inexplicably expanded since his arrival, with edges bearing a barely perceptible char. In the distance, At the corner of the street, a previously empty spot now held a scatter of metal fragments, remnants of a device that had been destroyed. This world was subtly yet persistently evolving around him, as if his presence was intricately woven into its history, like ripples spreading across the water's surface. As evening approached, a piercing assembly alarm echoed throughout the 7th camp. Team 937, assemble. The mission orders were issued. Ming Shi's voice instantly turned steely. The earlier levity vanished, replaced by the demeanor of a seasoned soldier. All team members, including Luo Lan, swiftly lined up in front of the barracks. Ming Shi held a freshly received electronic order, scanning the faces of his comrades, his voice clear and resonant. We have just received orders from the command center. Team 937 will immediately depart for the B7 area, the periphery of Laitong Gorge, to execute a clearance mission. Intelligence indicates the presence of a medium-sized dimensional beast outpost in that area. Our task is to ascertain the scale of the outpost and eliminate any peripheral dimensional beasts. If we encounter their main forces, we are to retreat and report immediately. Is that understood? Understood. The team responded in unison, but Luo Lan sensed a palpable tension in the air when the words Laitong Gorge were uttered. Standing among the ranks, Luo Lan tightened his grip on the standard battle bow. The cold metallic sensation contrasted sharply with the chill that gripped his heart. The history, or rather, this temporal projection, was inexorably propelling him toward a known coordinate steeped in the scent of death. The fate of Team 937 seemed already predetermined, and he, as an unexpected variable, wondered whether he would become part of this destined tragedy or if he could tear through the veil of time and space to find a glimmer of hope. He did not know, but he was certain of one thing: a hunter never waits idly. Check equipment. In 3 minutes, assemble at the dock and depart. Ming Shi's command interrupted Luo Lan's thoughts. The team members swiftly dispersed to make their final preparations. Luo Lan glanced at the identity badge in his hand, its engraved lines now perfectly synchronized with this world, before raising his eyes to the sky shrouded in an invisible haze of gunpowder. The arrow of the hunt had been knocked. Chapter 34. The core of the Laitong Hunt emerges. The sky was a twisted shade of dark purple, filled with dense, pulsating spatial fissures akin to veins. The earth was cracked, revealing rocks of a morbid dark red hue, with strange marshes occasionally secreting viscous, corrosive liquids. Thin yet violent energy currents lashed against the ship's energy shield like invisible whips, triggering ripples. The air was thick with the scent of rust, sulfur, and an indescribable decay that belonged to the dimensions themselves. The members of Team 937 sat in silence within the ship's cabin, no one speaking. Only the weighty sounds of their breathing and the faint metallic clinks of weapon inspections breaking the stillness. Deputy Captain Barton repeatedly polished his massive axe, his fierce gaze betraying a hint of fatigue beneath the surface. Other team members either closed their eyes to rest or peered through the narrow observation windows, fixating on the bizarre and perilous sights outside, their expressions as solemn as frozen ice. Luo Lan sat in a corner, appearing calm, yet fully engaged as the pursuit of hatred operated at full capacity deep within his soul. His perception extended like the most sensitive of tendrils into this chaotic temporal realm. The closer he drew to the target, Laitong Gorge, the more acutely he sensed the surrounding spatial structure becoming exceedingly fragile and unstable, reminiscent of a membrane stretched to its limits, poised to be torn apart by some unseen force. Countless chaotic dimensional projections flickered at the edges of his awareness, colliding and vanishing like shattered glass. He could even vaguely capture the echoes of light and shadow that did not belong to the present, remnants of the brutal battles that had transpired here in the past. 10 minutes until we reached the designated drop-off point at the periphery of Laitong Gorge. Captain Ming Shi's cold voice shattered the cabin's silence as he stood beside the door, his gaze sweeping over each team member. Remember our mission. Reconnaissance is our primary objective, with the elimination of peripheral threats. Should we encounter an overpowering foe, retreat immediately. Preserving our lives is the utmost priority. I do not wish to see anyone missing upon our return. His tone carried an undeniable authority, yet Luo Lan could perceive a glimmer of preordained, almost tragic resolve in his eyes, as if this historical projection had already set its course. The ship jolted violently, landing in a relatively flat area strewn with sharp, twisted stone formations. The hatch opened, unleashing a wave of potent corrosive air and chaotic energy fluctuations. Action! With Ming Shi's command, the team members surged forth like cheetahs, swiftly establishing a rudimentary defensive formation among the rock formations. Luo Lan, armed with his standard longbow, melded into the shadows of a massive stone the technique of Feng Yingdun fitting seamlessly into this distorted space, as if he were meant to belong here. Barely had the team secured their positions when calamity struck. A seemingly tranquil expanse of mercury-like marsh erupted. Several distorted tendrils, composed of pure light and chaotic energy, lashed out with astonishing speed, targeting the two foremost team members. These dimensional beasts lacked fixed forms, resembling a flowing, ever-changing abstract painting that emitted a nauseating mental pollution. "Watch out," Barton shouted, his massive axe glowing with a thick, earthy energy as he swung it down against one of the tendrils, resulting in a resounding crash. The other team members quickly reacted, unleashing bursts of energy as blades of light intertwined with beams of power, creating a dense net of firepower to engage the dimensional beasts surging from rock crevices, shadowy ground, and even the twisted light in the air. Luo Lan's eyes were icy, and the bowstring trembled slightly. He refrained from using his xiexia, instead launching arrows imbued with the sharp essence of the law of gold toward the most unstable nodes of the dimensional beast's energy cores. With a series of silent impacts, three-dimensional beasts attempting to ambush a team member from behind were instantly obliterated, transforming into dispersed streams of energy. The startled team member turned to glance at Luo Lan's direction, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes before he returned to the fray. Luo Lan's pursuit of hatred proved immensely beneficial at this moment. He could sense the malicious and chaotic mental waves emanating from the dimensional beasts, predicting their attack trajectories and concealed positions. Time and again, when the team's formation teetered on the brink of collapse, his arrows would materialize at the most critical junctures, averting disaster. Captain Mingshi demonstrated the formidable strength of a 9th-rank domain lord. Wielding a battle knife engulfed in dark red flames, his movements were electric. The light of his blade caused the very fabric of space to ripple subtly, annihilating ordinary dimensional beasts with a single touch. He even possessed the keen intuition to detect deeply hidden dimensional beasts, clearing a safer path for the team. During the brief interlude in combat, the team members rapidly scoured the battlefield for potential intelligence and energy samples. Meanwhile, Luo Lan took the opportunity to meticulously observe his surroundings. Beneath a layer of rock recently upheaved by an explosive surge of energy, he unearthed several peculiar fragments, glimmering with a strikingly pure azure hue that starkly contrasted with their surroundings, alongside the remnants of a gauntlet inscribed with unfamiliar runes, clearly incongruous with the aesthetics of this projected world. What alarmed him even more was the sight of these anomalies being slowly eroded by an invisible force within the canyon. Their surfaces seemed to be gnawed upon by countless minute mouths, gradually transforming into the most refined particles of energy and fundamental matter, which, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, merged into the surrounding folds of space and the writhing rocks. Concurrently, he noted the presence of lower-tier dimensional beasts, scurrying about like worker ants, diligently transporting the disintegrated energy deeper into the gorge or actively licking at subtle spatial fissures, seemingly engaged in repairs. They were digesting the intruders. The thought flashed through Luo Lan's mind like a lightning bolt. This crack-eye canyon resembled the stomach or recycling station of this projected world, tasked with processing anomalies like himself and the spatial fragments that flowed into this realm for various reasons, converting them into sustenance vital for maintaining the projection's existence. Advance. Stay vigilant. Mingshi's voice resonated once more, interrupting Luo Lan's musings. The squad continued deeper into the canyon. As they progressed, the terrain became increasingly treacherous. The rock walls on either side appeared to writhe as if alive, casting distorted, quivering shadows. The pervasive mental pollution grew more intense, and some of the mentally weaker team members began to show signs of distress, requiring them to intermittently channel their original force to resist. The emerging dimensional beasts also displayed escalating strength, with numerous domain lord-level entities appearing, their forms more solidified, their attacks imbued with various bizarre dimensional attributes, such as spatial slicing, mental shock, or energy corrosion. Casualties began to mount within Squad 937. One member was suddenly ensnared by a claw, emerging from the rock wall and imbued with spatial confinement power, dragged into the depths of the stone, only managing to emit a brief, anguished cry. Another team member, in a bid to protect his companion, was struck by a stream of gray energy emitted by a dimensional beast, his protective force collapsing like melting ice. And within mere seconds, he was disintegrated into the most basic particles. At that moment, the squad stepped into a relatively open area of the crack-eye canyon, filled with vast, pulsating fissures resembling enormous pupils. Almost instantaneously upon entering this zone, Luo Lan's hatred-seeking instinct emitted an unprecedented, piercing warning. Trap! He exclaimed sharply. However, it was too late. From all directions, countless distorted spaces shattered like mirrors. A torrent of dimensional beasts surged forth. Among them were dozens of domain lord-level entities, exuding overwhelming auras, each with varying forms. Their eyes gleamed with a cruel and cunning light, indicating they had long been lying in wait. More unsettling was the sudden arrival of a frigid, colossal, and malevolent mental will, reminiscent of a heavy shackle, enveloping the entire battlefield. The space began to warp, giving rise to layers of illusions, and the team members' perceptions were severely distorted, as if they were surrounded by the maddening whispers and seductive murmurs of countless voices. The high-tier dimensional beast, Qianmian Huan Mo, had yet to reveal itself directly, yet its terrifying mental pressure had already descended. Playing with its cornered prey like a cat toying with a mouse. Form a formation. Defend. Ming Shi bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. As he swung his blade to deflect an approaching domain lord-level beast, the dark red glow of his weapon nearly igniting the very fabric of space. Yet, the number and strength of the enemies exceeded their wildest imaginations. The defensive formation constructed by the squad began to falter under the relentless onslaught, and team members fell one by one amidst piercing screams, their bodies either torn apart, eroded, or simply vanishing into the warped spatial fissures. Batten, drenched in blood, wielded his massive axe like a windmill, but he had sustained several grievous wounds, his breath growing increasingly labored. Just then, a domain lord-level beast of the 9th rank, resembling a gigantic python and covered in scales of space, broke through the front line, opening its maw wide enough to swallow stars. Its terrifying gravitational pull aiming for Ming Shi and several severely injured teammates at the core of their formation. Should this attack land, the entire squad would collapse in an instant. At that critical moment, Luo Lan, who had remained hidden in the shadows, executing precise kills with a standard longbow, suddenly sharpened his gaze. No longer concealed, the Xiexin bow instantly replaced the standard longbow in his grasp. The dark golden bow shimmered with an enigmatic luster. Within him, the original force surged with unprecedented speed, the ultimate sharpness of the law of gold, the unparalleled velocity of the law of wind, the cutting essence of the law of space, and the instantaneous acceleration of the law of time, all converged into the arrow of rupture that coalesced upon the bowstring. Informed by his understanding of the Yu Zhouhun Duo Bei, as he drew the bow, like a full moon, the arrowhead caused the space to slightly collapse, time seemingly stagnating. The god-slaying arrow was destined to hit its mark, with a whoosh. An arrow, distilled to perfection and entwined with dazzling golden light and piercing azure radiance, as well as subtle spatial ripples, disregarded the barriers of space and time. Appearing directly within the gaping maw of the 9th-ranked domain lord beast the moment it was released, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound reminiscent of fabric being forcefully torn apart by overwhelming power, a disconcerting noise that sent chills down one's spine. The massive form of the dimensional beast suddenly froze. In the next heartbeat, its head swelled from within, as countless arrows infused with the will to slay and the power of law burst forth. Boom! Like a gunpowder barrel ignited. This powerful 9th-ranked domain lord beast was brutally obliterated from the inside out by Luo Lan's arrow. Its massive body exploded into a storm of energy fragments and spatial debris. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. The previously frenzied tide of dimensional beasts momentarily hesitated. All the surviving members of Squad 937, including the beleaguered Ming Shi and Batten, gazed incredulously in Luo Lan's direction, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. A cosmic-level arrow had annihilated a 9th-ranked domain lord. This had utterly surpassed their comprehension. However, Luo Lan's explosive display of power, far beyond the understanding of this world, seemed to trigger the deepest defensive mechanisms of the projected realm. Buzz! The entire Quexie canyon shook violently. The surrounding space roiled like boiling water, warping. Numerous previously concealed dimensional fissures suddenly widened, and a more chaotic, ferocious energy surged from all directions. The mental pressure of the Qianmian Huan Mo, which had initially only loomed, suddenly became clear and furious. More projections of dimensional beasts, seemingly responding to a supreme command, flooded forth from the void, charging towards the squad, especially Luo Lan, with an insatiable ferocity. Move. Break through over there. Ming Shi was the first to react, pointing towards a region deeper in the canyon, where several massive stone pillars jutted into the sky like fangs. The terrain there was relatively complex and easier to defend than to attack. His voice trembled slightly. betraying either the relief of survival or the cognitive shock brought by Luo Lan. The few surviving members of the squad, including the gravely injured Batten, closely followed Ming Shi, desperately striving towards that temporary stronghold. Luo Lan, wielding the Xie, resembled the Reaper of Hunts, every arrow striking true, precisely eliminating the most threatening entities among their pursuers to cover the team's retreat. During their escape, Luo Lan pushed his hatred-seeking instinct to its limits, attuning himself to the chaotic energy flow of the canyon, now thoroughly enraged by his power. At last, deep within the abyss of the canyon, in a core region where energy was most chaotic, as if even space itself were on the verge of annihilation, he perceived an exceedingly obscure yet remarkably stable existence. It was a point enveloped by innumerable layers of distorted dimensional membranes, meticulously protected. It appeared to be the solitary silent eye within the tumultuous ocean of energy, emanating a peculiar gravitational pull, orchestrating and absorbing the energy streaming from the entire Li Tong Xiaogu and even broader realms of the projected world. The core. A profound tremor surged through Luo Lan's heart, as he instantly realized that this meticulously safeguarded point was the very essence sustaining the existence of this projected world. Akin to a cell nucleus. If he could locate and touch it, perhaps he could seize control or utterly obliterate this cursed projection, finding a path to escape. Hope burgeoned quietly in the face of despair. The team finally stumbled into the makeshift stronghold formed by massive stone columns. Ming Shi and Ba Duan swiftly established a rudimentary defensive barrier, while the remaining few team members leaned against the columns, gasping for breath. Their faces a blend of relief from survival and despair in the face of relentless pursuers. Luo Lan stood at the edge of the stronghold, his keen gaze sweeping over the approaching tide of dimensional beasts, temporarily hindered by some residual force field around the stone columns. As he rapidly calculated the path and possibilities of charging towards that core, at that moment, in the shadow of the stronghold, within the darkest depths where even light seemed to be consumed, a figure twisted and transformed, exuding an oppressive aura, slowly coalesced into form. It bore no fixed visage, seemingly composed of countless tormented and distorted faces, shifting shadows, with a massive vertical pupil at its center, slowly opening, cold and merciless, locking onto the anomalous Luo Lan, who wielded the cursed bow. The thousand-faced phantom was about to make its move. Chapter 35, The Cognitive Anchor. The arrow of truth. The instant the vertical pupil of the thousand-faced phantom fixed upon Luo Lan, the entire Li Tong Xiaogu seemed to be muted. The surging tide of beasts halted in place. Even the pulsating energy currents fell into an eerie stasis. This was not a suppression of power, but rather a shift in the rules of combat, leaping abruptly from mere energy collisions to a far more perilous realm of cognition. Luo Lan felt the surroundings transform into a shattered kaleidoscope, spinning wildly, misaligned, and reassembling. In one moment, his deputy Ba Duan was beside him, leaning on a massive axe and gasping. In the next, that blood-soaked face contorted into a grotesque grin reminiscent of a warrior from the Nuo Lanshan clan, raising the axe to cleave him. Instinctively, Luo Lan aimed his bow at the figure, yet the hatred coursing through his soul sent back contradictory signals. Malice felt undeniably real, yet the energy structure belonged to Ba Duan. He forcefully diverted the arrow, the shadow of the energy axe grazing past his ear, shattering a massive stone behind him. Upon closer inspection, Ba Duan still bore his familiar countenance, staring at Luo Lan in shock, eyes filled with confusion and concern. Luo Lan, what is wrong with you? Ba Duan's voice was strained with breath. Luo Lan did not respond, for in the next moment, the cursed bow in his hands suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain, nearly impossible to raise with his universe-level 9th-tier strength. Then it transformed into something as light as air, as if merely a mirage of condensed light. He attempted to connect with the hunting legacy imprinted deep within his soul, but the figure of the star god became hazy, as if obscured by countless layers of frosted glass. Even the emblem of the virtual universe company on his identity badge began to writhe and distort, emanating an unfamiliar aura. The hatred within him passively absorbed a torrent of information, fragments of truth and falsehood, reality and illusion, past and present surged forth, attempting to wash over and overwrite his very cognition. The thousand-faced phantom did not launch an energy attack. Instead, it was eroding the very foundation of his existence in a more essential manner. Which is real? A whisper laden with temptation and chaos resonated deep within his soul, as if hundreds of voices queried simultaneously. Is it this land of eternal war, or your shattered homeland from memory? Perhaps all that you deem revenge and cherish is merely a beautifully woven dream by us for you. The surroundings shifted once more, and he found himself back on Lanxing. Witnessing his kin perishing under the bombardment of the Luo Lan fleet, the heart-wrenching hatred so palpable it nearly consumed him. No, Luo Lan roared, his eyes flashing with a golden-blue brilliance, his soul struggling like a small boat amidst turbulent waves. He needed an anchor, a point of absolute reality, unshaken by external forces. To stabilize his existence, he attempted to tightly grip the cursed bow, feeling its cold touch, yet the bow's essence fluctuated between reality and illusion. He recalled the iron laws of the virtual universe company, but those memories seemed to be gathering dust. He envisioned the majesty of the hunting star god. But that image wavered under the assault of cognitive pollution. Just as his mind was on the brink of complete disarray, a phrase, seemingly imprinted in the depths of his soul, pierced through the eternal night like a flash of lightning. I shall eradicate all falsehoods with the arrow of the hunt. This hatred shall not die until I do. Immediately following was the deep and authoritative voice of his teacher, Wangan Wu, which had once echoed during his teachings, now resounding with unparalleled clarity. To cling to the arrow of hatred is lesser than to comprehend the principle of the hunt. Time and space can bend, appearances can shift, yet one's true heart must remain unmoved. And there was the even older admonition, originating from the legacy itself. Pursue the established enemy relentlessly until death. True heart, faith, a longing for the future, an unwavering commitment to the hunting target. These were not contingent upon external truths or falsehoods. They pertained solely to Luo Lan's own choices and recognition. My hatred is genuine, my path is genuine, and the world I seek to return to is real. The confusion in Luo Lan's eyes dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and determination. With his unshakable will as the core, he forcibly dominated the chaotic perceptions, transforming the willpower derived from legacy and belief into a cognitive anchor to stabilize his soul. The external light and shadow continued to twist, Ba Dun's face flickering between ally and enemy, the cursed bow remaining capricious in weight. Yet none of these could perturb his heart in the slightest. He discerned truth from falsehood. A profound understanding surged within him. Since he could not differentiate, then he would annihilate them all. All that obstructed his return to reality was mere illusion. All were prey. Roar. The thousand-faced phantom seemed to sense Luo Lan's transformation, unleashing a mental roar imbued with anger and confusion. The halted tide of beasts surged once more illusions emerging, even beginning to simulate the figures of his friends, Rongjuan and others, calling for help or chastising him. Luo Lan's gaze turned icy as the bowstring thrummed again. This time, his arrows no longer targeted the ever-shifting forms, but rather tracing the analytical ability that had emerged from the solidified cognitive anchor. He aimed for the most core and stable point within the energy structure of the beast horde, an illusory node that maintained its projection and connected to the entire rules of the projected world. Swoosh. Thud. A Liakong arrow pierced through a charging dimensional beast resembling Rongjuan. The beast let out an inhuman shriek, but unlike before, it did not explode. Instead, it burst like a popped bubble, its emitted aura mimicking that of the wild Rongjuan, instantly dissolving into the most fundamental particles of energy, vanishing without a trace. No flesh, no remains, an unervingly clean disappearance. Without pausing, Luo Lan continued, the bowstring vibrating repeatedly. Each arrow became a deathly invitation, precisely naming its targets. Those fierce, deceitful, and powerful beast forms shattered like bubbles beneath his arrows. He was no longer deceived by appearances, attacking directly at the roots of their existence. This scene left the remaining Ming Shi, Ba Dun, and other team members utterly dumbfounded. They could not fathom how Luo Lan achieved such a feat. Yet the sheer efficiency of the annihilation they witnessed was far more shocking than the previous arrow that had shattered the 9th-level dimension beast of the Domain Master. What did you see? Ming Shi's voice was tinged with a raspy quality and an indescribable complexity. He gazed at Luo Lan. His expression transformed from that of observing a novice to scrutinizing a peer, or perhaps an anomaly. Luo Lan did not meet his gaze. Instead, his eyes penetrated through layers of illusion, fixating on the densest shadow, reality. Within the shadow, the figure of the thousand-faced illusion demon fully materialized. It ceased to morph and instead presented a relatively stable humanoid silhouette, composed of countless tormented faces. The central vertical pupil fixed its gaze upon Luo Lan, transmitting a distinct mental wave. Reality? How arrogantly you define it. This realm operates ceaselessly. Existence itself is reality. How can you be sure that the external world you cling to is not merely a larger projection? Life, civilization, love, and hatred are nothing more than the interweaving and obliteration of dimensional information flows. To return here and become part of eternal data is the ultimate reality. Its voice brimmed with ancient, haunting temptation, attempting to dismantle Luo Lan's cognitive anchor from a philosophical standpoint. Luo Lan slowly raised his bow, aiming at the illusion demon. His voice calm, yet imbued with a power capable of piercing through all illusions. My arrow requires a target. My path leads to the return. My journey is not yet complete, and my goal remains unachieved. This is my reality. Stubborn fool. The thousand-faced illusion demon erupted in rage, its vertical pupil suddenly ablaze. The energy of the entire Rift Eye Canyon surged towards it like rivers converging into the sea, an overwhelming pressure far surpassing that of the domain master descended. It sought to crush this foreign entity that refused to assimilate into reality with absolute force. The space around it folded and compressed, creating an invisible cage that descended upon Luo Lan. Countless attacks, infused with mental pollution and dimensional cutting power, surged towards him from all directions. Luo Lan stood firm, his form becoming indistinct through the combination of Feng, Dun, and spatial comprehension. He did not attempt to confront the colossal energy directly, but instead channeled all his mental fortitude, will, understanding of the hunting path, and yearning to return to the real world into the weapon in his hand, the Quexie. Upon the bowstring, an arrow that appeared unassuming, even somewhat ethereal, gradually coalesced. It emitted no astonishing energy fluctuations or blinding light of laws, only an essence of ultimate certainty, as if its very existence was a denial of the falsehood. To determine the truth and shatter the illusion, Luo Lan released the bowstring. The arrow flew forth, silently, as if it had consumed no time at all, directly materializing before the illusion demon's vertical pupil. The demon howled, manipulating the folds of dimensional space in a futile attempt to obstruct and distort, only to find it utterly ineffective. The arrow seemed to exist beyond conventional spatial dimensions, locking onto the very essence of the thousand-faced illusion demon's existence in this projected world. No, the illusion demon emitted an unprecedented, fear-laden shriek. It sensed the very foundation of its existence being forcibly erased by an irresistible will. The arrow lightly touched the enormous vertical pupil. There was no explosion, no radiance. At the point of contact, the illusion demon's massive form, composed of countless faces, began to be swiftly erased from the fabric of reality, as if it were a pencil drawing being erased. It twisted, faded, and disintegrated, along with the vast energy it had amassed, and its control over the cognitive rules of this region, dissipating into nothingness. As the thousand-faced illusion demon was obliterated, the entire Rift Eye Canyon trembled violently, akin to a precision instrument that had lost its core. The surging tide of beasts lost their unified command and existence, disbanding chaotically. The surrounding distorted space began to settle, and the bizarre light and shadows gradually faded. Luo Lan stood in place, breathing heavily, beads of sweat forming at his temples. The arrow he had just loosed consumed not primal energy, but rather his mental will and absolute belief in reality. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the canyon. It was time to touch the heart of this world. Chapter 36. Insights into Barriers. Breaking the dimensional obstruction, the tremors of the Rift Eye Canyon intensified. Having lost the crucial node of the thousand-faced illusion demon, this spatio-temporal projection was collapsing at an accelerated pace. The dark fissures in the sky spread like shattered glass, while the rocks and marshes below began to blur, dissipating back into their primal chaotic energy. The remnants of the dimension beast projections, now devoid of unified command, howled as they extinguished themselves. Luo Lan did not linger for a moment. His figure transformed into a streak of azure gold light, racing towards the depths of the canyon. That core enveloped by countless dimensional membranes, guided by the energy flow sense of 34, Hatred Pursuit 34. The Feng Dun technique was pushed to its limits, traversing the collapsing spacetime, deftly avoiding sudden spatial rifts and chaotic energy currents. The sights along the way were surreal, as if the very colors and forms of the world were dissolving. He observed the projections of the other members of Team 937 gradually fading amidst the radiance. Captain Mingshi cast him one last glance, his expression complex and inscrutable, seemingly filled with relief before dispersing into lights. Ba Dun, leaning on his giant axe, flashed him a grin and gave a thumbs up, his form also dissipating. These existences generated by the rules of the projection world were returning to oblivion with the collapse of the world. Luo Lan felt little turmoil in his heart. The will of the hunter made him acutely aware that all of this was but an illusion. His sole objective remained to destroy the core and return to the true dimensional corridor. The deeper he delved, the more tumultuous the surrounding energies became. Yet the sense of stability that had been so meticulously protected grew ever clearer. Finally, he broke through layer upon layer of chaotic energy, reaching the deepest part of the canyon. Before him lay not the treacherous abyss he had imagined, but a relatively calm area. A vast, boundless barrier, ever-changing with radiant colors, loomed ahead, seemingly composed of countless layers of folded, twisted spatial membranes, exuding an indomitable aura of law. This was the spatial protective barrier safeguarding the core. Before the barrier lay an expansive platform. Upon this platform stood countless peculiar objects, resembling crystalline clusters in dense formation. These objects varied in size and shape. Some resembled prisms, while others appeared as distorted sculptures, emitting faint energy waves that connected to the barrier. More astonishingly, from these objects, the projections of the human warriors and dimension beasts he had previously battled were continuously cast forth. Upon their appearance, these projections acted like puppets programmed to attack, roaring and charging towards Luo Lan as he approached the barrier. They possessed no intelligence, only the purest instinct to guard and a desire to attack, surging forth like a tide. Among them were members of Team 937, various forms of dimension beasts he had encountered before, and even some projections of humans in ancient battle armor he had never seen. Is this the source of the projections? Luo Lan's gaze sharpened, the Quexie in his hand vibrating intensely. The rift-splitting arrow, akin to a precise surgical knife, dispatched the foremost projections with lethal precision. Yet, these projections seemed endless. As soon as he eliminated one batch, the crystalline clusters immediately projected new ones. He attempted to forcefully breach the barrier, launching an arrow infused with the dual laws of golden wind that struck the radiant barrier with tremendous force. Buzz! The barrier merely rippled violently, absorbing and dispersing the power contained within the arrow, remaining utterly unscathed. Instead, a backlash of force surged back, causing Luo Lan's blood to surge slightly. The formidable defense was astonishing. Luo Lan's expression turned grave as he sensed that the solidity of this barrier far exceeded the upper limits of his attacks. Relying solely on brute force would likely exhaust him without yielding any results. Although his comprehension of the laws of space had reached level 23, he still felt powerless against such a sophisticated level of spatial folding and solidified defense. While he meticulously observed the barrier in search of weaknesses, he suddenly noticed that with the generation and assault of projections on the platform, as well as the energy flow within the barrier itself, the surface of this robust barrier would occasionally reveal intricate and complex mystical patterns, imbued with the profound mysteries of spatial laws amidst the ever-changing, colorful lights. Though they flickered briefly, for Luo Lan, who was adept at comprehending spatial laws, they were as clear as lightning in the dark. This barrier was, in essence, a manifestation of the laws of space. As it operated, it naturally revealed traces of these laws. A jolt surged through Luo Lan's heart as he instantly realized this was both a crisis and a tremendous opportunity. Understanding the mystical patterns of the spatial laws flowing over the barrier here would likely be as efficient as observing the law fissures in the city of Huanzhou. However, the prerequisite was that he must withstand the relentless assaults of the fearless projections. With that in mind, he decided to eliminate these disturbances while simultaneously comprehending the barrier. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He ceased his urgent attempts to breach the barrier and instead chose a relatively defensible position. Armed with the Quexie Bao and the Chohen Jue Suo, he opened his senses fully, accurately targeting and eliminating any projections that dared to approach. Most of his focus, however, was immersed in the observation of the vast barrier before him. His mental intent became like the finest carving tool, diligently memorizing and analyzing the fleeting mystical patterns of space. Concurrently, he connected to the virtual universe, retrieving the third volume of the Yuzhou Hundun Bei to cross-reference with the laws manifesting on the barrier. The spatial affinity bestowed by the hunting legacy allowed him to comprehend these complex structures more swiftly. The process of comprehension was not without its challenges. Despite the single-pattern nature of the projections attacks, their overwhelming numbers, including those at the domain lord level, necessitated that he allocate a considerable portion of his energy to counter them, consuming significant resources in the process. The cycle of combat, comprehension, digestion, and renewed battle was a tremendous test for both his spirit and primal force. After defeating a domain lord-level projection, Luo Lan discovered that the crystalline cluster, resembling a twisted spire from which the projection had originated, cracked with a sharp sound after the projection's demise, subsequently shattering. At the center of its fragmentation lay a peculiar orb, about the size of a palm, perfectly round and transparent, within which silver gas swirled, and twisted continuously. The orb hovered quietly, emanating a pure, yet slightly eerie spatial fluctuation. Intrigued, Luo Lan reached out to draw it closer. The orb felt chilling in his grasp, and as his consciousness probed within, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelmingly pure essence of the laws of space. However, simultaneously, a chaotic, distorted, and negatively charged spiritual pollution attempted to erode his soul like a persistent parasite. What a fascinating object. It contains pure spatial laws, yet is tainted by spiritual pollution. Luo Lan mused, promptly activating the secret techniques of the hunting legacy to safeguard his soul's essence against this contamination. He sensed that if he could withstand this spiritual pollution and absorb the orb's essence of the laws, it would greatly enhance his comprehension of spatial laws. I shall name you the Jiehenju for now. Without hesitation, Luo Lan maintained his vigilance against the surrounding projections while commencing the attempt to absorb the first Jiehenju. The process was excruciating. The spiritual pollution felt like countless needles incessantly piercing his soul, attempting to distort his perception. Yet, having undergone the trials of the thousand-faced illusion demon, Luo Lan's will had become as solid as rock. He clung tightly to his cognitive anchor, forcefully suppressing and eradicating the pollution while greedily absorbing the pure essence of spatial laws within. Upon completing the absorption of one Jiehenju, he felt a heightened sensitivity to spatial fluctuations and gained new insights into certain knowledge points regarding spatial structures within the Yuzhou Hundun Bay. Effective, Luo Lan's spirit sword. From this moment forth, his training regimen transformed into a cycle of resisting projection attacks, comprehending the barrier's mystical patterns, shattering the projection source to obtain Jiehenju, and absorbing Jiehenju for digestion and insights. Time slipped away in this monotonous, painful yet fruitful cycle. Luo Lan became wholly immersed in his exploration of the laws of space. One Jiehenju after another was absorbed, although each brought with it a wave of spiritual pollution that demanded his utmost effort to counter. The rewards were substantial. His understanding of space grew exponentially, evolving from merely vague perceptions of spatial threads to a deeper grasp of its intricate foldings, compressions, and resonances. The content of the third volume of the Yuzhou Hundun Bay was rapidly assimilated, merging with the more intuitive laws manifesting on the barrier. The secret techniques of the hunting legacy continually improved through this high-intensity application and comprehension. The techniques of the Zhu Lu Shun Jian became increasingly refined, with energy consumption gradually decreasing. The Zhu Dui Ming Zhong causality locking, after understanding more spatial structures, also appeared more unyielding. And the Feng Ying Dun movement technique integrated new spatial insights, becoming ever more elusive and unpredictable. A full year passed amidst this relentless cycle of battle, comprehension, and absorption. When Luo Lan shattered the last crystalline cluster producing projections on the platform and absorbed the Jiehenju that fell from it, he slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, it seemed as though countless minute spatial vortices were being born and extinguished, and his aura had deepened and become more reclusive. He sensed that his comprehension of spatial laws had surged from level 23 a year prior to an astonishing level 29. Simultaneously, his understanding of the laws of time had also advanced to level 20, while the various secret techniques of the hunting legacy became increasingly fluid and effortless to wield. Especially the Zhu Lu Xinjian, which, when fully unleashed, now consumed significantly less energy. He gazed at the still vast and swirling spatial protective barrier before him, a surge of confidence swelling within him. It is time. Luo Lan inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening like an arrow. The Quexie divine bow materialized instantly in his hand, its frame shimmering with a dark golden luster. He summoned the primal forces within him, laws of gold, wind, time, and space, melding them all into the bowstring. An arrow, honed to perfection and entwined with dazzling golden brilliance and piercing azure light, formed abruptly, its tip distorting space with a slight collapse. The terrifying pressure made the surrounding energy turbulence retreat in response. Zhu Lu Xinjian, with a swift motion, the first arrow shot forth like a lightning bolt that rent the very fabric of space, striking fiercely at a specific point on the barrier. This point was one he had identified as a relatively weak node during his year of exploration. Boom. The barrier trembled violently, the colorful lights flashing frantically as the point struck by the arrow visibly warped, concaving and developing intricate cracks, yet it did not fully breach. Without pausing, Luo Lan almost immediately launched a second arrow, equally infused with his strongest current power, the Zhu Lu Xinjian, targeting the very center of the depression created by the first arrow, the most fragile point. Crack! The sound resonated like the shattering of glass, echoing throughout the surroundings. Under the relentless assault of two arrows imbued with terrifying power, the once impenetrable spatial protective barrier was finally forcefully breached, creating a circular passage approximately 2 meters in diameter, its edges flickering with unstable spatial turbulence. Beyond the passage, there lay not a resplendent barrier, but rather a hazy darkness, exuding an enigmatic gravitational pull. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Lan flickered in form, executing Feng Ying done to its utmost, transforming into a streak of light, and instantaneously traversed the recently opened passage. The moment he passed through, it felt as though he had entered an entirely different dimension. Before him was a spherical space, at the center of which floated a colossal Jiehenju. This orb, approximately 1,000 meters in diameter, was perfectly round and translucent, its interior no longer filled with silver gas, but instead, teeming with countless stellar points of light swirling and colliding within, emanating waves of spatial laws and mental pressure so formidable they were nearly suffocating. Merely standing before it, Luo Lan felt a tremor within his soul, as that intangible mental pollution surged against his cognitive anchor like a tangible tsunami. Far more potent than the small orbs he had previously absorbed. Could this truly be the core of this projected world? A shudder ran through Luo Lan's mind. He immediately abandoned any thought of attempting to absorb this gigantic Jiehenju. With his current soul strength and willpower, a mere touch would likely result in his complete assimilation and obliteration by that terrifying mental pollution, reducing him to mere sustenance for the core's operation. It must be destroyed. It must be annihilated at once. Luo Lan thought no longer. Bracing against the overwhelming mental pressure, he once again drew Quexie, the Zhu Lu Shenjian, consolidating all of his current power, will, and the fruits of a year of arduous training, transformed into a radiant arrow that pierced through the void. Striking fiercely at the colossal core, there was no earth-shattering explosion. The arrow penetrated the core as if it were a drop of water in the ocean. Yet, in the next moment, countless cracks instantaneously spread across the surface of the immense Jiehenju from the point of impact. The miniature cosmic starry sky within began to darken and disintegrate rapidly. With a resounding cacophony, the vast core shattered inch by inch, ultimately disintegrating into innumerable fragments, which then vanished into the most fundamental particles of energy. The entire spherical space began to tremor violently, collapsing. Luo Lan felt a powerful repulsion emanating from all directions, the surrounding scenery swiftly becoming blurred and illusory. When he could finally see clearly again, he found himself back in that bizarre dimension, a corridor composed of countless colorful light bands. The earlier harrowing journey through the temporal projection felt like nothing more than a prolonged nightmare. However, before Luo Lan could catch his breath, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Not far ahead, at the entrance of a relatively stable cyan light band passage, stood a solitary figure. It was a human male clad in an ordinary gray robe, with an unremarkable countenance, even adorned with a gentle smile. He appeared harmless. Yet, almost the instant Luo Lan laid eyes on this man, the high-precision energy life detector in his left eye, which had been malfunctioning, suddenly cleared its screen of garbled symbols and static, replaced by a rapidly flashing red warning sign indicating an exceedingly high energy response and an unknown life form. An ear-piercing alarm echoed directly in his mind. The detector was activated. This signified that the seemingly human male before him was not a projection, but a living, breathing dimensional beast. Luo Lan's heart leaped into his throat, the nerves he had just relaxed tensing to their utmost once more. Quexie silently appeared in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the gray-robed man, his internal energy swirling ominously. The gray-robed man seemed to sense Luo Lan's scrutiny, slowly turning his head, his gentle smile unchanged, though his eyes were as profound as the abyss of the universe. He spoke softly, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unusual magnetism. It is intriguing that one can slay a domain master-level interdimensional cell. Chapter 37, Weaver of Structures. Storm of Return. The words of the gray-robed man, Zheji Go, reverberated in the silent dimensional corridor, carrying an inhuman tranquility and insight. Luo Lan's heartstrings tightened instantaneously, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. The other party not only discerned his identity as an outsider at a glance, but seemed to possess intimate knowledge of his recent destruction of the projected world. The terms outsider and interdimensional cell echoed in Luo Lan's mind as he continued to clutch Quexie, his spirit locked onto his counterpart, his tone icy. So, you are a dimensional beast? From the Lake of Singularity? Zheji Go maintained his gentle smile, as if Luo Lan's hostility and vigilance were merely a gentle breeze. Zheji Go, the Weaver of Dimensions. As for my origins, you may consider it as such. He nodded slightly, his gaze curiously sweeping over Luo Lan's entire being, lingering momentarily on Quexie and Luo Lan's sharp eyes. Your ability to independently destroy a near-mature interdimensional cell is sufficient proof of your uniqueness. His tone remained neutral, yet it revealed astonishing information. The projection world that had caused Luo Lan considerable strife, even requiring the use of the Zhenjin arrow to destroy, seemed to be merely a trivial matter to the other party. Is this how you refer to those projection worlds? Luo Lan inquired, following his lead. Hoping to extract more information, he maintained a safe distance, the essence of Feng Yingdun swirling beneath his feet, ever prepared for any unexpected developments. Projection? A rather vivid term. Zhe Zhigo chuckled, gesturing towards the flowing rainbow light bands surrounding them. These passages, this corridor, may appear as a marvel to you, but to us, it is but a vast scar left by an ancient war, still oozing with blood. Time and space are distorted and chaotic here. Information accumulates, naturally giving rise to some aberrant cells. They draw upon residual energy and information flows, self-replicating, evolving their internal temporal logic, even capturing fragments of the past, forming the historical projections you observe. His explanation exuded a transcendent perspective, as if he were describing a natural phenomenon. The maintenance of these cells inherently consumes the very essence of this scar, potentially triggering even greater dimensional turmoil. Thus, cleansing them is a necessary routine maintenance. He looked at Luo Lan, his tone tinged with amusement. In a sense, you just saved us some effort. A chill ran through Luo Lan's heart. The information divulged was monumental. The dimensional corridor was a scar of war, interdimensional cells were malignant tissues, and the lake of singularity might periodically cleanse them. This deepened his understanding of the true nature of the ether dimension, revealing a more horrifying reality. Then, are you here before me to express gratitude? Luo Lan's tone remained wary. He did not trust that the other party was merely seeking idle conversation. Gratitude? Perhaps, Zhe Zhigo replied ambiguously, but then shifted the topic. What I am more interested in is you, the outsider. His gaze settled on the black token hanging at Luo Lan's waist, etched with spatial secret patterns. Hand it over to me. In return, I can reveal to you the safe path to the Mirror Lake, and even share some intelligence regarding the Lake of Singularity. This would greatly benefit you in completing your tasks for the Virtual Universe Company. A transaction was at hand. Luo Lan narrowed his eyes. The token was a token of entry here. The other party's keen interest in it implied a special purpose, far beyond that of a mere pass. How could he easily hand over something issued by the Virtual Universe Company to an ambiguous dimensional beast? Moreover, the truth of the path and intelligence promised remained uncertain. How can I trust you? Luo Lan retorted directly. Once I hand over the token, if you renege or lead me into a trap, would I not be at your mercy? The atmosphere momentarily stagnated, the two confronting each other amidst the vibrant corridor. An unspoken contest of will interweaving between their gazes and breaths. After a moment, Luo Lan slowly shook his head, his tone resolute. The token cannot be given to you. He found it impossible to place his trust in the other party, and was even more reluctant to surrender crucial items related to his safety and mission to a potential foe. The smile on Zhezhik's face faded slightly, yet he did not display anger. Instead, he gazed deeply at Luo Lan, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Regrettably, he chose not to speak further, his form beginning to blend into the surrounding light, becoming indistinct and translucent, while the ambient light subtly warped around him. We shall meet again, outsider. He left behind these profound words as his figure completely vanished amidst the dimensional light, as if he had never existed. Only Luo Lan remained, accompanied by the eternal flow of colorful light in the corridor and the silent stillness. He slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, his taut nerves not fully relaxing. Zhezhik's appearance and departure were both enigmatic. It seemed that he bore no lethal intent towards Luo Lan, rather adopting a stance of observation and probing. Subsequently, he chose not to linger, opting for a light band passage that diverged from Zhezhik's vanishing direction, leaping forward. In the ensuing journey, Luo Lan became increasingly cautious. Utilizing his hatred to sharpen his acute perception of energy and malice, alongside his enhanced understanding of spatial laws, he carefully avoided regions where spatial fluctuations were abnormally intense, suspected to be entrances to interdimensional cells. However, the complexity of the dimensional corridor far exceeded his expectations, and he found himself repeatedly drawn into unstable projection worlds. These interdimensional cells were far less grand and stable than the vast and solid Litong Xiaogu, possessing rudimentary internal rules, and the resultant projection powers generally hovered around the cosmic level, primary domain master, posing little threat to him. Luo Lan acted like an efficient cleanup crew, wielding his weapon, Zhuixia, to swiftly obliterate their cores with either the divine arrow of extermination or the improved rending arrow, collecting the boundary shards that emerged from their collapse. The entire process became systematic. Breach, sense the core, long-range sniping, collect, and retreat. He cleansed a total of 7 such small interdimensional cells, acquiring over 70 boundary shards of varying sizes. He did not rush to absorb them all. Instead, he began refining them in batches only after finding a relatively stable spatial fold for temporary rest. Drawing upon his prior experience combating the Qingmian Huanma's mental pollution and refining large boundary shards, managing the pollution from these smaller beads became significantly easier. The pure essence of spatial laws continuously fused with his soul, corroborating his insights from the Yuzhou Huanluan Bei. When he absorbed roughly half, and the energy from the 3rd and 5th boundary shards was fully digested, Luo Lan felt a tremor throughout his body, as if an invisible barrier in his sea of consciousness had been shattered. His perception of spatial fluctuations suddenly became markedly clearer and more detailed. Previously obscure mysteries of spatial folding and compression now unraveled before him like patterns in the palm of his hand. The flowing dimensional light around him transformed in his eyes from chaotic energy streams into distinct channels, each with its own rhythm and texture. The comprehension of spatial laws had officially surpassed the threshold of 30. This marked a qualitative leap. Just as he was solidifying his new realm, the long silent bronze compass suddenly emitted a clear hum. The needle ceased its previous erratic spins or sudden halts, instead steadily and resolutely pointing in a specific direction. While a 3-dimensional cursor distinctly displayed a diminishing numerical distance to the designated coordinate point, now merely 3,000 kilometers away. Luo Lan's eyes sparkled with intensity. He rose to his feet, feeling the surging primal force within him and a newfound grasp of spatial networks. This time, he no longer floundered like a headless fly. His hatred-driven pursuit, paired with enhanced spatial perception, laid down an invisible track within the most chaotic maze. He could clearly see the most stable and direct energy path locked by the compass. In a swift motion, he activated Fengying Duan. This time, his movement transcended mere speed, embodying a fluidity that harmonized with the very essence of space. He seemed to transform into a beam of light within the corridor, traversing the unseen path and covering great distances in mere moments. Ahead, at the end of an exceptionally stable and softly glowing short passage, a floating, semi-transparent diamond crystal rotated quietly, its surface inscribed with intricate coordinate information runes. This was indeed the designated coordinate point of the mission. Without hesitation, Luo Lan surged forward, probing his consciousness into the crystal's interior to swiftly complete the recording. Basic Task 1, Dimensional Walker, accomplished. Yet, the moment he finalized his recording, an anomaly unfolded. The black token he bore in his arms ignited with heat, without any prompting. In the next instant, it abruptly flew from his grasp, hovering just ahead. The spatial sigils on the token flared to life, radiating blinding silver light. It vibrated violently, the space ahead being forcefully torn and agitated. As a miniature yet exceedingly perilous vortex, a storm gate filled with destructive energy turbulence and countless spatial fragments suddenly formed. A powerful suction emanated from within the gate, tugging at Luo Lan's body. His expression shifted as he steadied himself, eyes fixed intently on the abruptly materialized storm gate and the token hovering before him. Was it a trap? Or a passage to the next area? Had Zhezhik sought the token to prevent or control this? Whether fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape destiny. In this dimensional corridor, passively waiting would only bring greater danger. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened. He ceased resisting the suction, instead channeling his primal force, summoning the Ma Yunteng within him to prepare for protection. Taking a deep breath, he surged toward the ominous storm gate like an arrow released from a bow. His form was instantly consumed by the violent silver light and spatial fragments. The token transformed into a streak of light, merging into the vortex's center. In the next moment, the storm gate abruptly contracted, vanishing without a trace. The dimensional corridor returned to its prior tranquility, with only the colorful light still silently flowing, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 38. The Battle of Mirrors. Return to the multiverse from the tumultuous spatial storm. Luo Lan broke free, feeling the spatial tearing forces around him suddenly ease, revealing not chaotic silver light and fragments, but an indescribable tranquility. He floated in the air, beneath him a vast, boundless lake. The water was not an ordinary liquid but a fusion of pure energy and solidified temporal spatial laws, manifesting a deep, translucent glass-like quality. The lake's surface was as smooth as a mirror, unbroken by any ripples, yet curiously filtering the surrounding flowing colorful dimensional light and distorted spatial folds, as though they did not exist at all. In the lake's waters, only his reflection appeared. Luo Lan descended slowly onto the lake's surface. He inhaled deeply. The air suffused with an ethereal, pristine essence, yet tinged with a faint sense of detachment, contrasting sharply with the bloody slaughter and dimensional chaos he had previously experienced. This was the second core area described in the mission, the Mirror Lake. He focused intently on the serene lake surface. The next moment, his pupils narrowed slightly. The reflection in the lake was not of him clad in star skeleton armor, wielding Zhuoxia. Instead, it showcased countless blurry yet distinct figures, sharing his silhouette but exuding entirely different auras. Some were dressed in flowing mind master robes, surrounded by several ethereal weapons exuding sharp mental waves, their expressions indifferent. Resembling deities who commanded all, that was Luo Lan, who had forsaken the path of the warrior, purely treading the route of the mentalist. Others donned jet black armor, entwined with a chilling aura and dark energy, gripping a strange dagger that seemed to devour light, a cruel smile lingering at the corner of their lips. That was the hunter Luo Lan, wholly consumed by hatred, descending into slaughter and darkness. There exists yet another version of him, exhibiting characteristics reminiscent of a dimensional beast. His skin adorned with fine scales, nails sharp as daggers, and pupils resembling the vertical slits of reptiles, exuding an aura of primal chaos. This is the aberration known as Luo Lan, possibly eroded by dimensional forces or actively fused with the power of such beasts. Countless iterations of him represent the myriad paths Luo Lan might traverse across the vast universe and infinite dimensional possibilities, shaped by diverse choices and encounters. They quietly linger beneath the surface of the lake, akin to an array of exhibits displayed in a mirror, their gazes indifferent, malicious, tranquil, or frantically fixated on the singular Luo Lan standing at the water's edge. The mirror lake reflects the myriad selves of Luo Lan, whispering to him to discern which reflection belongs to his original self in the main universe, while cataloging a notable characteristic of the alternate versions. He concentrates, his hatred tracing back passively, striving to perceive the core connection between these reflections and his own essence, rooted in the legacy of the hunt. He senses that these images are not mere phantoms. They contain fragments of genuine laws and life essence, projecting the existence of Luo Lan across other possible dimensions. As he diligently searches for the reflection bearing his original self, clutching a weapon of malevolence, his eyes ignited by the flames of the hunt, an unexpected transformation occurs. The previously tranquil surface of the lake erupts into violent ripples, as if a boulder had been cast into it, distorting and shaking all reflections. In an instant, a multitude of figures, akin to demons freed from their bonds, soar from the roiling waters. Mentors, dark hunters, swordsmen, beastmasters, shield warriors, an innumerable assembly representing divergent paths and possibilities, each bearing distinct auras and pressures, encircle Luo Lan like a relentless tide. They do not collaborate. Their gazes are rife with hostility and wariness, yet the moment they appear, their eyes, filled with animosity and the desire for usurpation, converge unerringly on the central figure of Luo Lan. To replace you is the only truth. Your existence is the gravest error. Surrender your essence. Chaotic and malevolent mental energies crash against Luo Lan's consciousness like a tsunami. Countless assaults, infused with psychic impact, dark corruption, sword chi, and clawed ferocity, converge upon him from all directions, enveloping him without respite. The entire lakeside space is instantaneously inundated with vibrant hues of law and destructive energy. Luo Lan's pupils constrict, his heart nearly missing a beat. The horror of the scene is overwhelming, as if the malice of the entire realm of possibilities had converged upon him. Yet, at this moment, the will forged through life and death trials manifests its potency. His body, propelled by the art of Feng Duan, transforms into a streak of azure golden lightning, weaving through the myriad assaults with utmost precision. The bowstring of Quexie vibrates at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, unleashing a barrage of piercing arrows that intercept and detonate the most lethal and cunning attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of energy explosions reverberates as the ground at the lake's edge is pockmarked with deep craters. Luo Lan resembles a fragile boat amidst a tempest, on the brink of being utterly torn apart. The finesse of his micromanipulation of psychic energies astounds him. This devouring force is capable of corroding even space. Such pure sword intent, the amalgamation of gold and space, is nothing short of exquisite. The explosive power of his physical form seems to incite dimensional resonance. In the midst of perilous evasion and counterattacks, Luo Lan's relentless pursuit of vengeance and heightened concentration compel him to simultaneously observe and analyze the diverse combat methods and law applications of these countless iterations of himself. Each possibility reflects a facet of his own path, either supplementing or warning him. The pressure is unprecedented, yet simultaneously, it serves as an unparalleled crucible and enlightenment. I am not any one of them. Luo Lan's gaze brightens with increasing intensity as thoughts collide and fuse in his mind at an unprecedented speed. I do not need to become any one of them. Their existence, their paths, their insights can all serve my purpose. The mental finesse of the mentor. The energy properties of the Dark Hunter, the synthesis of gold and space by the swordsman, the physical prowess of the beast master, and the law affinity of the elemental messenger. All these myriad possibilities surge forth like an ocean of resources, impacting and replenishing his cognitive framework. A clarity dawns within him. The path he must tread is one centered around the hunt, governing all laws, embracing myriad changes while remaining true to its essence. Not to become any one of these iterations, but to allow all to revert to the original self, transforming every possibility into nourishment for his advancement. Under the immense pressure of life and death, fortified by an unprecedented conviction in his understanding of his own path, the ethereal form of the Hunt Star God within him resonates with a profound tremor. Past insights into numerous secret arts, comprehension of the Yujo Hundunbei, mastery of the four great laws, and the observation and assimilation of the combat styles of these countless iterations coalesce in this moment, compressed and refined to their utmost essence. A new, unique combat technique, exclusively belonging to him, Luo Lan, begins to gestate amidst the storm of destruction. His eyes blaze with determination, no longer merely evading. The Quexie bow emits a resonant hum, imbued with a fervent desire for battle, its body shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance of dark gold. He draws the bowstring, channeling his innate power along an intricate trajectory, his soul's energy coalescing with intensity. Upon the bowstring, not one but three ethereal arrows, each radiating distinct temporal vibrations, materialize. The first arrow, dark and elusive, weaves through fragments of time, embodying the essence of retrospection and interference. This is the arrow of the past. The second, solid and resplendent, entwined with blinding gold and piercing azure light, encapsulates his current ultimate comprehension of the laws and his will to annihilate. This is the arrow of the present. The third, translucent and ethereal, seemingly woven from countless threads of future possibilities, carries an essence of foresight and causality. This is the arrow of the future. Buzz. The bowstring reverberates. The three arrows, each encapsulating a distinct essence, do not launch simultaneously, but rather depart in a peculiar sequence. The arrow of the past is first to be released, transforming into a myriad of fine gray streaks, traversing time to instantaneously affect the countless iterations surrounding him. Not causing tangible harm, it disrupts their combat rhythm and energy flow, derived from past choices, engendering a subtle yet vast stagnation and chaos in the tidal wave of assaults. The arrow of the future follows closely, its trajectory not a straight line, but rather exploding midair into a colossal web woven from countless threads of causality, simulating and blocking all potential evasion routes that these iterations might instinctively and experientially employ. Finally, the arrow of the present, encapsulating Luo Lan's mightiest force, surges forth like a decisive judgment, traversing the uniquely designated path disrupted by the arrow of the past and ensnared by the arrow of the future. During its flight, the energies, essences, and laws of the three arrows do not merely stack, but resonate in an arcane harmony, akin to rivers converging into the sea, swiftly coalescing, intertwining, and merging. As they approach the designated area of iterations, the three arrows converge into one, transforming into a chaotic arrow light that defies description, seemingly embodying the flow of time, fixed causality, and the unity of all laws. This arrow light transcends mere energy attack, imbued with a nascent power that touches the essence of dimensions and interferes with the fabric of causality. The Wanwei Gaisu Jian makes its initial appearance in the world. However, within the area shrouded by the arrow's light, we are left with only the collective waves of terror and unwillingness. Their defenses are rendered futile before the receding arrow, and any intent to evade becomes a mere jest within the web of cause and effect. The chaotic arrow light silently penetrates through, like an eraser on a canvas. The multitude of figures, be they practitioners, hunters, or swordsmen, suspended in that area, come to an abrupt halt. They then dissipate like sand sculptures scattered by the wind, vanishing into the primordial energy of the lake's surface. This arrow embodies not only formidable material force, but also a profound essence that denies existence, directly affecting the reality of these mirrored projections. The remaining figures falter in their offensive. Luo Lan exhales softly, beads of sweat dotting his brow, as the exertion from unleashing the nascent Wanwei Gaisu Jian takes its toll. Yet, his gaze remains sharp, and he draws the bowstring once more. The chaotic arrow light begins to coalesce again. Witnessing this scene, the remaining figures seem to receive a signal, retreating like a receding tide, remerging into the gradually calming surface of the Liuli Lake. The once turbulent waves slowly settle, restoring the haunting tranquility as if the chaotic spectacle of countless reflections was merely a fleeting dream. Luo Lan gently lowers the Tsuxia, calming his surging vitality and primal energy. His eyes are filled with excitement and brilliance. This arrow represents a significant culmination and elevation of his path as a hunter. He approaches the lake's edge once more, his gaze serenely fixed upon the surface. This time, without any deliberate searching, his eyes instantly lock onto a reflection of himself wielding the Tsuxia longbow. His gaze sharp as a hawk, with an unquenchable fire of vengeance and the will to hunt burning deep within. Surrounding him is an aura of golden, azure, and silver laws of light. That resolute gaze, that pure hunting essence, that resonance perfectly in tune with his soul's origin, without a doubt. This is the self belonging to the main universe. The self of the main universe, confirmed. Luo Lan whispers, simultaneously recording a notable characteristic of one of the reflections he had observed. Swordsman Luo Lan, with a silver-white left eye embodying the stasis of time's law. Basic task 2, mirror analysis, completed. He does not linger, casting one last glance at the lake's surface reflecting his true self, as if to engrave this unwavering understanding of his path deep within his soul. He then turns, unhesitatingly retrieving the E9 class spacecraft, Aeon of Hunt. The ship transforms into a streak of black light, carrying him into the depths of the mirror lake, racing towards the final and most perilous core area of the collapsing singularity. Chapter 39, Mobile Fortress, Hasty Escape. The haunting tranquility of the mirror lake envelopes Luo Lan as he pilots the E9 class mechanical spacecraft, Aeon of Hunt, like a black specter, silently delving deeper into the mirror lake. Outside the vessel, distorted ribbons of multicolored light and spatial folds swirl like a boiling ocean, ever-changing and flowing. Inside the cabin, Luo Lan sits cross-legged, eyes closed, seizing the moment to recover the mental and primal energy expended in the mirror lake while digesting the insights brought forth by the nascent Wanwei Gaisu Jian. This newly birthed combat technique wields unparalleled power, yet its toll on the mind is considerable and requires refinement. However, this area, perceived as a garden by the dimensional beast forces, evidently does not welcome his presence as an unwelcome guest for long. Warning: high-intensity spatial shielding detected. Warning: large quantities of high-energy life signatures encroaching. Warning: dimensional jump channels experiencing severe interference. The piercing alarm sounds simultaneously in Luo Lan's mind and the spacecraft's cockpit, abruptly rousing him from deep meditation. He snaps his eyes open, his sharp gaze fixed upon the 100-degree external simulation screen. Before the ship, behind it, above and below, the once flowing dimensional light is forcibly displaced, solidified, woven into an enormous, shimmering, dark runic three-dimensional spatial net, thoroughly ensnaring the Aeon of Hunt within this spherical expanse of merely several 100,000 kilometers in diameter. Outside the net, a swarm of dimensional beasts of various forms surrounds him, akin to sharks scenting blood, encircling the vessel with impenetrable density. The most numerous are the cosmic-level dimensional beasts, akin to locusts, emitting a maddening psychic screech. Among them, over 100 domain-level dimensional beasts are scattered, their energy fluctuations palpable and perilous. Most alarming are the 5 figures suspended at 5 critical nodes. Their oppressive presence warps the surrounding space, undeniably the existence of realm lords. One resembles a rocky golem formed from countless fragments of space, its surface aglow with solidified spatial light. Another appears as a colossal spider, weaving dark threads, each connected to the dimensional veins. A third is semi-transparent, swaying like a plankton yet exuding soul-corroding waves. The other 2 resemble a mantis warrior brandishing dual blades and a massive beast coiled like a serpent, covered in energy scales. The woven net has awaited your arrival for some time, outsider. A chilling mental presence echoes like a broadcast, clearly entering the Hun and Luo Lan's mind. It is the realm lord-like rocky golem speaking. Surrender your token, submit willingly, and perhaps your essence may be spared, allowing you to be forged in the weaving furnace. Becoming part of us. In response, Luo Lan offers nothing but cold silence, alongside the sudden activation of Huan's energy shield. The robust E9 class shield stands as a formidable barrier, protecting the ship from within. Attack. The rocky golem, seeing negotiation fruitless, issues a command without further ado. In an instant, countless energy beams, spatial slicing waves, bizarre psychic shocks, and dimensional erosion rays strike the Huan's shield from all directions like a torrential storm. The shield's surface erupts in violent ripples, energy readings soaring rapidly, yet the E9 class alloy, coupled with the pinnacle energy core, withstands this initial barrage, as solid as an impregnable fortress. Several dimensional beasts adept at spatial traversal attempt to leap directly into the ship, but the Huan's inherent dimensional stabilization field instantly disrupts their coordinates, causing them to collide with an invisible barrier and clumsily tumble back to their original positions. Humph. The shell is quite hard. The Mantis Realm Lord scoffs, its form flickering as it strikes towards the shield with blades gleaming coldly, capable of rending space. Bang! A muffled sound reverberates. The shield shudders violently, yet remains unbroken. The E9 class spacecraft's defenses exhibit sufficient resilience against the Realm Lord's assault. Inside the cabin, Luo Lan's gaze remains icy as he observes the frenzied onslaught from outside. He understands that prolonged defense will lead to failure. The ship's energy is not infinite, and he must proactively break the deadlock, and swiftly. The hatred pursuit operates at full capacity, instantly locking onto the energy cores and the weakest spatial nodes of the 5 Realm Lord dimensional beasts. Do you think to strike me like a turtle? A cruel smile curves Luo Lan's lips, then let you taste something delightful. His hands fly across the control panel, selecting the most powerful option of the ship's weapon system, the Annihilation Cannon. Although the Hun, given its current size and energy reserves, cannot unleash the full might of a star-erasing force, even a fraction of its power is sufficient to slay a Realm Lord. Energy transmission, maximum power. Target locked. Annihilation Cannon. Fire. Without hesitation, Luo Lan presses 5 launch commands in succession. Buzz. The ship jolts violently as 5 immensely thick, dark red energy beams, imbued with a sense of destruction, erupt from different weapon ports of the ship like awakened world-ending dragons. They instantaneously tore apart the spatial seal network laid down by the dimensional beasts, surging forth with an unmatched momentum, precisely targeting the 5-dimensional beasts of the Realm Lord level. What? Quickly evade. The Realm Lord level dimensional beasts reacted with astounding swiftness, sensing the lethal threat. They employed various means to dodge or defend. The Mantis Man and the Serpent Beast narrowly avoided the trajectory of the main cannon. However, the other 3 were not as fortunate. The Rock Demon attempted to withstand the blow, its massive body conjuring layers of spatial barriers, but before the annihilation beam, it crumbled like paper, ultimately struck at its core, letting out a roar of unwillingness as its colossal form shattered into cosmic dust. The Spider Lord, weaving dark threads, attempted to divert the attack with the dimensional network, only to be pierced along with its web, obliterated. The Realm Lord, resembling a floating organism, which was already inclined towards soul attacks and possessed weak material defenses, could not even emit a scream before being vaporized into nothingness. With 5 cannons firing simultaneously, 3 Realm Lord-level dimensional beasts fell in an instant. The originally tight encirclement was violently breached, creating a massive gap in high-end combat power. The remaining army of dimensional beasts plunged into chaos and panic. Now is the moment. Luo Lan's gaze was sharp as an eagle. Almost at the instant the Annihilation Cannon finished firing, and the ship's energy reserves plummeted to the bottom, he flashed to the window, the evil god Bao emanating a chilling murderous intent in his grasp. He needed to clear the field and further expand his gains. The bowstring trembled, and although the 10,000 dimensions retracing arrow was still in its early stages, it proved highly efficient for eliminating the chaotic minions and domain lords. He did not seek the ultimate power of a single arrow, but rather dispersed its essence, broadening its range. One arrow was shot, and the interference of the arrow of the past spread like ripples, disrupting the defensive rhythm of the dimensional beasts in a wide area. The arrow of the future transformed into an invisible web of causality, sealing off their instinctual escape routes. Closely following was the arrow of the present, which split into dozens, even hundreds of energy arrows, raining down like the scythe of death. The cosmic-level dimensional beasts were annihilated like cut straw, vanishing in clusters. The Realm Lord-level dimensional beasts were also given special attention. Often a solid arrow could pierce their energy core, completely obliterating them. Luo Lan transformed into a mobile artillery platform, his arrows finding their mark without fail, stirring a bloody storm amidst the horde of dimensional beasts. In the midst of this efficient extermination, the hatred-seeking presence keenly detected a familiar, yet concealed aura, Zhe Zhikong. He was hiding behind a group of Realm Lord-level dimensional beasts, his face a mix of panic and malice, seemingly preparing some sinister scheme. It was indeed you. A cold light flashed in Luo Lan's eyes. Old grievances and new hatreds surged in his heart. You were the one who leaked information. One arrow will seal your fate. Before the words even left his lips, the bowstring was drawn taut like a full moon. This time, it was not merely a broad extermination, but a concentrated arrow of execution imbued with an even stronger will to kill, merging with the 10,000 dimensions retracing arrow and triggering the absolute line of causality. An arrow, distilled to perfection, entwined with chaotic currents and destructive golden light, soared forth, seemingly transcending the barriers of time and space. It disregarded the several Realm Lord-level dimensional beasts attempting to obstruct it, appearing directly before Zhe Zhikong's brow like a fated judgment. The expression on Zhe Zhikong's face froze instantaneously, the malice transforming into sheer terror and disbelief. He could not even utter a final word before the terrifying power contained within the arrow erupted. Boom! Zhe Zhikong's body, along with several Realm Lord-level dimensional beasts surrounding him, vaporized under this arrow as if thrown into the depths of hell, leaving not a trace behind. The mastermind was vanquished. The remaining two Realm Lord-level dimensional beasts, the Mantis Man and the Serpent Beast, witnessing their companions fall one after another, were already filled with dread. They braced themselves against Luo Lan's subsequent arrows, which, though slightly diminished in power, still breached their defenses, and without regard for anything else. They frantically tore through the edges of the incompletely collapsing spatial seal, along with a few remaining Domain Lord subordinates, hastily retreating into the depths of the dimension. Vanishing from sight, Luo Lan showed no mercy toward these fleeing Domain Lords, employing the execution arrows combined with absolute accuracy to eliminate each potential threat from afar. However, his attacks were insufficient to retain the Realm Lord-level beasts, whose robust forms and overwhelming levels surpassed his capabilities. Gazing at the suddenly vacant battlefield, littered with countless remnants of dimensional beasts and energy debris floating in the dimensional void, Luo Lan slowly exhaled a breath tinged with the taste of blood. The continuous high-intensity bursts had left him feeling somewhat drained. Yet, he felt no inclination to linger in battle. The commotion of the earlier fight had been too great. The energy fluctuations of the annihilation cannon had likely already spread across a significant portion of the etheric abyss. Reinforcements from the web of structure or other powerful beings could arrive at any moment. The ship's energy was also nearly depleted. He must conserve enough for the final mission. He swiftly returned to the cockpit of the Shadow Falcon, and the ship transformed into a somewhat dim flow of light, breaking through the chaotic void, racing toward its ultimate destination, the most perilous region. Inside the cabin, Luo Lan hurriedly focused on recovering while reflecting on the recent battle. The final hunting ground was just ahead. Chapter 40, Dimensional Ripples. Anchoring life and death, the Shadow Falcon burst forth from the tranquil, yet eerie energy waters of the Mirror Lake, as if surfacing from the depths of a conscious sea. The hull trembled slightly, freeing itself from the pervasive sensation of watchful reflections. However, before Luo Lan could relax his taut nerves, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Ahead, the smooth, mirror-like surface of the energy lake in the Mirror Lake was abruptly severed by an invisible, absolute force. It resembled an immensely grand painting depicting tranquility and introspection, which had been sliced open by an incomprehensible blade, the incision so smooth it was chilling. The gentle energy of the laws contained within the lake came to a sudden halt, as if colliding with an unseen vertical wall, unable to extend even a fraction further. On the other side of the boundary lay an emptiness that defied precise description. It was neither pure darkness. After all, darkness signifies a form of existence, nor ordinary void, which at least retains a concept of space. It was a state of being that transcended essence itself. Gazing into it, one could not focus, and it felt as if one's thoughts and perceptions began to slow, flatten, overwhelmed by the horror of being consumed and assimilated by that pure lower dimension. This is the edge of the collapse singularity, Luo Lan murmured, his voice resonating distinctly within the silent cabin. he immediately reduced the ship's thrust, allowing the Shadow Falcon to hover like a ghost within the safe boundary of the Mirror Lake, wary of proceeding any further. His gaze turned towards the depths of that void. The collapsed singularity described in the mission briefing was not a specific visible point of light, but rather an ever-pulsating, formless source of laws. It existed at the boundary of perception, impossible to observe directly, yet its influence was felt distinctly. From that formless source, circles of indistinct ripples were systematically emanating. These ripples were silent, devoid of violent energy impact, resembling gentle ripples on a still surface. However, as they reached the severed boundary of the Mirror Lake, a sudden anomaly occurred. The energy at the boundary of the lake boiled and twisted violently, as if stones had been thrown into water, the energy structure undergoing dramatic changes, light flickering, and the lines of law becoming chaotic, yet blocked by an invisible boundary, unable to progress any further. Luo Lan felt a chill within. He dared not let the ship or himself approach recklessly. After a moment's contemplation, he maneuvered the ship to retreat a short distance, then opened the hatch and flew out. Hovering at the edge of the lake's surface, he turned his hand to retrieve a piece of commonly found metallic ore from his world ring. And with a sudden throw towards the singularity, he cast the ore into that emptiness. The scene that unfolded next sent shivers down Luo Lan's spine. The first ripple swept across the mineral, silent yet decisive. In an instant, the mineral was flattened into two-dimensional sheets, resembling thicknessless stickers that floated and spun in the air. The second ripple struck, contorting the sheets into irrational structures filled with paradoxical angles, before eerily coming to a standstill. The third ripple caused the structure to explode, violently reverting to 3 dimensions, yet the mineral was now riddled with cracks, its energy in turmoil. The fourth ripple brushed past, causing nearly half of the mineral to vanish silently, with a smooth cut, while the other half turned semi-transparent, shimmering with a quantum state glow. The fifth ripple stretched the remaining portion into an infinitely thin one-dimensional thread, which then disappeared into the void. This metal, or capable of withstanding the scorching temperatures of stars, underwent 5 utterly distinct and logically unrelated dimensional transformations within mere seconds, ultimately vanishing completely. This was nothing short of chaotic dimensional strikes. A tempest of turmoil surged within Luo Lan. Each ripple brought about a dimension shift that was drastically different, the paths of dimensional reduction, the degrees of collapse, and even the possibility of a brief dimensional recovery phenomenon were all devoid of any discernible pattern. He immediately attempted to record everything occurring ahead. However, he soon discovered a fatal flaw. He found himself within the relatively safe confines of Jingxiangji, where the detection beams, upon crossing the boundary, would encounter severe interference and distortion. He could only observe the macroscopic results caused by the ripples at the boundary, yet could not accurately capture the complete form of the ripples as they propagated within the void, nor the unique energy spectrum they contained, nor the chaotic transformation of the law information. The data recorded was fragmented, filled with contradictions and indecipherable garbled information, akin to attempting to receive signals from different dimensions with varying coding rules through a radio, ultimately resulting in nothing but noise. Such data could not possibly constitute a complete record of the collapse laws required by the Virtual Universe Corporation's mission. The task required the recording of 3 complete collapse laws, and this realization caused Luo Lan's brow to furrow tightly, instantly elevating the task's difficulty by several magnitudes. It was imperative to conduct close-range recordings along the path of the ripples, which meant he had to leave the relatively safe confines of Jingxiangji, and willingly enter the influence zone of the collapsed singularity, experiencing firsthand, one might say, on the brink of death, the 3 complete dimensional transformation processes. This thought sent a bone-chilling sensation coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He glanced at the screen of the detector before him, where the garbled data still flickered alongside faint, nearly negligible warning indicators regarding the energy readings of the void ahead. There was no retreat. The points earned were secondary. More crucially, this was a perilous threshold he must cross on his path as a hunter. An ultimate test of will and capability. Luo Lan took a deep breath, dismissing all hesitation and luck, leaving only absolute focus in the face of ultimate danger. His consciousness sank into the spatial ring and the dimensional stability anchor, a special item for which he had exchanged a significant sum of 500 Hunyuan units, materialized in his hand. It was a palm-sized, intricately complex 12-faced crystal, within which seemed to encapsulate a miniature galaxy, with countless tiny light points racing along profoundly mysterious trajectories, emitting a stabilizing field attempting to counteract the external chaotic dimensions. My life and death are entrusted to you. Luo Lan murmured to himself, no longer hesitating as he activated it with all his might. A deep hum resonated. The dimensional stability anchor emitted an unprecedented, weighty hum, abruptly freeing itself from his hand and hovering a foot above his head. In the next moment, it burst forth in a blinding silver radiance. A solid halo of silver that constantly resisted the invisible pressures of the external chaos expanded outward from its center, enveloping Luo Lan in a radius of 100 meters. Within this circle of silver light, the suffocating sensation of dimensional reduction, which felt as if it would strip his very soul from his body, slightly weakened. Yet he could still sense the halo's barrier trembling as it endured continuous pressure. Luo Lan hesitated no longer, with a thought. He recalled the Ying Huan Hao into his inner world, clad in the deep-hued Xinghai battle armor and wielding the ancient yet sinister bow. He steeled his gaze and stepped beyond the clear safety boundary of Jingxiang Jihu. With a whoosh, he plunged into the chaotic sea of spatial laws, as if stepping from a harbor into a tempestuous realm. Here, the stability of three-dimensional space was shattered, devolving into a fragmented dimensional wave zone, where each crashing wave brought forth distinct sensory shocks and existential crises. He dared not venture further, remaining a few kilometers beyond the boundary, where the effects of the chaotic ripples were somewhat diminished, yet the danger still far exceeded that within Jingxiang Jihu. He exerted all his strength to activate his hatred tracking, enhancing his perception to lock onto the impending death ripples, prepared to capture the three complete processes. The first recording commenced. An invisible ripple, resembling a distorted spiral, silently swept in. It was nearly imperceptible in the void, detectable only through the subtle ripples it caused in the spatial structure and the pressure it exerted upon the soul. The moment it made contact with the halo of the dimensional stability anchor, crack, the halo emitted a sharp sound, its barrier violently distorting and fluctuating. Luo Lan felt as though an invisible hand was pulling at him, his internal organs shifting, his soul on the verge of being torn apart. He let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. The hatred tracking and detection instruments operated at their limits, recording the information of laws and energy characteristics. The dimensional stability anchor strained to calculate, maintaining dimensional stability. He quickly checked the recordings, though complex and chaotic. They formed a relatively complete event record. The first chaotic collapse event was documented. He silently noted, devoid of any joy, only heaviness weighed upon him. The silver glow emitted by the dimensional stability anchor visibly dimmed by about 10%. There was no time to catch his breath, not even a moment to steady his breathing, as the second and third distinctly different ripples followed in rapid succession. Some ripples expanded like calm two-dimensional planes, flattening everything in their wake. Others folded space itself as if it were paper, yet others triggered local dimensional tremors, causing matter to flicker madly between three-dimensional and two-dimensional forms. With each encounter, Luo Lan's mental will bore immense pressure, yet the resilience of his hunter's spirit shone through, maintaining absolute calm and focus as he meticulously recorded each precious data point of near-death experiences. When he finally succeeded in documenting the third complete collapse event, which starkly contrasted with the previous two, a flicker of relief arose within him as he prepared to withdraw back to Jingxiang Jihu for respite. Suddenly, an unexpected anomaly arose. A dimensional rift not emanating from the singularity's core, but rather tearing open abruptly from the void beside him, appeared without warning. This rift was dark and profound, within which lay a complete chaos of law turbulence. A pure downward suction far surpassing all prior ripples erupted forth, akin to the maw of a cosmic behemoth, instantly ensnaring Luo Lan and the dimensional stability anchor hovering above him, which was merely hundreds of meters away. Warning. Encountered dimensional storm. Stability anchor overload. An ear-piercing alarm blared in his mind from the detection instrument. The dimensional stability anchor emitted an ominous red warning light. On the core's 12-faced crystal, faint yet distinct cracking sounds emerged as a hairline fracture materialized. The entire stability anchor was being pulled by that terrifying force, along with Luo Lan, irresistibly sliding toward that dimension rift, exuding an aura of finality. Life and death hung by a thread. Chapter 41, Shattered Pearl Domain, Chaotic Encounter. The piercing sound of the dimensional stability anchor fracturing resonated like a death knell deep within Luo Lan's soul. The pure downward suction emanating from that dark rift was akin to the fangs of a cosmic beast, snapping shut in an instant. Crack. Boom. The stability anchor could no longer withstand this terrifying force that exceeded all limits and exploded violently. Countless fragments, infused with the principles of stability, resembled scattered starlight. only to be swiftly consumed and obliterated by the surrounding tumultuous dimensional turbulence. Bereft of its final refuge, the energy shield of the E9-class spacecraft, Ing Sun Hao, disintegrated silently. Akin to bubbles in sunlight, unable to endure even for a fleeting second. The terrifying dimensional storm crashed against the vessel's hardened alloy shell, resembling a tangible tidal wave. Alarms blared. Hull integrity below 40. Port thrusters malfunctioning. Life support systems overloaded. The chilling warnings of the intelligence system echoed frantically in Luo Lan's mind. The spacecraft tumbled violently within the storm, twisting and emitting a grating metallic groan, as if it were on the brink of being utterly torn apart by this force that transcended the laws of physics, reducing it to its most elementary particles. Even plunging into the void of dimensions, the icy breath of death constricted Luo Lan's throat with a chilling reality. In this absolute desperation, the instinct to survive clashed fiercely with the honed will of a hunter. He could not perish here. The vendetta of Lanxing had been avenged, but the journey of the hunt had only just begun. The mission of the Virtual Universe Company, the expectations of his teacher, his friends Luo Feng and Rongjun, and the vast cosmos. All these compelled him not to succumb in this unknown dimensional graveyard. In a flash, a nearly frenzied thought struck him like a lightning bolt cleaving through the darkness, piercing his nearly stagnant consciousness. The peculiar orbs, the Jiahanju, sourced from the core of interdimensional cells, contained the purest principles of spatial laws and stable dimensional structures. They could inherently resist mental contamination to a certain extent, maintaining their structural integrity. Alone, they might prove powerless against such a tempest, but collectively, they could trigger a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. There was no time to weigh the pros and cons. This was his only glimmer of hope. A resolute glint flashed in Luo Lan's eyes as his consciousness plunged into his inner world. In the next moment, he manifested a total of 42 Jiahanju of various sizes, each pulsating with a silver aura. This constituted his entire remaining inventory. Success or failure hinged on this singular act. He let out a fierce roar, and the cosmic-grade 9th-tier primal force surged forth with unprecedented ferocity, not infused, but rather crushed like a hammer, directly compressing all the Jiahanju in his palm. A series of rapid, faint sounds, reminiscent of bubbles bursting, resonated. The anticipated scene of uncontrolled energy explosion did not unfold. The 42 Jiahanju were forcibly shattered simultaneously, and the pure spatial law energy sealed within, along with its unique stable structure, was instantly unleashed. A miracle transpired. The energies of these shattered orbs did not disperse chaotically. Instead, under a strange mutual attraction and restraint, they began to whirl rapidly above Luo Lan's palm, collapsing and reorganizing. A miniature spherical domain, roughly 10 meters in diameter, with edges that flickered and exuded a translucent, glass-like texture, abruptly took shape. This domain was minuscule, a fragile bubble amidst the vast, relentless dimensional storm. Yet, at the moment of its formation, a tenacious and steadfast stabilizing force field forcefully expanded, repelling the surrounding chaotic dimensional turbulence. Reel it in. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Lan willed his surroundings to twist. Internal systems crackling with sparks, retrieving the severely damaged Ing Sun Hao, which had sustained over 60 damage, back into his inner world. Should it remain outside, this precious E9-class spacecraft would inevitably be rendered completely inoperable. Alone, he floated within this minuscule sanctuary. Outside, colors swirled chaotically, the lines of laws entirely shattered and distorted, resembling a cataclysmic tide of annihilation. Strange, vibrant energy beams lashed against the bubble's barrier like frenzied tendrils, stretching space into infinitely long filaments and concurrently twisting it into a chaotic tangle. Time here lost its meaning, its flow erratic, occasionally even presenting the illusion of reversal. Within the bubble, though temporarily safe, the cost was equally tremendous. The mental contamination unleashed by the simultaneous shattering of 42 Jiahanju surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, assaulting Luo Lan's soul with unprecedented intensity. Countless chaotic dimensional messages, distorted fragments of time and space, and malicious whispers inundated his consciousness, attempting to taint his perception and assimilate him into this chaotic dimension. Luo Lan's complexion paled, a muffled groan escaping his lips as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He promptly seated himself cross-legged, channeling the secret techniques of the hunter's legacy with all his might. The ethereal silhouette of the star god within his soul radiated a steadfast light, constructing the most resilient mental defenses centered around its unshakable anchor of perception, staunchly resisting the encroachment on his soul. He became a solitary vessel adrift upon the stormy sea, an involuntary drifter. This minuscule safety bubble could hardly withstand the overwhelming might of the storm. It was ensnared by a greater torrent of energy, rapidly drifting deeper into the storm, toward the chaotic core, which even probing waves could not reach. Luo Lan could not steer his course, unable even to slightly alter his trajectory. All his energy was devoted to two tasks. Firstly, to maintain the stability of this temporary domain constructed from the energy of shattered Jiahanju, continuously outputting primal force to mend the minute fissures caused by external turbulence. Secondly, to fortify his spirit against the pervasive mental contamination. However, fortune often lurks within peril. This uncontrolled, perilous drift opened an unprecedented window for him to glimpse the essence of dimensions. Due to his position within this relatively stable interior, he became an exceptional observation point. He could clearly perceive the most subtle and fundamental structural changes of the external dimensional storm. The chaotic ripples, which could only be observed from a distance at the edge of a collapsing singularity, now played out before him in the most violent and direct manner. The folding of space occurred instantaneously, as if an invisible giant hand had folded a sheet of paper. The fractures revealed rifts connecting to unknown dimensions. The flow of time became visible, energy streams accelerated and aged, reversing and reorganizing. Matter frequently shifted between lower and higher dimensions, while energy structures collapsed. All of this was more direct, more violent, and more essential than when observed from a safe distance at the edge of a collapsing singularity. These pure dimensional law messages were continuously compressed and infused into Luo Lan's perception at the core of the bubble. His soul trembled in agony, yet greedily absorbed these invaluable insights. The high affinity for spatial laws imparted by the hunter's legacy was ignited to its fullest extent at this moment. The cryptic descriptions of profound changes in spatial structure from the third volume of the Yuzhou Hundun Bei were now corroborated by the scenes he observed firsthand. His perception of spatial fluctuations became increasingly acute, and his understanding of the intricacies of spatial folding and compression deepened rapidly. Within his soul, the intangible scale representing his comprehension of spatial laws ascended at an unprecedented pace, moving from a solid 30 towards higher echelons with determination. In this passive observation and active comprehension, time slipped away. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment, or perhaps an eternity. A violent clash of dimensional energies erupted, annihilating in a brilliant explosion that illuminated the chaos. In the core of that annihilation, a remarkably condensed fragment, radiating a pure, kaleidoscopic glow, emerged. As if a gem cast forth by a cosmic artisan after rigorous forging, was swept up by the tumultuous currents, and, with a resounding pop, pierced through the bubble barrier Luo Lan desperately maintained, falling into this minuscule space. Instinctively, Luo Lan reached out to grasp it. The fragment felt cool to the touch, about the size of a palm, with an irregular shape, yet its edges were naturally rounded. It exhibited an indescribable, iridescent sheen, within which seemed to be a miniature, ever-changing dimensional universe, countless intricate law patterns flowing naturally, emitting pure and stable high-dimensional information structure fluctuations. Dimensional fragment. Luo Lan's heart throbbed with shock, and in an instant, he understood. This is precisely the collection required by the task, an extraordinary object obtained from the edge of a collapsing singularity or a dimensional storm. He carefully stowed away the first shard of dimension, his heart swelling with a sense of survival after a near-death experience, as well as a deeper understanding of the perilous yet opportunistic nature of the dimensional storm. The drifting continued. Just as Luo Lan felt his comprehension of the laws of space had reached the threshold of 31, his soul, weary from the relentless battle against corruption, found the surroundings shifting once more. The boundless, destructive turbulence, akin to crashing against an invisible wall, suddenly diminished. Luo Lan's protective bubble lightened abruptly, bursting forth from a chaotic shroud into a relatively tranquil realm. Here, safety was still not absolute. Fine, visible silver ripples of dimensional energy danced in the air, and the spatial structure was far from stable, resembling a vast eye of a storm that had yet to fully calm. However, compared to the destructive tempest outside, this place was indeed a rare sanctuary. Yet, the cost was not without consequence. The protective bubble crafted from the energy of the Jianzhu, which had carried him here and shielded him from the storm's assault, had finally reached its limit after a prolonged period of consumption and impact. The translucent sphere flickered violently, emitting a mournful wail akin to a flickering candle in the wind, while numerous web-like cracks appeared upon its surface. Luo Lan's expression shifted as he attempted to channel his original force to maintain it. yet it sank like a stone into the abyss. In the next instant, with a soft pop, like a true soap bubble bursting, the sanctuary that had sheltered him for an indeterminate time completely dissipated, transforming into pure energy and merging with the surrounding silver ripples. Luo Lan's figure was fully exposed in this unfamiliar, perilous region of the storm's eye. He floated in midair, surrounded by the still unsettled waves of law, gripping Quexie tightly, his gaze piercingly scanning the eerie calm around him, temporarily free from the death threat of the dimensional storm. New questions arose. What is this place? How does one escape? Chapter 42, Storm Meditation, 50 Forged Arrows. The moment the bubble supported by the Jiahenju shattered, Luo Lan instinctively circulated his original force, the ethereal glow of his star skeleton battle suit flickering as it isolated the remaining dimensional ripples. He hovered in this strange eye of the storm, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk. This was not a realm of absolute safety. Silver ripples still swayed visibly in the air, and the spatial structure was precarious, as if it might collapse again at any moment. In the distance, the devastating dimensional storm loomed like a colossal wall, emitting a low rumble, with occasional stray shards of dimension being hurled in, tracing brilliant yet perilous trajectories. Even in dire straits, treasures could be found. Luo Lan quickly calmed himself, assessing his situation. The external storm had brutally torn open the deepest mysteries of dimension, laid bare before his eyes. This environment, facing the violent transformation of fundamental laws, was rife with danger yet brimming with opportunity. Finding a relatively stable area, Luo Lan sat cross-legged. The pursuit of vengeance unfolded passively, like the most intricate radar, constantly monitoring the subtle changes in surrounding energy, providing alerts for potential lethal turbulence. Most of his consciousness sank into observing and comprehending the external storm. Cultivation was tedious, especially in such desperate circumstances. Day after day, year after year, Luo Lan sat like a seasoned monk in meditation within his small space. His gaze penetrated the chaotic energy's surface, directly observing the internal shifts of the laws. Space was folded by an invisible force, akin to paper being folded at will, revealing dark fissures connecting to unknown dimensions. Matter and energy flickered wildly between descending and ascending dimensions, with structures cycling through collapse and reorganization. The flow of time was erratic, sometimes like a gentle stream, at other times like a rushing river, occasionally even presenting extremely brief illusions of reversal. This chaos, this disorder, yet directly pointing to the essence, clashed fiercely with the contents of the third volume of the Yujo Hundan Bei within his soul, mutually affirming one another. The high affinity brought by the hunting legacy made him like a parched sponge, greedily absorbing these dimensional insights that were difficult to reach from the outside. In the early stages, he could only passively observe. While the gains were substantial, he found it challenging to intervene actively. For the shards of dimension occasionally swept into the eye of the storm by the turbulence, he needed to carefully calculate their trajectories, using his original force to envelop them in the instant they passed by, swiftly capturing them. The process was fraught with peril, and he narrowly escaped the ensuing spatial fissures on several occasions. The harvest was also quite slow. In the first 10 years, he collected fewer than 10 shards of dimension. At the beginning of the second year of cultivation, he connected his consciousness to the virtual universe. In the public tavern of Yuxiangshan, Luo Feng's figure appeared. Excitement barely contained on his face, but upon seeing Luo Lan, it immediately turned serious. I just passed the 6th layer of the Tongtian Bridge. How about you? What is the situation in the Yitai Wei Yuan? Luo Lan revealed a calm smile. Congratulations. The 6th layer, it seems you haven't slacked off in these decades. As for me, I've encountered some troubles, but there have also been unique opportunities. I cannot venture into the Tongtian Bridge for verification just yet, but rest assured, I will not fall behind. At this moment, Rong Jun and Wu Ka also came online one after another. Rong Feng, you monster. The 6th layer, Wu Ka exclaimed loudly, slapping Luo Feng on the shoulder, and then turned to Luo Lan. And you, Luo Lan, you've been out of touch, making us worry. You two freaks have put all the pressure on us. Rong Jun looked at Luo Lan, his gaze sharp. Luo Lan, come back alive. The virtual gathering was brief yet warm. Luo Lan did not feel anxiety due to Luo Feng's breakthrough. Rather, it solidified his determination to seize the opportunities presented here. Everyone has their own battlefield. My battlefield is right here. His consciousness returned to the eye of the storm, his gaze sharpening with focus. As time passed, his understanding of the laws of space deepened. Approximately in the 30th year of his time in this place, he had fully comprehended the section on the laws of space in the 3rd volume of the Yujo Hundan Bei. His overall comprehension of the laws of space soared to 35. This heightened his sensitivity to spatial fluctuations, allowing him to faintly perceive the existence of those invisible lines of spatial law. The enhancement of his strength directly manifested in his actions. He no longer passively awaited shards. With a subtle shift of his mind, Quexie did not appear. Instead, he merely shaped a pure arrow composed of original force at his fingertips, imbued with intricate spatial ripples. Go. With a gentle flick, the original force arrow shot forth silently, not intended for harm, but rather to create a peculiar resonance with a shard of dimension drifting in the distance. Whoosh! The shard seemed to be drawn by invisible threads, curving gracefully into Luo Lan's hand. Indeed, it was feasible. A slight smile graced Luo Lan's lips. Using this method to fish for shards dramatically increased efficiency while significantly reducing risk. Over the next 20 years, he continued to observe and comprehend, consolidating his understanding of the laws of space and, guided by the Yujo Hundun Bei, began to systematically delve into the laws of time, while employing the spatial fishing technique to amass a considerable collection of dimensional shards. After 50 years of arduous cultivation, Luo Lan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly filled with countless tiny births and deaths of space. Deeper still, a fleeting shadow of the flow of time flickered and vanished. 50 years of hard practice yielded remarkable results. Comprehension of spatial laws, 365. Comprehension of time laws, 2,336. Total dimensional shards collected, 137. Far exceeding the task requirement of 10 shards. However, he clearly sensed that the pace of his progress had suddenly slowed. The insights garnered from the third volume of Yujo Hundo Bei have reached their zenith, and it seems that the external storms have exhausted their capacity to impart new knowledge. An intangible sensation of stagnation envelopes the mind. The third volume stands complete. Yet to advance further, guidance from the fourth volume is imperative, mused Luo Lan. It is time to depart. But how to transcend the terrifying storm that could easily obliterate one at the pinnacle of the realm? He rose, gazing at the wall of destruction with keen eyes. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind like a lightning strike. Secret art, absolute strike. If arrows can lock onto causality and surely hit their target, then why not consider myself as that arrow? A madcap plan swiftly took shape. He reconnected to the virtual cosmos, in the primordial secret realm. On the Wuchen Da Lu, in the study of manor number 7, the figure of Abu Luo Lan materialized, directly summoning the butler. Your Highness. Abu appeared instantaneously, bowing respectfully, his expression unwaveringly courteous, though a flicker of barely perceptible concern crossed his eyes. It had been too long since there was any definite news about His Highness. Listening intently, Abu Luo Lan spoke rapidly and clearly. I am about to undertake a perilous attempt to escape and return. I will manifest in the real universe at your location in Wuchen Da Lu, manor number 7. With you as the spatial target. I need you to assist me at all costs the moment you sense my arrival. Abu's pupils constricted, yet he showed no hesitation. Yes, Your Highness. I shall fulfill my mission at all costs. Though he was immortal, he understood that this prince's methods were extraordinary, and this action must hold profound significance. Arrangements made, Luo Lan's consciousness returned to the eye of the storm. He inhaled deeply, adjusting his state to its peak. With the presence of the Xie in hand, he poured all his spirit, will, and unwavering determination to return to the primordial secret realm into it. He began to emanate a sharp brilliance akin to the Xie arrow. The causative properties of absolute strike were activated, and an invisible thread of causality pierced through the layers of dimensional storms, locking onto a clear coordinate in the distant primordial universe, Abu. The arrow of the hunt pierced through the realms and returned. Luo Lan roared inwardly, transforming into a being of ultimate concentration, entwined with chaotic streams and blinding golden light. Resembling a human arrow, in the next moment, he moved, not by flight, but traversing along that invisible thread of causality, executing a transdimensional leap beyond conventional understanding. Whoosh! His essence collided fiercely with the outer destructive storm. Boom! The cost was tremendous, even with the protection of the star skeleton armor. And even though he maximized his comprehension of the laws, the omnipresent dimensional pressure and law erosion still felt like 1,000 blades cutting into him. Blood seeped from the seams of his armor, and his soul was racked with excruciating pain. Yet the light in his gaze remained steadfast, like stars in a cold night. Above the Wuchen Da Lu, the manor's skies twisted violently without warning, rippling like water. A bloodied figure, breath weak yet sharp as an arrow, suddenly fell from the void, as if transcending eons of time. Abu, already on high alert, felt his pupils constrict, and unleashed his immortal divine power. To assist your highness, a soft yet resilient pillar of divine power shot skyward, precisely cradling the descending figure. Simultaneously, from various points in the manor, 10 peak realm guardians acted in unison, their formidable original force forming a massive buffer field to neutralize any potential spatial shockwaves. Luo Lan landed heavily within the divine power pillar, bloodied and battered, multiple bones shattered, internal organs damaged, yet he resisted the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. He glanced at the anxious and shocked face of Abu, feeling within him not only the throbbing pain of his injuries, but also a surge of overwhelming power, alongside an exceptionally clear comprehension of the laws within his soul, managing to force a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. I have returned. Before he could finish, the weight of his injuries and the extreme exhaustion of his spirit caused his vision to fade, plunging him into a deep, self-repairing unconsciousness. Abu cautiously supported Luo Lan with divine power, swiftly transporting him to the manor's highest-grade treatment chamber. Observing Luo Lan's tightly clenched fists even in unconsciousness, along with the lingering sharpness on his brow, Abu was overwhelmed with astonishment. What exactly had His Highness experienced in the etheric abyss? By what means had he traversed endless time and space to return here directly? Bathed in the costly restorative liquid, Luo Lan's body slowly and steadily healed. Within the spatial ring, the 137 dimension fragments, glimmering with a rainbow sheen, silently testified to the astonishing gains from his 50 years of tempestuous cultivation. Chapter 43. Point Settlement. Altar Test of Strength. The cold metallic luster flowed in the task hall of the dimensional station, where the air was permeated with an atmosphere of ruthlessness and efficiency characteristic of a frontline stronghold. Luo Lan appeared before the task submission window, his pallor still betraying the remnants of recent injuries, yet his gaze had regained its former sharpness and tranquility. Inserting the task record chip into the reader, the display screen rapidly refreshed with the assessment results. Danger level task, Etheric Abyss Settlement Report, Basic Tasks, Dimensional Walker, Designated Coordinate Recording completed. Mirror Analysis, Identifying Self, Recording Other Self Characteristics completed. Obtain Fragments, Collect 1 Dimension Fragment completed. Basic Task Reward, 20,000 points. Advanced Tasks, Singularity Edge, Record 3 Complete Collapse Patterns completed. Obtain Fragments, Collect 10 Dimension Fragments completed. Advanced Task Reward, 150,000 points. Total Reward Points, 170,000 points. Credited to your account. Gazing at the flickering numbers on the screen, Luo Lan felt little stir within. This 170,000 points were earned through life and death struggles, serving as solid sustenance along his hunting path. Just as he prepared to turn away, a cold, emotionless female voice resonated in his mind. Luo Lan. The voice paused, as if confirming permissions. Through the virtual universe network system, the information I am about to share will involve the confidential matters of my virtual universe company. Please do not disseminate it. Luo Lan's spirit tightened, halting his steps and focusing intently. Dimension fragments exist solely within the etheric abyss and are of immense importance. Among our human kin, dimension fragments are classified as prohibited items. Such prohibited items are absolutely forbidden from being sold, should anyone be discovered attempting to sell them. The 5 major powers will act directly to seize the dimension fragments and impose severe penalties. I now inform you of 2 prohibitions. First, you must never sell dimension fragments to others. They can only be used by yourself. If you wish to gift them to another, you must first submit a request to the virtual universe company, and only upon approval can you bestow them. Second, if you wish to sell dimension fragments, our virtual universe company will handle the acquisition, offering 1,000 points for each fragment. The voice ceased abruptly, as unexpectedly as it had appeared. Luo Lan stood rooted in place, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Prohibited items? The virtual universe company personally acquiring them at 1,000 points each? He had submitted 10 for the task, and still possessed a staggering 127. If sold in full, it would amount to 127,000 points. Yet he hesitated not an instant, swiftly suppressing that thought. The virtual universe company values them so highly, even classifying them as prohibited. Their worth is certainly beyond mere 1,000 points. Moreover, I can sense that these fragments will greatly aid my comprehension of spatial laws. Retaining them will undoubtedly serve a greater purpose. He no longer lingered and swiftly departed from the mission hall, returning to Wuchendalu. In the serene chamber of the number 7 manor, he examined his current balance of points, a total of 194,220 points. He immediately connected to the Virtual Universe company's treasury system to repair the E9 class mechanical ray spaceship. Shadowhawk, the damage assessment was 68, requiring 200 points. The repair of the 5th-tier original Force battle armor, Star Skeleton, showed a damage assessment of 21, requiring 20 points. Both pieces of equipment had sustained severe damage during the dimensional storm, rendering them nearly half unusable. Thus, their repair was imperative. Confirming the repairs, he issued the command. The deduction of 220 points left him with a balance of 190,000 points. Gazing at the still substantial figure in his account, he directly searched for the Yuzhou Huanluan Bei imprint edition. The 4th volume of the Yuzhou Huanluan Bei imprint edition, corresponding to the first 40 contents of the Chaotic Steel, required 500,000 points. The staggering number felt like a bucket of cold water, causing him to frown slightly. 500,000 points still seemed distant. He murmured softly to himself, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. It appeared he must venture into the undying altar and the sea of illusions. However, before that, he needed to pay a visit to his teacher. In the virtual universe, at Leitang Island, in the Gengwu Hall, within the grand yet tranquil temple, the imposing figure of the Gengwu king remained seated on the throne, as if he had not stirred since time immemorial. After Luo Lan respectfully bowed, the king slowly opened his peculiar eyes, fixing his gaze upon him. To return from such dire straits, your will surpasses that of your peers, the Gengwu king's voice resonated, deep and calm, carrying a hint of barely perceptible approval. He could discern that Luo Lan not only had fully recovered from his injuries, but also exuded a more refined aura, especially on the soul level. Having endured the baptism of the dimensional storm, he now possessed an indescribable resilience and depth. Thank you for your concern, teacher. This disciple has garnered some insights during this journey. Luo Lan respectfully responded, succinctly recounting his experiences in the ether abyss, including the disorientation in the dimensional corridor, the peculiarities of the time-space projection, the battle of a myriad of cells at the mirror lake, and his struggles and realizations at the edge of the collapsing singularity amidst the dimensional storm. He emphasized that his comprehension of the spatial laws had risen to approximately 365, while that of the temporal laws stood around 2336. The Gengwu king listened quietly, not interrupting. Only after Luo Lan finished did he nod slightly. The time-space projection anchors your ability to undertake perilous tasks. Both opportunity and temperament are indispensable. The Wanwei Gaisu Jian is now taking shape, and the future holds promise. Luo Lan felt a surge of joy at receiving the teacher's acknowledgement. He then posed his most significant question. Teacher, during the dimensional storm, I fortuitously acquired some dimensional fragments. The Virtual Universe company has classified them as forbidden items and is willing to purchase them at 1,000 points per fragment. I wonder what mysteries they hold. Dimensional fragments? A glimmer of understanding flashed in the Gengwu king's eyes. These items are indeed rare, born under extremely stringent conditions, involving the collapse and condensation of spatial information structures. The Virtual Universe company's classification as forbidden is to prevent their power from leaking and being exploited by other races or nefarious individuals. After a brief contemplation, he elaborated on their uses. First, they can assist in rapidly comprehending spatial laws. The spatial information structures contained within the fragments are remarkably effective for understanding the essence of space, especially the deeper layers of folding, jumping, and even the principles of dimensional strikes. However, the internal information is chaotic. One must maintain mental fortitude to avoid assimilation during absorption. Second, upon infusing original force and shattering the fragment, it can randomly summon a projection of a counterpart from a different dimensional space of the same era. This projection possesses all the strengths and characteristics of its original self under your command. However, there are 3 limitations. The strength of the projection is uncertain. It may be exceedingly strong or exceedingly weak. It is only usable below the undying level and requires a high comprehension of spatial laws. Otherwise, maintaining the projection stability becomes challenging. The duration of the projection depends on the depth of your understanding of spatial laws, lasting a maximum of 1 day. Third, and most importantly, there is a very low probability of acquiring a secret technique from the projection or grasping some essence of its abilities. This is akin to a chance to alter one's fate, though the probability is exceedingly slim. Additionally, this item may have other unknown effects, delving into deeper mysteries that are beyond my complete comprehension. Luo Lan's heart trembled. No wonder the Virtual Universe company valued them so highly. These dimensional fragments were practically tailor-made treasures for those cultivating spatial laws. Not only could they accelerate comprehension, but also summon assistance, and even present the opportunity to seize secret techniques from other dimensions. Their worth far exceeded a mere 1,000 points. Thank you for elucidating this, teacher. Luo Lan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The Gungwu King's guidance allowed him to fully grasp the value of these fragments, further solidifying his resolve to retain them. Departing from the Gungwu Hall, Luo Lan's consciousness returned to reality. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning toward the distant void. There were still many points to accumulate. It was time to challenge the Undying Altar. In the virtual universe, a specially designated dimension, the Undying Altar, an immense black mountain range, seemingly endless, was dotted with peaks, each crowned with a golden altar. Thousands of golden altars glimmered in sight. The altars were divided into 100 layers, emanating an ancient and heavy pressure. Here, it served as a sacred ground to test the pure physical prowess of cultivators. The altar rules were simple yet exceedingly strict. Upon entering the altar's domain, all original force, mental power, and law senses were severed, requiring reliance solely on the purest physical strength to attack. Testers had to strike a special target provided by the altar using their fists, elbows, heads, knees, and feet within 1 second. The final score was based on the weakest of these 5 strikes. The moment Luo Lan stepped onto the first layer of the altar's steps, he felt a sudden lightness, followed by a weighty sensation. The powerful feeling of commanding the laws of the universe and drawing upon vast original force vanished, leaving only the essence of flesh and bone. In the center of the platform stood an unassuming black humanoid target. Luo Lan positioned himself before the target, adjusting his breath, and his gaze sharpened. He recalled the nuances of cultivating his physical prowess. Although his path leaned more toward archery and laws, the foundation of a warrior had never been abandoned. Focusing his mind and gathering strength, he moved. His body released like a taut bowstring. His right fist, akin to a cannonball, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, crashing forcefully into the target's chest. Bang! The dull thud echoed the power of this punch. Almost instantaneously, as his fist struck the target's center, his left elbow darted like a venomous dragon. His headbutt struck like a hammer. His right knee came down like iron. Finally, his left foot delivered a heavy kick to the target's abdomen. 5 strikes, executed in seamless succession within a mere second. The movements flowed with ferocity, showcasing the techniques of his 5 body parts to the fullest. As the attack concluded, the surface of the black target shimmered with light, and a holographic screen appeared beside it, displaying a line of data. Score, 52 units. Reward points, 1,000. Luo Lan gazed at the score, furrowing his brow slightly. 52 units indicated that his current pure physical prowess level was approximately 52 times that of a standard. This score was commendable for him at present, but still insufficient. The power level is still a bit low, Luo Lan murmured softly. Current points, 191,000 points. The distance to acquire the 4th volume of the Yuzhou Huanluan Bei remained vast. Leaving the Undying Altar, Luo Lan stood beneath the starry sky of the virtual universe, directing his gaze toward another direction. There lay the Sea of Illusions, a testing ground for the will and spirit of cultivators. Next, he would venture into the Sea of Illusions. A flame of challenge ignited in his eyes. Willpower was one of the sharpest arrows on his hunting path. Chapter 44. The illusory heart sharpens the arrow, breaking through to the heavens. Departing from the Undying Altar, Luo Lan's consciousness did not hesitate in the slightest and directly entered the dimensional realm of the Sea of Illusions, designated for the testing of will. Before him lay an endless ocean, shrouded in a veil of mist, dotted with islands that ranged from the periphery to the core, totaling 21 in number. The islands varied in size, with those deeper within the ocean becoming progressively smaller, yet the oppressive aura they emitted escalated exponentially. This was a trial ground designed to temper the spirit and resolve of cultivators. Luo Lan stood at the edge of the first island, his demeanor tranquil. On the path of the hunt, willpower reigned supreme. Hatred fueled him, simultaneously honing his resolve. He stepped onto the first island. From the 1st to the 6th layer, shattering illusions. The mist on the island surged instantly, morphing into various phantasms that assailed his mind. In the 1st layer, the scene of the annihilation of the Lanxing reappeared, as his kin perished under the bombardment of the Luo Lan clan's fleet, the wave of ingrained hatred crashing upon him. The 2nd layer unveiled the mockery and disdain of certain prodigies within the virtual universe company, questioning his qualifications as a member of the primordial secret realm. In the 3rd layer, he even witnessed the falsehood of Luo Feng's demise during a mission, and Rong Jun's betrayal for resources, all piercing deeply into his heart. By the 6th layer, the illusions grew increasingly vivid, even beginning to simulate the bizarre whispers and temptations from the dimensional corridor. Yet, through it all, Luo Lan's gaze remained as unyielding as ancient ice, unwavering in the face of adversity. The hatred rooted deep within his soul not only sensed external threats, but also discerned the fallacies within. His relentless will for vengeance and pursuit was akin to an indomitable arrow, shattering every illusion that surged forth, penetrating through to the truth. His steps were steady, his pace unyielding, as he crushed the delusions layer by layer, from the 7th to the 12th layer, while as an arrow, beginning with the 7th layer. The intensity and peculiarity of the illusions surged dramatically. In the 7th layer, he beheld himself succumbing to power, ultimately being assimilated by the dimensional beasts, transforming into a puppet solely driven by slaughter. In the 8th layer, reflections of himself emerged from the lake of mirrors, no longer battling individually, but rather weaving a vast mental net that assaulted the core of his will from countless angles, attempting to sow seeds of self-doubt and denial of his path. The 9th layer even revealed the figure of his teacher, Gungwu Wang, coldly declaring him insufficient in character and unworthy of cultivation, threatening to expel him from his tutelage. The immense pressure caused Luo Lan to bleed from the corner of his mouth, a tearing pain resonating through his soul. Yet the light in his eyes grew sharper, like an arrow honed to a finer point in the crucible of desperation. "My will is the arrow of the hunt," Luo Lan roared, as the spectral figure of the hunting star god within him erupted in resplendent light, unleashing a surge of willpower that seemed to lock onto causality and pierce through fate, dispelling the illusions and affirming my truth. Break. Boom. All illusions, all whispers, all assaults crumbled and dissipated before this concentrated and unyielding arrow of will, like snow under sunlight. He advanced once more, shattering layer after layer of violence. When he firmly set foot upon the 12th island and conquered it, his gaze turned to the 13th island. This island appeared even smaller, yet the oppressive will it emanated felt as if the entire universe were collapsing upon him, causing his very soul to tremble. Luo Lan took a deep breath and resolutely stepped forward, attempting to set foot on the 13th island. Buzz! Just as his foot was about to descend, a terrifying pressure, seemingly derived from the cosmic laws of existence, descended with a thunderous force. This pressure was no longer merely an illusion, but a pure and absolute will that crushed him, akin to an ocean of countless tons of water crashing down on his consciousness, intent on obliterating and assimilating him entirely. Luo Lan let out a muffled groan, his bones creaking as if under immense strain, his soul pierced by countless needles. He desperately summoned the will of the hunt, his eyes flashing with golden brilliance. Bracing against this overwhelming force, taking 3 steps forward, each step felt like 1,000 weights, leaving deep imprints on the invisible ground of will. On the 4th step, his foot felt as though it were mired in quicksand, nearly impossible to lift. On the 5th step, his consciousness began to blur, his soul feeling as if it were on the verge of disintegration. "I can still," he gritted his teeth, striving to muster one last ounce of strength. Ultimately, he could not fully set foot upon the 13th island, collapsing onto one knee, the golden light in his eyes dimming like a flickering candle in the wind. Challenge failed. Yet though defeated, he retained honor. Reaching the 12th layer of the cosmic level will within the illusionary ocean would surely send ripples through the upper echelons of the company. In the depths of the illusionary ocean, at the edge of the 21st island, where no one could tread, an eternal silence prevailed. An elder, his body cloaked in black scales as if merging with the darkness, slowly opened his eyes, which had witnessed the passage of countless ages. A rare glimmer of astonishment flickered within them. The resilience of cosmic level will had reached such heights, rivaling that of the ordinary immortal. The elder murmured, his voice raspy yet imbued with the resonance of laws, his will as commanding as a general, his consciousness as fierce as a soldier. "This young man's will is truly monstrous." His gaze pierced through layers of void, catching sight of the young figure before the 13th island, struggling yet unwavering. Ultimately exhausted but unbroken, this generation of prodigies first yielded a young lad named Luo Feng, and now another named Luo Lan, 2 monsters possessing such formidable will at the cosmic level emerging simultaneously. The elder shook his head slightly, then his expression turned solemn. This matter must be reported immediately. His figure gradually dissipated, transforming into an invisible stream of light, merging into the depths of the virtual universe. Conveying this discovery to the true decision-makers of the Virtual Universe Corporation, Luo Lan's consciousness hardly paused. Upon concluding his challenge in the illusionary ocean, he promptly connected to the bridge of heaven. The tempering of his will had rendered his mind crystal clear, and he seemed to possess a newfound understanding of the laws. He required practical experience to validate his insights and points to exchange for subsequent secret arts. The Cosmic Bridge of Heaven, a long bridge extending into the depths of the mist, welcomed him once more. Guardian, I wish to challenge the 7th layer of the Cosmic Bridge of Heaven. Luo Lan declared to the Guardian, Bafin. Bafin regarded Luo Lan with a smile hidden beneath his mask. Luo Lan, you've just emerged from the illusionary ocean, haven to you? Your momentum is commendable. Go ahead. At the end of the 7th layer, a vast starry sky unfolded. The Guardian was cloaked in a black robe, wielding an unusual curved blade, its edge folding the surrounding space as if it were scales. Make your move, the Guardian spoke with indifference. Luo Lan offered no further words, his resolve unyielding as he seized the opportunity. He sensed that through the tempering of the illusionary ocean and 50 years of accumulation from the dimensional storm, his comprehension of time and space had deepened significantly. Drawing back the bowstring, an arrow, infused with the essences of gold, wind, space, and time, materialized suddenly. Yet this time, instead of shooting straight, the arrow underwent a profound transformation mid-flight. Multiversal retrospective arrow, temporal fracture, he exclaimed, as the arrow split into 3 in mid-air. The first arrow, dark in hue and erratic in trajectory, seemed to connect to fragments of past battles, disrupting the Guardian's precise perception of the present time and space. The second arrow, solid and substantial, entwined with piercing golden radiance and chilling azure light, bore a tip that slightly collapsed space, embodying the ultimate force of penetration and slicing. This was the essence of the arrow of the present. The third arrow, transparent and ethereal, appeared woven from countless potential future attacks, not a tangible assault, but rather a formless net, preemptively locking onto all possible evasion trajectories the Guardian might instinctively take. The 3 arrows did not arrive simultaneously, but rather in an exquisite sequence, each impacting the Guardian's being in turn. The arrow of the past disrupts its rhythm. The arrow of the future blocks its retreat, while the arrow of the present strikes fiercely along the only locked trajectory. The Guardian swings the blade of time and space, layers of space folding in an attempt to defend, yet finds that his responses seem perpetually half a beat slow or fall directly into the traps set by his opponent. The arrow of the present, infused with Luo Lan's current strongest power, tears through the layers of spatial barriers with precision, aided by the past and the future. With a piercing sound, the arrow penetrates the Guardian, unleashing a terrifying force that utterly shatters his form into a tempest of time and space. Having successfully traversed the 7th layer of the Cosmic Sky Bridge, Luo Lan strides directly into the 8th layer. The Guardian of the 8th layer is a man clad in silver armor, his demeanor stern and unsmiling. He holds no weapon, simply standing there. Yet he seems to create a realm of time and space around him, the flow of time markedly different from the outside, nearly stagnant. Within my domain of slowed time, your arrows are too slow, the silver-armored man states coldly. Luo Lan attempts to shoot an arrow, but once it enters the Guardian's domain, its speed visibly diminishes, its trajectory becoming alarmingly clear, allowing the Guardian to evade it effortlessly. Almost immediately, the silver-armored man gestures, and chains imbued with the power of time materialize, ensnaring Luo Lan and severely restricting his mobility. After a series of exchanges, Luo Lan finds himself in perilous situations, narrowly avoiding 2 strikes from the time chains that slow his thoughts and original force, nearly leading to a devastating counterattack. Realizing that speed is being countered, he resolves to employ absolute speed and precision. A cold glint flashes in Luo Lan's eyes as he abandons conventional archery. He draws back the bow, focusing all his intent on the silver-armored man. Original force surges into the bowstring at an unprecedented velocity, the laws of wind granting him swiftness, the laws of gold bestowing sharpness, the laws of space defining the trajectory, and the laws of time, this time, not for accelerating the arrow but for perceiving the subtle nodes of temporal flow within the Guardian's domain, and for tugging at the threads of causality. You can find time and space, I pierce through causality, Luo Lan declares, his voice icy and resolute, unleashing the divine arrow of annihilation. With a whoosh, an arrow, honed to perfection and entwined with chaotic energies and blinding golden light, is released. Upon entering the slowed time domain, its speed momentarily decreases, but in the next instant, it seems to trigger some higher-level rule, its trajectory becoming indistinct, as though it has leaped from the current time and space. The silver-armored man's expression shifts dramatically as he senses an inescapable, unblocking feeling enveloping him. In a frenzy, he attempts to distort the arrow's causality, only to find his influence over time utterly futile before this arrow, which embodies the very law of causation. The arrow emerges as if from the crevice of time, appearing before the silver-armored man's brow, and with a horrified gaze, it strikes through. Having passed the 8th layer of the cosmic sky bridge, Luo Lan's momentum surges as he strides directly into the 9th layer. The guardian of the 9th layer is a young man clad in ancient black armor, his gaze calm, seemingly holding the vastness of the universe within it. Simply standing there, he exudes an unprecedented pressure upon Luo Lan, as if he were the sovereign of this realm of time and space. To reach this point, your talent for time and space is commendable, the black-armored youth remarks coolly. But it ends here. The battle erupts instantaneously. The black-armored youth's mastery over time and space reaches an entirely new height. With every gesture, he seals space, alters the flow of time, and effortlessly slices through dimensions. Luo Lan executes the wind shadow escape to its utmost, merging it with the newly comprehended technique of spatial folding. His form flickering within inches, as though dancing upon a knife's edge. He unleashes the infinite retracing arrow to its zenith. The essence of 3 arrows shifting continuously as he seeks the guardian's weaknesses. He even employs spatial techniques gleaned from dimensional fragments to render the arrow's trajectory even more unpredictable. Under the starry sky, the two engage in a fierce clash, the collision of arrows and the power of time shaking the entire cosmic sky bridge, while the surrounding celestial phantoms flicker erratically. After hundreds of exchanges, Luo Lan is battered and bruised, his star skeleton battle garb riddled with cracks. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burns brighter than ever. At last, he seizes a fleeting moment of spatial transition, channeling all his strength, will, and understanding of the infinite retracing arrow into his final shot. Unity of retracing, break. A chaotic arrow of light shoots forth, capable of splitting heaven and earth, tearing through layers of spatial barriers and striking fiercely at the black-armored youth's chest. The impact is explosive. Half of the youth's form is obliterated. Yet he does not immediately dissipate. With a fierce grip of his remaining hand, he simultaneously unleashes an invisible force of spatial slicing that pierces Luo Lan's abdomen. Both figures tremble violently, as Luo Lan gazes at the black-armored youth's gradually dissipating form, still bearing a hint of indifference. He realizes that he was merely a hair's breadth away. If only his power had been a fraction stronger, or his understanding of time and space a layer deeper, he could have utterly annihilated his opponent. Alas, it was ultimately just a half-step short. His consciousness is expelled from the cosmic sky bridge. 9th layer, failure. Though halted at the 9th layer, Luo Lan's achievements are monumental. He immediately checks his points balance. Illusion C layer 112, cumulative points, 409, 500. Cosmic sky bridge layers 7 and 8 points, 19, 200. Previous remaining points, 191, 000. Total points, 619, 700. Gazing at the staggering total of 619, 700 points in his account, a fervent flame ignites within Luo Lan's eyes. This is more than sufficient. Not only is it enough to exchange for the 4th volume of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, but there are also ample reserves to acquire additional supporting resources. Without hesitation, he commands the exchange for the 4th volume of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet within the virtual Cosmic Treasury. Meanwhile, news of his consecutive breakthroughs through the 12th layer of the Illusion Sea and the 7th and 8th layers of the Cosmic Sky Bridge spreads like wildfire within the Virtual Universe Company, particularly among the high-ranking officials and prodigies. What? Luo Lan has already advanced to the 8th layer of the Cosmic Sky Bridge? His will has even surpassed the 12th layer of the Illusion Sea? Cosmic level? How is this possible? That Reaper Berlan and Madman Luo Feng are still stuck at the 6th layer of the Cosmic Sky Bridge, and he has already forged far ahead. The speed of this child's progress, honed through 30 years in Chaos City and further tempered by dangerous tasks, is simply astounding. It seems we have all underestimated the potential and resilience of this dark horse. If this child survives, his future is limitless. Countless thoughts exchange within the virtual universe, filled with shock, admiration, and an even deeper scrutiny. For the first time, Luo Lan's name is vividly etched into the consciousness of the true upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company, marked as a key observation subject of immense potential. Standing beneath the starry sky of the virtual universe, Luo Lan feels the surging power within his soul and a clear understanding of the path ahead. The hunter's arrow has been sharpened even further, ready to soar into a broader sea of stars. Chapter 45, Echoes of Fate. A new realm approaches in the depths of the tranquil chamber of Manor No. 7 on Yuchin Continent. Luo Lan sits cross-legged, gazing at a shimmering dimensional fragment radiating a spectrum of colors. Suddenly, a transformation occurs. The core fragment lights up without warning, emitting a flickering brilliance of 7 colors. The once slowly swirling silver currents within suddenly accelerate, roaring forth as if infused with life. Intricate patterns of law flicker within, emanating a peculiar wave of energy. Upon a sudden tightening of his gaze, Luo Lan became acutely alert. The hatred that dwelled deep within his soul unfurled like an intricate web, sweeping through every corner of the tranquil chamber, yet failing to ensnare any malevolent intent or energy intrusion. It was not an attack he sensed, but rather a resonance. A slight furrow formed on his brow, and a flicker of doubt arose within him. He extended his hand, cautiously drawing the unusually shimmering fragment into his palm. Though cool to the touch, the inner vitality it emanated was unmistakably vivid. As he observed closely, he discerned that the fragment's flickering rhythm was not entirely chaotic. It seemed to resonate with a profound cadence. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Lan resolved to proceed. He allocated a strand of his mental energy, pure and untainted, and delicately ventured towards the core of the fragment. At the instant his mental energy brushed against the fragment's core, a resounding hum reverberated through his mind, as if an invisible hand had seized his consciousness and abruptly yanked it from his body. An irresistible force enveloped him, the scenery before him twisting and elongating into a kaleidoscopic tunnel of light. The sensation of being torn apart felt as if he were traversing endless barriers of time and space. Time lost its meaning. Perhaps only a fleeting moment passed before that intense feeling of being torn asunder abruptly vanished. As Luo Lan's vision cleared, he found himself suspended in an infinite expanse of starlit sky. This was not the familiar cosmic realm of primordial secrets, nor the distorted light of the dark universe. In the distance, a colossal nebula rotated slowly, exuding a hazy glow. Nearby, countless brilliant stars scattered across the profound canvas like diamond dust, radiating a cold, eternal luminescence. Directly before him loomed an incomprehensibly vast spiral star wheel, rotating languidly, its core dark and profound, as if it were a gateway to the ultimate mysteries of the universe. The vastness, the desolation, the ancientness of this celestial panorama left Luo Lan in awe, surpassing any cosmic spectacle he had ever witnessed. Where was this place? His consciousness roamed, filled with incredulity. The grandeur of the scene was breathtaking, yet it emanated an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This spiral star wheel, had he encountered it before? He pondered deeply, fragments of memory swirling in his mind, yet he struggled to grasp that fleeting illumination. Just as his thoughts surged, an unexpected transformation occurred. At the center of the immense spiral star wheel, an endless radiance began to converge, reminiscent of the first light at the dawn of the universe. The brilliance intensified, and ultimately, a figure of unparalleled majesty and sanctity, impossible to describe with mere words, began to coalesce from the ethereal into the tangible. This being, with a body as vast as the blue-black cosmos, witnessed countless stars flickering within. Its visage was a soft yet commanding golden divine light, its features indistinct. Yet it emanated a gaze that transcended dimensions. In its grasp, it held a longbow seemingly forged from pure light, its string invisible yet radiating a sharpness that made Luo Lan's soul tremble. The lower half of this magnificent entity was not human in form, but rather a magnificent steed with golden eyes aflame, seamlessly fused with the ancient runes of a war chariot that had traversed the remnants of countless worlds. The warhorse reared, and the wheels appeared to linger in a moment suspended between motion and stillness, exuding an eternal will to hunt and conquer the vastness ahead. The hunt star god Lan, though it was merely a fleeting glimpse of a phantom, perhaps just an imprint left within this peculiar dimensional fragment. The weight of existence and legacy emanating from it nearly shattered Luo Lan's consciousness. He felt an awe as diminutive as dust. The visage of the star god, composed of golden divine light, seemed to gaze in the direction of Luo Lan's consciousness. That gaze pierced through time and space, transcending dimensions, resting upon him. For just an instant, the magnificent phantom appeared to nod slightly. In the following moment, the colossal spiral star wheel began to contract inward, collapsing. Countless stars, nebulas, and radiances were drawn into its core, ultimately coalescing before Luo Lan's consciousness into a card, approximately the size of his palm, slowly rotating. This card radiated a sun-like golden hue, its edges ablaze with an eternal golden flame. The reverse side depicted a scaled-down version of the hunt insignia, retaining its divine essence. Is this a blessing of destiny? Luo Lan gazed at the card, a name from a game of his homeland escaping his lips. Enlightened, his consciousness reached out, gently touching the hovering card. The moment his fingertip made contact, without any earth-shattering sound, the card transformed into a concentrated stream of golden light. Surging into his consciousness at the center of his forehead, a torrent of information flooded into his soul's core, merging with the mark of his Hunt inheritance. In an instant, he comprehended the significance of the card. Blessing of Destiny Echo. Hunt effect. For every 100 effective attacks made by the host, one release condition is met. Activating the Gathering of the Hunt. Release. Upon activation of the Gathering of the Hunt, it summons 1,000 full-force strikes from counterparts in different dimensional spaces of the same era. These attacks encompass a multitude of combat methods and laws, like arrows of the hunt from myriad realms, transforming into a devastating storm that sweeps across the designated battlefield in an instant. Limitation: the attack count must accumulate in real time during combat and cannot be stored in advance. The overall power of the Gathering of the Hunt is related to the average strength of the summoned counterparts, possessing a degree of randomness. It may be extraordinarily terrifying or relatively mundane. What a Gathering of the Hunt! Having absorbed the information, Luo Lan's consciousness returned to the tranquil chamber, his eyes snapping open, radiating an uncontrollable brilliance of joy. This Blessing of Destiny Echo Hunt does not directly enhance his personal comprehension of laws or physical attributes, yet it grants him a formidable strategic trump card. In the face of overwhelming adversaries, or when instantaneously unleashing extreme firepower is required, this strike from the myriad realms may very well serve as a decisive turning point, reversing the tide of battle. He suppressed the impulse to immediately seek a place to test it, his gaze falling upon his palm. The core dimensional fragment that had triggered this fortuitous encounter had now ceased its flickering, returning to a state of tranquil flow, its internal multicolored sheen seemingly dimmed. He attempted once more to probe with his mental energy, but it sank like a stone into the sea, allowing him only to sense the pure spatial laws within. Unable to re-enter that peculiar starry realm or summon the phantom of the Hunt Star God. Evidently, not every fragment could invoke such fortuitous encounters. Perhaps certain conditions or environments were necessary to trigger it, or it may have an inherent cooldown period. Luo Lan calmly analyzed, suppressing the urge to explore further. Opportunities cannot be forced. Having received the Star God's blessing and acquired the Blessing of Destiny Echo, he resolved to engage in diligent cultivation. Once his mind was steadied, Luo Lan began to comprehensively assess his current state, strategizing for the next phase of his cultivation journey. Comprehension of laws, approximately 365 in spatial laws. Having fully mastered the third volume of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet, approximately 2,336 in temporal laws, steadily improving. Within the cosmic tier, his mastery of time and space laws was already regarded as monstrous. Core secret techniques, dimensional retracing arrow nearing completion, with immense potential. Blessing of Destiny Echo Hunt, newly acquired. Possessing significant strategic value. Absolute accuracy, with causal characteristics. Divine killing arrow, power will rise with his realm. Hatred pursuit, passive perception becoming increasingly acute. Wind shadow escape integrating into spatial folding, elusive and unpredictable. Will and spirit. Having traversed the 12th layer of the illusion sea, his will was as solid as a rock. Rivaling that of an ordinary immortal, one of his greatest assets when facing formidable foes. Equipment and supplies. The E9 class spaceship, Shadowhawk, and the 5th tier force battle armor, Starbone, have both been restored to optimal condition. The hunting companion, the divine weapon, Xuxia, remains his most dependable armament. The magic cloud vine has successfully advanced to the domain master level, providing significant support. The remaining 127 dimensional fragments are invaluable resources for cultivation and potential trump cards. The newly exchanged Cosmic Chaos Tablet Volume 4 Imprint Edition serves as the core guide for his forthcoming cultivation endeavors. Current points balance, 119, 700 points. Sufficient to exchange for numerous precious resources that aid in cultivation. His strength has undergone a qualitative leap, yet Luo Lan remains unyielding in pride. He is acutely aware of the vastness of the universe, where powerful beings abound, the immortal deities of the outer battlefield, ancient entities within cosmic secret realms, and unparalleled geniuses from other peak races are far beyond his current reach. The path of hunting demands relentless progression. The flame of ambition ignites within Luo Lan's eyes. My comprehension of the laws requires a more extreme environment for validation, and my archery skills must be honed through more brutal conflicts. Points are also needed in greater abundance. Without hesitation, he connects to the virtual cosmic network, accessing the backend system of core members, and opens the cultivation task list flashing with ominous warnings. His gaze traverses the safe, normal, and hard levels, ultimately settling on the dauntingly high mortality rates of the dangerous and desperate levels. He surveys the tasks in these two categories, finally fixing his attention. His next destination has been determined. Chapter 46, The Arrival of Blood Nest. Gene Hunter on the Wuqian continent. In the tranquil chamber of Manor No. 7, Luo Lan gradually opens his eyes. The force flowing around him begins to settle. After spending several days, he has conducted an initial review of the newly exchanged Cosmic Chaos Tablet Volume 4 Imprint Edition, gaining a clearer understanding of the path ahead. The analysis of spatial essence and deep temporal interference in this volume is far more complex and profound than in the previous three, requiring an exceptional environment and substantial time for validation and digestion. Luo Lan rises. It is time to embark on the next cultivation mission. Connecting to the virtual cosmos, he directly enters the back-end cultivation task system for core members. His gaze skips over several familiar titles, finally resting on a task with a mortality rate of 885. Danger level task, Source Blood Nest, mortality rate, 885, scene description, a dark red life planet located at the edge of the primordial secret realm. An ancient genetic experiment relic left by the assemblers. Secret realm value, special materials for gene tier enhancement. Task requirements, basic task, obtain the complete genetic sequences of 5 living weapons above his own level. Elevate his life gene tier by at least 1x. Reward, 50,000 points. Advanced task, elevate his life gene tier by at least 10x. Clear a large living weapon out of control zone. Locate an ancient sample library. Reward, 500,000 points. Gene tier enhancement. Luo Lan murmurs, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. The life gene tier is a manifestation of life's essence, directly related to foundational power, speed, force intensity, and even soul potential. This is undoubtedly a tremendous temptation for all cultivators. The public information provided by the Virtual Universe Company regarding the Source Blood Nest is scant, with many critical points vague, particularly concerning the location of the ancient sample library, which is marked as unknown. Clearly, this task heavily relies on the explorer's own strength, luck, and adaptability. Luo Lan expends 300 mixed yuan to exchange for a batch of specialized supplies, 100 advanced anti-spiritual pollution potions, 10 high-precision gene sequence samplers, and 1 powerful life detector. Task acceptance successful. Dangerous level Source Blood Nest. Please reach the target planet's periphery within 1 year. A notification chimes. Days later, the newly repaired E9 class mechanical spaceship, Shadowhawk, transforms into a streak of dark light, departing from Wuqian continent, entering the dark cosmos, and racing towards the edge of the primordial secret realm. Months pass. As he approaches the target star region, the Shadowhawk suddenly jolts, emerging from the dark cosmos. External virtual imagery activates, and Luo Lan gazes into the distance, his pupils narrowing slightly. In the profound backdrop of the universe, a vast dark red planet, seemingly endless, quietly floats. It is not an ordinary rock or gas planet. Its surface bears no conventional topography, entirely composed of writhing, seemingly living dark red flesh. Countless thick, blood vessel-like energy conduits intertwine across the flesh-like ground, pulsating with a formidable and eerie life essence. Some mountains, oozing viscous biological mucus, rise and fall like acne on the planet's surface. From afar, the entire planet resembles a colossal heart, slowly pulsating in the vacuum of space. The mere visual impact carries an indescribable sense of malevolence and discomfort. This is the Source Blood Nest. Luo Lan takes a deep breath, suppressing a flicker of trepidation within. The Shadowhawk cautiously approaches this bizarre life planet following the task's guidance. The closer he gets, the more overwhelming the rich life essence intermingled with various gene fragments becomes, permeating through the spaceship's hull with a hint of spiritual pollution. A subtle warning from the soul's vengeance reverberates, indicating that this environment continuously erodes spiritual existence. The spaceship penetrates the thin yet active molecular atmosphere of the planet's periphery, officially entering the interior of the Source Blood Nest. The sight before him becomes even more nauseating. Below lies an endless, slowly writhing dark red flesh ground, where stepping upon it feels soft and elastic, as if treading upon the innards of some colossal beast. The air is saturated with a pungent mix of rust, decaying flesh, and a peculiar sweet aroma, accompanied by an invisible mental whisper attempting to infiltrate his mind and disrupt judgment. Luo Lan channels the soul's vengeance, encasing his spirit in a layer of solid ice, easily shielding him from the mental pollution. He attempts to deploy a detector, but the screen is engulfed in red. The signal is severely disrupted. At this moment, the soul's vengeance has become his most reliable means of perception. Luo Lan refrains from recklessly landing, instead maneuvering the Shadowhawk in low, slow flight, choosing a relatively flat area devoid of obvious energy conduits and mucus mountains, preparing to descend for initial exploration. However, the previously calm flesh ground below suddenly erupts like an enraged beehive, violently writhing. Immediately, dozens of thick, dark red flesh tendrils, akin to giant pythons, burst forth from the ground with blinding speed, entangled with viscous liquid and immense force, instantly wrapping around the Shadowhawk's hull. These tendrils possess astonishing strength, causing the E9 class alloy exterior of the spaceship to emit a disconcerting creaking sound. What? Luo Lan's expression changes, reacting swiftly as he attempts to control the spaceship's power system to maximum capacity, breaking free. The Shadowhawk's rear thrusters explode with blinding blue light, the powerful thrust attempting to pull the spaceship away from the ground. However, those flesh tendrils seem to have taken root in the earth, refusing to budge. Instead, they tighten their grip, more tendrils surging from all directions, enveloping the spaceship like wrapping rice dumplings. Activate the orbital cannon to eliminate the entanglements. Luo Lan issues the command. A cannon port on the side of the spaceship lights up, and a condensed dark red energy beam shoots out, striking fiercely into the densest cluster of tendrils. Boom. Energy erupts, flames and shockwaves dispersing. Yet, to Luo Lan's horror, those flesh tendrils that were directly hit only show slight charring on the surface, with not a single sign of rupture. In a manner reminiscent of being provoked, the ship's exterior contracted with greater intensity, and the alarm for structural integrity blared sharply. Its stability was rapidly deteriorating. How could this be? Luo Lan's heart trembled with disbelief. The E9 class ship's orbital cannon was formidable enough to annihilate a realm lord. Yet these tentacles, composed of flesh and blood, exhibited such grotesque resilience. Full power. Attempt to escape. Luo Lan commanded once more. The ship's surroundings trembled violently as it endeavored to initiate a short-distance space jump to evade capture. However, the surrounding space seemed to be solidified by an invisible force, locking it in place. The jump program was abruptly terminated before it could even begin. As the ship teetered on the brink of being crushed and consumed by these bizarre appendages, Luo Lan could no longer afford to hesitate. With a mental command, he promptly retracted the damaged Ing Shun vessel into his spatial ring. Having lost its target, the frenzied, blood-soaked tentacles writhed wildly for a brief moment before gradually retracting back into the squirming flesh of the earth, as if nothing had transpired. Luo Lan hovered in midair, gazing down at the now tranquil dark red expanse below, his expression grave. Suddenly, an anomaly arose. A seemingly calm section of the fleshy terrain ahead erupted violently. Shadows darted forth like lightning. These were creatures resembling multi-headed tentacle conglomerates, covered entirely in a slippery, color-shifting biological skin, approximately 7 to 8 in number. They bore no fixed facial features, only a central orifice lined with sharp teeth that opened and closed, exuding an insatiable hunger. Gene devourers. One of the most common living weapons mentioned in the data. It appeared they had been drawn by the ship's energy fluctuations, launching a sudden assault from their subterranean concealment. Seeking death, Luo Lan's gaze turned cold, and his reflexes quickened. With a mental command, he summoned the Jixia Bao. As the gene devourers charged, Luo Lan's bowstring thrummed, unleashing the Godslayer arrows to confront them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, imbued with the power of the Godslayer, shot forth like lightning, striking true at the 3 foremost gene devourers. The arrows effortlessly tore through their relatively fragile exterior defenses. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 gene devourers emitted piercing shrieks as their massive forms stiffened, plummeting to the writhing flesh of the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Upon their demise, their bodies began to dissolve at a visible rate, swiftly absorbed and consumed by the pulsating ground below, leaving only a small, slightly darker patch in mere moments. Yet, several other gene devourers had already seized the opportunity to close in. Their learning ability was remarkable, witnessing their comrades being slain from afar. They scattered and maneuvered from different angles, their movements becoming erratic. They were mimicking Luo Lan's techniques. Mimicry? Mere imitation. Luo Lan snorted coldly, fully deploying his Feng Ing Dun technique, his figure transforming into a phantom, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he effortlessly evaded their assaults. Simultaneously, he produced the high-precision gene sequence sampler. In a deft maneuver, as he sidestepped a gene devourer imitating his movements, the sampler's slender needle shot forth, piercing into its body with lightning speed. The sampled gene sequence was chaotic, containing fragments from 17 different biological genes, unstable and unidentifiable as a complete independent sequence. The sampling failed, not meeting mission standards. The sampler delivered a chilling response. Indeed, these minor foes were unworthy of his time. Luo Lan was not surprised. He no longer held back, the bowstring thrumming as the shattering arrows, akin to the Reaper's decree, struck down the remaining gene devourers one by one. The entire process was swift and decisive, granting them no chance to engage or further imitate. A perplexing thought arose in Luo Lan's mind. Could it be that this source blood nest rejects mechanical constructs? He recalled the information stating that the entire planet was a remnant of ancient life gene experiments left behind by a primordial entity. Perhaps, within the foundational rules of this laboratory, there existed a profound aversion to technological creations? If that were the case, then within this source blood nest, he could not rely on the Angshan as a mobile fortress or means of escape. The forthcoming exploration must rely solely on his own capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Luo Lan quelled the tumult within his heart, his gaze sharpening with renewed determination. He glanced at the gene sequence sampler, which had only completed a failed sampling, then turned his attention to the boundless, perilous writhing flesh below. Without external assistance, he would navigate this terrain on his own, forging a path with his arrows. With a swift motion, he activated Feng Dun, becoming a streak of azure gold light skimming low across the ground, propelling himself deeper into this unknown and dangerous gene hunting ground. However, just as Luo Lan departed, the ground where the battle had occurred began to quiver. Chapter 47. The Tide's Solitary Shadow. The Air's Hunter. The dark red blood-soaked plain stretched infinitely, with nothing in sight but the slowly undulating earth and mountains that rose like planetary acne. The air was thick with a sweet, rancid stench and whispers that sought to erode Luo Lan's will. He skimmed low, employing Feng Dun to leave behind faint azure gold afterimages several dozen meters above the ground, carefully avoiding the areas pulsating violently, resembling the bulging veins of blood vessels. The high-precision gene sequence sampler occasionally extended to sample solitary gene devourers or blood nest walkers of approximately domain lord level, yet the feedback remained chaotic, with unstable structures failing to meet mission standards. Clearly, he needed to seek out more formidable individuals or unique regions. Luo Lan pondered, his sharp gaze scanning this eerie life hunting ground. Ahead lay a relatively open plain, dense with blood vessel eyes, akin to countless dark red pulsating hearts on the Earth's surface, emanating a suffocating wave of life energy. Luo Lan slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the edge to observe. Just as he stepped into the plain's periphery, a faint yet exceptionally unique energy fluctuation emanated from the remains of a blood nest walker he had just dispatched. This fluctuation seemed to resonate with something deep within the plain. Luo Lan's heart sank. Before he could react, the entire plain trembled violently. It was as if a slumbering giant had awakened. The countless blood vessel eyes on the ground suddenly ignited with blinding crimson light. Following that, like a volcano suppressed for millennia, a dense, palpable blood mist erupted from each blood vessel eye, rapidly engulfing the entire sky above the plain. This blood mist contained ferocious life energy particles and even stronger spiritual pollution, sizzling against the surface of his star skeleton battle armor, causing it to emit corrosive sounds. While Luo Lan's outer force shield vibrated violently, visibility plummeted, and his soul perception was severely disrupted. The information stream from his hatred pursuit became chaotic, only allowing him to vaguely sense countless malevolent life signals surging from all directions. This is bad. Luo Lan's expression changed as he immediately realized he had triggered some form of ecological defense mechanism. Without hesitation, he retreated, attempting to escape the blood mist area. Yet, it was too late. Roar! The chilling sounds of howls, grinding, and slithering echoed from every direction within the blood mist. In the next moment, a tide of shadows surged forth through the blood mist, launching a desperate charge at him. Not merely the gene devourers and blood nest walkers he had previously encountered. A plethora of living weapons in various forms emerged. The blood-splattered hounds, resembling sleek hunting dogs, scuttled with their limbs touching the ground, moving with lightning speed while corrosive saliva dripped from their jaws. Then there were the bloated creatures, adorned with tattered flesh wings, capable of swift flight and continuously spewing dark green acid orbs from their abdominal openings, known as flying blight sacs. Additionally, there existed the oversized centipedes, their sharp appendages undulating across the blood-soaked earth, producing a metallic, grinding noise with each movement of their mandibles. The relentless and seemingly endless numbers of these monstrosities. The overwhelming surge of hatred surged within Luo Lan, as the feedback from his perception revealed a teeming mass of enemies, akin to a true tide of blood and flesh. With no end in sight, the sky was obscured by the multitude of flying blight sacks, their acidic projectiles pouring down like a torrential rain. He could not afford to be trapped here. With icy resolve, Luo Lan entered a state of battle. Grasping his weapon, Quexie, the bowstring vibrated at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The arrows, like a deadly rain, shot forth, and the front line of blood-splattered hounds collapsed like cut wheat, their bodies torn apart by the sharp essence contained within the arrows. The flying blight sacks attempting to glide closer were detonated mid-air, erupting into splatters of corrosive liquid. The hardened exoskeletons of the centipede-like cutters were as fragile as paper against the arrows, easily pierced at their cores. Luo Lan moved like lightning, darting within the confined space. Employing Feng done in conjunction with his nascent mastery of spatial folding techniques, evading the lunges of the blood-splattered hounds, the onslaught of acid orbs, and the strangling grip of the centipede cutters. He fought and retreated, each arrow finding its mark, causing hundreds of living weapons to fall with each twang of the bowstring. Yet, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. As soon as he cleared one area, more monstrous beings surged forth, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades. Their crimson eyes filled with a frenzied hunger. The corrosive blood mist and mental disturbances continued unabated, rapidly depleting Luo Lan's original power and spirit. The surface of his star skeleton battle attire was now riddled with minute traces of corrosion and claw marks. He attempted to break free into the higher skies. But as he ascended several dozen meters, the relentless barrage of acid orbs and the suicidal charges of the flying blight sacks forced him to descend once more. Flying low was equally perilous, as tentacles from the ground and rapid attacks from the blood-splattered hounds made defense nearly impossible. The battle raged on for nearly 2 hours, and the corpses of the monsters beneath Luo Lan's feet piled high, the viscous blood and shattered tissues staining the dark red earth to an even deeper hue. However, his maneuvering space shrank ever smaller, surrounded by an endless tide of madness. The consumption of his divine arrows was substantial, compelling him to rely more on his crackling arrows and close-quarters combat, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and sweeping kicks to shatter the approaching beasts. Though his movements remained sharp, his breath began to quicken. This could not continue. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the frenzied beast tide, calculating the moment and range for employing Mingtu Huixiang to forcibly clear an area. Suddenly, a mutation occurred. Several dark, purple energy beams, as refined as a venomous serpent, shot out from an inconspicuous, swollen mound of flesh. These beams traveled at incredible speed, their trajectories intricate. They were not merely law-based attacks, but seemed to embody a highly purified biological energy endowed with annihilative properties. The beams struck true, targeting a group of elite blood nest walkers, those monsters nearing domain lord rank. Upon being hit by the dark purple beams, their bodies did not explode but were instead instantaneously pierced, leaving gaping holes the size of bowls, their edges charred, pulsating with eerie energy waves, silently collapsing to the ground. This sudden and precise strike alleviated the pressure on Luo Lan's flank. Immediately thereafter, a deep, urgent voice resonated directly within Luo Lan's mind, conveying an undeniable urgency. This way. Quickly, Luo Lan's gaze locked onto the source of the voice, which emanated from that very mound of flesh. At this moment, at the base of the mound, a rock wall, nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding environment, silently slid inward, revealing a narrow passageway just wide enough for a single person. There was no time to hesitate. The tide behind him surged once more, and the monsters on either side closed in again. Without a moment's pause, Luo Lan activated Feng done to its utmost, transforming his form into a twisting stream of light, narrowly evading several sprays of acid and the lunges of the blood-splattered hounds, darting into the suddenly revealed passage like a fish slipping through water. Just as he vanished into the opening, the sliding rock wall closed with astonishing speed, sealing him within as if it had never opened at all. The muffled sounds of crashing and frantic roars faded into the distance, becoming vague and remote. The passage was not shrouded in darkness. The walls were composed of a resilient, chitin-like material, radiating a gentle, firefly-like glow that provided basic illumination. The passage was spacious enough to accommodate 2 people side by side, clearly marked by traces of artificial excavation or biological modification, sloping downward into the depths of the earth. Luo Lan steadied himself, weapon in hand, cautiously peering ahead. He was rescued by 3 humanoid beings. They wore rudimentary armor crafted from dark red biological leather and shell. And though they bore human forms, their appearances were diverse, evidently the result of genetic experimentation. The leader, a woman, removed part of her breathing apparatus, revealing the lower half of her face covered in silver scales and 2 pairs of amber eyes. She wielded a bone weapon, its crystal tip shimmering with a ghostly light, indicative of domain Lord level 3. Beside her stood a robust male, his neck clad in grayish-white rock-like skin, with a single black vertical eye on his forehead. The third member possessed moist, pale purple skin, with a small, constantly moving secondary mouth protruding from his chin, exuding an aura around cosmic level 5 or 6. The 2 parties faced off for several seconds, unable to communicate verbally, yet capable of basic communication through mental intent. Luo Lan inclined his head slightly, conveying gratitude and goodwill through thought. The female leader scrutinized Luo Lan carefully, especially noting his weapon, Quexie, and the evidently extraordinary star skeleton battle attire he wore. Her eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. She responded with her own mental intent, tinged with caution, "Outsider, follow us." She gestured for Luo Lan to proceed, then turned, moving silently and swiftly down the glowing passage with her companions. Luo Lan pondered briefly, maintaining a safe distance as he followed, the deep-seated hatred within his soul attuned to their presence, confirming that these 3 bore no intense malice, only a cautious assessment of the unknown. The passage wound downward, passing several forks, each illuminated by similar bioluminescent glow. After traversing several kilometers, the path opened into a relatively spacious underground chamber. It resembled a small refuge, populated by dozens of survivors clad in similar armor, their forms bizarre, additional limbs, featureless faces, semi-transparent skin, and petal-like organs sprouting from the back of their heads. Some were polishing weapons, others tending to faintly glowing fungal clumps, while others leaned against the walls, resting. Upon seeing Luo Lan, the clear outsider, all activity ceased instantly, and their collective gaze focused on him, filled with surprise, wariness, and a hint of barely perceptible hope. The woman who led Luo Lan spoke a few brief words in a language he could not comprehend. Though the survivors remained vigilant, the hostility in their gazes lessened, and they resumed their activities, albeit with their attention still subtly directed towards Luo Lan. She gestured for Luo Lan to sit on a relatively clean stone-like platform. Completely removing her respirator, she pointed to herself, conveying the notion, the leader of this stronghold, Wei Si. Then she pointed at Luo Lan, inquiring, "Luo Lan." He calmly responded. Communication remained challenging, yet through the vague transmission of mental intent, gestures, and some rudimentary illustrations etched on a type of animal hide produced by Wei Si, Luo Lan gradually pieced together some information. They referred to themselves as Ji Shizu, claiming to be the descendants of unfinished experiments abandoned by the great creator who assembled this planet in ancient times. After countless generations of struggle amidst bloodshed and despair, mutation and elimination, they barely adapted to this hellish environment, establishing several underground sanctuaries, subsisting on the hunting of solitary living weapons, collecting specific underground fungi, and extracting meager energy from the Earth's veins. They confirmed the existence of an ancient sample repository, reverently calling it the ancestral tomb. It is said to contain the oldest and most powerful genetic codes, a forbidden place yearned for yet feared by all Ji Shizu, guarded by formidable blood sentinels. However, regarding its specific location, Wei Si indicated that as the leader of such a small settlement, she had no knowledge, perhaps only those who occupied large geospatial nodes. The administrators of the massive Ji Shizu cities held the clues. Wei Si pointed to a mark on the animal hide, representing the blood tide that Luo Lan previously encountered, and then pointed at him, transmitting the idea of high energy and attraction. Luo Lan understood. That blood tide was not a coincidence, but rather a mechanism of the planet to absorb outsiders like him, who exhibited strong energy reactions. He attempted to convey the concept of a genetic blood pool and simulated the notion of elevating life levels. Wei Si comprehended. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes as she exchanged hushed words with her 2 companions in their language. Then, looking at Luo Lan, she transmitted a clear intent of trade. She could provide information about a nearby relatively safe, small genetic blood pool, assisting Luo Lan in achieving basic genetic enhancement. In return, Luo Lan needed to help them eliminate a small area of uncontrolled living weapons threatening their collection route. The mental image she conveyed depicted an abandoned underground pipeline area occupied by a powerful mother nest type of living weapon, infested with numerous mutated devourers and walkers. After some contemplation, Luo Lan concluded that collaborating with these local descendants would undoubtedly serve as the best means to delve deeper into this planet and gather more clues regarding the ancient sample repository. He nodded, transmitting a sense of agreement. In the dim glow of the fluorescent light, a fragile yet tangible alliance was forged in the depths of despair, born from the most fundamental survival needs. Observing these Ji Shizhu individuals struggling at the edge of death, witnessing the weariness and resilience deeply embedded in their genes, Luo Lan's understanding of the mysterious creator and this flesh-and-blood planet grew even more complex and profound. He was no longer merely a transient visitor seeking task points. To some extent, he had been involuntarily drawn into the brutal survival war that had persisted for countless years on this land. Chapter 48. The Shattered Nest's initial projection. After reaching an agreement with the Ji Shizhu and taking a brief respite, Luo Lan, guided by Wei Li Si and two Ji Shizhu warriors, ventured along the intricate underground fluorescent passages toward the small, uncontrolled zone. The corridor was silent, save for the faint sounds of their footsteps and breaths echoing. Wei Li Si led the way, her scaled hand gripping a bone weapon, her four amber eyes vigilantly scanning each junction and shadowy corner in the dim light. Her two companions flanked her, moving with agility and silence. Clearly well acquainted with this subterranean network, Luo Lan followed behind, much of his attention absorbed in perceiving the external environment and regulating his own power. He deliberately restrained the vibrant fluctuations of the laws surrounding him. Wei Li Si's previous mental warning was clear. Any excessive or high-level energy discharge could easily provoke the planet's sensitive life perception system, likely attracting another wave of bloodthirsty frenzy of that scale. In such a confined underground space, entanglement with such entities would yield catastrophic consequences. He could only rely on physical strength and lethal arrows, he mused, weighing the weapon in his hand. After traversing approximately half a cosmic unit, anomalies began to manifest ahead in the passage. The sweet, rancid odor in the air intensified. The once soft glow on the walls dimmed, and scattered biological tissue fragments appeared on the ground. They were drawing near. Wei Li Si halted, alerting Luo Lan with a mental signal while gesturing. The movements of her and her companions slowed, resembling stealthy leopards. Luo Lan nodded, casting a sharp gaze toward the bend ahead. His hatred tracker had distinctly captured the chaotic and dense life fluctuations emanating from beyond the corner, filled with ferocity and an insatiable hunger. Just as he prepared to charge in, a thought crossed his mind, the peculiar crystalline dimension fragments obtained from the dimensional storm within his body. His teacher, Wang, had once stated that such items could summon projections of counterparts. This moment was an excellent opportunity to test their capabilities. He retrieved a dimension fragment roughly the size of an egg, with swirling, iridescent colors within. Without a hint of hesitation, primordial energy surged into it. And then with a forceful grip, he shattered it. The fragment did not disintegrate into powder, but rather exploded into a dazzling array of iridescent light. A peculiar wave involving the fundamental structure of space suddenly radiating outward, causing Wei Li Si and her companions to recoil in surprise, watching this scene beyond their comprehension with wariness. The flowing light swiftly gathered and collapsed, and before Luo Lan, a towering figure 10 meters high materialized from intangible to tangible. This figure bore a human outline similar to Luo Lan's, yet appeared more rugged, with pronounced angles exuding a primal aura. His bare torso was adorned with dark golden, seemingly naturally formed, bizarre patterns, his muscles bulging like coiled dragons, radiating explosive strength. He wore a pair of ancient-looking, dark red metallic gauntlets that emitted a heavy aura. Almost instantaneously upon the projection's formation, a stream of information surged into Luo Lan's consciousness. Realm, Cosmic Level 9. Genetic Level, 50-fold. Weapon, Soul Drink. Cosmic Level 9. Genetic Level 50-fold. Luo Lan's heart trembled. 50-fold genetic level. That classified as a special life form. The life genetic level of this randomly summoned projection was astonishingly formidable. What in the world was this? Wei Li Si's thoughts conveyed uncertainty. Her gaze, along with her companions, fixated on the imposing projection radiating powerful pressure. Instinctively feeling a sense of dread. Help! Luo Lan simply conveyed this notion mentally, providing no further explanation. With a thought, he commanded the massive projection, ahead. Eliminate all living weapons. A glimmer of dark golden light flashed in the projection's emotionless eyes resembling Luo Lan's. It silently began to stride forward, each step causing the solid ground of the corridor to tremble slightly, producing a dull thudding sound. The others hurriedly followed, rounding the corner to reveal a sight both expansive and unsettling. Before them lay a vast underground chamber, seemingly transformed from the internal organs of some colossal creature. The walls were adorned with pulsating flesh conduits and vesicles secreting mucus. On the ground, a mass of mutated devourers and walkers writhed like an ant colony, intermixed with individuals of even more grotesque forms and heightened aggression. They immediately detected the intruder, emitting sharp, piercing shrieks that surged forth like a tidal wave. In the face of this terrifying scene, the colossal figure remained silent. Clenching his fists, the dark red sheen of the gauntlets shimmered as he stepped forward, confronting the oncoming tide of beasts like an immovable mountain. There were no extravagant techniques or radiant laws, only the most primal and savage force. With a resounding thud, his first punch erupted, compressing the air before him to form a visibly explosive white conical blast. The three leading mutated devourers were instantly obliterated, bursting into a cloud of blood and shattered bones, as if struck by a speeding celestial train. With another thunderous strike, his left fist swept across like a massive battering ram, cleaving several blood nest walkers in half as their mangled bodies flew back like rags, crashing against the flesh wall with a dull thud. His enormous foot came down with force, mercilessly squashing a living weapon resembling a pangolin that attempted to launch a sneak attack from below into a pulp of flesh. The brutality and directness of his combat style were shockingly efficient. Every part of his body, fists, elbows, knees, shoulders, transformed into instruments of terrifying slaughter. The absolute strength, defense, and speed derived from a 50-fold genetic enhancement rendered him akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Even among the living weapons that were predominantly at the cosmic level, with only a few at the initial Domain Lord tier, even the elite individuals at the Domain Lord level, attempting to outmaneuver him with greater speed and attacks, were forcibly crushed beneath his overwhelming might. One punch pierced a torso. One kick shattered a skull, simple, violent, yet utterly unstoppable. Luo Lan and the three members of the Jishur tribe followed closely behind, almost needing to lift a finger. The astonishment in the eyes of Wei Li Si and her companions gradually transformed into disbelief and awe. Having battled these living weapons for generations, they understood their tenacity, particularly the elite individuals with thick hides or special abilities, which often required a hefty price to defeat. Yet this colossal ally before them crushed them as if clearing away refuse. They pressed onward, treading upon the remnants of countless living weapons, delving deeper into the chamber. Ultimately, they reached the heart of this uncontrollable zone. At the core lay a far more expansive space, where a massive breeding nest, entwined with countless thick, pulsating flesh conduits, heaved like a heart, its surface swelling and rupturing, birthing new mutants. Before the nest loomed an exceptionally large creature, a grotesque amalgamation of a giant spider and a gene devourer, with 8 segmented limbs plunged deeply into the ground like sharp metallic spears. Its bloated abdomen was riddled with orifices seeping viscous secretions, and its menacing mandibles dripped with dark green saliva that exuded a toxic aura. The Nest Heart Guardian, as referenced in the data, was a troublesome entity capable of temporarily mimicking and enhancing certain genetic abilities by devouring the corpses of its kin. With a piercing screech, the Guardian locked its 8 multifaceted eyes onto the colossal figure it perceived as the greatest threat. Its abdomen contracted violently, unleashing a multitude of resilient biological fibers shimmering with green light, ensnaring the figure like a net. Simultaneously, it swiftly used its limbs to grasp several recently slain living weapons and began to chew and consume them within its fearsome mandibles. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened. He refrained from intervening, keen to witness the limits of this projection. As the toxic net descended upon him, the figure stood resolute. Its massive right fist propelled forward with a tearing wind. The impact generated a violent airflow, shattering the resilient poison net into a flurry of green energy strands. At that moment, the Guardian, having consumed the corpses, exhibited a writhing motion across its surface. Several limbs elongated and sharpened, gleaming with metallic radiance, mimicking the keen attributes of a centipede cutter. Simultaneously, its speed surged as it darted towards the figure, emulating the swiftness of a blood-splitting hound. This is intriguing, Luo Lan mused. The figure seemed incensed by the sudden shift, emitting a low, inhuman roar. It still did not evade. Its chest, adorned with dark, golden patterns, braced itself against the Guardian's simulated sharp appendages. Sparks flew. The Guardian's limbs, capable of easily slicing through Domain Lord defenses, left only faint white marks on the figure's skin. Withstanding the attack, the figure's left gauntlet fist, like a cannon long poised, unleashed an overwhelming force that surpassed the Guardian's reaction speed. The dark red glow intensified, coalescing a terrifying intent to shatter within its fist. With a resounding thud, this powerful blow struck the Guardian. The enormous creature froze, and the ferocity in its multifaceted eyes momentarily solidified. In the next instant, countless terrifying cracks radiated from the point of impact, spreading across its entire form. Like shattered porcelain, the high-tier domain Lord Guardian was obliterated by a single punch that contained the essence of 50-fold genetic power and the characteristics of the gauntlet, reducing its massive body to a plethora of writhing flesh remnants, mingled with dark green toxins and internal organs strewn across the ground, exuding a nauseating odor. The chamber fell into a profound silence, save for the futile pulsation of the central nest. Luo Lan's eyes betrayed his astonishment. Relying solely on brute force and the gauntlet's properties, he had effortlessly dispatched a high-tier domain lord, far exceeding his expectations. He now possessed a more intuitive understanding of the value of dimensional fragments. Swiftly, he approached, disregarding the nest that was still gestating but no longer a concern, and retrieved a high-precision genetic sequencing sampler, aiming to collect samples from the Guardian's largest remnant. Detecting a stable and complete special genetic sequence, he successfully obtained a full, independent sequence sample, meeting the task criteria. The cold notification chimed once more, and Luo Lan was not surprised. At that moment, Wei Lixi stepped forward, her gaze towards Luo Lan now imbued with not just wariness and hope, but a hint of reverence. She gestured towards the destroyed nest and the scattered remnants, then pointed back the way they came, conveying a sense of safety and that the threat had been neutralized. Subsequently, she carefully retrieved a map made from the skin of some unknown creature from her leather pouch and handed it to Luo Lan. The map was inscribed with a faintly glowing liquid, outlining a complex network of underground passages, marking a distinctive droplet-shaped symbol at one of the junctions, indicating the location of the genetic blood pool. Wei Lixi's thoughts conveyed a sense of completion regarding their transaction. Luo Lan accepted the map, his consciousness scanning the information to commit it to memory. He glanced at the Ji-Shur tribe members, who were struggling for survival and despair, and nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Next, he intended to explore that small genetic blood pool. The remaining dimensional fragments also lent him a measure of confidence for the impending adventure. Chapter 49, Blood Pool Tempering. Encounter with the Demon Vine after parting ways with Wei Lixi and the Ji-Shur tribe. Luo Lan held the beast skin map that emitted a faint glow, navigating through the intricate underground passageways towards the marked location of the small genetic blood pool. The deeper he ventured, the more primitive and treacherous the environment became. The walls of flesh on either side were no longer relatively smooth, chitinous structures, but were instead riddled with jagged protrusions resembling biological skeletons and constantly oozing viscous liquid vesicles. The concentration of life energy in the air markedly increased, filling his nostrils with a scorching sensation that made his head spin. Luo Lan activated the wind shadow escape technique to its fullest extent, silently traversing the uneven terrain. He deliberately suppressed the majority of his law fluctuations and the outward aura of primal energy, maintaining only the most fundamental protective energy to avoid disturbing the sensitive underground ecosystem. The pursuit of hatred spread around him like the most sophisticated sonar, clearly reflecting the surrounding environment. He could see around the corner of the passage ahead, a living weapon resembling a giant lizard, its exterior color seamlessly blending with the flesh walls, lurking stealthily. Its energy core pulsated slowly in its chest, and he could even sense beneath his feet, seemingly solid ground, the chaotic energy reaction of a corrosive worm hidden below. These ambush predators were far more formidable than the quantity-driven monsters he had encountered on the plains. Just as he was about to turn the corner, the perfectly disguised mimic lizard beast suddenly sprang up. Its gaping maw did not bite, but unleashed a torrent of dark green, highly neurotoxic mist, instantly enveloping the space before Luo Lan. Almost simultaneously with the expulsion of the toxic fog, the soft ground beneath him collapsed sharply, revealing a plump, bloated corrosive worm that emerged with its toothy, ringed mouth, spewing forth a foul-smelling acidic pus. From all directions, a three-dimensional assault began. The coordination was evident. It was clearly the inherent hunting pattern of this region. Luo Lan's gaze remained icy, unfazed by the chaos. As the toxic mist surrounded him, his body moved like a willow leaf stirred by a gentle breeze, shifting with an astonishingly subtle angle to evade the most lethal attacks from the spiked serpents above. Facing the surging acidic liquid below, he lightly tapped the tip of his right foot on a protruding bony structure beside him, propelling himself upward by half a meter. At the same time, his left hand flipped, and a pitch-black, unpolished fifth-tier primal energy dagger, named Silent Whisper, appeared in his grasp. With a dark arc, the dagger precisely severed the bodies of two corrosive worms. With a successful strike, Luo Lan landed gracefully, not pausing for a moment. The Silent Whisper transformed in his hand into a lethal stream of black light, perfectly complementing his exquisite close combat techniques. Each elbow strike, knee thrust, and finger jab precisely dispatched the remaining living weapons. The sounds of bones shattering and shells piercing resonated in rapid succession, within just 2 or 3 breaths. This meticulously arranged ambush was dismantled by Luo Lan with minimal energy fluctuations and maximum efficiency. Only a few remains, quickly absorbed by the ground, were left behind. He flicked away non-existent grime from the dagger, stowed it in his spatial ring, and continued onward. Such encounters recurred several times along the subsequent path, each time effortlessly resolved by him. The premonitions from the pursuit of hatred and his solid foundations as a martial artist allowed him to navigate this perilous underground world with ease. As he approached the marked point on the map, he could distinctly feel the life energy fluctuations ahead growing increasingly vast, yet chaotic and violent, resembling a boiling sea of blood. Finally, after passing through a narrow fissure, the view before him opened up dramatically. A colossal underground cavern lay before him. The cavern's ceiling soared, adorned with countless dark red, flesh-like stalagmites, dripping thick liquid at intervals. In the center of the cavern was a pool approximately 100 meters in diameter. The pool's water was not merely pure dark red, but rather a foreboding blend of dark red and murky green, reminiscent of lava, constantly bubbling with thick bubbles that emitted an intensely sweet and fishy odor, accompanied by powerful mental shockwaves. Scattered around the pool's edge were enormous, twisted, pale bones of unknown creatures, silently narrating the dangers of this place. This was the Gene Blood Pool. Luo Lan gazed gravely at the boiling water, a clear warning resonating from deep within his soul. The power contained within was both enticing and deadly. He approached the pool's edge, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, swiftly removed his star skeleton battle attire, leaving only a tight-fitting inner layer. The magic cloud vine, which enveloped his body, seemed to sense the pool's uniqueness. Its leaves swayed slightly, conveying a mix of eagerness and caution. Step by step, Luo Lan entered the pool. As the water touched his skin, it was not merely a searing heat or corrosiveness. It felt as if countless minuscule, living, malevolent life particles, like millions of fiery steel needles, forcefully penetrated every pore and cell of his being. An indescribable agony, itchiness, tearing sensation, and feeling of reorganization erupted simultaneously like a tsunami. His skin instantly flushed crimson, and the numerous capillaries could not withstand the impact, bursting and releasing fine droplets of blood from every pore, transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. This was merely the beginning. The pool's water contained countless chaotic genetic messages and a residual, violent will, akin to billions of invisible needles, violently assaulting his soul's consciousness, attempting to distort his life form, alter his genetic code, and assimilate him into a part of the water, making him one with the bones scattered at the pool's edge. Luo Lan gritted his teeth, veins standing out on his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably, fully submerged in the pool. The ethereal figure of the hunting star god within his soul emitted a steady glow, its will as unyielding as ancient rock, firmly blocking all mental pollution and assimilation attempts. The pursuit of hatred functioned like the most efficient internal monitoring system, clearly observing his originally stable and orderly genetic chain being violently disrupted and shattered by the foreign energy, yet struggling to reassemble and splice under the dual influence of life essence and the pool's energy. This was an exceedingly perilous process, should his will falter even slightly. Or if his life essence proved insufficient to support the reassembly, he would face genetic collapse, transforming into putrid blood. Time passed slowly amidst the excruciating pain. 1 hour. 2 hours. Luo Lan's body felt like a brutal battleground, each cell undergoing destruction and rebirth. His consciousness was like a fragile boat amidst a raging storm, sustained by an indomitable will. He lost track of time. Perhaps 3 cosmic hours had passed, or even longer, when he sensed that the agony in his body had reached a peak before gradually diminishing. His body seemed to adapt to this violent assault. He could distinctly feel his strength, speed, neural response rate, and even the capacity and quality of his primal energy steadily improving. On the genetic level, he successfully enhanced from 15 times to 22 times. His overall physical attributes experienced nearly a doubling of enhancement. The spirit, previously somewhat weary from enduring pain, revived, and his perception range seemed to expand slightly. However, the joy was fleeting. He soon realized that the absorption efficiency of his body began to plummet, and the pool's optimization effects on his genes became negligible. 22 times was far from sufficient. Luo Lan furrowed his brow. The foundation of this body was still too weak to endure a more intense genetic leap. He needed to find a way to further elevate his body's tolerance threshold. Just as he concluded his baptism and prepared to rise from the blood pool, the magic cloud vine, which had also absorbed some of the pool's energy, suddenly transmitted an unprecedented, almost tangible wave of yearning. This wave pointed not toward the surface, but toward the depths of the blood pool. Something below is calling to you. Luo Lan's heart stirred as he gazed at the unfathomable, roiling pool water. For the magic cloud vine, a being of the level of a realm lord, to yearn so fiercely, it could not be an ordinary object. He donned his star skeleton battle attire once more, adjusting his state to its optimal condition. Then let us see. Taking a deep breath, Luo Lan once again submerged into the pool, this time descending towards the depths. The magic cloud vine actively extended several robust tendrils, providing traction and support. As one descends deeper, the hue of the pool water grows increasingly profound, nearly resembling pitch darkness. The energy and spiritual pollution contained within escalate geometrically, and the pressure becomes astonishingly intense. Surrounding the area, some floating, dark red crystals formed from highly concentrated energy and spiritual pollution begin to emerge, emanating a disconcerting resonance. Luo Lan musters all his strength to resist. He has plunged several kilometers down, far exceeding the depths of an ordinary lake, and is now enveloped in absolute darkness and silence, with only the vengeful pursuit faintly perceiving the direction indicated by the Mo Yun tongue. At last, his feet touch solid ground. Contrary to his expectations of a muddy, bloody bottom, it reveals a relatively hard surface, akin to a dark red ground highly crystallized from some biological tissue. At the very center, strongly guided by the Mo Yun tongue, an object lies quietly. When Luo Lan finally discerns the form of this object, even his keen intellect momentarily falters. It resembles an enlarged, succulent chicken leg, radiating a rich aura of sanguine vitality and an immortal essence. Its shape is plump, revealing faint muscle fiber textures, and its entire surface exhibits a warm, translucent quality akin to blood jade, adorned with countless intricate patterns that seem to embody the profound laws of life. Within, it appears to encapsulate a vast ocean of pure life essence and some ancient, formidable primal force. The energy fluctuations it emits are exponentially more refined than that of the surrounding pool water. Merely approaching it sends a wave of exhilaration through every cell in Luo Lan's body. Is this a core of life or the essence of an immortal bloodline? In an instant, Luo Lan realizes that this is the true source enabling the formation and sustenance of this small gene blood pool. Perhaps it is the embodiment of all the energy and characteristics found within the pool. The yearning thought transmitted from the Mo Yun tongue nearly materializes, clearly indicating that absorbing this object would confer unimaginable benefits, potentially leading to a fundamental evolution. Luo Lan gazes at the somewhat jarring, yet terrifyingly powerful giant chicken leg without a shred of hesitation. He extends his hand, enveloping it with his primal energy, cautiously attempting to lift it and prepare to store it in his spatial ring. However, at the moment his primal energy makes contact with the essence of the immortal bloodline, an abrupt transformation occurs. The chicken leg-like entity suddenly erupts with blinding crimson light, and a weighty, terrifying force akin to a mountain of stars rebounds violently. Luo Lan is thrown back. What? His pupils constrict as fear grips him. This object cannot be stored in the spatial ring. It seems to share a deeply rooted connection with the flesh and blood ground beneath him, as well as with the entire source blood nest, making it impossible to sever or collect with ease. Doubting the odds, he attempts repeatedly to take it, but remains unsuccessful. Seeing that he cannot take it away, Luo Lan can only allow the Mo Yun tongue to begin its absorption directly. Chapter 50. Sun Hai Qinsha. The rebirth of the Mo tongue as the vines of the Mo Yun tongue entwine around the chicken leg-like source blood, drawing from its vast life essence. A sudden upheaval transpires. The entire subterranean blood pool trembles violently, as if some slumbering behemoth has stirred. The previously gently rolling dark red water surges into a boiling frenzy, resembling scalding tar, with viscous bubbles bursting furiously, releasing a nauseatingly sweet and pungent aroma. A piercing dark red light emanates from the fissures at the bottom of the pool, and the once relatively mild energy becomes exceedingly violent and unstable. The mental whispers filling the air morph into countless shrill howls, brimming with the fury of having their core interests infringed upon. Luo Lan's expression shifts. The passive ability of his vengeful pursuit within his soul delivers an unprecedented warning. Akin to a tsunami, countless signals of greed, savagery, and pure destructive desire surge from all directions, even from the thick layers of flesh and blood above. Flooding towards this cavern, the sheer number and chaotic quality vastly exceed any previous tide of flesh he encountered on the plains. Absorbing the core has provoked a backlash from the living weapons of the entire region. Luo Lan realizes instantly that this place has become a perilous trap, and he must evacuate immediately. However, the absorption process of the Mo Yun tongue has already commenced. Forcibly interrupting, it would not only forfeit this extraordinary opportunity, but could also inflict irreversible backlash upon the Mo Yun tongue. In the blink of an eye, Luo Lan makes a decisive choice. His gaze sharpens like an arrow, primal energy surges around him, the ethereal glow of his Shanghai battle armor flickers. And wielding the Quexie longbow, he positions himself like an immovable rock between the Mo Yun tongue, which is fervently absorbing the source blood, and the entrance of the cavern. You focus on absorbing. I shall handle the outside. Luo Lan transmits a resolute thought to the Mo Yun tongue. Almost the moment he steadies himself, roar, creak, gurgle. The spine-chilling roars and friction sounds surge in like a tsunami from every passage. The first wave of monsters has arrived, no longer limited to a single species. They comprise every living weapon he has previously encountered: gene devourers, blood nest walkers, blood-splitting hounds, winged rot sacks, centipede cutters, and even some never-before-seen, more grotesque and powerful aberrations. Their crimson eyes are filled solely with a frenzied desire for the immortal source blood, rushing toward the center of the cavern like a flood breaking its dam. Heedless of death. Come on. Luo Lan's gaze chills, his bowstring taut like a full moon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The arrows of slaughter and the spatial arrows of the Wanwei Guishu alternate in flight, sometimes coalescing into tangible forms, bearing the essence of annihilation. At other times splitting into three, the past arrow disrupts their rhythm, the future arrow seals off their retreat, and the present arrow executes a lethal strike. The arrows transform into deadly streaks of light, precisely targeting the elite monsters at the forefront. A domain Lord-level 3-stage aberration, resembling a giant scorpion, raises its venomous pincers only to be pierced through the core by an arrow entwined with spatial ripples, exploding in a thunderous detonation. Luo Lan maximizes the speed of his Feng Dun technique, elevating his genetic level to 22 times its original capacity, his speed, reflexes, and strength surpassing all previous limits. His form leaves behind countless azure golden phantoms in the confined space, darting like a specter. He deftly sidesteps the corrosive acid projectiles, ducks under the blood nest walker's lethal claws, and leaps gracefully into the air to evade the centipede cutter's relentless assault. His movements are fluid and efficient. Each evasion is perfectly timed, and every arrow drawn results in the demise of a monster. The resonant twang of the bowstring intertwines with the death cries of the creatures, composing a brutal symphony of mortality. However, the sheer number of monsters is overwhelming, relentlessly pouring forth, seemingly devoid of fear, trampling over their fallen comrades in a frenzied rush. Luo Lan's primal energy is depleting rapidly, and the Shanghai battle armor accumulates deep claw marks and corrosive residues, emitting faint sizzling sounds. The pressure continues to mount. Bang! A domain Lord-level 6-stage gluttonous beast, resembling a mountain of flesh and boasting formidable defenses, barrels forward, shrugging off several spatial arrows as it charges like a battering ram, intent on crushing everything in its path. Luo Lan's eyes narrow. Arrow of slaughter. He shouts, activating the Wanwei Guishu arrow. A meticulously refined arrow entwined with the currents of law flies forth. Boom. The massive form of the gluttonous beast suddenly freezes, only to explode from within. Flesh and bone scattering like torrential rain. Before he can catch his breath, the ceiling shatters above him, and a creature of domain Lord level 1. Resembling a colossal bat with a wingspan exceeding 500 meters, the shadow predator swoops down, unleashing a silent, yet spatially distorting mental shockwave. Simultaneously, from the side passage, the three-headed elite mutated blade walkers surged forth with astonishing speed. Their forelimbs transformed into a tempest of whirling blades, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Above, below, and all around, a three-dimensional assault ensued, compressing the available space dramatically, with peril looming. Just as Luo Lan had unleashed his full strength to vanquish a lower-tier realm lord beast, sustaining several grievous injuries that laid bare his bones. And with nearly half of his internal energy expended, he found himself on the brink of a breached defense. In the midst of this dire moment, he mentally counted his effective attack cycles, 93, 94, 100. From the depths of his soul, the golden-hued card of Mingtu Huixiang, Sunlu, erupted without warning, radiating a dazzling brilliance. A vast will, seemingly emanating from the myriad realms, commanding countless arrows of the hunt, thundered down, resonating powerfully with his own belief in the pursuit. Now was the moment. Luo Lan felt a surge of fortuitous inspiration, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented fighting spirit. He once more drew the Quexie, but this time, the bowstring bore not a physical arrow, but an intangible arrow that intertwined causality and dimensions, connecting numerous potential timelines. He released the bowstring, uttering a low incantation that resonated with the will of the celestial deities. The starry sea as my oath, the hunting winds as my chariot, where my arrow points. 1,000 ships shall set sail, gathering the hunt at sea. Buzz. The entire cavern, and indeed the broader subterranean expanse, emitted a mournful wail under the overwhelming laws of nature. In the next instant, countless projectiles of varying colors, forms, and attributes erupted as if breaking free from the seams of myriad dimensions, filling every inch of space. Arrows, blades of light, telekinetic shocks, elemental tempests, and psychic storms. These were a culmination of the full might from Luo Lan's counterparts across various dimensions, striking simultaneously. Some arrows, entwined with frigid frost, froze swathes of monsters into lifelike ice sculptures, which then shattered into a storm of glistening crystals upon the surge of energy. Others manifested as radiant pillars of pure energy, purifying and annihilating all in their path as snow melts under the sun. Still others carried a bizarre curse, with their victims' flesh rapidly wilting away. Thousands of attacks from the realms converged, as if orchestrated by some supreme intellect, flawlessly avoiding Luo Lan and the evolving Mo Yun Tung, transforming into an indiscriminate, all-encompassing tempest of destruction that engulfed the entire cavern and all incoming passages. Before this chaotic yet ultimate power, the previously endless and ferocious tide of living weapons was extinguished in an instant, akin to snowflakes cast into the heart of a star, vaporized, torn asunder, and obliterated. Regardless of being cosmic level, domain lord level, or even those formidable realm lord level entities, they appeared feeble and fragile under the relentless onslaught. Radiance ravaged the depths, and the sound of energy annihilation replaced the roars of monsters. In the wake of a singular volley from the gathering of the hunt at sea, the cavern was rendered desolate. The once dense tide of monsters vanished without a trace, leaving only charred remnants, frozen shards, withered corpses, and the void left by the clash of energies, silently narrating the terrifying might of that recent strike. The storm of destruction came swiftly and departed just as quickly. When the last vestiges of the other dimensional attacks faded, the cavern descended into a deathly silence. Only the pool water continued to simmer gently, alongside Luo Lan's slightly labored breaths. He stood still, catching his breath. The intense combat and the activation of Mingtu Huixiang had drained considerable mental fortitude. He swiftly consumed several restorative potions, his senses alert as he scanned the surroundings. Though the immediate threat had been eradicated in an instant, the commotion had been too great, raising concerns of attracting even more formidable entities lurking in the depths. His gaze shifted toward Mo Yuntang, utilizing the precious vacuum period created by Mingtu Huixiang. Mo Yuntang absorbed the immortal source blood without any interruptions. The bloodjade-like chicken leg had now shrunk considerably, as the oceanic essence of life and the ancient law's secret patterns were greedily siphoned by Mo Yuntang. The entity was undergoing visibly intense transformations. The originally dark purple vines deepened in hue, revealing a faint dark golden metallic sheen, exhibiting remarkable resilience. The surface of the vines displayed intricate and profound natural law patterns, akin to those on the chicken leg's source blood, slowly flowing and emanating a disquieting aura. Its size began to expand, radiating energy as if it were mounted on a rocket, the realm lord-level threshold loosening as it surged toward a loftier echelon. More strikingly, the vines began to bloom with star-like, blood-colored lights, these points pulsing gently, exuding an ancient and noble pressure, as if some dormant bloodline was awakening. When the last remnant of source blood was completely absorbed by Mo Yuntang, its evolution reached a critical juncture. All the vines ceased to expand and instead contracted fiercely, entwining rapidly into a massive dark red cocoon with a diameter of 10 meters. The surface of the cocoon was alive with countless law patterns, flickering and radiating immense vitality and an energy barrier. Within the cocoon, the sound of a heartbeat akin to that of an ancient behemoth resonated, each pulse sending ripples through the surrounding energy of space. Although the evolution was not yet complete, the most perilous phase of absorption and metamorphosis had been surpassed. It merely awaited the moment of emergence to welcome a new life. Luo Lan gazed at the colossal Mo Yun cocoon, clearly sensing the immense power and potential contained within. Finding solace in his heart, this venture had been worthwhile. He sat cross-legged beside the cocoon, striving to recuperate his expended energy and mental force while mentally mapping out his next course of action. The map provided by Wireless Eye only marked this blood pool, leaving him entirely in the dark regarding the ancient sample repository and larger, more effective genetic blood pools. It was imperative to locate a more substantial base of the Jishur clan or to hunt down more powerful entities to acquire information. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened, piercing through the darkness of the cavern, as if he glimpsed the crimson earth harboring more secrets, crises, and opportunities deep within. The hunt of 1,000 arrows. Vanquishing the miasma, the magic vine in cases awaiting rebirth. What ancient mysteries still lie hidden within this gene experiment site left by the assemblers? Chapter 51, Blood Resonance, Genetic Leap. Within the flesh cavern, the newly reborn Mo Yun tongue unfurled its intertwining dark golden and blood-red vines, with naturally inscribed law patterns flowing gently, exuding a powerful aura that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. After the baptism of source blood, its life essence experienced a leap, stabilizing at an astonishing 15-fold genetic level. Master, a clear yet slightly nascent thought, imbued with ancient authority, entered Luo Lan's mind. I can feel the land whispering. Mo Yun tongue conveyed its perception, sensing a call from deep within the earth, reminiscent of the previous source, yet vague and indistinct. Luo Lan's eyes sparkled with insight. Can you discern the direction? I shall try. Mo Yun tongue extended its thickest vines like probes, plunging deep into the writhing flesh of the earth beneath. Initially, the feedback was chaotic, intermingled with the violent thoughts of countless living weapons, the planet's resonant pulse, and various turbulent energy flows. The information relayed by Mo Yun tongue was sporadic and unstable, with the vine tips shaking violently, as if under immense strain. Luo Lan patiently awaited, coordinating his own soul's perception with Mo Yun tongue's, attempting to untangle the overwhelming information. After several attempts and adjustments to their mental link, Mo Yun tongue's perception gradually sharpened. It transmitted a wave of joyful energy. Found it. Although faint, that direction bears a familiar aura, leading towards a profound lateral passage within the cave. Excellent. With renewed vigor, Luo Lan set forth, guided by this sensation. Utilizing the somewhat unstable yet crucial resonance ability of the Mo Yun tongue, Luo Lan embarked on an efficient hunt and exploration beneath the nest of source blood. The first blood pool lay hidden in a dark valley strewn with enormous, twisted skeletal remains. Its guardians were a horde of domain lord-level pinnacle skeletal amalgams, haphazardly assembled from various biological remains, numbering nearly 100. They wielded bone blades and bone hammers, their eye sockets ablaze with ghostly green soul fire, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds as they surged forth like a tide. Luo Lan's gaze was icy, yet his movements were decisive. He unleashed the slaughtering divine arrow for precise takedowns, each arrow slicing through the skeletal tide like silver lightning. In a swift motion, he pierced the foremost amalgam, armed with a massive bone shield, causing both shield and body to be impaled, extinguishing its soul fire in an instant. 2 more arrows followed, shattering the bones of 2 amalgams attempting to flank him. Simultaneously, the Mo Yun tongue sprang into action. Hundreds of dark golden tendrils, akin to monstrous serpents imbued with life, lashed out with tremendous force into the skeletal tide. The impact was thunderous, shattering the skeletal amalgams as if they were struck by a high-speed celestial train, their hardened bones fracturing into fragments. The bone blades clashing against the tendrils merely sparked small flames, leaving behind shallow white scars. The Mo Yun tongue even ensnared several amalgams, violently colliding them together, reducing them to a heap of shattered bones. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Luo Lan focused on eliminating elites and leaders, while the Mo Yun tongue efficiently dealt with the minions. In less than a quarter of an hour, no monsters remained standing in the valley, only a ground littered with bone dust and fragments. Luo Lan stepped into the small blood pool, merely 1,000 meters in diameter. The energy of the pool was relatively gentle, far less painful than the first encounter. After several cosmic moments, he successfully elevated his genetic level to 28 times. He produced a sampling device and collected a sample from an elite amalgam's remains, achieving his first successful genetic sampling. Just as the Mo Yun tongue absorbed the essence of the source blood, a familiar tremor surged. The surrounding passage erupted once more with a swarm of living weapons. Without hesitation, Luo Lan activated the resonance of destiny hunt once again. 1,000-fold dimensional strikes descended, instantly sweeping away the surging tide of corpses. Meanwhile, the Mo Yun tongue greedily absorbed the essence of the pool's bottom, elevating its genetic level to 24 times. The second blood pool was situated in a broader underground chamber, filled with viscous slime sacs. Its guardian was a first-tier domain Lord-level 100-eyed corruptor, resembling a colossal decaying starfish, its surface adorned with hundreds of eyes that opened and closed, spewing emerald corrosive liquid and psychic shockwaves. Beware of its psychic and corrosive attacks. Luo Lan cautioned the Mo Yun tongue. From the onset, the battle was intensely fierce. Hundreds of eyes on the 100-eyed corruptor ignited simultaneously, unleashing a torrential downpour of corrosive liquid, while invisible psychic spikes brutally assaulted Luo Lan's consciousness. He executed the wind shadow escape to perfection, leaving behind ethereal afterimages as he narrowly evaded the corrosive deluge. The hunting will within his soul transformed into a steadfast shield, firmly blocking the psychic onslaught. Seizing the moment, Luo Lan drew the Jixia and unleashed the all-dimensional recurrence arrow. The arrow of the past disrupted its energy flow. The arrow of the future predicted its eye attack trajectory, and the arrow of the present precisely struck and exploded several critical eyes during a fleeting moment of stillness. A pained hiss emanated from the 100-eyed corruptor, its attacks thrown into disarray. Seizing this opportunity, the massive form of the Mo Yun tongue surged forward, disregarding some of the corrosive liquid. Its dark, golden tendrils, akin to countless javelins, pierced into the relatively soft body of the corruptor, thrashing and devouring it. The first-tier domain Lord-level defenses were utterly feeble against the evolved Mo Yun tongue. Ultimately, this troublesome creature was torn apart and digested from within by the Mo Yun tongue. Luo Lan's genetic level ascended to 33 times. A second successful genetic sampling followed, and once again, the resonance of destiny cleared the area, raising the Mo Yun tongue's genetic level to 32 times. The third blood pool existed in an extreme environment, amidst a realm where magma intertwined with flesh, perpetually boiling. Its guardian was a fourth-tier domain Lord-level magma core beast, resembling a giant lizard, its body cloaked in cooled lava armor, boasting formidable defenses and the ability to expel scorching molten streams. The magma core beast roared, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble as it charged toward Luo Lan. "Master, allow me," came the unwavering thought from the Mo Yun tongue. Rather than confronting the beast head-on, it dispatched numerous tendrils, coiling around the creature's limbs and tail like a nimble serpent. The beast struggled fiercely, its terrifying strength unable to sever the Mo Yun tongue's grip, which firmly restrained its movements. Now was the moment. Luo Lan seized the opportunity, drawing the bowstring to its limit, unleashing the slaughtering divine arrow. The arrow shot forth like a meteor, striking accurately into the beast's gaping maw. The arrow penetrated its body, unleashing a terrifying surge of law power. The magma core beast convulsed violently, a dull explosion resonating from within, before it finally collapsed. In the end, Luo Lan's genetic level reached 37 times. The third genetic sampling failed due to the target being excessively damaged, resulting in slight flaws in the sequence. Once again relying on the resonance of destiny to fend off the tide of corpses, the Mo Yun tongue's genetic level rose to 39 times. The fourth blood pool was concealed deep within a forest of flesh spores, heavily tainted with psychic pollution. Its guardian was a second-tier domain Lord-level bewitching demon flower, its massive blooms opening and closing, emitting a mist of colorful spores capable of weaving incredibly realistic psychic illusions. As Luo Lan stepped into its domain, the scenery abruptly shifted, transporting him back to the moment of the destruction of Lanxing, the anguished wails of his kin echoing clearly. Yet, his will was as solid as rock, and the faint glimmer of the hunting star deity within his soul pierced through the illusion. "A mere trick," he exclaimed coldly, locking his gaze upon the swaying demon flower in the distance. However, the Mo Yun tongue appeared entirely unaffected by the illusion. Its vast mental structure was simple and pure. Or rather, its essence of life was of a higher order, directly ignoring such a degree of psychic pollution. Countless tendrils shot forth like swords, precisely locating the demon flower's core, brutally entangling it, tightening, and then exerting tremendous force. With a resounding crack, the bewitching demon flower, and its extensive bloodroot system were forcibly uprooted by the Mo Yun Tong, torn into shreds. Following this, Luo Lan's genetic level rose to 4 times. And the 4th genetic sampling was successful. As the tide of corpses approached, the resonance of destiny once again displayed its might, although the pressure was noticeably greater. The Mo Yun Tang's genetic level reached 45 times. The 5th blood pool, the most perilous of all, lay at the junction of a gigantic underground blood conduit, measuring over several 100,000 meters in diameter. Its guardian was a peak 9th-tier domain lord-level blood vessel guardian, resembling a colossal segmented worm, its head adorned with countless rotating, tooth-filled suction devices, and its body enveloped in heavy biological armor, capable of channeling the immense crimson energy within the conduit for attacks. After a grueling battle lasting nearly half an hour, Luo Lan finally seized upon a flaw in the Guardian's defenses, employing the all-dimensional recurrence arrow to concentrate all his insights into a devastating slaughtering divine arrow, forcing it through a rupture created by the Mo Yun Tong and firing it into the Guardian's body. With a final, unwilling hiss, the blood vessel Guardian's massive form erupted, its body exploding into pure energy consumed by the Mo Yun Tong. Luo Lan stepped into the blood pool, feeling an unparalleled surge of energy. After several hours, his genetic level ultimately stabilized at 42 times. The Mo Yun Tong fervently absorbed the essence of blood from this place, its genetic level skyrocketing to an astonishing 50-fold height. Likewise, the 5th genetic sampling was successful. Thus, the foundational task of genetic analysis 55 was completed. The enhancement of genetic levels by at least 1-fold was accomplished. Just as the Mo Yun Tong reached its 50-fold genetic level and prepared for one final extraction of the blood pool's essence, an anomaly occurred. Its resonance with the flesh and blood earth intensified by dozens of times. No longer a vague sensation, but a powerful and nearly uncontrollable link. The tendrils of the Mo Yun Tong surged uncontrollably, akin to countless roots striving to delve deeper and wider into the earth. Its dark golden patterns and blood-red glow flickering violently, emanating a chaotic and immense aura, as if it sought to connect with the entire life network of the source blood nest. Master, I cannot control it. It is pulling me. It wants to swallow me. The Mo Yun Tong conveyed its anguish and struggle, its core consciousness seemingly being washed and assimilated by some grand will. Luo Lan instantly understood, his expression changing. It was the counteraction of the planet's consciousness, the flesh bed. The Mo Yun Tong was too powerful, and its connection with the planet had deepened due to the resonance, now being sensed by the planet's subconscious, which attempted to assimilate it, to incorporate it as part of this living planet. Cut off the link. Immediately retract all tendrils, Luo Lan commanded sternly, while unleashing his soul power to assist the Mo Yun Tong in stabilizing its core consciousness. The Mo Yun Tong trembled violently, struggling to execute the command, retracting its wildly growing tendrils with great difficulty. This process felt like tearing apart a part of itself, excruciatingly painful. The entire cave, and even the surrounding tunnels, shook violently due to the forceful withdrawal of its power, as if the planet was emitting an angry roar. Ultimately, with Luo Lan's assistance, the Mo Yun Tong successfully severed the excessive resonance, retracting all its tendrils back to Luo Lan's side. Although it appeared listless and weakened, Luo Lan could distinctly feel that its deep connection to this place had not been completely severed. It had merely been forcibly suppressed, like a dangerous seed buried deep within. Luo Lan looked at the sampler in his hand, which indicated the completion of the foundational task, his gaze sharp as a blade. Despite the perilous experience, the objective had been achieved. Both he and the Mo Yun Tong had undergone a qualitative leap in power. The Mo Yun Tang's 50-fold genetic level marked it as a special life form. His own 42-fold genetic level had enhanced his foundational strength, speed, energy capacity, and purity. And his perception and application of the laws of time and space seemed to have become even more adept. Completing the foundational task was merely the beginning. Luo Lan fed the Mo Yun Tong several high-energy crystals to aid in its recovery, while his attention turned toward the deeper, darker recesses of the earth, where the advanced task required a 10-fold genetic level, alongside the unknown location of the ancient sample repository. He sensed that with their rising power and the Mo Yun Tong's previous deep resonance, they had seemingly attracted the attention of some deeper and more terrifying entities. The path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with greater danger, but it also held the potential to uncover the true secrets of this flesh and blood planet. The footprints of their hunt had already penetrated this realm of life. Chapter 52, Blood Guardians in Pursuit. Shattering shadows. The underground passage was dim and humid, echoing only with Luo Lan's hurried rush and the weak thoughts transmitted from the listless Mo Yun tongue. The recent forced severance of their deep connection with the planet had severely drained the Mo Yun tongue, and the armor-like tendrils entwined around Luo Lan appeared dull, devoid of their previous ferocity. As Luo Lan pushed the Feng Ing Dun technique to its utmost limit, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the distorted corridor. His mind was taut, pondering whether to seek a more advanced genetic blood pool or to find clues regarding the ancient sample repository. Suddenly, a chilling and bone-piercing aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of ancient ice plains, spread through the corridor behind him without warning. The deep-seated hatred in his soul activated passively, striking him like a searing iron, delivering an unprecedented intense warning. This aura was ancient, grand, imbued with pure immortality and unabashed killing intent. Its target unmistakably fixed upon Luo Lan, more specifically, upon the listless Mo Yun tongue. This is bad. Luo Lan's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart nearly missing a beat. A chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. It was the immortal blood guardians. The planet's retribution had arrived. Without hesitation, his internal energy surged at an unprecedented speed, unleashing all his strength without reserve. The Feng Ing Dun technique, integrating his understanding of space, caused his speed to soar instantly, transforming him into a tearing azure golden beam of light, fleeing desperately ahead. However, the aura behind him was even faster. In merely half a breath, that icy lock-on swiftly closed in. Luo Lan could even vaguely see through the haze of hatred, tracing a distorted figure woven from countless dark red patterns of law and distilled immortal divine power, approaching with a speed that ignored the complexities of terrain, as if leaping through space. It was not a fixed form, but rather a constantly shifting amalgamation of flesh and law, radiating a soul-chilling pressure. There was no escape. The gap in realms was too vast, the chasm of speed insurmountable. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened, abruptly halting his form, forcibly twisting in the narrow passage. If escape was impossible, then let there be battle. Even if he could only delay for a moment. He drew his bow, the string vibrating under the strain. The sharpness of the law of gold, the swiftness of the law of wind, the cutting of the law of space, the instantaneous acceleration of the law of time, along with the hunting legacies will to annihilate all, converged into the arrow formed upon the bowstring. At the arrow's tip, space slightly collapsed, the threads of causality ignited. Annihilation divine arrow. Guaranteed hit. Luo Lan roared, his voice reverberating through the corridor. Whoosh. The arrow was released, seemingly transcending the boundaries of light and darkness. Disregarding the lengthy distance of the corridor, appearing in an instant in the core region of the pursuing immortal blood guardian. This arrow contained Luo Lan's strongest attack power and causative lock, sufficient to easily slay any realm master. However, with a hum, the arrow accurately struck its target, but merely caused a few ripples on the surface of the dark red immortal divine power conglomerate, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, failing to leave even a trace of a crack. The chasm between the immortal and the mortal was fully displayed at this moment. The power capable of rending stars appeared so pale and powerless before the opponent. The immortal blood guardian did not even pause, its pursuit accelerating instead. A densely condensed dark red shockwave of divine power, radiating a potent aura of destruction, swiftly followed, crashing towards Luo Lan. Luo Lan's expression changed dramatically, employing Feng Ing Dun to its utmost, twisting his body like a boneless fish to evade. Boom. The shockwave grazed past the left shoulder guard of his star skeleton battle armor. The heavy E9, grade alloy and energy barrier shattered as if made of paper, obliterated. The left shoulder armor dimmed instantly, revealing a shocking breach, with dark red divine power corroding like a festering wound. The immense force caused Luo Lan to taste blood in his throat, involuntarily spitting it out, his internal organs shaken. The Mo Yun tongue, entwined around his right arm, instinctively extended several tendrils in a desperate attempt to block, but upon contact with the residual divine power, it emitted a hissing sound, rapidly withering and charring, transmitting waves of painful thought. The disparity was too great. He could scarcely withstand even a single strike. As the indomitable Xue Wei, composed of intricate patterns of laws, raised its blurred arm once more, a more terrifying assault began to brew. A flicker of madness flashed in Luo Lan's eyes. Deep within his soul, the golden-hued card, Mingtu Huixiang, Xuanlia, suddenly illuminated, gathering, buzz, 1,000 strikes, emanating from various dimensions and simultaneous counterparts of Luo Lan, surged forth like a torrent from a breached dam, inundating the narrow underground passage. frost, psychic storms, and energy beams, attacks with myriad attributes and forms, carried an aura of annihilation, immediately overwhelming the pursuing Xuewei. This volley finally bore fruit. Amidst the chaos, a torrent of power imbued with various high-dimensional characteristics struck the surface of Xuewei, causing its stable dark red glow to flicker violently and dim. Its forward momentum was forcibly halted by this frenzied power, revealing several fine fissures, akin to strands of hair, slowly writhing and mending upon its body constructed of indomitable divine power. Effective. Luo Lan's heart tightened. However, the time gained was but a fleeting second. The Xuewei unleashed a mental roar filled with fury and majesty, as its dark red divine power erupted like a tsunami, forcefully dispersing and obliterating the remaining extra-dimensional attacks. Its eyes, forged from the very laws, fixed unyieldingly upon Luo Lan, the murderous intent almost palpable. The cost was exorbitant. Luo Lan's injuries worsened, and the Ma Yunting lay in a feeble state. Mingtu Huixiang entered cooldown. Faced with the still terrifying, albeit slightly weakened, Xuewei, now thoroughly enraged, Luo Lan found himself at the end of his rope. As the destructive attack imbued with indomitable divine power began to coalesce once more, the scent of death loomed large. He had no choice but to gamble one last time. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Luo Lan's eyes. Almost instinctively, he retrieved a palm-sized treasure from the dimensional storm. A Weidu Suipian, that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors within. There was no time for hesitation. Primordial energy surged wildly as he exerted his 5 fingers. Crack! The dimensional fragment shattered, exploding into a brilliant array of colors. A peculiar wave that pertained to the fundamental structure of space suddenly radiated outward. The flowing light rapidly coalesced and collapsed, materializing a figure before Luo Lan. This summoned projection was starkly different from the previous colossal giant. Its form was tall and well-proportioned, clad in simple gray attire, resembling Luo Lan with 7 parts similarity, yet its gaze was unnaturally calm, as if harboring boundless calculations. Instead of wielding any discernible weapon, it cradled a complex polyhedral geometric model composed of countless fine lines, which rotated slowly. Although its realm was also cosmic grade 9th tier, the aura it emanated leaned more towards precise perception and manipulation of spatial structures. Luo Lan had no time to ponder the projection's abilities and immediately conveyed the most urgent command through their mental link. Take us away from here, by any means necessary. Escape. The calm projection instantly received and comprehended the directive. Without a moment's hesitation, its fingers danced rapidly as if flitting like butterflies, causing the complex geometric model it held to emit a blinding silver light. The surrounding spatial laws vibrated with unprecedented intricacy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An extremely unstable spatial passage. Its edges twisting and fracturing, filled with chaotic silver light, was forcefully torn open within the solid dimensions by the projection's supreme understanding of spatial structure. Go. The projection commanded in a voice tinged with the rasp of overcalculation. It thrust its hands forward, enveloping Luo Lan and Ma Yunting with a gentle yet irresistible force, propelling them towards the nascent passageway. Luo Lan, propelled by this force, shot towards the passage like an arrow released from a bow. In the final moment before his form vanished into the chaotic silver light, he instinctively glanced back, only to see the dark red divine power claw of Xuewei tearing through the air, crashing down with the might to obliterate everything. The projection, which had just carved a path for him, bowed slightly in Luo Lan's direction after fulfilling its mission, seemingly exhausting all its power, before being entirely consumed by the terrifying divine light, leaving not a trace behind. A whirlwind of disorientation ensued, as if his body had been deconstructed into countless particles and forcefully reassembled at another coordinate. A more intense discomfort than when traversing the dimensional storm crashed upon Luo Lan's consciousness, and the already heavy injuries erupted, plunging him into darkness as he lost all sensation. Ma Yunting instinctively curled into a small ball, clinging tightly beneath Luo Lan's damaged armor, its life force faint. Time passed. Perhaps it was but a moment, or perhaps an eternity. Luo Lan gradually awakened amidst violent coughing, his throat filled with the taste of blood. He swiftly assessed his condition. The injuries remained severe. Pain radiated from his left shoulder where the armor was damaged, and his insides fell ablaze, his primordial energy nearly depleted. He immediately sensed Ma Yunting, discovering that although it was weakened, its life force still lingered, deeply engaged in self-repair, which eased his anxiety slightly. Struggling to sit up, he warily scrutinized his surroundings. The next moment, he was taken aback. He found himself in an unfamiliar underground cavern, standing before a colossal cubic structure measuring 10 kilometers in length, width, and height. The ground, the surrounding walls, and the exceedingly high ceiling were all composed of the same cold, unknown metal that emanated a faint silver glow. Its surface smooth as a mirror, seamlessly fitted, devoid of any signs of welding, riveting, or the presence of doors, windows, pipes, or decorations. Leaning against the cold metallic wall, Luo Lan struggled to rise, extending his perception of vengeful pursuit, yet it struck an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate this peculiar metallic wall or glean any information from within. He rubbed his fingers over the cold, smooth, and oddly resilient metal surface, furrowing his brow tightly. "Where's this place?" he murmured softly, his voice resonating conspicuously in the vast emptiness. An uncontrollable thought arose in his mind. Could this be related to the ancient assembler who left behind this genetic experimentation site? Chapter 53, Signal Base Station. Ancient coordinates. The cold metallic wall emanated a faint silver glow, casting flickering shadows on Luo Lan's somewhat pallid face. He quickly consumed several high-energy crystals and healing potions. Simultaneously, he activated his passive ability of vengeful pursuit to its utmost, meticulously scanning the immense cubic metallic structure. The surface of the building was as smooth as a mirror, tightly sealed, with no trace of any entrances or interfaces. However, under the utmost perception of vengeful pursuit, Luo Lan detected an extremely faint energy flow, governed by some inherent pattern. An internal energy circuit? Luo Lan's gaze sharpened. He attempted to infuse a thread of primordial energy into the wall, but it sank into the depths without stirring any response. He then extended a wisp of mental energy, only to find it similarly thwarted, as if crashing against an invisible thick wall, firmly obstructed outside. Contemplating the rejection of primordial energy and mental probing, Luo Lan pondered for a moment before retrieving a dimensional fragment acquired from the dimensional storm. The crystalline interior shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, emitting a unique wave of spatial structure. He brought the dimensional fragment close to the wall, and the surface of the fragment seemed to accelerate slightly. Yet the wall remained unresponsive. After several failed attempts, Luo Lan's brow furrowed deeper. Could this structure require a specific key or authorization? At that moment, Tung, nestled against his arm, unconsciously emanated a pure and unique wave of life energy during its self-repair process. An unexpected occurrence unfolded. The moment the genetic energy fluctuation of Tung touched the metallic wall, the smooth, mirror-like surface of the wall suddenly illuminated with energy. A delicate blue light pathway, akin to a blood vessel, swiftly traced and extended across the wall, forming a complex and enigmatic symbol. A deep, resonant hum, as if echoing from ancient times, reverberated through the air. Immediately before Luo Lan, a metallic wall standing 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide silently slid inward, revealing an entrance to a dimly lit passage that emitted a faint white glow. Luo Lan gasped in astonishment. This structure reacts to high-tier life genetic levels. He did not enter immediately. Instead, he stood vigilantly at the entrance, a sense of dread creeping into the passage. The interior of the passage was also composed of that unknown metal, exuding a gentle illumination, extending straight downward without revealing any apparent energy traps or signs of life. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to venture inside. With a surge of primordial energy coursing through him and holding the weapon Quexie, he cautiously stepped into the passage. As he walked, the sound of his footsteps was absorbed by a sound-dampening material, enveloping him in an eerie silence, with only the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath discernible. After traversing several kilometers, he found himself in an expansive spherical space. At the center of this space floated a colossal, intricate structure composed of countless biological crystal screens intertwined, with transparent conduits pulsating with liquid energy, resembling a mechanical heart still beating. Countless tiny blue lights flowed within the conduits, converging into a massive biological crystal core with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. The entire ambience of the space conveyed a bizarre technological sensation, harmonizing biological tissue with precision mechanics. What is this? Luo Lan was astounded. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the Ji-Shur tribe's remnants. Its technological level surpassed imagination. He approached the central structure, getting closer to a relatively smaller biological crystal screen. The screen seemed to sense his proximity, its surface shimmering with light, revealing countless incomprehensible symbols and energy diagrams rapidly scrolling. It appeared to require authorization. Luo Lan attempted to bring the Virtual Universe Company's token near the screen. The screen flickered, responding with a cold stream of information. Authorization verification failed, non-system recognized sequence. After a moment of thought, he took out the gene sample tube collected from the Nest Heart Guardian and brought it close to the screen. This time, the screen reacted more vigorously. The symbols scrolled faster before finally stabilizing, relaying the message. Secondary carrier sequence detected. Authorization level. Visitor. Secondary carrier? Does it refer to these living weapons? Luo Lan pondered. It seemed this structure was inextricably linked to the architects of this planet. He attempted to retrieve information through this visitor authorization. The screen displayed a series of fragmented records regarding planetary life, energy monitoring, and local ecological adjustments. Yet it offered no clues about the ancient sample repository he was eager to uncover. Insufficient authorization. Luo Lan turned his gaze to Mo Yuntung beside him. He gestured for Mo Yuntung to gently touch one of its tendrils to the main screen. At the moment the tendril made contact, an intense hum resonated throughout the spherical space. All symbols on the screens instantly vanished, only to be refreshed like a waterfall with an entirely new, more complex interface. A clear synthetic voice, imbued with an ancient resonance, echoed throughout the space. High-level carrier fluctuations detected. Deep access authorization activation condition met. Resonance test initiated. Success. Luo Lan felt a surge of exhilaration. The 50-fold genetic level of Mo Yuntung had been recognized by this ancient facility as a high-level carrier. A segment of blurred holographic imagery materialized on the enormous main screen. Within the imagery, a grand silhouette, indistinct in form yet seemingly composed of countless rays of light, operated similar facilities, with countless suspended biological crystal sarcophagi in the background. The synthetic voice accompanied the imagery, sounding like a message that transcended eons. Here, the No. 7 monitoring tower records the evolution of the source blood warm bed. The ancient sample repository stores the genetic blueprints of myriad races. Those of inferior potential are unqualified to access. As the voice faded, a gentle blue scanning beam descended from the ceiling, enveloping Luo Lan and Mo Yuntung. Initiating genetic potential assessment. Luo Lan felt an invisible force sweep over him, as though every cell was being meticulously scrutinized. Moments later, the assessment results appeared on the main screen. Target 1, genetic level 42-fold, potential rating, unsatisfactory. Target 2, genetic level 50-fold, fusion with source blood characteristics, life activity outstanding. Evolutionary path excellent, potential rating, barely excellent. Authorization granted for Target 1, none, granted for Target 2. Coordinates of the ancient sample repository and a temporary access key. On the main screen, an incredibly complex three-dimensional star map illuminated, highlighting a coordinate point located deep within the planet's core at a specific dimension. Concurrently, a peculiar key, composed of blue energy and constantly shifting in form, detached from the main screen, hovering before Mo Yuntung, and thus before Luo Lan. Mo Yuntung extended a tendril to make contact with the key, which seamlessly merged into the tendril, forming a faint, DNA, helix-like blue mark upon it. Luo Lan exclaimed, "Am I truly that inadequate?" Suddenly, the entire spherical space began to tremble violently. A deafening alarm blared, and red warning lights flashed frantically. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated from above, accompanied by an oppressive force that was suffocating. The metallic dome of the control room was forcefully torn open by an overwhelmingly brutal power. A colossal claw, composed of dark red immortal divine power and adorned with intricate patterns of laws, reached in like a demonic hand from the depths of hell, viciously grasping towards Luo Lan. Unyielding, Luo Lan's expression shifted dramatically as he unhesitatingly activated the wind shadow escape technique, transforming into a distorted flash of light. Darting towards an emergency evacuation passage illuminated by a sign at the side of the control room, opposite to the passage he had entered, Mo Yuntung instantly contracted, tightly coiling around him for protection. At the moment his figure vanished into the passage, he glanced back to see that the colossal claw of the immortal blood sentinel had already descended upon the control center. Boom! A tremendous explosion and surge of energy erupted from behind, causing the entire signal base to collapse under the impact. Utilizing the force of the explosion, Luo Lan propelled himself to his utmost speed, fleeing desperately through the intricate metallic passage. The coordinates had been acquired, and the key was in hand. The true adventure was only just beginning. Chapter 54. Transforming into an arrow, the source of bloodlines. The cold metallic debris mingled with the ruthless residual waves of immortal divine power, wreaking havoc in the passage behind him. Luo Lan grit his teeth against the searing pain in his left shoulder and the tumultuous discomfort surging through his insides. unleashing the wind shadow escape to its maximum potential, racing down the emergency evacuation passage. Yet, that chilling sense of being locked onto did not diminish in the slightest due to the collapse of the signal base. Rather, it intensified, akin to a shark sensing blood, drawing ever closer. Boom. The metallic dome of the passage ahead suddenly bulged inward, twisting, before being violently torn apart by a colossal claw entirely formed from dark red, immortal divine power. Flesh and twisted metal rained down like a torrential storm, as the distorted and terrifying figure of the immortal blood sentinel directly blocked Luo Lan's path. Its eyes were fixated on Luo Lan, or more precisely, on Mo Yun tongue entwined around him. Pure murderous intent and a fury akin to territorial defense manifested as palpable shackles, binding the surrounding space. There was no escape. Luo Lan abruptly halted his movements, his complexion as pale as parchment, blood oozing continuously from the corners of his mouth. His gaze swept from side to side, realizing that the passage had been irrevocably sealed. In this dire predicament, he resolved to take a gamble. A flicker of mad determination ignited in his eyes as he recalled his experience navigating the dimensional storm in the Ether Wei Yuan, utilizing the causal properties of absolute hit to force his return. If he could lock onto an enemy, why not fixate on a specific coordinate? He would transform himself into an arrow piercing through causality. The target, the coordinates of the ancient sample repository. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his consciousness deep into his soul, establishing a connection with the ethereal image of the hunting star deity, invoking the causal laws of absolute hit. Simultaneously, the coordinates relayed by the Mo Yun tongue, imprinted upon its tendrils, crystallized in his mind like the clearest of bullseyes, firmly etched into the core of his will. A low hum resonated, as if the dark golden bow sensed Luo Lan's intent, emitting a brilliant light unprecedented in its splendor. He drew back the invisible bowstring with both hands, his body radiating a sharp brilliance akin to that of an arrow, transforming into a fleeting shadow ready to be loosed. Deep within his soul, the vast will that traversed the starry seas resonated with him. As he embodied the arrow, piercing through causality and shattering myriad obstacles, a silent roar erupted within him as he released the intangible bowstring. The soundless release felt as though countless strings of law were plucked simultaneously. Luo Lan's figure instantly became indistinct, twisting into an exquisitely condensed form, entwined with chaotic ether and dazzling golden light, propelled through an invisible pathway that transcended conventional spatial dimensions. Fiercely launched forth, this was not mere spatial traversal, but rather an existence transfer approaching the conceptual realm. During his flight, Luo Lan felt as though his corporeal form had been cast into a cosmic furnace, mercilessly crushed and torn by innumerable unseen forces of the universe. Around him, the sights were bizarre and incomprehensible, with countless colored dimensional lines racing by like flowing light. Occasionally, he glimpsed shattered stars, distorted specters of life, and at other moments, it was as if he were ensnared in the maelstrom of time. This was the interstice of laws, the pathway of causality, dangerous and unknown. Time lost all meaning. Perhaps only a moment passed, or perhaps he experienced an eternity. A thunderous impact jolted Luo Lan's nearly dissipated consciousness back to reality. The traversal, in which he had become an arrow, abruptly ceased, and he felt himself crash down into an indescribable location. He coughed violently, expelling a copious amount of blood mixed with internal fragments, his bones undoubtedly shattered in countless places, while his starry battle attire lay in tatters. The Mo Yun tongue also wilted, retracting into his body, its vitality diminished. The cost was immense, yet he had survived, struggling to maintain his nearly disassembled form. He half knelt upon the ground, cautiously raising his gaze. The next moment, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Before him lay an underground expanse vast beyond imagination. Above, a dark crimson dome writhed slowly like a biological membrane, with countless thick, mountain-like blood vessels pulsating within, delivering a suffocatingly immense life force to every inch of the space. The ground beneath him was an even deeper shade of dark crimson, resilient and elastic, as though he stood upon the outer wall of a living giant's heart. The air was saturated with an intensely rich source of life energy, almost condensing into a tangible blood-colored mist, infusing his senses with a scorching vitality while also inundating him with ancient, chaotic, and violent genetic fragments and mental pollution that battered against his consciousness. At the horizon of his vision, at the center of the space, lay a vast, undulating sea of source blood, resembling a true ocean. It was not liquid, but rather a dark golden plasma composed of highly concentrated, nearly solidified life energy interwoven with countless fragmented laws. Having just ascended to a genetic level of 42 times, Luo Lan felt an instinctual, overwhelming desire coupled with profound fear in the presence of this energy. This was the true bloodline source of the source blood nest. However, what truly contracted his pupils was the sight at the edge of the blood sea. Countless thick blood vessels, resembling coiling dragons, descended from the dome and emerged from the ground, entwining tightly around an unimaginably massive relic. Most of the relic was submerged in the dark golden sea of source blood, revealing only parts of its spine and skull. Its form was ancient and terrifying, resembling a giant lizard yet akin to a crocodile, with exposed bones exhibiting a dark golden metallic sheen, immortal after eons. Upon its bones were inscribed complex, profound laws, containing the principles of cosmic birth and demise, still emanating a suffocating majesty even in death. Its skull loomed like a mountain, with hollow eye sockets resembling black holes that seemed to consume all, heralding tales of past glory and downfall. Just as Luo Lan was captivated by this spectacle, a sudden transformation occurred. The previously tranquil sea of source blood erupted into chaos due to his intrusion. The viscous dark golden plasma churned violently, and several enormous bubbles burst forth, followed by the slow ascent of three colossal, perfectly formed dark golden humanoid figures, seemingly birthed from the blood sea. These beings were composed entirely of highly refined dark golden life energy and law patterns, their lines fluid and reminiscent of the most exquisite weapons of slaughter, radiating powerful and undying energy fluctuations. Furthermore, their structure was exceptionally stable, crafted as perfect guardians of this bloodline source, the source blood sentinels. Their gazes instantly locked onto the intruder Luo Lan, and without any warning, they launched an attack. One of the source blood sentinels raised its arm, which instantly transformed into a massive dark golden energy scythe, slicing through space with a piercing shriek as it aimed to cleave Luo Lan in two. Another opened its mouth, unleashing a concentrated torrent of dark golden energy, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. The third pressed its hands to the ground, causing countless sharp dark golden spikes to erupt from beneath Luo Lan's feet like a forest. The assault came from three directions, swift, precise, and ruthless, sealing off all his avenues for evasion. Luo Lan's complexion changed dramatically. His severely injured body was utterly incapable of withstanding any of these strikes. He desperately urged the remaining primal force within him, attempting to employ wind shadow escape in search of a sliver of hope. But the excruciating pain and weakness hindered his movements just slightly, as the energy scythe and spikes were poised to rend him asunder, and the torrent of energy threatened to engulf him. At the critical juncture, the Mo Yun tongue, languidly entwined around Luo Lan's arm, seemed to be stimulated by the energy and attacks of the source blood sea. The dim tendrils glowed with the blue mark formed by the temporary access key. A clear yet undeniably authoritative blue wave of light emanated from the Mo Yun tongue, expanding instantly like ripples on water, sweeping across the entire space and enveloping the three attacking source blood sentinels. A miraculous event unfolded. Where the blue wave passed, the three menacing source blood sentinels suddenly froze in their tracks. Their gathered attacks dissipated silently, as if smoothed by an invisible hand, vanishing before they could reach Luo Lan. The protruding spikes gradually retracted back into the ground. The three source blood sentinels halted all actions, hovering in midair like the most loyal of guardians, no longer regarding Luo Lan, but instead casting their gazes towards the vast sea of source blood, as if the previous assault had never transpired. Once again, Luo Lan had survived. Gasping for breath, he felt cold sweat drench his back. He glanced at the Mo Yun tongue on his arm, its blue light gradually fading, and understood that the temporary access key had activated. The crisis was temporarily averted. Dragging his battered form, he redirected his gaze towards the dark golden sea of source blood radiating endless temptation and extreme danger, as well as the colossal ancient relic entwined with countless blood vessels. Opportunity lay before him. Chapter 55. The Abyss of Blood and the Gene Judgment. Luo Lan leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, as the wound on his left shoulder healed slowly under the effects of a potent serum. However, the internal turbulence and the depletion of his primal energy would require time to recover. He cast a wary glance at the three hovering, statue-like blood guardians. They remained silent, their dark golden bodies adorned with ethereal patterns, seemingly ignoring him temporarily due to the slowly fading blue key mark on the vine of the Mo Yun tongue. Feeling a fleeting sense of safety, Luo Lan's mind settled slightly. and he immediately delved inward to assess his condition. His injuries were severe, but the more pressing concern was the near depletion of his primal energy. He swiftly extracted several high-energy crystals, greedily absorbing their essence, while simultaneously channeling his primal energy to quickly assimilate the healing properties of the medicine. A weak yet strangely exhilarating thought emerged from the Ma Yun tongue, indicating that something below was obstructed. Its vines pointed towards the vast, dark golden expanse of the blood sea beneath him. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened. His hatred and determination ignited to the utmost, extending deep into the blood sea. His perception penetrated the overwhelming life energy of the sea, continuously descending. Initially, he could vaguely sense the flow of energy and some massive shadows, but as he descended to approximately tens of thousands of kilometers, his perception suddenly collided with an invisible wall, an entirely intangible barrier that utterly obstructed all exploration, forcing his perception back. Indeed, a barrier existed. Luo Lan withdrew his perception. His brow furrowed. This unknown sensation was far more disquieting than confronting the immortal blood guardians. The ancient specimen repository could be just below. As indicated by the Ma Yun tongue's sensing, he had to descend. Time was of the essence, and no one knew whether other unforeseen events would arise. He glanced at the Ma Yun tongue entwined around him, though it appeared feeble. The intertwining dark gold and blood-red patterns seemed to quicken their recovery upon contact with the aura emanating from the blood sea. "Stay close to me," Luo Lan conveyed a thought, then took a deep breath and leapt into the dark golden blood sea. The moment he plunged into the water, it did not feel like an ordinary liquid. Rather, it was akin to plunging into a sea of molten metal. A terrifying pressure pressed in from all sides, and the viscous crimson energy attempted to permeate his shield, eroding his body and assimilating his primal energy. Within the dark golden plasma, countless shattered law patterns resembled tiny blades, slicing through his protective energy with a soft hissing sound. With all his strength, Luo Lan maintained the stability of his shield while laboriously employing the wind shadow escape to descend through the thick blood sea. With every meter he descended, the pressure intensified, and the energy erosion grew stronger. He was forced to continuously expend the already scant primal energy to resist. Visibility was extremely low, enveloped in an eternal dark gold. He continued to descend, deeper and deeper. Uncertain how much time had passed, the surrounding dark gold gradually deepened, approaching pitch black, and the energy became increasingly violent. At last, he reached the layer of the invisible barrier. To the naked eye, this place appeared no different from the surrounding blood sea. Yet his hatred and determination clearly indicated that he had reached the end. Luo Lan attempted to strike a punch, his fist crashing against the invisible barrier. The barrier remained utterly unyielding, not even rippling, but rather absorbing all the force of his blow. He then tried to assault it with his mental energy, but the result was akin to a stone sinking into the sea. This approach was futile. Luo Lan's gaze shifted to the Ma Yun tongue. "It's up to you now." Understanding his intent, the Ma Yun tongue extended the vine wrapped around the blue key mark, cautiously touching the invisible barrier. The moment the vine made contact with the barrier, a brilliant blue light erupted from the key mark. The previously tranquil area of the invisible barrier rippled violently, as if a massive stone had been thrown into a lake. The blue light patterns rapidly spread, ultimately outlining a blue portal that allowed passage for a single person. Beyond the portal, there was not the dark gold or pitch black of the blood sea, but rather a chilling, pure white light. An irresistible force emanated from within the portal, and Luo Lan could distinctly sense that the portal was fluctuating violently, on the verge of collapse. There was no time to hesitate. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened, and he instantly darted into the blue portal. As he passed through the portal, it felt as though he had transitioned from one world to another. All the viscous pressure and violent energy vanished in an instant. Luo Lan stumbled upon landing, regaining his footing, and cautiously looked up. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Astonished by the scene before him, he found himself within a cubic space measuring 10,000 cubic kilometers. As he surveyed his surroundings, the walls, floor, and ceiling were constructed of an unknown silvery metal, smooth as a mirror, reflecting a cold sheen. Countless intricate energy conduits and biological-like pathways embedded within the metallic walls pulsed, flowing with blue or green light. In the distance, massive transparent life pods could be faintly seen, arranged neatly like crystal coffins, containing various oddly shaped, even indescribable biological specimens. The air was cold and dry, permeated with the scent of disinfectants and high-pressure energy. There was no hint of the chaotic and violent atmosphere of a life-breeding ground. Only a chilling sense of order. Is this the ancient specimen repository of the constructors? Luo Lan's heart trembled. It was utterly different from his imagination of a nest filled with flesh and organs. It resembled a super gene research center that transcended time. However, before he could explore further, a silent, pale blue scanning beam unexpectedly descended from the ceiling, enveloping him entirely in an instant. Unauthorized life form detected entering core experimental zone. Verifying access permissions with the founder database. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice echoed throughout the vast laboratory, distinctly penetrating Luo Lan's mind. In an instant, his muscles tensed, and he gripped his weapon, bracing for what was to come. The blue scanning beam flickered rapidly. Target 1, identified as a special plant life form, Ma Yuntung, mutated variant. Gene level 50 times, fusion with source blood life activity meets standard threshold. Access permission, granted. What? Luo Lan's expression shifted, just as the words fell. An invisible yet utterly irresistible force acted upon the Ma Yuntung. Master. The Ma Yunting transmitted waves of fear and urgency, its vines tightly coiling around Luo Lan's arm. Yet that force was overwhelming, akin to the very laws of the universe, forcibly detaching it from Luo Lan. The sound of the vines scraping against his armor was painfully audible. No, Luo Lan roared, attempting to use his primal energy to hold onto the Ma Yuntung. But it was as futile as a mayfly shaking a tree. A gentle white pulling beam descended from above, precisely enveloping the forcibly detached Ma Yunting. Its struggles appeared utterly powerless within that beam, rapidly being drawn towards a suddenly open metallic passage deep within the laboratory, vanishing from sight in an instant. Target 2. Humanoid intelligent life form, gene level 42 times. Life activity does not meet standard threshold. Potential rating, disqualified. The synthetic voice coldly turned towards Luo Lan, pronouncing his fate. According to the 733rd safety regulation established by the founder's constructors, unauthorized intruders who do not meet the standards must undergo gene judgment. Passing the test may grant temporary access based on performance. Failure will be regarded as inferior experimental material, returning to the cycle of life. At the moment the voice fell, the metallic floor beneath Luo Lan emitted a faint click, and a circular platform with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly rose. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent energy barrier swiftly erected around the platform, completely sealing him inside. Genetic Trial Phase 1, Adaptive Simulation. Injecting basic gene collapse virus sample, concentration level, Type 3. With a chilling glimmer, several slender silver metallic probes swiftly emerged from beneath the platform, offering Lan no time to react. Piercing through the star skeleton and precisely embedding themselves in his legs, abdomen, and arms. A torrent of strange energy, imbued with intense aggression and a destructive will, surged into his body with the force of a breached dam, exploding within him. Damn it! Arg! Luo Lan emitted a suppressed roar of agony, his eyes instantly bloodshot. This energy was unlike any pain he had previously endured. It bypassed his muscles and bones, directly assaulting the very foundation of his life, the structural gene chain. It felt as if countless invisible nanoscalpels were wildly flailing within every nucleus of his cells, ruthlessly and precisely severing the genetic sequences that constituted his life's blueprint. The intense suffering did not stem from external sources, but rather from the collapse of life itself. His skin began to crack like parched earth. A bizarre red glow seeping from the fissures. Muscle fibers spasmed uncontrollably, contorting as if they were about to rupture. On a soulful level, he felt an excruciating torment akin to being torn apart, on the verge of total dissolution. Gene collapse. Luo Lan abruptly knelt on one knee, using his cursed bow to brace himself against the ground to avoid collapsing. He clenched his teeth, fiercely holding onto the last vestiges of clarity. He could not, must not, fall here. He forced himself into a cross-legged position, casting aside all distractions, and directed the remaining primordial power within him to surge toward his limbs, attempting to halt and repair the collapsing process. Concurrently, his soul energy concentrated intensely, as his hatred and pursuit abilities, with unprecedented precision, allowed him to introspectively observe his gene chain fracturing at an alarming rate. Amidst the waves of destruction, a faint flicker of opportunity emerged. The source blood energy he had previously absorbed and the potential unlocked from his life essence were fiercely battling against the gene collapse virus. In this tug-of-war between destruction and rebirth, the severed gene chains were forcibly reassembled and pieced together, despite the excruciating pain and the unpredictability of errors and mutations. His genetic level began to rise, albeit passively and slowly, under this brutal trial, 43 times, 435 times. Each increment was accompanied by a soul-piercing agony and a substantial risk from the instability of his genetic structure. Just as Lan engaged all his strength to combat this first round of genetic judgment, his consciousness wavering in the sea of torment, the cold synthetic voice of the laboratory resonated once more like a tolling death knell, initiating the second round of environmental stress simulation, high-dimensional energy radiation field. A new crisis loomed. Chapter 56, Life Link, Permission Information. The chilling synthetic voice echoed through the vast laboratory. Second round of environmental stress simulation initiated. High-dimensional energy radiation field. Intensity, standard unit. Buzz. An indescribable hum directly impacted his soul. Luo Lan felt the very concept of space around him being forcibly distorted and stretched. His senses, sight, hearing, touch, received chaotic and misaligned signals, overwhelming his brain and inducing intense dizziness and nausea. This was not merely a physical torment. It was a direct assault on his bodily cognitive structure. Externally, high-dimensional energy eroded his physical structure, while internally, the gene collapse virus dismantled the blueprint of his life. Luo Lan felt as though he had been cast into the universe's most merciless furnace, enduring the ultimate torment from both internal and external onslaughts. He let out a guttural, wind-like rasp from his throat as the cracks on his skin spread, oozing not blood, but droplets of energy liquid glimmering with strange starlight. His body teetered on the brink of collapse and distortion. Yet, in this absolute abyss, the specter of the hunting star deity within his soul erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Destruction was not the end. A frenzied flame ignited in Lan's bloodshot eyes, welcoming the rebirth amidst annihilation. No longer merely a passive resistance, he undertook a reckless maneuver, forcefully commanding the two violently opposing forces within him. Internally, the collapsing energy that relentlessly severed the gene chains. Externally, the high-dimensional radiation that distorted structures and harbored high-dimensional information. Unite, he roared, as his soul energy intervened with unprecedented precision at the most microscopic level of his being. His hatred and pursuit transformed from mere perception into the most delicate scalpel, guiding the collapsing energy to excise those gene fragments deemed redundant or fragile with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, he invoked the high-dimensional radiation energy, akin to the most ferocious hammer, to forcibly pound, reorganize, and imprint the fractured areas, along with the newly birthed material from the source blood energy and his life essence, into a more stable structure that adhered to the laws of space-time. This was an exceedingly perilous process, akin to walking a tightrope over a bottomless abyss. A single misstep could lead to the complete shattering of the gene chain, dissolving into nothingness. Just as consciousness hovered on the brink of despair, and the reassembly speed began to wane, a warm, pure, and vibrant stream of energy, as if transcending spatial barriers, unexpectedly surged into his nearly desiccated life essence. It was the Mayuntang, deep within the laboratory, inside the isolation chamber. The enormous dark golden tendrils of the Mayuntang were submerged in a gene optimization liquid emitting a kaleidoscope of colors, writhing in pain as they twisted and contracted. Its evolution similarly accompanied immense risk, with the tendrils constantly fracturing and regenerating. The core consciousness bearing the brunt of a massive influx of information. At the moment when Luo Lan stood at his limit, the mental link between him and the Mayuntang, which had long transcended the ordinary master-servant relationship, suddenly transcended under the resonance of their extreme pressures. A brand new ability awakened from the essence of the Mayuntang, Life Link. It willingly consumed a portion of its evolutionary energy, forcibly bridging a stream of pure life essence and its increasingly stable gene structure template across space to infuse Luo Lan. Hold on, master. The tender yet resolute thought of the Mayuntang flowed into an nearly burning consciousness like a clear spring. With this infusion of vital energy, Luo Lan's spirit surged. The gene structure feedback from the Mayuntang significantly reduced the probability of erroneous mutations. He fervently urged his will, accelerating the rebirth process. Crack, crack. Within him, it sounded as though countless minuscule structures were completely collapsing and being replaced by more potent frameworks. His genetic level began to soar wildly within this extreme cycle of destruction and rebirth. 45 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. Finally, as the intangible high-dimensional radiation field gradually receded and the injected gene collapse virus appeared to exhaust its energy, the enhancement of Lan's genetic level slowly ceased. Stabilizing at 8 times. He abruptly expelled a mouthful of blackened blood, some of which even contained fragmented gene remnants. But after the expulsion, he felt a remarkable lightness envelop him, the omnipresent agony receding like a tide. Exhausted yet resolute, he stood up, testing his body. Beneath the severely damaged star skeleton battlesuit lay a body that felt as if it had undergone a rebirth. His muscles became more fluid and perfect, brimming with explosive strength. The ocean of primordial energy not only completely restored, but also surged in both capacity and purity by several folds. His soul's perception of the laws of space-time became unprecedentedly clear. Genetic trial concluded. Temporary level permissions granted. The cold synthetic voice echoed. The energy barriers around the platform silently dissipated, and the platform gradually descended to the ground. Luo Lan exhaled a long breath, his gaze piercing as it swept across the frigid metallic realm. The temporary level of authority conferred upon him signified his eligibility for limited activity within this domain. Wasting no time, he commenced his exploration of the periphery exhibition area of this ancient sample repository, navigating through rows of meticulously arranged, chilling silver metallic racks. He was captivated by numerous wondrous artifacts. Before a colossal transparent life pod, he halted. Suspended within was an enormous egg, approximately a kilometer in diameter. Its surface adorned with dark, golden, peculiar patterns, resembling a colossal ovum formed of metal and flesh. The shell exhibited naturally occurring vortex-like designs, subtly emanating a field that seemed to consume light. A nearby small screen displayed the information. Starry Behemoth Chihuahua's egg, unhatched, life activity weak. In a state of deep sleep ceiling. The starry behemoth Luo Lan's eyes narrowed. This was indeed a cherished entity of the cosmos, and the value of this egg was immense. In another area, he beheld the remains of a strange creature ensconced within a diamond-shaped energy pillar. It lacked a fixed form, resembling a swirling mass of ever-changing, colorful luminescent mist, with a core encrusted with a gray crystal that seemed to condense the very essence of time. The information indicated special life form, sure tie, unfinished product. Characteristics, exceptionally sensitive to time flow. Remains contain fragments of time laws for acceleration and reversal. Structure extremely unstable. Luo Lan could sense that merely observing this remnant subtly stirred his understanding of the laws of time. Approaching a querying terminal that flickered with ethereal light, he utilized his newly acquired level of authority to begin sifting through non-core information in the database. A torrent of fragmented data flooded his mind, and upon sorting through it, he gleaned several critical pieces of information. 1. The forbidden taboo of the assembler. Scattered records hinted that this ancient powerhouse seemed to have endeavored to reverse engineer the code of life's origins within experiments, even attempting to fabricate supreme rules, ultimately violating some cosmic taboo, leading to catastrophic consequences, with the entire laboratory spiraling out of control, and the assembler possibly perishing or vanishing as a result. 2. The secret of the Eye of Bloodlines. The 7 eyes of bloodlines on the planet's surface are not merely vast energy sources and pools of genetic blood. They are also pivotal energy hubs sustaining the entire life cycle system of the source blood nest, and are likely to serve as the 7 unstable spatial coordinates leading to this ancient sample repository. However, the conditions for accessing these entrances are exceedingly stringent and fraught with randomness. 3. The motive of the immortal blood guard. The Guardian logs within the database indirectly confirmed that the relentless pursuit by the immortal blood guard stemmed primarily from the subconscious directive of the planet's fleshy womb to reclaim the Mo Yin Tongue. After absorbing the source blood deeply and achieving a genetic level of 50-fold, its life form and potential posed a latent threat or temptation to the stability of the fleshy womb itself, thus being regarded as vital material for reclamation and integration. As Luo Lan processed this information, the consciousness of Mo Yin Tongue resonated in his mind once more, this time imbued with a sense of confusion and heightened authority. Master, it seems I can perceive more now. Has it granted me authority? It also mentioned that should I reach a certain standard, I might obtain control here. It hinted at the possibility of a new womb. Luo Lan's heart jolted. Mo Yin Tongue possessed authority surpassing his own level authority. Moreover, it was insinuated that Mo Yin Tongue harbored the potential to become a new womb or replace the existing fleshy womb. Gazing at his limited level of authority, he recalled that Mo Yin Tongue, after optimization, had achieved an astonishing 60-fold and was still evolving in genetic levels, giving birth to a bold, even reckless thought within him. Should he be content to leave this perilous ground with his existing gains, or dare to take a risk? Harnessing Mo Yin Tongue's potential to attempt to secure higher authority or even control over this ancient repository. Opportunities and risks coexisted. Continuing to elevate Mo Yin Tongue would undoubtedly provoke a more frenzied backlash from the fleshy womb, and the path ahead was destined to be fraught with peril. It appeared that they must linger here a while longer, he mused, both to Mo Yun-tung and himself. Chapter 57. Pathways to Advancement. Signal field. The cold metallic floor exuded a chill as Luo Lan leaned against a silver metallic rack, slowly expelling a breath laden with the scent of blood. His consciousness delved within, the totality of his primal force magnified several-fold. His soul's perception of space and time sharpened significantly. Master, are you well? Mo Yun-tung projected a concerned thought, seemingly having gained some advantage deep within the laboratory. Its consciousness had solidified considerably, capable of conveying more complex emotions. No worries. Fortune arises from misfortune, Luo Lan replied, his voice resonating clearly in the vast laboratory. His gaze swept over the surrounding devices and exhibits, their cold sheen reflecting his keen awareness. The present situation required clarity. The core conflict was evident. Mo Yun-tung had been granted temporary level authority due to its 60-fold genetic level and was even hinted to possess the potential to become the new womb that could control this place. In contrast, despite Luo Lan having undergone genetic judgment and elevating his genetic level to 8-fold, he had only secured temporary level authority. The disparity in authority indicated a chasm in the capacity to acquire information and influence over this ancient facility. To maximize benefits here and even discover a safe exit while completing his advancement task, elevating Mo Yun-tung's authority level was an unavoidable key. Authority. Luo Lan murmured to himself, his mind racing as he logically deduced from the differences between himself and Mo Yun-tung, as well as the fragmented information gleaned from prior database queries. The assembler's purpose for establishing this site was genetic experimentation and preservation. Thus, what would be the core criteria for assessing authority? Strength of realm? Clearly not. The uniqueness of life forms? Mo Yun-tung was a plant life special mutation. While he was a standard human, yet the database seemed to place greater value on Mo Yun-tung. Indeed, a glimmer of insight flickered in Luo Lan's eyes. It was the genetic level. Mo Yun-tung had only attained level authority after breaking through the 50-fold barrier. Conversely, he had been deemed unqualified at 42 folds, barely securing level authority after reaching 8 folds. This almost explicitly indicated that the assembler's authority system placed immense emphasis on the perfection of life genes. The higher the genetic level, the closer the life form approached the ideal creation envisioned by the assembler, thereby meriting higher authority. The most direct method to enhance authority was to elevate Mo Yun-tung's genetic level. Luo Lan instantly clarified his objective. However, how could he swiftly increase the genetic level? Where would the resources come from? He immediately recalled the small blood pools he had previously explored. Each blood pool contained a small portion of source blood essence, capable of propelling Mo Yun-tung's genetic level from 5-fold to 50-fold. Therefore, considering the 7 eyes of bloodlines that supported the entire life cycle system of the source blood nest, the source blood contained within their depths must be an immense quantity of unparalleled purity. The effects would undoubtedly far exceed those of the small blood pools by hundreds or thousands of times. To absorb the source blood from the eyes of bloodlines, a clear and audacious plan took shape in Luo Lan's mind. This was the quickest and most effective route. But immediately, an overwhelming sense of crisis washed over him. The immortal blood guard and the entire consciousness of the fleshy womb loomed in the background. Luo Lan furrowed his brow. They had previously been relentlessly pursued by the immortal blood guard, finding refuge only by chance in this location. Once they left the relative shielding of the ancient sample repository, they would inevitably be targeted once more. The directive for reclamation from the fleshy womb stemmed from Mo Yun-tung's elevated genetic level and its absorption of source blood, posing a latent threat or temptation to the existing planetary ecosystem. As long as Mo Yun-tung continued to rise, such animosity would only intensify. The pursuit by the immortal blood guard would escalate correspondingly. One must devise a means to evade, or at the very least mitigate, this binding force. Luo Lan pondered, his gaze once again drawn to the ancient laboratory brimming with unknown technologies. Since this place can temporarily isolate the perception of the flesh and blood cradle, might it be possible to utilize it? Mo Yun, through their mental link, conveyed his thoughts. Employ your elevated privileges to meticulously scour the laboratory's database for any information regarding signal shielding, life wave concealment, and evasion of planetary consciousness detection. We require an amulet that enables us to operate outside without being swiftly detected. Understood, Master. Mo Yun responded promptly, seemingly exhilarated by the prospect of wielding higher privileges. Soon, its thoughts returned, imbued with the joy of discovery. I have located it. There exists a device known as the Gene Signal Shielding Field Generator. According to its description, Once activated, it can distort and weaken the user's life gene fluctuations to a degree that makes precise detection exceedingly difficult. That is sufficient. Luo Lan felt invigorated. Gaining time is all that matters. Where is this device? It is likely stored in the storage area located in the northwest corner of the laboratory. Let us proceed. Without hesitation, Luo Lan rose immediately and moved swiftly through the vast laboratory, following the direction indicated by Mo Yun. Along the way, he passed through more peculiar display areas, even glimpsing a humanoid creature with 12 pairs of luminous wings encased in a massive blue crystal, as well as a cluster of metallic cells perpetually replicating and collapsing. However, he had no time to linger. His objective was clear. Soon, he arrived at the so-called storage area. It resembled a grand library, but instead of books, shelves were lined with energy-sealing boxes emanating a faint glow. With his privileges, he was unable to directly open most boxes. Yet, Mo Yun's elevated permissions came into play once more. It guided Luo Lan to a seemingly ordinary silver metal cabinet, where vines extended to touch the identification area. Permission verification was successful through temporary elevated access, allowing for the extraction of the silent crystal. A cold synthetic voice echoed as the cabinet door slid open, revealing a peculiar crystal about the size of a fist, entirely black as if it could absorb all light. Luo Lan swiftly stowed the silent crystal away. Master, this field should significantly reduce our chances of being detected by the flesh and blood cradle, Mo Yun conveyed, imbued with certainty. Yet I sense that its effectiveness will sharply decline in proximity to powerful entities. The risks are considerable, but the rewards are equally enticing. That is sufficient. What we require is the time to infiltrate and act. Luo Lan carefully secured the silent crystal. Have you uncovered any useful information about the bloodline eye? There have been some findings, Mo Yun replied, speculating from fragmented laboratory logs that near every bloodline eye, there must exist formidable guardian forces, likely composed of several immortal blood guardians, and there may even be more specialized defensive mechanisms. Several immortal blood guardians? Luo Lan's gaze sharpened, and pressure surged. Just one immortal blood guardian had sent them fleeing. Several? It was akin to walking into a den of dragons and tigers. Furthermore, I attempted to locate the coordinates of the nearest bloodline eye. Due to external spatial structure and energy interference, precise localization was impossible. But its general direction can be determined to be northwest of our current position, a straight line distance away. Chapter 58. Immersion in the Sea of Blood, Gene Leap. The invisible field emanating from the silent crystal enveloped Luo Lan and Mo Yun, diminishing their active life gene fluctuations as much as possible. Luo Lan propelled the Feng Ing Dun movement technique to its utmost, his form transforming into an almost imperceptible azure golden streak as he sped towards the northwest direction sensed by Mo Yun. Along the way, he encountered several small patrols of living weapons, primarily composed of domain-level blood nest walkers and gene devourers. Luo Lan hesitated not for a moment, his weapon in hand, the bowstring vibrating slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows accurately pierced each monstrous foe. The moment the arrows were released, their trajectories were predetermined, always striking with the most cunning angles. The hatred tracking ability relayed subtle energy fluctuations from the passage ahead. The closer he approached the northwest direction, the clearer the overwhelming, chaotic yet strangely alluring energy waves became, akin to a violently pulsating dark star in the cosmos. Yet simultaneously, he could distinctly sense several oppressive presences lurking near the source of those energy waves. At least 3 immortal blood guardians. Luo Lan's expression grew solemn, yet his speed did not wane. The risks and opportunities coexisted, a mental preparedness he had long since cultivated. Breaking through the final narrow crevice, the vista before him opened up in grandeur. A vast, boundless dark golden sea of blood unfolded. Rather than an ocean, it resembled a viscous energy sludge. The surface of the sea was anything but tranquil, with countless massive energy bubbles rolling and exploding, emitting a deafening roar. The rich, almost tangible life source energy mingled with numerous fragmented gene information shards. The air weighed down like mercury, each breath accompanied by a searing sting. This was one of the 7 bloodline eyes, the energy hub sustaining the life cycle of the entire source blood nest. There was no time for hesitation. Luo Lan leaped into the boiling dark golden sea of blood. Boom. The moment he entered the water, a terrifying pressure bore down from all directions, far surpassing any blood pool he had previously encountered. The viscous blood-red energy seeped in everywhere, ravenously eroding his protective force, attempting to penetrate every single cell. The chaotic gene information and violent mental whispers violently assaulted Luo Lan's consciousness. Deep within his soul, his will solidified into an unyielding barrier, isolating most of the mental pollution outside. The hatred-tracking ability focused intensely, painstakingly analyzing the surrounding turbulent energy flows, seeking a relatively safe path while remaining vigilant for possible ambushes. Yet Mo Yun thrived in this environment. Its dark golden vines unfurled within the sea of blood, the surface's lost secret patterns glowing autonomously, exuding waves of elation. It possessed an innate affinity for this environment. The mental pollution potent enough to easily shatter a peak domain master had minimal impact on it. They continued to descend. Light rapidly faded, and the surroundings plunged into an eternal dark gold, illuminated only by the faint glimmers of energy flow. Having descended to an unknown depth, the pressure had become so great that Luo Lan's star armor emitted groans of distress, and his bones creaked. The consumption of his original force was astonishing. At last, they reached the seabed. Here, the ground was not solid but composed of countless writhing flesh conduits and energy veins. Between these conduits and veins floated chunks of varying sizes of source blood. Mo Yun immediately sprang into action. It extended dozens of robust vines, precisely encircling the chunks of source blood. The secret patterns on the vines glowed brightly, generating a powerful suction that drew pure energy visibly surging into Mo Yun's body. Its life essence began to ascend at an astonishing rate, the color of the vines gradually shifting to jade golden, and the oppressive force it emanated grew stronger. Luo Lan also found a slightly smaller source blood crystal, seated in a meditative position, his hands pressing against the surface of the source blood, attempting to guide the energy into his body. Hiss! The moment the energy entered his body, an intense agony erupted. This energy bore a brutal, transformative will, forcefully tearing apart his original gene structure before reconstituting it with purer, more potent primordial energy. Each cell was being crushed and reshaped anew. As his soul endured the excruciating pain of structural reconstruction, his skin surface cracked once more, blood mingling with the energy liquid seeping out, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet he gritted his teeth, steadfastly maintaining his will, forcibly guiding and adapting to this power. The process was slow and agonizing, far less efficient than the Mo Yun tongue. In this isolated blood sea abyss, time lost all meaning. Luo Lan entered a semi-secluded state, with all his mental faculties immersed in the absorption of the source blood, save for necessary vigilance. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 28 years had flown by. Luo Lan's genetic level began at 8 times, gradually and steadily rising. Each breakthrough to 9 and 10 times was accompanied by immense pain and risk, but crossing those thresholds resulted in the sublimation of his very essence. His physical strength surged dramatically, the ocean of primordial energy expanding several-fold, and his soul's perception and application of the laws of time and space became increasingly adept. Ultimately, his genetic level stabilized at 136 times. The enhancement of Mo Yun tongue was even more rapid. It devoured the surrounding source blood crystals like an insatiable abyss. Its genetic level skyrocketed from 60 to 70, 80, and 90 times, emanating a terrifying pressure. The naturally inscribed law patterns on its tendrils no longer remained static but breathed and flowed as if alive, seemingly elucidating the profound truths of existence. When Mo Yun tongue's genetic level boldly broke through the 100 times barrier, a profound resonance erupted. An invisible shockwave radiated from Mo Yun tongue, its core erupting with unprecedented devouring power, instantaneously draining the source blood crystals in a vast area, reducing them to powder. All the patterns on the tendrils burst forth with blinding brilliance. A pressure originating from the primal essence of life descended with thunderous force. Within this sphere of pressure, the originally tumultuous and chaotic energy of the blood sea seemed to be tamed to a degree, becoming somewhat orderly. Talon awakening. Domain of life domination. Within this domain, Mo Yun tongue could slightly regulate the flow and stability of life energy, suppress the vitality of hostile life forms within the area, and significantly enhance its own and allies' life recovery and energy absorption rates. Mo Yun tongue's genetic level ultimately stabilized at 102 times. Luo Lan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, as well as the clearer sense of law within his soul. Beside him, the transformed Mo Yun tongue, its jade golden tendrils emanating a heart-stirring aura. After over 2 decades of arduous cultivation, he had finally achieved success. Luo Lan murmured to himself, "It is time to return." He was now poised to challenge the authority system left by the assembler and confront the ultimate secrets and dangers. Chapter 59, Mastering the Relics. The return journey deep within the dark golden blood sea, Luo Lan opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and contained. With his genetic level stabilized at 136 times. The enhancements were comprehensive. The nearby Mo Yun tongue unfurled its jade golden tendrils, its 102 times genetic level radiating an unsettling pressure. The naturally inscribed law patterns flowing like breathing entities. It was time to return. Luo Lan rose, and Mo Yun tongue swiftly coiled around his arm and torso, forming a biological armor. Utilizing the residual effects of the silent crystal and his own restrained aura, they retraced their steps without alarming the few immortal blood guards lingering at the periphery of the Eye of Bloodline. After traversing complex passageways and flying for a considerable time, the massive cubic metallic structure reappeared before them. Mo Yun tongue extended a tendril to touch the metallic wall. This time, the wall responded dramatically. Countless delicate blue light paths instantly illuminated, swiftly outlining a vast and intricate authentication rune. Detection of superior carrier genetic level meets activation criteria, a cold synthetic voice announced. The heavy metal wall silently slid open to reveal a passage leading to the core area. They stepped once more into the spherical core control room. The central biological crystal screen radiated a brilliant light. Level permission detection, initiating. Judgment criteria, life genetic level. The synthetic voice remained steady, targeting the plant life form Mo Yun tongue, with a genetic level of 102, passing the assessment. Granting sample library level permission. The process was astonishingly straightforward. Within the rules set by the assembler, genetic level was the sole passcode, revealing the composition of the source blood nest planetary consciousness network. Luo Lan instructed Mo Yun tongue to relay commands to the central intelligence. The main screen flickered with light and shadow, presenting a complex network structure diagram. According to monitoring and data analysis, the flesh and blood warmth was not a singular consciousness. Its main body was a relatively powerful primary consciousness anchored to the core source blood sea of the planet, responsible for maintaining the basic life cycle of the planet. The remaining consciousness nodes dispersely adhered to the 7 major eyes of bloodline and certain powerful immortal blood guards, forming a loose secondary consciousness network. Within the network, delays in information transmission and priority competition existed. Luo Lan's gaze sharpened. It was not a unified entity. This presented a potential for exploitation. He commanded the retrieval of Mo Yun tongue's subsequent evolutionary paths and their correlation with the flesh and blood warmth. The screen information refreshed rapidly, ultimately freezing on a segment marked with encrypted records, based on the incomplete project of the founders, the assembler. The life consciousness integration simulation indicates that when the genetic level of the special plant life Mo Yun tongue surpasses the current planetary primary consciousness threshold, its essence will undergo a qualitative transformation, allowing for the potential reverse devouring and integration with the planetary consciousness network. This process is extremely perilous, with success rates influenced by various factors, but upon success, Missouri Yun tongue will become the new planetary life core, gaining complete control over the source blood nest and achieving evolution. Even with Luo Lan's resolute spirit, he was shaken by this revelation, devouring the planetary consciousness. This was a path fraught with temptation and peril, yet its potential was undeniably boundless. Secure all sealed genetic samples. Luo Lan suppressed his emotions and issued the command. The mechanical arms in the control room sprang into action, extracting samples from the incubation chambers, injecting stabilizing liquid, and sealing them in specially designed spatial storage devices. This included the egg of the Chiohe beast and other remnants, all meticulously packaged. Finally, he summoned the planetary map, pinpointing the mission objective, marking the area that met the definition of a large living weapons uncontrollable zone. Several red dots illuminated on the screen. Luo Lan selected the closest abyssal nest to their current location. Let us proceed, complete the final task, and then depart from this place. At the entrance of the abyssal nest lay a vast underground rift exceeding tens of thousands of kilometers in width, with a thick stench of blood and a fierce aura surging forth like a tangible substance. Luo Lan hovered at the edge of the rift, wielding the Quexie. Mo Yun tongue unfurled from him, its jade golden tendrils emanating a domain of overwhelming vitality. From deep within the rift, countless shadows erupted like volcanic ash, soaring into the sky. They were tens of thousands of blood nest walkers, gene devourers, among them a multitude of peak domain lord-level mutants, alongside several colossal leaders, exuding domain lord-level fluctuations. Resembling giant scorpions known as the lethal soul scorpion, and the floating heart manipulating demon eye. The beast tide swiftly surrounded Luo Lan, and battle was imminent. Mo Yun tongue demonstrated its terrifying capability in group combat. Hundreds of jade golden tendrils suddenly lashed into the beast tide. Boom, 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 wherever the tendrils passed. Whether domain lord level or domain lord level monsters, they were explosively annihilated, crushed by the horrifying power containing 102 times the genetic level. With sheer strength and defense alone, vast areas were cleared. Domain of life domination silently unfurled. Centered on Mo Yun Tong, within a radius of several dozen kilometers, the frenzied crimson energy became somewhat docile, flowing more swiftly into Mo Yun Tong and Luo Lan's bodies, replenishing their expended energy. Within the confines of the battlefield, the living weapons appeared to be ensnared in a quagmire, their movements significantly hampered, and their offensive capabilities diminished. The combat unfolded as a one-sided onslaught. Luo Lan's arrows struck with pinpoint precision, eliminating the realm master-level leaders and elite foes, while the Mo Yun Tong functioned like a meat grinder, dispatching vast numbers of miscellaneous adversaries. In a mere quarter of an hour, the creatures above the chasm were entirely eradicated. Luo Lan's gaze fixed upon the deepest part of the chasm, where a colossal, pulsating flesh lump, akin to a heart, served as the core of this chaotic zone. He drew the weapon Quexie and unleashed the slaughtering divine arrow. A meticulously condensed arrow was released, instantly striking the core of the flesh mound. Boom! The mound violently expanded, followed by a radiant explosion from within, resulting in its complete obliteration. Advanced task: eradicate the chaotic zone, completed. It was over. Luo Lan swiftly ascended into the sky, soaring beyond the atmosphere of the dark red planet. Outside the atmosphere, the E9 class spacecraft Aeon of Hunt transformed into a streak of light, entering the dark cosmos. Inside the spacecraft's resting chamber, Luo Lan took stock of the spoils from this mission. His genetic level had successfully elevated to 136 times, while the Mo Yun Tong reached 102 times, in addition to a plethora of rare genetic samples and an impending credit of 550,000 points. He glanced at the Mo Yun Tong coiling around his arm, radiating a golden sheen, his thoughts drifting. The path of devouring planetary consciousness is distant and perilous. Yet time is on his side. Chapter 60. The Return Journey and Points Accumulation. In the virtual cosmos, in a secluded tea room within a public area, soft artificial light filtered through intricately carved window frames, casting dappled shadows within. Outside, the virtual Milky Way flowed gently, with shifting nebulae, tranquil and vast. Luo Lan sat by the window, a steaming cup of tea before him, his gaze serenely fixed on the celestial river beyond. A figure gradually materialized across from him. Vilis, the youthful leader of a genetic devouring tribe, manifested in the virtual cosmos. She still donned her simple dark red biological leather armor. Her four amber eyes filled with an unmistakable curiosity and astonishment as she meticulously observed her surroundings, ultimately resting on the boundless projection of the Milky Way outside the window. Is this truly the virtual cosmos? Her voice, transformed through thought, carried a hint of an awkward electronic sound, yet could not conceal her wonder. I never imagined I would witness a starry sky beyond our ancestral records, so vast and serene. Thank you. Luo Lan pushed a cup of virtual starry tea, glimmering with starlight, towards her and replied calmly, "It was a mere act of kindness. Had it not been for your timely assistance in the depths below, I might not have reached this point and achieved my objectives." Vilis lowered her head, gazing at her semi-transparent, data-formed virtual hand. A hint of distant hope tinged her voice. "Our tribe has struggled for countless generations on this sunless, cannibalistic land. Luo Lan, do you believe there exists a world among those stars where one can thrive without devouring their kin?" Luo Lan's gaze transcended the window, as if envisioning the vibrant planets of the real universe. His tone was resolute. "Yes, many. Once I possess sufficient strength, I vow to aid you in breaking free from the shackles of the source blood nest. This is my promise as the wandering knight, Luo Lan." Vilis raised her head, her four eyes deeply fixed on Luo Lan, seemingly imprinting his promise into her genetic memory. After a pause, she declared, "We will strive to survive. Awaiting the dawn you speak of." Luo Lan nodded. "Let's keep in touch through the virtual cosmos network." Vilis' virtual form gradually dissipated, and the tea room returned to silence. As his consciousness returned to reality, within the tranquil chamber of Manor No. 7 on Wuchen continent, Luo Lan slowly opened his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the notification sound of the virtual cosmos system echoed in his mind. Danger level task: source blood nest settlement completed. Basic task: genetic analysis, 55. Blood pool baptism, genetic level increase by 1, completed. Reward, 50,000 points. Advanced task: Genetic evolution, genetic level increased by 10. Eradicate the chaotic zone, 11. Locate the ancient sample repository completed. Reward, 500,000 points. Total reward points, 550,000 points, credited to your account. His gaze swept across his personal account, noting that his point balance had surged from 119,700 to 669,700 points. Observing this figure, Luo Lan felt little emotional upheaval. These points were earned through perilous endeavors and would provide a solid foundation for the subsequent exchange of the 5th volume of the Cosmic Chaos Tablet and various rare cultivation resources. However, compared to the points, the gains from the source blood nest, particularly the preserved genetic samples, were of immeasurable worth. Without delay, Luo Lan promptly connected to the virtual cosmos and teleported to Thunder Island. The Hall of Eternal Martial remained grand and silent, exuding an aura of time and power. The King of Eternal Martial sat majestically upon his towering throne, his eyes closed, as if merging with the surrounding space-time. After Luo Lan respectfully saluted, the king slowly opened his eyes, his unusual pupils resting upon Luo Lan, a trace of barely perceptible approval flickering across his expression. I have heard that you completed the advanced task of the source blood nest, and even located the ancient sample repository. The King of Eternal Martial's voice was deep and steady, laced with curiosity. To achieve the advancement requirements, there must have yielded substantial rewards. Luo Lan bowed again, and as he lifted his gaze, his eyes gleamed with a settled sharpness. Master, the rewards far exceeded expectations. I paused briefly, affirmatively stating, the disciple has obtained all the genetic samples preserved within that repository. The King of Eternal Martial's previously calm demeanor abruptly shifted, his eyes reflecting the flow of galaxies. And the aura that melded with time and space stirred slightly. What? You claim you acquired the entire stock from the Assembler's legacy genetic sample repository? Luo Lan replied with composure. Yes, Master. What is the Assembler's genetic sample repository? The King of Eternal Martial fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this astonishing news. Soon, a resonant laughter filled the temple. Ha ha, excellent, excellent, excellent. Once the laughter subsided, he regarded Luo Lan with profound eyes. The genetic sample repository left by the Assembler, categorized by its research scale and the value of preserved samples, is divided into 3 models, from low to high. The source blood nest you explored pertains to the smallest model. He emphasized, yet even the smallest model possesses a value that could entice numerous immortals and even cosmic dignitaries. The genetic blueprints stored within pertain to unique life forms and certain ancient races that have long been extinct. This is an extraordinary opportunity. His gaze was intense, fixed on Luo Lan. Do you comprehend that the strategic value of these samples far surpasses the points you earned from your task? Luo Lan nodded, responding clearly. The disciple understands. All samples have been securely packaged and properly stored. The King of Eternal Martial nodded slightly, his face displaying unabashed approval. You have done well, Luo Lan. Cautious and thorough, his tone shifted to seriousness. I will personally communicate with the higher echelons of the Virtual Cosmos Company regarding this matter. Your contributions will not go unnoticed, and the human race will not overlook them. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void, glimpsing a distant future with this batch of samples. You will gain a disproportionately significant allocation in regard of core resources beyond your imagination. This is crucial for your future path. Luo Lan firmly resolved, bowing deeply. Thank you, Master. He understood that by submitting the samples to the clan and leveraging its strength, he could maximize the value of these resources, while also securing a more solid backing and a broader stage for himself. This step was indeed the right one. Upon leaving the Jingwu Hall, Luo Lan's consciousness returned. He stood in the tranquil room of the estate, feeling the immense power brought forth by his 136-fold genetic level and the increasingly clear sense of the laws of time and space in his soul. The magical cloud vine emanated a warm and powerful wave, its 102-fold genetic level making it an indispensable ally. With ample points and a substantial foundation, the path ahead was clear. It was a relentless journey of exploration. Chapter 61. The Star God bestows again. Treasures astonish the waves on the Wuqian continent. In the serene room of the number 7 estate, Luo Lan sat cross-legged, connecting his consciousness to the virtual universe network, directly entering the eternal altar dimension. The Black Mountains stretched endlessly, with countless golden altars standing tall. He stepped onto the first level of the altar, where his primal force, mental strength, and perception of laws were instantly severed, leaving only pure physical power. Unlike before, after countless battles in the source blood nest and struggles on the brink of life and death, His control over every muscle and bone had reached an entirely new realm. With a slight shift of thought, his power moved with precision, becoming remarkably condensed. He stood before a black humanoid target, his gaze focused. In the next moment, he moved. His right fist shot out like a cannonball, striking the target's center, followed swiftly by his left elbow thrusting into the ribs. A headbutt followed. Then his right knee struck like iron, and his left foot stomped heavily on the abdomen. 5 strikes, executed in a fluid and fierce manner, with concentrated force, leaving no room for waste. After the attack, data appeared on the screen. Score, 73 units. Reward points, 20,004,000. Luo Lan nodded slightly at this score. A score of 73 units indicated that his pure physical power level had reached 73-fold, a full 21-fold increase from before. This was the gift of countless life and death battles. Current points, 675,700. As he returned to reality, he prepared to tally the remaining dimension fragments. Just as he took out one of them to investigate, an anomaly occurred. The egg-sized dimension fragment suddenly illuminated without warning, its interior swirling with colorful lights at an unprecedented speed. A strange wave instantly spread. Luo Lan's expression shifted. Before he could react, his mental energy was seized by an irresistible force, violently pulling him in. A familiar tearing sensation came, and the scenery before him rapidly distorted. Once his vision stabilized, he found himself once again in that boundless, peculiar starry sky. In the distance, hazy, swirling nebulae appeared, while nearby, brilliant stardust sparkled. Directly ahead, an enormous, indescribable spiral star wheel slowly rotated, its core dark and profound. An overwhelming, ancient aura enveloped him. Soon, the light at the center of the star wheel began to converge, and that mighty figure materialized from the void, embodying the blue-black cosmos. With a golden divine light for a face. Holding a luminous bow, its lower body was a fusion of a horse engulfed in golden flames and an ancient runic chariot. The hunting star god Lan. Even as merely a remnant imprint within the fragment, the pressure emanating from the essence of life nearly shattered Luo Lan's consciousness. The visage of the star god, composed of golden divine light, turned its gaze once more toward Luo Lan. There were no words, no communication. Suddenly, the colossal spiral star wheel began to collapse inward, countless starlight converging, ultimately forming a new card engulfed in even more intense golden flames before Luo Lan's consciousness. The back of the card bore a smaller hunting pattern, while the front featured a complex rune woven from numerous meteor trails. Luo Lan was struck by inspiration. Extending a finger to touch the card. Boom. The card transformed into a concentrated golden stream of light, rushing into his consciousness at the center of his brow. A torrent of information flooding into his soul's core, merging with the legacy of the hunt. Blessing of fateful intersections. Fire-chasing star stream. Effect. Each time, fateful echo. Hunt successfully kills an enemy of equal or higher rank. It permanently enhances one's genetic level by 0.05, with a single release yielding only 1 enhancement. Luo Lan's consciousness returned to his body, his eyes suddenly wide open. A gleam of brilliance flashing within. It was indeed a growth-oriented blessing linked to the genetic level. He felt a surge of excitement. This meant that every effective clearing using Fateful Echo would yield a subtle enhancement of his life essence. Small increments would accumulate into significant gains, making this effect extraordinarily formidable. It undoubtedly amplified the strategic value of Fateful Echo, providing robust positive feedback for his future battles across ranks. He forcefully suppressed the impulse to experiment immediately, refocusing his gaze on his palm. The dimension fragment that had triggered the secondary resonance now dimmed, its colorful luster nearly vanished, resembling an ordinary crystal. He pondered what conditions might invoke the serendipity of the dimension fragment. Luo Lan stored it away, elevating his regard for the dimension fragments even further. Just as he adjusted his breath and prepared to forge ahead into the virtual universe to challenge the cosmic-level Tongtian Mountain, a message appeared. It was from his teacher, King Jingwu. Hurry to Thunder Island. Luo Lan's spirit jolted. He dared not delay, connecting his consciousness to the virtual universe and teleporting to the Jingwu Hall on Thunder Island. Within the Grand Temple, King Jingwu sat majestically upon the throne, his aura seemingly intertwined with time and space. He slowly opened those extraordinary eyes, fixing his gaze upon Luo Lan. Teacher, Luo Lan respectfully bowed. The genetic sample library you submitted has been fully assessed by the company's senior management. King Jingwu spoke with a steady voice, tinged with an almost imperceptible gravity. Luo Lan listened intently. The value of this batch of samples far exceeds what can be measured by ordinary points. King Jingwu continued. observing him carefully. Following the resolutions of the highest council, if you are willing to submit this batch of samples to the company for the clan, you will be awarded 0.01 treasure points as a reward. 0.01 treasure points. Even with a will as solid as rock, Luo Lan felt a jolt of shock, his pupils narrowing abruptly. He had read the original work and understood the concept of treasure points. This was a top-tier currency unit that only the strong among the immortal kings and cosmic dignitaries could access. One treasure point theoretically equated to 100 trillion points. 0.01 treasure points meant a staggering 10 billion points. This was an astronomical figure, far exceeding any of his previous expectations regarding rewards. He had risked his life to complete dangerous tasks, accumulating merely 550,000 points. King Jingwu observed Luo Lan's reaction closely and continued, "There is no need for astonishment. The genetic blueprints left by the assembler, especially those involving special life forms and ancient races, hold immeasurable significance for clan genetic research and the cultivation of powerful individuals. This reward acknowledges your contributions to the clan and represents the company's expectations and investments in your future." He emphasized, "Treasure points will allow you to exchange for many rare resources unattainable with points alone. Your path of cultivation will thus be vastly broadened." Luo Lan took a deep breath, forcibly calming the tumult within him, his gaze sharpening with determination. Without hesitation, he bowed and declared, "I am willing to submit. Serving the clan is my duty." Submitting the samples in exchange for the clan's support and this astonishing wealth was undoubtedly the wisest choice. "Very well," King Jingwu nodded slightly, a hint of approval gracing his face. "The relevant procedures and rewards will be directly connected to you through the virtual universe system. Utilize this resource wisely, and do not disappoint the clan's expectations." "Yes, thank you, teacher." Luo Lan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Upon departing from Jingwu Jian, Luo Lan's consciousness returned to reality. Standing in the tranquil chamber, his tumultuous emotions remained difficult to fully quell. The sudden influx of wealth, marked by the 0.01 treasure point, appeared to unveil a new portal before him. Numerous previously unimaginable and unattainable precious secret techniques, rare materials, and treasures to enhance the Mo Yun tongue now seemed within reach. He cast a glance at the Mo Yun tongue entwined around his arm, radiating a jade golden luminescence, while he felt the newly acquired blessing card. Ming Tu Jiao Quo, Quexie Xing Lu, nestled within his soul. Resources, strength, potential, and hidden cards were all converging towards a more promising horizon.